Chapter 591. Let's cooperate. From the time the rabbit met the Sphinx and started fighting, to the time the latter broke free from the fishing net, only 1.5 minutes had passed, during which time the action team members also arrived one after another. John Hung's mission this time was relatively easy. Logically, he would only be needed when the Sphinx was about to escape. However, even the most perfect plan had to be adjusted according to the current situation. When the tranquilizer gun was ineffective, and the Black Swan began to request support through the radio, John Hung had already switched from P gear to D gear, and then stepped on the accelerator. X3 roared and drove in the direction of the rabbit. When Shin Sisi changed the plan and asked John Hung to take the rabbit away first, John Hung had already seen Li Bai, 1810, and others fighting with Sphinx under a street lamp not far away. In the first round of battle, everyone found that Sphinx had excellent strength and could resist anesthetics and scalpels at the same time. It was very difficult for a while. But in the subsequent battles, Sphinx did not show the powerful fighting power in the myth. Its attack moves were very simple. Its weapons were only 2 claws. And its action mode seemed to follow some rules. If it is the first time to fight without much defense, it is difficult not to be hit. But as long as you have foresight, you can still avoid most attacks. However, the more troublesome thing is its agility. It scurries around in the crowd, and most people find it difficult to keep up with its speed. In fact, if it is a little smarter and gives up chasing the rabbit, but adopts a strategy of defeating one by one according to the situation on the field, someone would have been injured by now. However, this monster seems to be very stubborn. It just recognizes the rabbit and chases it relentlessly. And it must scratch it. The latter rolled her eyes in anger. She just rushed from behind Li Bai to behind 1810. The two helped her block the attack of that thing. But her arms were numb afterwards, and she couldn't fight immediately. The rabbit didn't have time to catch her breath, and could only run. She wanted to run to the Black Swan. Seeing this, the latter hurriedly said, "Don't choose me. I'm weak and can't block it." So the rabbit ran to another person instead. The guy was prepared and blocked the crossbow in front of him. However, this time, the Sphinx played a little trick and pretended to pounce on him. But at the last moment, he shrank his head to avoid the guy in front of him and pounced directly on the rabbit behind him. In the critical moment, the rabbit had to use her last resort to save her life and spit out the bubble gum in her mouth. After the bubble gum came out of her mouth, it became bigger and bigger in a very short time, blocking the side of the Sphinx. When it used its claws to scratch the bubble gum, it was like tearing open a bag of flour, and the surroundings were immediately covered with white dust. The rabbit took this opportunity to run back desperately. But she also knew that it was obviously difficult to outrun the 4 legs on the opposite side, with only her 2 legs. Fortunately, an X3 stopped in front of her the next moment. "Get in the car." These 2 simple words sounded like heavenly music to Rabbit's ears. In fact, without John Hung saying anything, Rabbit had already opened the car door and rushed up, while urging him, "Go, go, go, go," while it's trapped in the smoke. However, before she finished her words, a black shadow rushed over closely behind her, and the dust didn't seem to have any effect on it at all. Rabbit opened his eyes wide and watched the thing rush towards the windshield. But the next moment, the distance between it and the X3 was widened again. John Hung was very calm at the critical moment. He didn't have time to turn around, so he directly shifted to art gear at the fastest speed and stepped on the accelerator. The X3 accelerated backwards and threw away the Sphinx. However, this was only temporary. After the Sphinx landed, it immediately ran. John Hung estimated that its speed could reach about 80 kilometers per hour. It was worthy of being a monster with a lion's body. "What should I do?" Rabbit looked at the Sphinx chasing him and asked John Hung nervously. "It's okay. Sit tight," John Hung said, while he was observing the situation behind through the rearview mirror. Seeing that there was an intersection not far away, John Hung stepped on the brakes in advance and turned the steering wheel at the same time, using the drifting skills he learned in the Tokyo Drift Dungeon. John Hung hadn't played like this for a long time. In addition to the fact that he had just obtained his driver's license, it was also because he usually drove quite law-abidingly on the road and never showed off his skills. Unless there was a special event and he was in a hurry, he would usually drive as slowly as possible to avoid causing trouble for other drivers and himself. After all, everyone only had 12 points. The X3 drew an elegant arc and slid to another road easily without wasting a single second. This precise control made Rabbit beside him exclaim, "Wow, you are really a master." Before Zhang Heng spoke, Shen Sisi asked again through the radio, "Rabbit, are you okay?" "I'm fine. Brother Simon picked me up. You were not there, and didn't see Sister Sisi. Brother Simon's skills are much better than Huang Yu, the guy who only knows how to brag all day long." After that, she leaned forward and asked Zhang Heng curiously, "Was that a drift?" "I think I've seen it in comics." Zhang Heng hummed casually. He had already stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the distance between the X3 and the Sphinx was increasing. Zhang Heng finally had time to turn the vehicle around and resume forward driving, which made it more difficult for the Sphinx to catch up with him. But Zhang Heng didn't rush to get rid of the monster afterwards, but turned on the intercom and said to Shen Sisi, "Do you have a stun gun?" "Yes. What do you have planned?" "Let's cooperate. I will bring the thing back to its original place in 5 minutes. Can you find a way to hit it? Some of us are good at using firearms. Although the thing moves very fast, we can still hit it if we ambush it in advance." Shen Sisi paused here. But the tranquilizer gun and crossbow arrows didn't work before, and the scalpel couldn't penetrate its body. "Why do you think the stun gun can work? Have you discovered something?" "It's just some immature guesses." Zhang Heng did not answer immediately. "We know when the time comes." "You've prepared gasoline, right? Let's try to see if the fire attack is effective." "Okay. Then give us 7 minutes to prepare," Shen Sisi said. The two of them finalized the next action plan in a few words. Then Zhang Heng slowed down the car to make sure the Sphinx could keep up with the X3, and then started to drive it around the city, waiting for Shen Sisi to complete the arrangements. Chapter 592 Behavior Pattern. Zhang Heng drove the X3 on the street. Fortunately, it was already past 11 p.m., and there were not many pedestrians and vehicles on the road. The place was also relatively remote. Otherwise, if it was rush hour, Zhang Heng would be stuck on the road and unable to move even if he was a good driver. While driving, he observed the movements of the Sphinx behind him through the rearview mirror. So far, the two sides still maintained a distance of about 200 meters, which was a relatively safe distance that would not cause the Sphinx to lose track. However, unlike the time when they came, this time the rabbit could clearly feel that the speed of the X3 was fast and slow, and Zhang Heng would make a sharp turn from time to time. Fortunately, Rabbit doesn't suffer from motion sickness. Otherwise, he would have vomited on the windshield. Finally, when Zhang Heng turned to another road, Rabbit couldn't help but say, "Brother Simon, I already know that you are a good driver, but there is no need for us to keep drifting. Even if we drive straight now, it won't be able to catch up with us." "Oh, I'm just testing something," Zhang Heng said. "What is it?" Rabbit became interested. "Have you read the story of the Sphinx?" Rabbit nodded. "I seem to have seen it in a reading comprehension when I was in junior high school. I reread it online for this matter." "Why?" "Whether it is Egyptian mythology or Greek mythology, the Sphinx recorded in it is a high-level intelligent species. Its intelligence level is at least the average level of humans. Or more accurately, the level of smart people." "It seems so." Rabbit thought for a while. "But this Sphinx that suddenly appeared doesn't seem to communicate with people. In the 3 previous attacks on the forum, the Sphinx only threw out riddles, waiting for answers, and punished those who hit the wrong answer. However, in the first and second attacks, the 2 victims tried to communicate with the Sphinx, but the other party seemed to be unable to distinguish between answers and communication. Yes, a sentence I said casually before was also regarded as an answer by it, causing me to make 2 mistakes in a row." Rabbit recalled what happened before, and was a little speechless. That guy seemed to be completely immersed in his own world, and he didn't react when Black Swan raised the tranquilizer gun to shoot it. Its behavior pattern is single, and has a fixed path. "What does this remind you of?" What?" "Aid," Zhang Heng said. He had experienced systematic programming learning in the leaker copy, and was very sensitive to it. The current behavior of Sphinx is the typical result of program operation. In fact, Zhang Heng had Baidu searched the 3 riddles given by Sphinx when he was free before, and found that they all came from a children's book called Riddles. "Do you think the Sphinx we encountered is actually an intelligent robot in disguise?" The rabbit opened his mouth wide. "And it was the first one. But its combat power is quite good," Zhang Heng said. In fact, Zhang Heng had already had a similar guess after reading the information about the Sphinx on the forum. But it was just a guess. This time, The rabbit took the risk and gave Zhang Heng the opportunity to get close to the Sphinx, which further confirmed his previous thoughts. He kept changing the speed just now to test whether the things behind him had fixed behavior logic. No wonder you asked Sister Cece to prepare a stun gun before. But is the stun gun useful? Its external defense is indeed very strong. But if this thing is really a robot, then its internal structure must have a circuit board. The circuit board is composed of copper foil lines. When hit by a high-voltage stun gun, it will produce a strong discharge phenomenon, which can easily damage the electronic components on it, Zhang Heng explained. But while the two were talking, Zhang Heng noticed that the Sphinx suddenly stopped. It squatted in the middle of the road, quietly watching the X3 go away. When Zhang Heng was hesitating whether to stop the car, he saw the wings behind the Sphinx suddenly spread out, and then its body began to slowly leave the ground. The rabbit was shocked when he saw this. Didn't you say that its behavior pattern is fixed? It seems that it has been unable to catch up with us. We should have triggered some hidden conditions, which made it start a new way of action. Zhang Heng did not deliberately slow down this time. No one on the forum had seen Sphinx use its wings before, so no one knew what Sphinx was capable of at this stage. However, since the opponent used this as a trump card, Zhang Heng certainly would not underestimate it. He did not care whether he would get rid of Sphinx, and he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. However, the distance between the two sides did not increase, but began to close rapidly. The speed of the flying Sphinx was more than twice as fast, and the field of vision in the air was wider, and it could bypass many buildings that were in the way. Zhang Heng turned on the intercom and said to Shin Cece, "Are you ready? It's only been 3 minutes." "Not yet." "What's wrong?" Shin Cece asked. "Then you'd better be ready in 2 minutes." Zhang Heng glanced at the starfish in his hand. "Because our opponent tonight has turned on the flight mode." Shin Cece reacted quickly. "The pair of wings on its back?" "Yes." "Okay. I get it. You also pay attention to safety. And if possible, try to lower its altitude. If it flies too high, the stun gun can't hit it," Shin Cece urged. "I try my best." After talking to Shin Cece, Zhang Heng noticed that the Sphinx was less than 100 meters away from them, and the speed was faster than Zhang Heng expected. So Zhang Heng said to the rabbit beside him, "Fasten your seat belts. The next section of the road may be very bumpy." Before he finished speaking, Zhang Heng made a sharp turn and rushed into the green belt on the side, directly pressing the edge of the green belt to switch to another road and drove into the underground tunnel. After losing the speed advantage, Zhang Heng could only compete with Sphinx in turning ability, and he also needed to rely more on the terrain. When he went to rescue the rabbit, he had already turned off the electronic stability system of the car body and switched the gear to manual mode. Now he felt like he was back to the days of studying in Tokyo when he was holding the steering wheel. He had driven the X3 to the highest speed, and the roar of the engine echoed in the tunnel. I hope there are no traffic cameras on this road. Chapter 593 works. The X3 was running rampant on the road, like an out-of-control steel beast. Rabbit not only fastened her seat belt, but also held the front armrest of the car tightly, and pressed her back against the seat, feeling like she was riding a roller coaster in an amusement park, looking at the walls around her constantly rotating, getting closer and farther away. She, who had never been carsick, couldn't help but feel her stomach churning. She had no idea how Zhang Heng could keep driving in this state, not to mention being on guard against the thing chasing her from behind. However, even though Zhang Heng had used all his driving skills, the distance between X3 and Sphinx was still getting closer. This was never a fair competition. After the Sphinx entered flight mode, not only did its speed increase significantly, but it also had an air advantage. Although Zhang Heng could rely on nearby buildings to intercept it slightly, it was impossible to increase the distance again with this method. In the end, the two sides were getting closer and closer. The rabbit felt that he could already hear the sound of the Sphinx flapping its wings. Although Zhang Heng dodged the latter's first attack with drift, it also accelerated sideways and landed on the passenger window. The human face was pressed against the glass, and the beautiful but lifeless eyes stared at the rabbit, making the latter feel like being in a horror movie. The Sphinx raised its claws and slapped the glass. With just a light touch, the relatively hard glass was already full of cracks. The rabbit screamed and tried to unbuckle her seat belt in a hurry to escape to the back compartment. But then she heard Zhang Heng's voice in her ears. "Don't move," Zhang Heng said as he turned the steering wheel sharply to the right. The X3 crashed into a nearby wall. However, Just when the front of the car was about to touch the wall, John Hung pulled the car back. In the end, the distance between the car body and the wall was less than 2 centimeters. The Sphinx caught in the middle suffered along with the rearview mirror. It was about to smash the glass to attack the rabbit inside. But before it could fly away, it was caught and hit the wall. Its wings and the brick wall created 2 sparks, which also confirmed John Hung's previous conjecture from the side. The rabbit watched the Sphinx tumble and fall behind him, and finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked John Hung, "Did we kill it?" "I don't think so," John Hung answered while holding the steering wheel. The Sphinx reacted quickly at the critical moment and wrapped its body with its wings. John Hung estimated that it should be fine, and the scene in the rearview mirror not long after also proved John Hung's inference. He saw the Sphinx stand up from the ground, but its left front leg seemed to be injured and looked limping. But this did not affect its flight. The Sphinx spread its wings again, and soon caught up again. What was even more terrible was that after all this trouble, the window of the passenger seat had been completely shattered, and the oncoming wind blew up Rabbit's bangs, making her nervous again. "What should we do?" "Don't worry. Just hold on for a while. We will be there," John Hung said. He glanced at the watch on his hand. Although he had previously reduced the preparation time from 7 minutes to 5 minutes, but he and Rabbit still returned 20 seconds earlier than the original time. John Hung could only pray that Shinsisi was ready, because the haunting Sphinx landed on the roof again not long after, in order to prevent the ladder from getting in through the window that had lost its glass. John Hung had to keep driving close to the wall, so the Sphinx chose to enter through the driver's window. John Hung used the same trick again and turned quickly, leaning against the wall on the other side. However, this time, because the distance was relatively far, the Sphinx had enough time to react. So it dodged in advance and did not become a meat bun again. Then Sphinx simply placed the breakthrough point on the rear window, probably thinking that it would be difficult for John Hung to interfere there. However, the next moment, the X3 suddenly swayed, and the Sphinx's body once again came into close contact with the wall. John Hung seized this fleeting opportunity and did not change the direction. He stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and drove the X3 towards the direction of Shinsisi and others. At the same time, he turned on the intercom. "We are almost there. I hope you are ready." "Got it. Do you have a way to lower the flying altitude of that thing?" Shinsisi asked. "That's easy." Seeing that they had reached their destination, John Hung stepped on the brakes and turned the steering wheel to park the X3 on the side of the road. Then a black shadow fell from the sky and rushed straight to the driver's window. John Hung's expression remained unchanged, watching the Sphinx rushing up. But before it could break the window, it was hit by something. And at the same time, a blue current jumped on the surface of its body. Those were 2 electrodes, which were pushed out of the barrel by the high-pressure nitrogen in the magazine and accurately hit the body of the Sphinx. At the same time, the battery in the gun chamber began to release high voltage through the insulated copper wire, and everyone became nervous. The anesthetic and fishing nets did not work before, and the scalpel could not break the opponent's defense, which made people doubt the possibility of taking it down. Fortunately, the electric shock gun finally worked. The Sphinx's movement paused, and it fell from the car window as if the power was suddenly turned off by someone, and it did not move. Shinsisi was relieved when she saw this, although John Hung had not communicated the conjecture of the intelligent robot with her. Shinsisi immediately thought of this possibility when the former suggested using the electric shock gun. Rabbit got out of the car and watched 1810 and others tie up the still unconscious Sphinx on the ground with chains, declaring the victory of tonight's operation. "So the series of events that have happened recently are not supernatural events at all?" Rabbit asked in confusion. "No." Shinsisi shook her head. "Although its behavior logic is written very ordinary, the current level of technology cannot produce a robot with such a high degree of action simulation. So Sister Cece, do you think there is someone behind it?" "That's for sure. But I don't know if it's a player or something else." Although the Sphinx was caught, Shinsisi still frowned. "Actually, if you think about it carefully, this thing doesn't seem to have done anything too outrageous except for asking people to guess riddles with it for most of the night. That's what I'm most worried about. This thing is probably just a practice work. We don't know if that guy will have other works next." Chapter 594, once again. "According to the agreement, this thing is ours now," 1810 said to Shinsisi. "Be careful. No matter where this thing comes from, it has a lot of technology that we can't understand. and its owner may have some means to locate it. Shinsisi warned. We are not children anymore. We don't need others to teach us how to do it. 1810 gave a wink to the other man holding a crossbow, and the latter helped him lift the Sphinx into their van. It's a pleasure to work with you. You have my phone number. You can come to us if you have similar problems next time. 1810 said at last. After the group left, Shinsisi said to Zhang Heng, I don't know how to thank you. I just realized that your driving skills are so good. You have at least half of the credit for killing the monster tonight. You should have a share of the spoils. But I have an agreement with the 1810 team that as a reward for participating in the operation, the spoils after the operation will belong to them. But I can compensate you with 10 points. No. 15 points. Zhang Heng shook his head. No need for rewards. Just help me pay the ticket tonight. Also, you'd better remind those guys. Although high voltage shock can destroy the components on the circuit board, I don't think it can be done through a shell. It's very likely that the thing has only temporarily lost its ability to move. But this is more like an overload protection. I send a message to 1810. But he doesn't like others to tell his team what to do. And they are very experienced, and should be able to handle this situation. Shinsisi said. It's better to do so. The X3 had been deformed by Zhang Heng collision. If it drove on the road like this, it would definitely be stopped by the traffic police. Therefore, Shinsisi called another car. I take Rabbit home first, and then go back to school. Do you want to come with me? No. I have something else to do. So I leave first. Zhang Heng looked at his watch. It was almost midnight. He didn't want to enter the time-stop state in the middle of the ride, so that he would have to get back to the car before the time stop ended. So it would be better to find a way to go back by himself. Before leaving, Rabbit hugged him, eyes shining, and said, Brother Simon, when can we do it again? Didn't you almost vomit? Although I almost vomited, I still think it's cool when I think back on it. This is the most exciting car ride I've ever taken in my life. Usually when my mom drives me to school, I feel like an old lady crossing the road. This is the correct way to drive. Prepare well for the college entrance examination. If you get into a book, I can find a parking lot to take you to play again. Zhang Heng said. Then we have a deal, Rabbit said excitedly. On the other side of the van, 1810 had taken off his work clothes and lit a cigarette. Looking at the things in the trunk that were chained together, the other team members also smiled. Their purpose was very simple. The reason they joined the alliance was to make some extra money outside of the dungeon. But unfortunately, the alliance collapsed not long after. 1810 had been supporting Shinsisi because the cooperative system built by the latter monitored abnormal events in every corner of the city, which coincided with their interests. At the same time, Shinsisi and her team attached much more importance to solving the problem itself than the benefits they could get. The two parties were different, but they could be perfect partners in symbiosis. Therefore, 1810 felt sorry for the dissolution of the alliance. But this was not something a small team like them should worry about. The man driving the car, codenamed Mole, turned on the stereo and played a cheerful song, saying, Black Swan, you should be able to earn enough points for that game item you liked before. Don't mention it. It makes me angry. The bracelet was bought by another player 2 days ago. Black Swan, who was wearing a choker around his neck, also took out a cigarette from the cigarette box. The man next to her, codenamed Little Yellow Duck, immediately took out a lighter and helped her light the cigarette attentively. Guess what level of item this is? This thing is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. The anesthesia and the captain's knife didn't work on it before. I thought it was very powerful. But it turns out to be just a machine. It's probably an F level or E level item at best, Black Swan said. Ah, in that case, we won't get many points. Yogurt, another female member of the team, who had been resting in the car, said, It's good to make some money these days. Little Yellow Duck was easily satisfied. It's rare to encounter a job that's not dangerous. At this moment, 1810's phone vibrated. He took it out and looked at it, then put it back in his pocket. Wife? Lover? Black Swan guessed. No. Wonder Woman. I used to think that only older women would be so nagging. But now it seems that all women, no matter what age, will be so nagging. She reminded me to be careful of the thing behind me. Be careful that it is only temporarily trapped in, what is the word? Overload protection. No wonder she still has no boyfriend until now, Yogurt said. Her words also caused laughter in the carriage. Now that the operation has just ended, it is the time for the team members to relax. They have a safe house about 30 kilometers away from here. They are planning to go there to dismantle the things in the back and find the game props. 1810 did not laugh, but turned to look at Black Swan. But what she said is not unreasonable. Just in case, turn on the signal blocking device. Okay, you have the final say. Black Swan shrugged and turned on the signal shielding device on the car. Then everyone's mobile phones lost signal, whether they were China Unicom or China Mobile. Is the chain fixed? 1810 asked the mole again. It's 100% secure. I tied up the limbs and wings of that thing and connected it to the trunk to ensure that it can't fly away. Then 1810 looked at the little yellow duck, who took out the electric shock device on his body, turned on the switch, and immediately there was a crackling sound of electricity. If it has any abnormal movement, I will ensure that it enters the overload protection again at the first time. Very good. We must always be vigilant in the face of supernatural events. Before 1810 finished speaking, Black Swan burst out laughing. What? Is there a problem? No problem. It's just that, Captain. You just complained about others being nagging, but you ended up being more nagging than others. In your own words, we are not children anymore. We have experienced more than 10 copies. Believe us, we have enough experience and ability to do our respected jobs well. You'd better worry about your daughter's entrance examination from primary school to junior high school. Black Swan blew out a smoke ring and snickered. Chapter 595 Getting Serious. After solving the problem of Sphinx, John Hung found a small yellow bike and rode back to school. There was no other way. Whether it was the subway or the taxi, it would be very embarrassing to encounter a time stop. Especially the subway. The feeling of being locked in the car during the journey was the worst. And his polo was not with him. Therefore, John Hung could only choose this low-carbon and environmentally friendly means of transportation to contribute his own little to the control of urban pollution. There were fewer vehicles and pedestrians on the streets in the early morning. Because of the stillness, the street lamps projected beams of light on the ground. Like a stage play about to begin, John Hung shuttled through it, like an actor constantly changing the stage. In fact, his life has been similar to that of an actor recently. Because of the time bug in his body, his game time is often several times that of others. For him, each round of dungeons is more like a life after another. From an unknown desert island to the distant Caribbean Sea, to the gloomy London in the 19th century and the bloody Kyoto at the end of the shogunate, he plays different roles in different dungeons. To date, the total game time he has experienced in all dungeons has even exceeded his own age. Therefore, John Hung sometimes felt dazed when he opened his eyes in bed, not knowing where he was and where his next journey would take him. He is an astronaut from NASA, a pirate king from Nassau, a geek from the future, and a wanderer from Kyoto. The bartender once said that experience and learning made us who we are today. Although it has been less than a year since he joined this magical and mysterious game, he is now a completely different person from the 1 year ago. These changes are not just a series of high-level skills displayed in his current skill bar, or those strange and useful game props, but also a dialogue between self-growth and the depths of the soul. Every round of dungeons, every choice, makes him closer to his true self. But now this true self makes John Hung feel more and more unfamiliar. The bicycle stopped in front of a stationery store, and John Hung saw his reflection on the glass door. He discovered the changes in his face a few months ago, although it looks no different from before. If you look closely, you will still find a vague sense of awkwardness. It was not too obvious at that time. It was not until after the Dungeon of Deduction that John Hung's observation ability reached a new level, and he finally saw where this awkward feeling came from. His skin, facial features, eyebrows and hair were all the same as before, except for one thing that was becoming increasingly rare: emotions. John Hung had a brief chat with Shinsisi before. As the game progressed, players would begin to differentiate. Under the threat of death, they would gradually untie the shackles imposed by civilized society, release their own nature, and gradually see the desires in their hearts. However, what John Hung saw in this process was a fog with nothing in it, and behind the fog, something seemed to be waiting for him, calling him. It was like the end of all stories. Reason told John Hung that he should stop and not move forward, but he was not wary of what was behind the fog. On the contrary, he had an inexplicable sense of closeness, as if he was going home. John Hung knew that his trip to Greenland must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. After returning to school, John Hung first took a cold shower in the empty bathroom, then went to the gym for daily training. And after a rest, he read a book in the library for a while, until time began to flow again. He came to the parking lot, sorted and counted the props in the trunk, and drove to the bartender. "These items are from Guangzhou's guys, right? I still remember this flashlight. I just checked it not long ago. It seems that you had a good harvest that night," the bartender said. "How many game points are these things worth?" "There is a sea-level item in it. It is very valuable. If you take it to the auction, it can be sold for about 2,000 to 3,000 game points. However, if you mortgage it, it will only count as 1,600 points. The others add up to about 700 to 800 points. So you still need about 1,600 points." John Hung now has 1,000 points. In addition, he had previously defeated a team because of Han Lu's matter, and the props he got were temporarily placed with Fan Meinan. If he counted them, it should be enough. "The last 600 or 700 points will take some time," John Hung said. "No problem. It will take about a month to forge a knife anyway. You can pay the balance after the knife is forged." The bartender was unusually easy to talk to this time, probably because she didn't earn the money herself. "Thank you," John Hung said, just about to leave the game point. But he heard the bartender smiling and said, "Don't leave in a hurry. Since you are here, have a drink." After that, she mixed a glass of wine as quickly as possible. And this time she didn't mess around, but mixed a pure martini. John Hung sat down at the bar. "You look in a good mood. Is there any happy event recently?" "Well, I guess so." The bartender smiled slyly. "Have I told you that I have been waiting for someone? And recently I got news that the person is coming back soon." "Who? Your fiancé?" John Hung took a sip of his martini. "He is much more important than my fiancé." It was the first time that John Hung saw such a fanatical look in the bartender's eyes. She was just like those little girls on the internet who were obsessed with chasing stars to the point of being morbid. Her face was full of infatuation, and she said in an admiring tone, "He is my master, my belief, and the meaning of my existence. He sounds like a big shot. Is he the master behind this game?" John Hung guessed. "No, he has no interest in games. If he comes for real. That's why I admire him so much," the bartender said. "So he's a pretty cool guy." John Hung estimated that the bartender was waiting for someone who was not a human, but at least a person of the same level as the Tang suit weirdo and Einstein. Since the other party was unwilling to elaborate, John Hung did not ask. He drank the martini in his hand in one breath, wiped his mouth, and put the empty glass on the table. "In that case, then I wish you good luck." "I wish you good luck too," the bartender said. "I got the news that the proxy war will start in at most half a month. And your showtime is coming too." Chapter 596, Chewing Tobacco and Horseshoes. John Hung only rested for 1 day before returning to the game point. Although the proxy war would not start until half a month later, he still had a basic copy to complete before that. Same time, same booth. John Hung lay on the sofa, with the alarm clock on his chest. Player identity verification in progress. Verification passed. The 8th round of copies are being randomly drawn for player number 07958. Drawing completed. The current copy is Chewing Tobacco, and Horseshoes. The vast and rich West is buried with countless wealth. You only need to spend $10 to get 160 acres of land here. No matter where you come from, or what your past is, you can start a new life here. However, with wealth comes countless dangers. Remember, only the most tenacious and tough people can survive on this land and be nurtured by it. Mission goal: settle in Lincoln County and find the lucky horseshoe. Mode: single player. Time flow: 480. 1 hour in the real world is equal to 20 days in this game. After 40 days, the player is forced to return to the real world. Friendly reminder: the game will officially start in 5 seconds. Please be prepared. When John Hung saw the name of the dungeon, he almost guessed where he was this time, and the subsequent game background proved his guess. If he remembered correctly, $10 for 160 acres of land. This provision comes from the Homestead Act, which was signed by the 16th President of the United States, Abraham Lincoln, during the Civil War, and pushed the already high westward movement to a climax again. Countless American citizens who were eager for wealth flocked to the vast land of the West, where they cultivated and worked, and built their own homes with their own hands. However, at the same time, many villains, thugs, gamblers, murderers, and guys who had just lost their land and wealth in the Civil War joined the team of pioneers. Away from the prosperous and stable East Coast and the sound legal system, the West also became a paradise for desperados. The massacre and exile of Indians that accompanied the westward movement intensified the conflicts and hatred between the North American natives and the pioneers, and also made the West full of dangers. John Hung opened his eyes and found himself standing in a desert. Looking up, there were red rock cliffs everywhere, and sparse shrubs and cacti were probably the only colors in the desert. The situation this time was similar to the Soviet-Finnish War. He was still wearing his own clothes, short-sleeved shorts, sneakers, and his mobile phone and keys were in his pockets. He didn't bring the plague bone bow because it was too conspicuous. Instead, he brought the crown of the white horse that also came from the plague knight, and the other game props were placed in his backpack. John Hung roughly checked his character panel. Name, John Hung. Gender, male. Age, 20. Player ID, 07958. Number of game rounds experienced, 7. Current game points, 23. Possessions, Infinite Bricks B. White Horse Crown C. Filter Lens D. Paris Arrow D. Shadow Key E. Lucky Rabbit Foot E. Betty Shell E. Hunter's Blessing F. Water Melted Metal F. Oath Ring F. Skills, Sword Skills LV4. Sailing LV3. Language Proficiency LV2, 8 languages to reach daily communication level. Lego Assembly LV2. Archery LV2. Wilderness Survival LV2. Car Driving Skills LV2. Modification and Repair LV2. Shooting LV2. Astronautics LV2. Geek LV2. Criminal Investigation LV2. Makeup LV2. Piano LV1. Skiing LV1. Rock Climbing LV1. Evaluation. This player has incredible knife skills. As an opponent, you don't want him to touch any knives in the battle. He is also a Lego master, with excellent criminal investigation and camouflage abilities. Slightly higher luck and chance of encountering enemies than ordinary people. Protected by shadows and storms. And a white horse is his mount. He has excellent sailing experience. Is good at using bows and arrows. Firearms. Can drive cars, airplanes, spacecraft and other vehicles, and can adapt to the wild environment. He has a rich skill reserve, strong combat effectiveness, and keeps his oath. He is rare among players. In order to recast the ordinary sword, John Hung invested almost all of his accumulated points, leaving only 23 points for emergency use. As for the items he possessed, there was not much change from the previous rounds. In addition to the replacement of Crown of the White Horse and Plague Bone Bow, Wall of Evil Thoughts was used up in the previous battle with the 3 people of Guanghuan died. In addition, John Hung also obtained a Shadow Necklace from the Shadow set, but he did not bring it with him this time. In terms of skills, after going through the deduction method copy, John Hung acquired 2 new skills, namely Criminal Investigation and Makeup, both of which reached the level of LV2. Art Appreciation LV0 is not displayed. In addition, his biggest change is of course the LV4 Swordsmanship skill, which is the highest level skill he has trained so far, and it is probably also the limit of human beings. In the latest updated evaluation below, the first sentence is a description of his swordsmanship. In addition, John Hung also noticed that his combat power changed from excellent to powerful, and the final overall evaluation was upgraded from eye-catching to rare. The above is his latest status. John Hung did not spend too much time to check, although each round of the dungeon would be particularly long due to his special ability. But for now, the scorching sun above his head obviously would not leave him too much time to be dazed. John Hung knew that he needed to act as soon as possible. He had no idea about the main task of finding the lucky horseshoe for the time being. He knew that in some Western legends, horseshoes and rabbit feet were both regarded as lucky objects. But this task was definitely not something that could be accomplished by just finding a horseshoe. In addition, John Hung did not have much impression of Lincoln County. Although he had stayed in the United States for a period of time in the 6th round of the Apollo Project training camp, he only knew about the states at most. As for the specific counties below, unless they were very famous, he had no impression. He thought that Lincoln County should be a town that was established not long ago during the westward movement. His guess was correct. Lincoln County was located in New Mexico. It was originally a small village inhabited by Mexicans. In order to commemorate the assassinated Lincoln, the village was renamed Lincoln. However, both Lincoln County and the Lucky Horseshoe were things that needed to be considered later. The most urgent task now was to find a place with people. John Hung first used the shadow observation method to confirm the direction. But even if he knew the directions, it would be useless if he didn't know where to go next. Fortunately, since the copy had thrown him here, it was impossible that there was no hint, and he was just relying on luck. John Hung then climbed up a relatively high red rock nearby, and soon found his target. A section of railway. The first railroad in the United States was built around 1826, just to transport granite. However, with the booming westward movement, in just a few decades, the United States already has more than 410,000 kilometers of railroads, more than the rest of the world combined. Where there are railroads, there are often towns inhabited by humans along the way. John Hung climbed down from the rock wall again and walked towards the direction of the railroad. Chapter 597. My friend. It was the hottest time of the day, and the temperature in the Gobi Desert had exceeded 40 degrees. John Hung put his backpack on his head to block the direct sunlight. But this action was of little use. After walking along the railway for a while, his skin exposed outside his sleeves was sunburned. The heat wave was steaming, and his vision was distorted. He had no choice but to find a rock wall with backlight, sit down and rest for a while, and wait for the sun to move a little before setting off again. During this time, there was a whiptail lizard hiding in the same shade with him to avoid the heat. John Hung had also trained in desert survival in the Apollo training camp, but that was with the supply packs. NASA did a good job in this regard. Basically, all emergency situations were taken into consideration, and anti-inflammatory drugs were also prepared. But this time was different. John Hung was suddenly thrown into the Gobi Desert by the game system. From the clothes to the equipment he carried, they were not suitable for desert survival. However, since he had found the railway track, John Hung originally planned to walk along the railway track for a while, and then he would ride the train to the next settlement when the train came. However, I don't know if it was his bad luck. More than 2 hours have passed since then, and he has not seen a train. He can only rely on his own legs to continue walking. This time he walked for nearly 4 hours, and the moisture in his body evaporated very quickly. Not only did the corners of his mouth begin to crack, but his exposed calves and arms were also a little red and swollen, which meant that he had been slightly sunburned. Fortunately, at this time, he could also see the town in the wind and sand in the distance. John Hung hanging heart finally let go. Like most towns in the West at this time, the town in front of him, whose name he didn't know yet, was also built on the railway. The railway tracks crossed the center of the town. On one side were residential houses, and on the other side were entertainment areas such as taverns, brothels, and casinos. This was because drunk people were often prone to causing trouble, so it was necessary to isolate these revelers. However, when John Hung got closer, he still found some unusual places. The most important point is that this place is too deserted. Although there were houses with doors wide open along the way, John Hung could not see a single person inside, and all the things had been moved away. John Hung walked into a house at random and found that the ground was full of sand and dust. Its owner had obviously not been back for a long time. The situation of other houses nearby was similar. The only difference was the bar in the town. John Hung saw 8 horses outside the door. Considering that this was probably the only place with people in the whole town, he did not hesitate for too long before pushing open the door of the bar. Unlike the empty town outside, the bar was very lively, for men were playing poker at a table and cursing loudly at each other. There was also a drunk guy lying directly on a table by the window, snoring loudly. The lame bar owner was counting the wine on the wine rack. At another table were 2 slightly quieter young men. One was wiping his rifle, and the other was playing with a dagger. When John Hung walked in, it was as if someone had pressed the mute button, and the noisy bar suddenly became quiet. John Hung could understand their thoughts. After all, his 21st century outfit looked a bit too trendy in this era, and coupled with his skin color, it was hard not to attract attention. However, he was not here for a blind date, and he didn't care too much about what others thought of him. He took a quick look at the surrounding environment, walked straight to the bar, and put down his backpack. "Excuse me, Give me a glass of water. Wine is also okay. However, the lame boss did not turn around after hearing this. In fact, he was still arranging the wine rack as if he had not heard anything. Zhang Heng frowned. Because the immigrant composition of the United States is very complex. Not only English and Scottish, but also many people from other countries. Therefore, although this situation is relatively rare, it cannot be ruled out that the boss does not know English. So Zhang Heng asked again in French and Spanish. The result was still ineffective. Instead, a bearded man put down the poker in his hand and walked over. Unlike his rough appearance like a woolly bear, he was unexpectedly polite and asked Zhang Heng, "Do you mind if I sit next to you?" "No. Go ahead," Zhang Heng said, paused and asked, "Since you are guests here, you should be able to answer my next question. Is the owner of this bar deaf?" Ha ha ha. The bear-like man laughed twice, but did not answer Zhang Heng's question immediately. Instead, he said with interest, "Where are you from, my friend? I didn't see your horse outside." "Somewhere else. In town," Zhang Heng said. "But as far as I know, there are no other towns within 100 miles of here. So as you can see, I walked a long way," Zhang Heng said. He looked sideways at the table where the man had sat before, and pointed at a bottle of whiskey on it. "Can I have a glass? I haven't had water for a long time." Of course. As the saying goes, good wine should always be shared with friends." The bear-like man smiled, but he did not get up, but remained sitting there, looking at Zhang Heng, blinking. "You are a Xia countryman, right? Although you look stronger than most Xia countrymen, wearing strange clothes, and there is nothing like that behind your head." The bear-like man made a pigtail gesture. "Don't be nervous. I also had 2 Xia Guilao friends before. They opened a grocery store in town. I liked them sincerely. I always patronized their store. Those hard-working and tireless little things were like bees flying around your ears every day. Buzzing. Forgive me. I haven't read many books, so this metaphor may not be appropriate. Until one day, there was a little problem in our friendship." The bear-like man looked very troubled. "You come and judge. That morning, I went to their store as usual and took some honey, candles, food, and 2 bottles of wine. When I was leaving, they suddenly stopped me and asked me to pay and settle the previous debt. This behavior hurt me deeply. In view of the deep friendship between us, I don't think this pure feeling can be measured by money. So I put down the honey, the candle, the bacon and ham in my hand, and then opened one of the bottles of wine and took 2 big gulps. During this process, my 2 friends kept chattering in my ears, so I had to pull out the revolver at my waist and shoot each of them in the cute little head. And then, all the problems between us were suddenly solved." The bear-like man smiled. "Now, let me answer your previous question. No, one-leg Randall's ears are not deaf. Considering his age, this old bastard's ears are more sensitive than a dog's. He clearly heard every word you said. But he just didn't care at all. Chapter 598. This is for you. I think I understand what you want to say." Zhang Heng nodded. He had been trudging under the scorching sun for more than 5 hours, and his body was weaker than usual. He still didn't know where he was, nor which direction Lincoln County was. It was rare to meet a few of his kind in the vast desert. Zhang Heng did have the idea of being as friendly as possible before pushing the door and entering this bar. But it seems that his original plan is going to fail. Historians always repeatedly emphasize the catastrophe that this vigorous westward movement brought to the Indians. In just 100 years, about 1 million Indians were massacred, and the rest were forced to move to reservations. However, few people mention the sacrifices of the Chinese. After the Civil War, the United States abolished the slave system. At the same time, the westward movement opened up wasteland, especially the laying of railways, which required a large number of cheap laborers. Therefore, businessmen finally turned their attention to Southeast Asia. At that time, the population of Xiagua exploded in the late Qing dynasty, and there was also the Taiping Rebellion. Uprisings continued in various places. The poor who could not survive flocked to Hong Kong and Macau. Later, they voluntarily or were deceived to take a ship to America to become coolies. They had low wages, were hard-working and obedient, and were willing to do all kinds of dangerous work. The Pacific Railway, known as one of the 7 industrial wonders of the world, is more than 3,000 kilometers long and runs through the entire American continent. The most difficult sections of this railway were almost all completed by Chinese workers. There is a famous saying in later generations that there is a Chinese worker's body under every sleeper of the Pacific Railway. However, the influx of these cheap laborers who eat less and work more, and almost never rest and sleep, has greatly impacted the labor market of the United States itself. Discrimination against Chinese workers also reached its peak at that time, especially when the railway was about to be completed. Because of concerns that these Chinese workers would flood into nearby towns to snatch jobs, there were even vicious incidents of miners joining together to attack Chinese workers. They rushed to the Chinese workers' camp at night with knives and guns, and the terrified Chinese workers could only flee in all directions. In this era, the general discrimination against Chinese workers is nothing new. And don't think that this discrimination is just a lip service. John Hung doesn't know whether the story told by this bear-like guy in front of him is true, but he has read some similar real cases. In the West in the 19th century, someone shot and killed a black cowboy just because he didn't like black people. He escaped before the sheriff arrived, and then went to another town to drink under an assumed name. When he saw another black man in the bar, he couldn't help but pulled out his gun and killed the other person. Then, he was surrounded and shot dead by the marshals. There are countless similar things in the West. This is a place where bullets are more important than reason. Everyone is a walking constitution. Whose law is more effective depends on whose bullets are faster. John Hung was not angry. In fact, he could understand the other party's thoughts. He came to the bar alone, thirsty and tired, without any weapons, not to mention guns, not even a knife. On the other hand, there were 7 people on the other side. 7 men armed to the teeth, strong and drunk. At this time, it is difficult not to find some fun to make yourself happy. John Hung had to admit that he had gone in the wrong direction from the beginning. It was meaningless to be as friendly as possible to the thugs in a chaotic place. But it didn't matter. Dealing with thugs and villains was his strong point. Perhaps it was because he had been away from the black sail instance for too long. So long that he almost forgot the standard way to deal with such things. John Hung then picked up an empty wine glass on the bar and raised his glass to the bear-like man, saying, "This glass is for you. It makes me recall those nostalgic old times." Just when the guy was wondering how John Hung could toast with an empty wine glass, he saw the empty wine glass getting bigger and bigger in front of his eyes. John Hung directly put the wine glass on the face of the bear-like man, and then punched the bottom of the glass. The next moment, he heard the sound of a broken nose. The other people in the bar were stunned by this sudden scene. They were still immersed in the happy atmosphere just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, their companions were beaten. Is this yaw countryman in front of him blind and can't see his own situation? Shouldn't normal people keep their tails between their legs in such a situation? How could they be the first to take action? However, their reactions were also very fast. The guy playing with the rifle immediately raised his rifle, but John Hung's movements were even faster. While the bear-like man was falling backwards after being hit by the glass, John Hung had already pulled out the revolver from his waist. The 2 men raised their guns almost at the same time, but John Hung was still half a second faster. As he pulled the trigger, a string of blood burst out from the head of the guy holding the rifle, and he immediately fell on the table and could no longer move. Then John Hung turned his gun to the table where the people were playing cards. One of the bearded men and a thin man also drew his pistols. John Hung ignored the thin man and shot him in the heart before the bearded man fired. At the same time, the thin man also pulled the trigger. However, perhaps because of nervousness, the bullet grazed John Hung's body and flew to the wine rack behind him. John Hung didn't even blink, turned his gun, and killed another person next to the thin man. At this time, the knife player had already rushed up, and the shiny knife was only a few centimeters away from John Hung's chest. At the same time, the thin man finally aimed at him. In this situation where there were 2 choices, but both were almost certain to die, John Hung remained calm. He chose the guy with the knife, but when he pulled the trigger, John Hung himself rushed forward to face the blade. Finally, just when the knife was about to stab him, the bullet took the life of the knife holder first, and the muzzle of the thin man's gun was blocked by his companion's body. John Hung slowly sent another bullet into the opponent's forehead. The sound of the gunfight woke up the drunk who was sleeping soundly in the corner. But when he opened his eyes and found that his companions had fallen down, he opened his mouth wide and looked like he had seen a ghost. But fortunately, his troubles did not last long, and soon John Hung sent him the last bullet. This happened in just a few seconds. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, you probably wouldn't have believed that 7 fully armed men would be wiped out in an instant. John Hung threw away the revolver at his hand that had no bullets, picked up the lever rifle on the ground, and then raised the gun to shoot the owner in the bar. The latter's body was blown away and hit the wine rack. His eyes were full of disbelief. After all, he had just touched the revolver under the bar, and before he could shoot John Hung, the other party got there first. John Hung sighed and said, "Since you've already become deaf, just stay deaf. Why do you have to get involved?" Unfortunately, the bar owner couldn't hear his last words. John Hung picked up a new cup from the bar, then walked to the card table, poured himself a glass of whiskey, drank it all, and finally replenished some water in his body. Then he moved a stool and took the whiskey to the bear-like man with a broken nose. The latter looked at him with a completely different look, after witnessing his companions fall to the ground and die. His tall and strong body curled up into a ball, trembling on the ground, not even caring about his bleeding nose, and said in horror, "You? Who are you?" John Hung put the stool in front of him and sat on it. "Why don't we put your question aside and answer a few of my questions first?" Chapter 599 John Hung Trouble. The bear-like man called himself Richie. John Hung got a good news and a bad news from Richie. The good news was that he finally knew where Lincoln County in the main mission was. The bad news was that the place was quite far from where he was now. He had to go south and cross the Gobi Desert. According to Richie, it would take at least 2 days to get there by horse, and it was not very safe along the way. As for the train hasn't come here for a while. There was a copper mine here before, and this town was built at that time. The town was basically full of miners and their families. But then the copper mine was mined out. I'm not sure. Maybe there's still some left further down, but it's estimated to be 200 feet down, and it's hard to dig. So as you can see, everyone in the town has moved away. Then why are you still here? John Hung poured himself another glass of whiskey. We are not from this town. We are doing some small business nearby. Rich's eyes flickered. What business? For business. But the fur business is not doing well these days. Even beaver skins are not as valuable as before. And those small things are getting harder and harder to find. Rich complained. So this place is your base? Yes. We took over this place after the miners moved away. No. It's actually just this bar. How many of you are there? 7 people. You saw them all. Now I'm the only one left. Rich's eyes showed a pleading look. Sorry, sir. I sincerely apologize for everything that happened before. The story about Siag was friends was all made up by me. I was drunk at the time and was talking nonsense. John Hung didn't comment and took another sip of whiskey. But why did I see 8 horses at the door of the bar? Don't tell me that one of them belongs to the bar owner. Considering his physical condition, I don't think he can still use the horse. Well, we were 8. No, 9 people. But then we ran into some trouble and lost 2 of our companions. But one of them still has his horse. Please, sir, I have told you everything I know. I know you are an upright and respectable man. What happened today is all our own fault. But we have received the punishment we deserve. For God's sake, how about we just leave it at that? I have $15 in my pocket, all of which I can give to you. Richie begged. John Hung handed over the half glass of whiskey in his hand. Richie's eyes flashed with joy, and he quickly took the glass of wine that symbolized peace, raised his neck and drank it all. However, when his eyes fell forward again, he saw the black muzzle of a gun. John Hung had already picked up the lever rifle at his feet and said, "No, you don't know who I am at all. By the way, your answer just now was full of lies." After saying that, he pulled the trigger without waiting for Richie to answer. After a gunshot, the glass fell to the ground, and the bar finally became completely quiet. John Hung took the oath ring from Richie's body and put it back in his backpack. Although this thing was only of F quality, it was surprisingly useful, especially during interrogation. The feature of breaking the oath can be sensed by the other party, made it a portable small lie detector. John Hung spent some time searching the small bar, found food and several barrels of drinking water in the storage room, and made himself the first dinner since coming to this copy. Then he sat outside the bar with a plate of bacon and potatoes, and finished his meal while watching the sunset. Considering the distance from Lincoln County, John Hung did not rush to set off, but decided to rest in this deserted town for another night. After dinner, He took a rifle and thoroughly inspected the nearby area. Richie did not lie about the town. It had indeed been abandoned for quite some time. Except for him and his accomplices. No one usually came here. There are many similar towns in the West. Most of them are built by relying on nearby resources. Miners, ranchers, and gold diggers gather together with their families to engage in production, while also needing life and entertainment. However, as resources are exhausted, people have to move to new places to make a living. And the original towns have become desolate, and even deserted. This is now a completely empty town. John Hung quickly completed his inspection, and found a clean place in the residential area on the opposite street to sleep for a night. The next morning, he returned to the bar, and the first thing he did was to change his clothes. His skin color was already a little eye-catching. But what was more eye-catching was his clothes. Although the short-sleeved shirt and shorts were cool, they could not withstand the scorching sun. If he was going to travel a long distance, he needed to update his equipment. Cowhide boots, shirts, leather chaps, denim scarves. All of the above things were contributed by Richie and his companions. John Hung found a guy with a similar figure to him, and changed into his clothes. In addition, he also took 2 Colt revolvers, and put them in the holsters on his waist. As for the more powerful lever rifle, John Hung did not take it, considering that he was going to Lincoln County to settle there, and not to cause trouble. And he already had 2 revolvers for self-defense. Bullets, food and water. These are all necessary consumables. And John Hung also stuffed some into his backpack. In addition, John Hung also got the $15 that Richie promised before. Unfortunately, these guys were not rich people. And the 8 people only contributed less than $50 in total. Fortunately, the money added together should be enough for him to live for a while. Before leaving, John Hung opened another barrel of whiskey, sprinkled it on the corpse and the floor, and drew a match. It won't be long before everything that happened here will be engulfed by the fire. After doing all this, John Hung walked out of the bar. But his troubles have just begun. It is quite a distance from here to Lincoln County. It will take a lot of time to walk there. And it will probably not be very comfortable under the scorching sun, since this place has been abandoned. The train is obviously not counted on. So John Hung has only one choice at this time. He looked at the 8 horses tied outside the bar. Last night, after dinner, he brought a few bundles of hay for these 8 guys as dinner. He also observed them. The black horse with the darkest fur looked the strongest and most lively. So John Hung eliminated it first. The other horses also seemed very alert when he approached, constantly pawing the ground with their hooves or shaking their heads. They did not look like friendly partners. Chapter 600 The Lonely Cowboy. Until today, John Hung had only had 2 experiences of riding horses, and both were when he was a child. Riding a child-sized pony in the park, with someone leading it, running around a palm-sized field at a speed of about 10 miles per hour. In other words, this was actually the first time he really chose a horse as a means of transportation, although he also yearned for the scene of riding a horse at full speed. From a safety perspective, John Hung decided to start from the beginner level and take it step by step. So he finally picked the shortest, thinnest, and slightly hairless brown horse. Compared with its companions, it looked relatively docile, and John Hung did not resist when he approached it. John Hung took advantage of it lowering its head to eat grass and walked to its side. He tried to stroke its back, and the hairless brown horse sneezed and twisted its body twice. Seeing that John Hung had no intention of leaving, it did not make any more intense movements and continued to eat grass. "It's you." John Hung made a decision in his heart. He knew that this horse was not as good as other horses. But no matter how good a thing is, it can only be useful if it meets the right owner. For John Hung, there is no other horse more suitable for him than this Buddhist horse. There are also advantages to not running fast. At least the risk of him falling off the horse is much lower. After choosing his own mount, John Hung let the other horses go to avoid them being roasted with the bar. Afterwards, John Hung did not rush to get on the road, but rode his new horse around the town for 2 laps to relive the feeling of riding a horse. He still remembered a little bit of what he had learned in the park. For example, don't stick your feet too tightly in the stirrups to prevent the horse from dragging you like a rag when you fall off the horse. There seems to be a saying about holding the reins, but John Hung has forgotten it. He also can't remember the sitting position on the horse. However, he still remembers a little bit about starting and decelerating. He studied turning for a while, and could do it barely, but he was not very proficient. There was no way After all, he was just a novice who had to learn on his own. In fact, because of his excellent sense of balance and body control, he had done much better than most beginners. After practicing for a while, John Hung felt that he was almost ready to go. So he put on his felt hat, pulled the reins, and set off in the direction of Lincoln County. On the vast Gobi Desert, a cowboy knight with 2 guns riding his horse galloped under the scorching sun, which was quite like a Western movie. Of course, it depends on how you define galloping. In fact, the speed of John Hung and his hairless horse was only slightly faster than walking. However, since he didn't have to walk, John Hung couldn't complain too much. He didn't dare to let the horse run freely. First, it was for his own safety. And second, it was to prevent the horse, which looked not so good, from running itself into a split before reaching the destination. In that case, John Hung could only walk. 1 man and 1 horse set out on the journey. When the sun rose to the highest position in the sky, John Hung found a slightly cooler place as usual, dismounted to replenish some water and food, and calculated that at his current speed, it would take him 5 days to reach Lincoln County. There was no problem with food. But water, if the horse's share was also counted, could only sustain for 3 days. Of course, he would not die if he did not drink water for 1 or 2 days. But John Hung did not have the habit of self-torture. According to Richie, who has passed away, there are other towns between the mining town and Lincoln County. But it takes a detour. If the detour time is also counted, he will probably arrive in Lincoln County in 7 days. Fortunately, John Hung is not short of time now. After lunch, John Hung and his hairless horse set out again. This time, they walked for 5 hours. The scenery of the Gobi Desert has a kind of desolate grandeur, but it will also feel monotonous after watching it for a long time. In addition, after sitting on the horse for such a long time, John Hung's muscles began to ache. At the same time, due to the friction of the saddle, his thighs were also a little uncomfortable. And this was only his first day. It is said that before the railway was built, cowboys would sometimes go on a hard journey for several months to drive cattle. During this period, they not only had to take care of thousands of cattle, guard against wolves and poisonous snakes, but also sometimes had to face ambushes from Indian tribes. Even after the railway network was initially built, cowboys still had to drive cattle far away to sell them. So those who were qualified for this job were real warriors. No wonder the cowboy culture has been popular in the United States for so many years. John Hung's solo trip to the west was interrupted on the second night. He had just started a fire to cook and drank the corn paste he had cooked. And then he heard the sound of horse hooves. John Hung took out the filter lens on his body. And when the person came into the effective range of the filter lens, he saw the other person's appearance clearly. He was a middle-aged man with a mustache. It seemed that he had been running in the desert for a while. He was covered in dust, but it did not cover his handsome face. However, what John Hung noticed first was the police badge on his left chest. But this badge did not let him down. This is the Wild West, a place known as a lawless place. No one can be trusted except the gun in your hand. Even among the sheriffs and bailiffs, there are many good and evil people. The powerful ones even do both black and white. Such people are even more dangerous than real gangsters. John Hung did not speak, and directly pulled out a Colt revolver from his waist. The other party reacted quickly, and subconsciously pulled out his gun. However, the distance between the two was about 60 meters, and it was dark. With the blessing of filter lens, he could not be John Hung's opponent. John Hung even had time to wait for him to pull out his gun before pulling the trigger. Considering the other party's identity, this shot was just a warning. The bullet accurately hit the gun in the mustache's hand, causing his weapon to fly out. Oh! Relax, my friend. I am a law enforcement officer, and I have no ill intentions. The mustache pulled the reins and stopped the horse. John Hung envied his horsemanship that he accidentally showed. Is there anything I can do for you, Mr. Law Enforcement Officer? John Hung did not react to the words, and said calmly, without retracting the gun in his hand. The bailiff on the opposite side obviously understood John Hung's vigilance, just like he would draw his gun before communicating before. In this deserted wilderness, no matter how careful you are, it is not wrong. He raised his hands to indicate that he had no bad intentions, and let the horse get closer to the campfire. Finally, he could roughly distinguish John Hung's appearance, and was stunned for a moment. Are you Indian? Chapter 601 The Mysterious Oriental. The Xia people of this era generally had braids on their heads and were thin, which was incomparable to later generations. In addition, the Indians themselves were also considered yellow people, so it was not surprising that the bailiff mistook Zhang Heng for Zhang Heng at night. However, when he got off the horse and walked closer, he could easily tell the difference between the two. This also made the bailiff feel relieved, considering the various unpleasantness between the colonists and the Indians. He did not want to run into the muzzle of an Indian's gun in this deserted Gobi. In order to put the other party at ease, the bailiff then took off the other holster from his waist and hung it on the horse's back. Since the other parties showed courtesy, Zhang Heng also returned the favor and took back the revolver in his hand. Well, I didn't expect to meet a Xia countryman in this desolate place. The bailiff stretched out a hand. My name is Morton. Zhang Heng shook hands with the bailiff. Zhang Heng. Everything is possible. Mr. Law Enforcement Officer. Where are you going? Mr. Zhang Heng? The bailiff then asked casually. Lincoln County. Zhang Heng did not hide his destination. It's a good place. I just went there a month ago. Although there is no suitable land to grow tobacco or something, there are many pastures for grazing. The dark beer in the bar in the town tastes good. You won't want to miss it, Morton said and looked at the corn porridge in the pot. Please, Zhang Heng said. Anyway, he had decided to take a detour and stop by another town for supplies, so he didn't care about this half bowl of corn porridge. Thank you. I'd be polite then. Morton took out an iron box from the bag hanging beside the saddle, probably his lunch box, and scooped 2 spoonfuls of corn paste into it. He drank it in no time, not caring about the heat, and then licked his lips with satisfaction, perhaps thinking that he should do something in return for eating Zhang Heng food. The bailiff spoke again. Excuse me, Mr. Zhang Heng. It is not a wise move for you to choose to cross this desert alone to Lincoln County. Why do you say that? This area is not peaceful. Murders and robberies happen all the time. I am investigating a group of people. I have been chasing them for more than 20 days. They are pretending to be fur traders, but they are probably doing something shameful in private. Not long ago, a bank robbery occurred in Liaoning town. A group of masked men killed a bank manager and a poor woman who went to the bank to deposit money. They stole 40 kilograms of gold. When they were evacuating, they were chased by the local sheriff and his men. After a fierce battle, the sheriff was shot and killed. Some of the masked men were also injured, but it should be only a minor injury. The bailiff paused. Before the incident, someone saw the fur traders appear near the town. They are very suspicious. So, where are you from? Did you see any suspicious people along the way? Zhang Heng didn't expect that there was such a story behind the people he killed in the bar. The description of the law enforcement officer coincided with the group of people he met in the bar before. Zhang Heng guessed that the identities of those people might not be very clean. After all, no matter what, he had never heard of fur traders setting up their base in an uninhabited town. And those guys didn't look like they were not good people. However, he was busy with the main mission and didn't want to meddle in other people's business. After getting the information he wanted, he cleanly eliminated the last person. Zhang Heng didn't expect that this good habit would make him miss 40 kilograms of gold. He searched the tavern later and didn't find the gold. Considering that Richie thought Zhang Heng had accepted his proposal for reconciliation at the last moment before his death, he didn't even have time to reveal the whereabouts of the gold in exchange for his life. No, I didn't see anyone who fits your description along the way, Mr. Law Enforcement Officer, Zhang Heng said calmly, but I will keep an eye on it later. If I see them, I will let you know. Zhang Heng would never admit that he had seen that group of people, not to mention that they were just suspects and not convicted. They were killed all at once. The most important thing was that it was about the whereabouts of 40 kilograms of gold. Even if he told the truth that he had not seen the shadow of the gold, no one would really believe him. Moreover, he was just a Xia countryman. Zhang Heng wisely pulled himself out of this matter. He even considered whether to kill the bailiff in front of him. After all, the place where they met was not far from the uninhabited town. Although Zhang Heng walked for 2 days, the bailiff's horsemanship estimated that he could reach the place in 1 day. There were not many people in this desert, and the other party might still suspect him. However, he finally gave up the idea. The bailiff might be tracking Richie and others alone, but after finding them, he couldn't kill them alone. There should be companions and helpers. Zhang Heng didn't know how far his companions and helpers were from here, and whether he would run into them. He couldn't kill everyone he met. Morton stared into the eyes of the Sia man in front of him. He could not see anything unusual there. No. It should be said that the man in front of him was quite different from all the Sia people he had met before. He was walking alone in the Gobi Desert. He did not show any fear of coming to a strange environment. He even dared to draw his gun against himself. A law enforcement officer. At the same time, he seemed to be very familiar with the legal environment in the West. He spoke fluent standard English, as if he had been in Europe for a long time, and even had a London accent. He just sat there, and seemed very quiet most of the time. But no one dared to ignore him because of this quietness. Mysterious Oriental. Morton thought to himself and smiled. Whether this matter has any result or not, I will go to Lincoln County again in a while. If you have any news, you can tell the sheriff there directly and ask them to tell me. Remember, those people are very dangerous. If you really meet them, it is best to take a detour. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Law Enforcement Officer. And I wish you a smooth mission. John Hung nodded in thanks. It was rare to meet the same kind in the vast Gobi Desert, so the two of them rested together for a night. During this time, John Hung also asked the sheriff for some tips on riding a horse. Morton was surprised because he saw John Hung's beautiful shooting skills, which even surpassed most cowboys. However, he didn't expect that John Hung was like a newcomer who knew nothing when riding a horse. Even some very basic things seemed to be the first time he knew them. Such a guy dared to ride a horse alone to Lincoln County, 400 miles away. Morton really didn't know whether to praise him for his courage or for risking his life. Chapter 602 Carat. John Hung finally arrived at the county seat of Lincoln County one day earlier than originally planned. The night he met the bailiff, he asked him about the basics of riding. Morton was very patient. Not only did he answer every question, but he also demonstrated it to him personally and corrected some of his wrong postures. So John Hung finally ended his previous blind man's elephant learning process. The whole teaching lasted until the second half of the night. The poor bailiff didn't expect that he would pay such a high price for a bowl of corn paste. When they parted the next morning, he was still yawning because of lack of sleep. After that, John Hung continued to travel while practicing his riding skills. Of course, the backache will still be there. Some things cannot be changed immediately just because you know the principle. Adaptation itself requires a process. However, the good news is that John Hung's riding skills are indeed improving. Although there is no change in the skill panel, he can personally feel this improvement. At least now, he has no problem doing some basic movements. John Hung also named his first horse Luobwa. After all, it's not good to call a horse that always sheds hair. He made a supply as planned on the way. And then, there were no more accidents. And he arrived at his destination smoothly. The county town of Lincoln County looked quite lively. The area alone was much larger than the two towns he had visited before. It was said that there were 2 mining areas and many farms nearby. So there were many residents living here. There were banks, telegraph offices, grocery stores, hotels, bars, and even schools and newspapers in the county town. It was not bad as a settlement. John Hung jumped off Luobwa's back and patted the dust off his body. He was exhausted on the way. He spent 5 nights in the wild in 6 days. He could hardly tell the taste of corn paste. Now he had temporarily put aside the matter of settling down and finding the lucky horseshoe. The most important thing was to find a place to take a hot bath and have a big meal. But before that, he had a small problem to solve. Not long after he entered the town, he felt a hint of hostility along the way. An old man sitting in front of his house basking in the sun spat on the ground as soon as he saw him. The saliva landed less than 2 steps away from Luobwa. In addition, 2 cowboys who were originally leaning against the stable and looking at the passing girls whistled. And one of them said, "Hey, Oriental boy, you'd better go back to where you came from. You are not welcome here." He had experienced this situation once in the town before, so he was not unfamiliar with it. And John Hung's solution was also very simple. He pulled out his gun and shot off the felt hat of the old man not far away. The latter was stunned for a moment, and then immediately began to curse, swearing all kinds of dirty words, until John Hung broke the cup in his hand again, and he closed his mouth as if someone suddenly grabbed his throat, and his old face was flushed. The 2 cowboys obviously didn't expect the visitor to be so arrogant, and they didn't even argue and drew their guns directly. When they hurriedly drew their guns, John Hung's second revolver was already pointed at them. "If I were you, I would go to the bar and have a drink before the sun sets. After all, life is short, and no one knows what will happen next. The two cowboys looked at each other. Although their eyes were full of reluctance, they finally stepped aside. Then John Hung looked at the old man basking in the sun. "Hey, it looks like you need to change to a new cup. I hope the next cup can accompany you for a longer time." The latter was so angry at this that his veins jumped and his arms trembled. However, because the gun was pointed at his head, he couldn't say a word no matter how angry he was. But at this moment, another voice spoke. "You have got what you wanted. Now, can you put away your weapon?" It was a middle-aged man about 50 years old, wearing a dirty shirt and smelling of alcohol. If it weren't for the gray police badge on his chest, he would probably be mistaken for a homeless person. But he came from the police station. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be the sheriff here. Although the middle-aged drunkard in front of him and Morton, whom John Hung met in the Gobi Desert before, are both legal personnel, there are still some differences between the two. The sheriff is usually also called the sheriff, who is elected by the town to maintain stability in an area. Sometimes he also works part-time as a local judge and holds trials. The bailiff, also known as the law enforcement officer, is usually affiliated with the Federation. His main job on weekdays is to hunt down or escort fugitives. One belongs to the local government, and the other belongs to the federal government. Of course, their main work is to maintain the stability of an area and punish evil and promote good. John Hung saw that the sheriff of Lincoln County had come out, and he put away his pistol very simply. He came here to settle down, not to cause trouble. It would be fine if he offended ordinary people, but if he really angered the sheriff here, he would have to turn around and leave. However, John Hung did not regret his previous actions. Although cowboys and pirates are not the same kind of people, they still have many similarities in their bones. Or in other words, humans as creatures themselves have many common points. The two shots John Hung fired just now were not just to vent his anger, but also to send a signal that I am not easy to mess with. Considering his skin color, the west of this era was a hellish start. Coming to a new territory alone does not mean that you will be safe if you hide your head. Instead of waiting to be bullied and the situation getting worse, it is better to take this opportunity to make things worse. In this way, if someone wants to be mean, they will consider the consequences in advance. Of course, this does not mean that John Hung will be fine. In fact, the situation is more serious than he imagined. Although John Hung has temporarily deterred these people, it is not easy to live in a hostile environment. Moreover, this is a world where everyone has a gun. It is easier to do something. A few glasses of whiskey, plus a few provocations, will make a person completely abandon reason. No matter how strong John Hung is, he can't fight an entire town alone. In addition, he can't always be on guard against people around him 24 hours a day. After all, he is also a human being and will feel tired. He can do it for a day or two, or even a week. But one day his spirit will not be able to hold up. John Hung has begun to realize that it is not easy to complete the seemingly simple task of settling in Lincoln County in the first half of the main task. Chapter 603 Reward and Drunk Sheriff. The small conflict that just happened in the county town was quickly calmed down with the appearance of the sheriff. However, many people ran out of their houses to watch the excitement after hearing the gunshots and witnessed everything that happened afterwards. John Hung's initial goal has been achieved. No one dares to cause trouble when he walks on the street anymore. However, on the other hand, he has successfully entered the list of unwelcome persons in Lincoln County. The look in the sheriff's eyes when he was staring at him can already explain everything. In fact, the attitude of the people in the town towards him did not change in any fundamental way, but they became more vigilant. Wherever he and Luwa passed, women pulled their children into the house, and men stopped, showing tension and hostility. John Hung found a bar and bought some grass and beans for Luwa to reward it for its hard work in the past few days. He ordered a glass of dark beer recommended by the bailiff, plus a steak and fried eggs as his main course. While eating, he thought about his situation and his next move. He had already found Lincoln County, but the environment here was a little more severe than he had imagined. His unpopularity here was probably second only to the Indians, and even higher than the thugs and gangsters. John Hung couldn't even be sure whether the chef had spit in the steak when making it for him. He had spent $3 of the $49 he had plundered from Rich's group, and now he had $46 left. If he stayed in a hotel and ate, he would spend about $1 a day. In other words, This money would probably only be enough for him for 1.5 months. This is the case when he does everything. So as usual, this copy still requires him to find ways to make money. In this way, John Hung missed the 40 kilograms of gold. In addition, he didn't know what kind of standard the so-called settlement in the main task implies. Does it mean having a fixed residence here? Or living for a certain period of time? Or can you live here forever? The first two items are easy to do. If you want to live forever, you have to buy property. But it was meaningless to think about such far-reaching things now. After lunch, John Hung decided to go to the police station in the town. There were actually quite a few jobs he could do. But considering his current popularity in the town, there were not many options left for him. Among them, the job that made the most money, and did not require much cooperation from others, was bounty. The police's pitiful manpower reserve could hardly cope with the vast and complex environment in the West. Many towns had only 1 or 2 law enforcers. And sometimes they even had to face enemies that were several times their own. They had to maintain local law and order and work part-time as judges to hear cases. So it was almost difficult for them to get out of the town. Even if we add the police, the gap in manpower is still huge. This is why the public security in the West is so poor. Once someone commits a crime in a place, as long as they hide their names and find a place to hide, it is difficult for the police to keep chasing them. So the profession of bounty hunter was born. The police offer different rewards according to the danger level of different criminals and the size of the crime. And bounty hunters will hunt down fugitives on their behalf. This is a profession that only brave people and adventurers dare to engage in. John Hung has never doubted his combat effectiveness. But when he came to the police station and looked at the bounty notices in front of the door, he realized that he had thought it was a bit simple. John Hung eliminated those fugitives with relatively low bounties at the first opportunity. Because although the danger of chasing these people is relatively small, the benefits are not proportional to the effort. Especially for a novice like John Hung. He doubted that the money he earned from this round was not as much as the money he spent on the road. And those guys with relatively large bounties were not acting alone, which John Hung did not care about particularly. But they were more mobile, and their whereabouts were secretive. As a man who was LV3 in sailing, LV2 in driving a car, and even drove a spaceship, John Hung did encounter some troubles with transportation in this copy. Although he and Luobwa had a good understanding and got along well on the way here, John Hung knew very well that his riding skills and the four-dimensional attributes of Luobwa, a blank little guy, were still far behind the average level of this era. Not to mention those powerful guys. Moreover, John Hung's shooting skills were such that Luobwa could only exert his full power when he was not moving or dismounted. Once Luobwa ran, his accuracy would also decrease a lot. In summary, the money on the bounty looked very tempting. But it was not easy for John Hung to earn. Moreover, he had a disadvantage. That is, he was not familiar with the surrounding towns and might take a lot of detours. Of course, his reasoning and analytical ability and combat effectiveness were also not possessed by many people. John Hung thought it was doable. But he needed to be more thoughtful in selecting the target. Just as he was standing outside the door looking at the bounty, the drunk sheriff, who had just dealt with him not long ago, also saw him and walked out of the house with a bulging belly. Boy, let's be frank. You'd better be honest when you are in Lincoln County. I have seen many young people like you who think they are arrogant just because they have learned some marksmanship. Do you know what happened to them? I would like to hear more about it. John Hung raised his eyebrows. Back then, I could shoot 5 people with 1 gun. The sheriff made a handsome shooting gesture and breathed out the smell of alcohol from his nostrils. But the next moment he slipped and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, someone beside him helped him up and urged him. Sheriff, it's time. Everyone is waiting for you. Do I have to go? Jameson? The sheriff was immersed in the glory of the past and was interrupted and muttered in dissatisfaction. I'm afraid it's like this. In Lincoln County, you are the embodiment of the law and the nemesis of criminals. I am sure that this occasion requires you to show up to deter the villains. Besides, you also need to read the final verdict. When talking about deterring the scoundrels, the visitor glanced at John Hung intentionally or unintentionally. Well, we must let those lawless guys know the power of the law. The drunk sheriff nodded. But he did not leave with Jameson, but turned back to the police station. Did you go the wrong direction? Sheriff? Damn. Am I such a waste in your eyes? Jameson, I'm going to get the bottle of wine I didn't finish. The sheriff replied with a curse. He staggered back to his table, picked up the bottle on it, picked up his hat, and then walked out slowly again. At this time, John Hung also noticed the crowd gathered in the square not far away, and the tall wooden platform in the center. Chapter 604 Hanging and Confession. 12. 12 good people who are completely different from you have judged you, and said you are guilty. Look at the good things you have done. You. The drunk sheriff on the wooden platform pointed at a guy with his hands and feet tied and a rope around his neck. You fought with someone for a horse, stabbed the owner of the horse to death with a knife, and caused a mother to lose her son, a wife to lose her husband, and an innocent child to lose his father. What else do you have to say? Yes, I didn't control my temper at the time and accidentally killed him, which led to this situation. But it's too late to say anything now. The dwarf obviously knew that he was about to die, and took a breath. I just hope to apologize to the family of the man I killed, although I know they may not forgive me. So let it be. After saying that, he nodded to the sheriff and closed his mouth. The next moment, a black hood was put on his head. The drunk sheriff walked in front of another person at this time. The guy was a strong-looking man. Seeing the other person, the drunk sheriff's eyes flashed with undisguised disgust. You took advantage of your brother's cattle sales to insult your sister-in-law, and then killed your brother after the incident was exposed. Such evil deeds, happening in this land, are a blatant provocation to the judicial system and human morality. I should have killed you when you ran away, and should not have let you live for so many days, wasting food. Okay, say your last words. No, you caught the wrong person. You shouldn't believe what that beat bit said. I didn't kill my brother. The adulterer is someone else. The two of them have conspired to frame me, so that once my brother and I die, the ranch will fall into the hands of her and her lover. Compared with the previous dwarf, the second man was obviously very excited. He kept yelling and struggling desperately, his face full of despair. The executioner had to hit him on the back to calm him down a little. The drunk sheriff snorted coldly. Your trial is over, and the jury has made their choice. If you have any objections to this part, you can tell God directly when you see him. Oh, sorry. I almost forgot that a villain like you can't see God. Go to hell, bastard. Next one. After that, he took out the bottle and drank a mouthful of whiskey. Then he walked to the last one-armed man. You. The drunk sheriff was stuck after saying only one word. He pointed at the one-armed man and stared at him for a long time before squeezing out a sentence from his teeth. What did you do? The man named Jameson under the wooden stage covered his forehead, as if he couldn't bear to see the scene, and the crowd became agitated. Quiet, quiet. The drunk sheriff roared twice, reached out from his pocket and took out a crumpled piece of paper, unfolded it, and looked at the words on it. Oh, damn. You are a member of the Cook gang. You have robbed trains many times, looted 2 towns, and massacred unarmed civilians. The laws you have violated cannot be written on a piece of paper. To be honest, it is a bargain for you to die only once for such a crime. You should be glad that you are not in the Middle Ages. Otherwise I will nail you, the lamb, to the wall and let you die slowly, so that I can hear your wailing every day when I pass by below. The one-armed man was the calmest of the 3. He shook his head and said, You are wrong. I did rob trains and caravans a few times, but that was before I lost my arm. After that, I left the Cook gang and settled here. Looting towns has nothing to do with me. It doesn't matter. Anyway, what you did before is enough to kill you, the drunk sheriff said impatiently. If you want to repent, hurry up. I have finished my wine. I won't repent. You should repent, the one-armed man said calmly. His eyes swept over the people under the wooden platform. For some reason, those who were seen by him did not dare to look at him and silently looked away. This scene looked a little ridiculous. It was the one-armed man who committed the crime. But judging from the expressions between them, the people who were judged were the residents of the county below. Since you know my true identity, you should also know the attitude of the Cook gang towards the enemy. The one-armed man smiled. If you hang me today, the news will spread tomorrow and will soon reach Cook's ears. It won't be long before my brothers come to avenge me. What happened in those 2 towns will also be repeated here. They will turn every inch of land here into scorched earth. Those people you are familiar with and care about will die in front of you. You can hear their screams and wails. And then it will be your turn. My trial has ended, but your trial has just begun. I have finished my words. So do it. After saying the last word, he nodded to the sheriff. The one-armed man's words made the people in the square fall into silence. The atmosphere of uneasiness and worry continued to spread among the crowd. The Cook gang was the largest gang in New Mexico, with more than 50 people. They were numerous and ruthless. With blood on their hands, they not only massacred civilians, but also dared to engage in direct fire with the law enforcement team. Their notoriety was known to everyone. When they heard that they might get involved with this gang of evildoers, many people began to feel uneasy. Some people even began to hope that the drunk sheriff would just let the man go and let the matter end peacefully. However, the latter just smiled contemptuously. Put away your nonsense. The people living in this land will not be scared by you. As long as I am here, Jeremy Cook and his minions will never leave if they dare to step into the town. Then we see. The one-armed man was also put on a black hood. As the executioner pulled the lever, the wooden planks under the feet of the three people opened and fell down quickly. Not long after, they all died. There was a cry of surprise from the crowd, and a lady covered her mouth. John Hung also watched the execution outside the police station, but he didn't react much. After all, there was probably no one in the world who was more familiar with the gallows than the pirates. John Hung even led people to rob the pirates who were about to be executed, and he didn't take the one-armed man's words too seriously. Unlike those small towns, although Lincoln County is far away from Santa Fe, the political center of New Mexico, it has many residents. Although it also faces the dilemma of a shortage of law enforcement officers like other towns. There are many ranches in the county town, and the corresponding number of cowboys is also quite large, with considerable combat effectiveness. It is not so easy for Cook and his more than 50 people to raise this place to the ground. But I don't know if it was John Hung's own illusion. After he had a conflict with the two cowboys, he always felt that someone was staring at him from behind. After he came out of the bar, that gaze was still there, and it didn't disappear even when everyone gathered in the square to watch the execution. Could it be an accomplice of the two cowboys? John Hung thought to himself, although he had just been warned by the drunk sheriff. If the other party really kept chasing him, he could only teach them a lesson. Chapter 605 Wendy. The three people who were alive and kicking not long ago turned into three corpses in the blink of an eye, hanging under the wooden platform, motionless like dried salted fish. After waiting for a long time to make sure that they were dead, someone naturally took the ropes off their necks and collected the bodies. The drunk sheriff finished his work and climbed down from the wooden platform again. The crowd watching the excitement below also dispersed. As they walked, they were still talking about what had just happened. In particular, the last words of the one-armed man made many people feel worried. For a moment, they even had no time to pay attention to the new Oriental man in the town. John Hung also took a general look at the rewards on the wall. There was nothing particularly ideal. He could only pick the best from the worst and quickly memorize the appearances of several possible fugitives. After that, John Hung led Luowa to the grocery store in the town. The man who was watching him behind him also came to the door of the grocery store. However, after waiting for a while, he did not see John Hung coming out of the grocery store. He was a little anxious. He wanted to stick his head inside to take a look, but he was afraid of being discovered. In addition, the guy's horse was still outside the grocery store. Logically, he should not disappear suddenly. Just as he was hesitating, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. "Are you the one who followed me secretly?" John Hung was also a little surprised when he saw the person following him. Although the other party tried hard to pretend to be an adult, he looked only about 11 or 12 years old, with many freckles on his face, full of childishness. No wonder he didn't notice it when he turned around before. "Are you the sister of those two cowboys?" "What cowboys?" "Oh, you mean those guys?" "No, I have nothing to do with them." "Sir," the girl said. "Then why are you following me?" John Hung stuffed the soap and other daily necessities he bought from the grocery store into the pocket next to the saddle. "Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wendy, and my father is a rancher nearby." "So?" John Hung raised his eyebrows. "I saw that you are looking for a job. The thing is, about 2 weeks ago, my father went on a long trip to discuss a business. He said he would be back in 10 days at most. But as you can see, it has exceeded the deadline he said so far. Maybe he was delayed by something on the way," John Hung said, since the freckled girl in front of him had nothing to do with the two cowboys. John Hung had no intention of making things difficult for her. He turned around and prepared to leave with Luobua. Wendy saw him turn around, and also walked around, and stood in front of him again. No. My father has always been a very punctual person. And there is also a telegraph office in the town he went to. If he was really delayed there by some accident, he would definitely send a telegram to me and my mother. Then what? He didn't do it. We lost contact with him for a long time. Mom and I are worried about his safety. I understand your concerns. But shouldn't you go to the sheriff in town for this kind of thing? John Hung changed direction and led Carrot past Wendy. I went to Sheriff Terrell. But Sheriff Terrell sent a telegram to the police station in that town. And the other party replied that my father left 6 days ago. So, your problem is solved? No. Of course not. I think they are lying. It's obvious. If my father left 6 days ago, he should have been home by now. And he would have sent a telegram to me and my mother before he left. Wendy said excitedly behind John Hung. But the sheriff said he had left there. I don't know. I have a bad feeling that something may have happened. Wendy said. I told Sheriff Terrell about my premonition. But he didn't believe me at all. He just told me to go home and wait obediently. The bailiffs in the town were also busy with other cases. They were unwilling to take the time to find my father. Where are your father friends? Why don't you ask them for help? My family doesn't have many friends here. My mother is a Spanish immigrant and my father is half Apache. So you are not the first person to be isolated in the town. And you won't be the last. Wendy said. I know how it feels. I saw what you did when you first came to town. I think you are a tough guy. Just like my father. So I want to offer you a job. Sir. Help you find your father? Yes. I can give you a reward of $60 after the task is completed. Wendy said, and looked into John Hun's eyes nervously. This price is basically the same as an ordinary bounty. And it meets John Hun's ideal of a job that focuses on investigation and does not require running back and forth. Although the investigation may require leaving Lincoln County for a while, it should not be a big problem for John Hung, who has a very long copy time. In addition, other bounties basically require leaving the town. So it is not unacceptable. But some things need to be made clear in advance. John Hung stopped and said, What if I accept your commission? But your father goes home by himself? In that case, I will pay you as usual. John Hung nodded. You may not like what I said. But what if something unexpected happens to your father? It doesn't matter. I have considered various possibilities myself. Wendy hesitated for a moment. As long as you can prove that he is really no longer in this world, I can pay you the money. Very good. I take the job. John Hung said. First pay half of the money as a deposit. Then write an employment contract. And tell me more about your father. Once there is a result, I will come back to find you. Wendy was overjoyed. But then said, No need to bother. We can just leave together. I will tell you about my father on the way. And I will know the result as soon as possible. Wait. You said you want to go with me to find your father? John Hung frowned. Yes. Don't look down on me because of my age. I can provide you with a lot of help. Wendy puffed out her chest and said, In addition to providing information about my father, there are many things I can do. I tamed Lightning, my first horse, when I was 7 years old, although she was just a foal at that time. But you know that we may encounter danger when we go out this time. John Hung didn't want to bring a burden with him. Of course. This is why I paid you. Otherwise I would go by myself. Wendy's eyes widened in confusion. So, you just want to pay for a bodyguard? Yes. If that's what you want to call yourself. Goodbye. John Hung said simply. And then he led Luobua towards the hotel. Wendy saw this and shouted behind him. How about $70? Or $75? This is the highest price I can offer. If it's higher, I find someone else. Although the people in the town don't like our family, they won't have a problem with money. As long as I offer a high enough price, there will definitely be someone willing to be my bodyguard. Please go ahead. I'm not interested in being commanded by a little ghost. John Hung waved his hand and kept walking. I wish you can find your father soon. Wendy. Chapter 606. Do you know what time it is now? John Hung has walked a lot these days. After arriving at the hotel, he took a hot bath to wash off the dirt on his body. He also washed his clothes and hung them on the windowsill. Given the local temperature, they would probably be dry by the next morning. This way, he could change into clean clothes when he woke up. After that, John Hung took off his boots and laid down on the bed without waiting for the sun to set. He didn't know how long he slept, but it was definitely not as long as he had planned. When he was awakened by a knock on the door. It was still pitch black outside. John Hung immediately grabbed the revolver under the pillow, then leaned against the door, moving as swiftly as a cheetah, and asked, "Who?" "It's me. Sir. Wendy. We just met in front of the grocery store this afternoon," the person outside the door said. John Hung didn't open the door immediately after hearing that, but frowned and said, "What do you want to see me for? I rethought about your suggestion in the afternoon, and I think what you said makes sense," Wendy said. "What did I say?" John Hung tidied up his messy hair and quickly put on his pants that were not yet completely dry. As for his shirt, he decided to let it dry for a while. "You said that I have no interest in being commanded by the little devil." "Yes. You have already got my answer. You can go find someone else. By the way, do you know what time it is now?" 5 o'clock in the morning. "Sir," Wendy replied, "I thought about it again and felt that you could be fully responsible for this investigation. I am only responsible for providing advice. I wonder if you are satisfied with this." "Who had come to discuss things at 5 in the morning?" John Hung yawned. "Sorry. I heard that you went to bed early, and if we set off early, we can reach Glentown at night. I just hope to find my father whereabouts as soon as possible, especially when I think that he may be in the hands of some bad guys. I can't fall asleep. Please." Wendy felt like she was waiting for trial after she finished speaking, and every second was particularly long. After a while, she heard the sound of something moving behind the door. John Hung moved the chair against the door and then said, "Come in." Slowly. Wendy was overjoyed when she heard this, and walked in slowly from the door, as John Hung requested. She saw John Hung holding a gun on the side, and the latter's naked upper body made her unable to help but take a few more glances. John Hung made sure that there was no one following Wendy, and no one was hiding on the stairs or somewhere else, and finally put away the revolver in his hand and closed the door. "Didn't your mother teach you not to enter a strange man's room at this time?" John Hung said. "I can protect myself," Wendy said, and seeing that John Hung seemed unconvinced, she added, "If you want to do anything to me, I will shout it out immediately. There are many people in the hotel, and it is not far from the police station. The sheriff will arrive soon, although I am not very popular in the town. It depends on who I am compared with." "Right. Of course. I believe that you are an honest and friendly person. You think the world is too simple. If I am really a bad guy and want to do something to you, you can't shout it out? You can't be so lucky every time. The best way to protect yourself is not to put yourself in danger. $80, $80. Plus you have full control." Wendy didn't want to dwell on this topic, and raised the price again. John Hung didn't comment. "In comparison, I'm more curious about why you must choose me. As you said, you can hire other people for this price. I can't be sure if they are trustworthy." Wendy was silent for a moment and said, "There is one thing I didn't tell you. My father offended Lawrence G. Murphy. He is the most powerful person in the town. The grocery store, bar, bank and hotel in the town are all his, except for Sheriff Terrell. Everyone in the town either works for him or stands on his side. This is also one of the reasons why I chose to come to you at this time. I don't know if my father's disappearance is related to Major Murphy. I don't want people to see our frequent contacts to avoid alerting him. Well, that really explains why you hired a stranger like me to find your father." John Hung snorted. "But are you going to keep this a secret from me? It's not a good deal to offend the actual ruler of the entire county for $80. "No, sir. I was going to tell you along with other things on the way. And things are not as bad as you think. Lincoln County is very large, although Major Murphy has the final say in the town. Outside, those ranchers and mine owners are basically against him. Even so, this is still a losing deal for me." John Hung poured himself a glass of water. Wendy gritted her teeth. "What about adding a good horse? We have 30 horses on our ranch. You can pick one from them. I noticed that your horse is not a rare breed, and it is old." John Hung didn't know what Luowa downstairs would think when he heard that he was evaluated like this. But what Wendy said was true. John Hung knew his own business. And even if Wendy pulled out the red hair now, he couldn't ride it. But the price of a good horse is not cheap. At least $80 or $90. Wendy doubled it. This should be the bottom line for her, who only raised the price by $5 before. $170 is worth considering. This money is enough for Zhang Heng to live for half a year. Anyway, even if he doesn't mess with that guy named Murphy, he won't like him because of his skin color. And it shouldn't be a big problem if he just finds someone. Zhang Heng thought about it and suddenly asked, "Do you know where the lucky horseshoe is?" "Ah?" Wendy was confused when she heard this. She didn't know what Zhang Heng meant by this incoherent question. "You want horseshoes?" "Nothing. Just pretend I didn't ask." Zhang Heng asked because he heard Wendy say that her ranch had a lot of horses. It was not surprising that he didn't get the answer he wanted. He said to Wendy, "Let's get some food." "What do you mean?" Wendy said nervously. "We'd be on the road after dinner. Didn't you say we'd be there in the evening?" "No. It's actually a bit far. We can only reach the town where we stay at night." Wendy was overjoyed when she heard that. "I have food with me. I bring it up right away." "What about you? How are you going to get there? Do I need to hire a carriage for you?" "You underestimate the rancher's daughter. I go with you on horseback." Chapter 607 Note: Zhang Heng originally thought that Lightning was a pony, and Wendy did say so. But Zhang Heng ignored the time. Wendy tamed Lightning when she was 7 years old, and 5 years later Lightning had successfully grown into a big horse, with a tall body, shiny fur, strong muscles all over the body, and bright eyes full of vitality and strength. In contrast, the carrot standing next to it looked like it was given as a gift for recharging your phone bill. If you want to advance part of the reward, you can go to my ranch to pick a horse first. "No need." Zhang Heng interrupted the girl. "I'm a nostalgic person." "You're right. We'd better leave earlier. You decide." Wendy climbed on the horse with skillful movements. Zhang Heng also rode on Luobua. It was just getting light at this time. Most of the residents in the county were still asleep. No one noticed the departure of the two figures, one big and one small. To Zhang Heng's surprise, Wendy had been very obedient along the way. She basically answered whatever Zhang Heng asked. She rode on the horse obediently at other times. However, after half a day, the two of them had only walked half of the planned distance. Wendy couldn't help but speak. "Sir, you don't have to worry about me. Just speed up. I promise I won't fall behind. As you can see, my horse is very old. I don't think it can withstand such a long and intense journey," Zhang Heng said. Wendy hesitated. "What do you want to say?" "Your horse is very old, but not to the point of being old. It can secretly eat grass after walking a few steps. I think it is far from reaching its limit." "Do you know horses well?" Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. "Yes. To be precise, my father knows a lot about horses. Our ranch may not be the largest in Lincoln County, but my father can be regarded as the person who knows the most about horses within 100 miles. He taught me all the knowledge about horses." Zhang Heng thought for a while and said, "How about we modify the contract we signed before?" "What?" Wendy became nervous when she heard that. She chose Zhang Heng out of helplessness. Her father had been missing for many days, and could not be delayed any longer. However, there were not many outsiders in Lincoln County, let alone Zhang Heng marksmanship. However, the two had never met before. She didn't know Zhang Heng at all, and didn't know what kind of person he was. Although she tried to be calm, this was no longer an in. If the other party really showed any ill intentions, there was not much she could do. Wendy silently held a knife in her pocket with one hand. Zhang Heng noticed her little action, but didn't care much. He said, "If you teach me about horses, I can charge you $10 less. Do you want to learn about horses?" Wendy's face showed a strange look, and she let go of the knife. "What aspect?" "Various aspects, including how to choose a horse, raise a horse, ride a horse, how to calm an angry horse, and how to use spurs." Zhang Heng pointed to the spiked gear on the back of his boots. He had seen this little thing in novels and westerns before. He knew it was used to stimulate horses to run faster and free his hands for fighting. But he had no idea how to use it. This was a more advanced skill, and he hadn't learned it that night with the bailiff. "I'm happy to share this knowledge with you, but most of it is very basic, and you might get bored after listening to it," Wendy said cautiously. "No. As a newbie, how could Zhang Heng find the boss nagging? Then where do we start?" It was the first time Wendy faced such a strange request. "Why don't we start with the types of horses?" Zhang Heng pointed at Lightning. "What breed is your horse?" Wendy stroked the mane and said, "Lightning is an Indian pony, first brought to the American continent by Spanish colonists, and multiplied here, and eventually became what it is now. He is 7 years old this year. And according to human age, he has just entered middle age. He is my best friend. What about it? John Hung then pointed at Luobwa and asked. Wendy looked at Luobwa carefully for a while. I want to take back what I said before. Its breed is not bad. If I am not mistaken, it should be a Hungarian mixed blood horse. It is a stable breed after mixing many kinds of horses. This kind of horse is generally very smart. After training, it can often complete tasks that other horses cannot complete. And it has strong self-control. Really? How come I didn't see it? John Hung looked at Luobwa, who walked a few steps and lowered his head to chew grass, and was disorganized and undisciplined. You have to learn to control it. And it is indeed old. Probably about 25 or 26 years old, which is considered old for humans. What about riding? After a while, Wendy had determined that John Hung was indeed blank in a certain field, which seemed a bit incredible to her. Although there were still quite a few men on the East Coast who could not ride horses, they traveled by carriage and train. However, in the West, especially in more remote areas where trains were not well developed, most men would learn to ride horses, especially in the ranch environment where Wendy was. There were many equestrian experts around. Although John Hung himself never said that he could ride a horse, he came to Lincoln County alone with a horse, and with his superb gun skills and cowboy outfit. People subconsciously thought that his riding skills were also very good. Even if he was bad, it shouldn't be this bad. Wendy felt like she had bought a fake after just half a day out. But it was too late to say anything now. Wendy could only comfort herself that at least she was safer. If John Hung really had any bad thoughts about her, he couldn't catch up with her. These thoughts just turned around in Wendy's mind. But she didn't express them. Wendy remained patient along the way, and popularized all the knowledge that John Hung wanted to know. John Hung originally wanted to learn about the customs and practices of the West, but he found that Wendy was also blank in this regard. According to her words, except for the outings with her family, this was the first time she was so far away from home. In the past, her activities were limited to Lincoln County, or more precisely, her own ranch and the county seat. John Hung suddenly remembered a question and asked Wendy, "Does your mother know that you are looking for your father?" "Yes, sir," Wendy said calmly. "I left her a note." "So you sneaked out?" "No, I left a note." Wendy was sure about the note. "That's why we call this behavior sneaking out. You didn't tell your mother because you knew she wouldn't agree." Chapter 608 Misunderstanding. Although they had only been working together for less than half a day, both of them began to doubt each other. Wendy suspected that she had bought fake goods, and John Hung began to think about how effective the promise of a runaway girl was, and whether he could get the final reward as he wished. However, Wendy had no other choice. Since she had chosen John Hung, she could only go all the way with her eyes closed. John Hung had no objection to the fact that he could learn new knowledge and skills, and convert them into part of the reward for the time being. In order to avoid sleeping outdoors, the two of them sped up in the afternoon. In fact, it was not that John Hung could not speed up at all. After all, he had come to Lincoln County alone. It was just that running would increase the difficulty of control and the risk of encountering accidents, and the feeling of rushing was not pleasant. However, compared with sleeping on the grass, these were nothing. Finally, the two of them arrived at Glen Town at about 7 o'clock in the evening. Here, Wendy pointed to a bar in the center of the town and said, "My father always mentioned this place to me, saying that their apple pie is delicious. Every time he passed by here, he would order one, and sometimes he would bring one for us and my mother." John Hung nodded. "According to what we agreed before, you go inside and ask when your father last appeared and whether he passed by here on the way back. I will go to the hotel in town to book 2 rooms." It's not that John Hung didn't want to ask himself, but considering what happened after he entered the bar last time, he decided to keep a low profile and let Wendy do the communication part. Although the latter was only 12 years old, from the short time they spent together, the rancher's daughter was very organized in her work and speech, revealing a maturity far beyond her age. The environment has a great influence on this. Her father would be away for quite a while every time he went out to sell cattle. At this time, she needed to take care of the remaining horses and cattle on the ranch, and also take care of her mother. In addition, the hostility of the townspeople made her able to stand on her own at a young age. "Okay," Wendy nodded. "Don't worry. Leave it to me. Then let's meet at the inn," John Hung said. In fact, the inn and bar in Glentown were very close. After the two separated, Zhang Heng paid for the accommodation and asked someone to take care of Lightning and Radish. Then he went up to his room, took out his revolver, and took this time to do a simple maintenance. However, a quarter of an hour later, he did not see Wendy going upstairs. Zhang Heng waited for another 5 minutes, then got up and walked downstairs. Wendy carefully avoided the horse manure and what looked like vomit under her feet, and pushed open the door of the tavern. A woman in a flowered skirt near the door saw her and said, "This is not a place for children." "I'm not a child, ma'am," Wendy said. "I'm not a ma'am either." The woman smiled. "Oh, you are that, what?" Wendy suddenly realized. "Sorry, I don't mean to discriminate you. It doesn't matter. Your dress is terrible. Are your parents abusing you? Fortunately, your foundation is not bad. Maybe when you grow up and want to escape the boring life of raising a husband and children, you can come here to find me." "Thank you, but I don't think there is such a possibility." Wendy paused and said, "Actually, I came here to find out something. Many people come to the bar to ask questions. They usually buy me a drink first. But since we are both women, I won't buy you a drink." The woman in the floral dress nodded to Wendy. "Do you have anything to ask?" "I want to ask about a man named Matthew Robbins. He is a rancher who should have passed by here 14 days ago. He was wearing a gray shirt and very old boots. He was about 35 years old, with a firm gaze and a scar on his left abdomen. He may have passed by here in the past few days. I wonder if you still remember him. I can only say that there is definitely no guy named Matthew among the men I have slept with." The woman in the flowered skirt said, "I'm sorry. I don't stay in the bar every minute. I go to the second floor when there is work to do. 14 days ago. Let me think. My business seemed to be pretty good that day. Maybe he came in while I was working." The woman in the flowered skirt pointed at the bar. "Maybe you could ask the bartender over there. He has been staying here." "Thank you, husband." "Oh, sorry." Wendy forced a smile on her face, but before she could move, she felt someone pat her behind. "What? Is this the newcomer you told me about a few days ago? He's younger than I thought. Is he really 16 years old?" The man was a man who smelled of tobacco and behaved frivolously. "Ah, there are some misunderstandings here, Bucks. This lady is not the Maggie I told you about before." The woman in the dotted skirt saw Wendy's face suddenly change, and realized that something bad had happened. So she quickly stepped out to smooth things over. Bucks shrugged his shoulders and said, "It doesn't matter. She's fine too. Although she's a little ugly. She's young." Before he finished speaking, he saw his chosen client suddenly took out a knife from his pocket and stabbed him. Fortunately, Bucks reacted quickly and blocked it with his hand at the critical moment, thus avoiding being ripped open. However, the knife stabbed into his hand, and it stabbed quite deep, almost piercing his palm. Bucks cursed in pain. The woman in the dotted skirt also covered her mouth when she saw this scene, and hurriedly walked up and said, "Oh, Mr. Bucks, are you okay? I said it was a misunderstanding." However, Bucks pushed her away roughly, and her waist hit a table next to her, and the glasses of the other two drinkers were also knocked over. "Royce, what's wrong with your people?" Bucks said angrily. He pulled out the knife that stabbed his hand, and blood immediately gushed out of the wound, dripping onto the floor. Dripping, almost forming a stream. "Mr. Bucks, you need to find a doctor in town to treat your injury." Royce didn't care about the pain in her waist and hurriedly advised. Although she met Wendy for the first time, she had a good impression of this girl, but she didn't expect the latter's reaction to be so strong. In her opinion, this was just a small misunderstanding, and it would be fine as long as it was explained clearly. Now the situation has been infinitely escalated with that knife. She even saw a hint of murderous intent in Buck's eyes. It's meaningless to think about how it turned out. The most urgent thing is to ensure Wendy's safety first and don't let Bucks, who is angry, do anything stupid. Chapter 609. I feel sorry for this. Then what? This is the scene Zhang Heng saw when he walked into the bar. Wendy was pressed on the table and was struggling desperately. One of her hands was fixed on the table, and a man with a wound on his hand, which was hastily wrapped, held a knife and inserted it between her fingers, while shouting, "You little beep son. Do you admit your mistake or not? This is your last chance. I swear that I will chop off your palm with the next knife." However, Wendy gritted her teeth and said nothing. On the other side, a woman in a dotted skirt was trying to persuade the man with a wound on his hand, while the others in the bar were just watching the fun. The man holding the knife looked uglier and uglier. Wendy's stubbornness made him lose face, and the wound on his hand made him more and more irritable. Finally, a ruthless look flashed at his eyes, and he was about to stab the knife. But the next moment, a gunshot sounded, and the knife in his hand flew out. The gunshot instantly quieted the noisy bar. I think she is quite satisfied with her right hand, and probably wants to keep it, the man sniffed and said. Bucks turned around and saw an Oriental man with yellow skin and black hair, but wearing a denim outfit. He was holding a revolver in his right hand, and smoke was coming out of the muzzle. Buck's companion saw this, and was about to pull out a gun. I advise you not to have any luck. John Hung turned the gun around. Who are you? What's your relationship with this little beep? Why are you meddling in other people's business? Buck said with a bad look. She is my employer. I need her to pay me for the follow-up. John Hung paused and added. Complete. Really? Then do you know what your employer did to me? She pierced my palm. Bucks raised his injured hand with an excited look. And do you know where she was originally aiming? It was my lower abdomen. This little beep was trying to murder me. Really? I feel sorry for it. And then what? And then? Until now she hasn't even said a simple apology. I don't care where you came from. Here, where I live, people have to admit their mistakes, pay the price, and then beg for forgiveness. Buck said angrily. Don't listen to him. They started it first. He touched me first. I just fought back in self-defense. I didn't do anything wrong. Wendy, who was pressed on the table, also spoke at this time. Still tough. You heard what she said. John Hung said. It seems that you have some differences in your views on this matter. Why don't you put her down first, and let's talk slowly? Why should I listen to you? Buck said with hostility. Because you injured your right hand. You don't want to hurt your left hand again. Otherwise you will have to rely on others to feed you in the future. John Hung lowered the muzzle of the gun and aimed at Buck's left hand. How about this? I will pay you $10. You can find a doctor to bandage the wound well, and the rest of the money can be regarded as lost wages. I can only make $1 a day. Such a serious injury will not heal in a week. Buck said. $50. And she must apologize first. $15. John Hung thought for a while and said, Isn't it that I am bargaining with you? And this price is just for beggars? Bucks felt insulted and looked at John Hung with more and more unfriendly eyes. Although John Hung pulled out his gun first, this was in the town, in front of so many people. Bucks didn't believe that the other party really dared to kill. And they also had Wendy in their hands. As if knowing what he was thinking, John Hung said calmly, If you have the guts, never leave town. What is this? A threat? Bucks laughed in anger. He never thought that one day he would be threatened by a stranger in his own territory, especially when he was in the right. You are the ones who should be careful. Buck sneered. You can ask around here. Who doesn't know my name? Buffalo Bucks? My brothers and I used to serve in the 4th Ranger Regiment. You should worry about how to leave Glenn alive. Thanks for reminding me. I have to buy 2 more boxes of bullets. As soon as he finished speaking, the wooden door of the bar was pushed open again, and a hoarse voice said, Damn it. Can't you just earn money and live a stable life? You always find trouble for me every day. The person who came was the sheriff of Glen Town, a handsome old cowboy. Someone saw that the situation was not right before, so he ran to find him. Oh, Bucks. Why are you and your people here again? The sheriff said dissatisfiedly. Sheriff, we didn't cause trouble this time. I'm also a victim. Okay. Buck showed his injured hand and said unhappily, So you plan to cry like a woman all day long just because of this little injury? After saying that, the old cowboy looked at John Hung again. And you? You fired a gun in my town. You are the most courageous Sia countryman I have ever seen. So, are you going to hold the thing in your hand all night? John Hung put away the revolver after hearing this, indicating that he had no ill intentions. The old cowboy looked at Bucks again, who snorted and asked his companion to release Wendy, who was pressed on the table. He quickly ran to John Hung's side. Okay. I already know what happened. $20. After that, you two shake hands and pretend that this incident never happened. The sheriff said. $20 is too little. Bucks protested. The wound on my hand is very deep. I can't work for at least 2 months. And I need her apology. He pointed at Wendy behind John Hung. Shut up. If you want to continue living in the town, you have to follow my rules, the sheriff said. I said 20. So 20. As for the apology, I won't apologize, Wendy said. Although her life was hanging by a thread, she still had no intention of giving in. John Hung was a little curious now. Who could cultivate his daughter's temper to be so stubborn? The sheriff looked at John Hung, who shrugged. Don't look at me. Although I think it's okay to apologize. As I said before, we are just an employer-employee relationship. I can't order my employer to do something she doesn't want to do. Then forget about the apology. Be a man, Bucks. There's no point in arguing with a child. The sheriff raised his voice and said, so many people are watching. You used to be a ranger. Chapter 610. You are too young. Thank you, Sheriff, for coming to our rescue. Although I still have doubts about the last $20 of compensation. We are not unreasonable people. We understand your difficulties. It is not easy to maintain the law and order of a town, Wendy said to the sheriff after Bucks and his group left. The latter was amused by the girl's words, like a little adult, and smiled. I am very happy that you can understand and cooperate with my work, ma'am. Your father is not so reasonable. However, as if realizing that he had let the cat out of the bag, the old cowboy's face showed a trace of annoyance. Wait, you know me and my father. How is that possible? Wendy's eyes widened. Your father and I are friends. He loves you very much and has shown me your photos several times. At this point, the sheriff had to admit it. But I have never heard my father mention you. Well, maybe it's because each of us has a past that we don't want to talk about. What past events? Wendy asked. I'm afraid that what I mean by not wanting to mention them is that I don't want others to know about them, the sheriff said. Please, my father is missing now. And it may be related to what you said. Wendy said. Your father disappeared. When? The sheriff was stunned. I don't know the exact time. Just 15 days ago. He said he had a business to discuss. And left home. My mother and I thought that this time, like usual, he would be back in a few days. And he told us so. But now it has exceeded the time limit he promised. And he still hasn't come home. So you ran out for this? Wait. Does your mother know that you are in Glentown now? The sheriff said, glancing at Zhang Hung beside him. Mr. Zhang Hung was hired by me to help me find my father and protect my safety along the way, Wendy introduced. He is an excellent gunman. Really? Those excellent gunmen I know didn't end well. On the contrary, those who don't carry guns live longer. I disagree with this. If I had a gun, what happened just now would not have happened, Wendy said. The old cowboy smiled and did not refute. Some things are not something that young people of this age can understand, he said sincerely. You should go home. Your father will take care of his own affairs. You just need to wait at home. But unfortunately, I am not the kind of person who sits at home and waits for bad things to happen and then accepts it, Wendy said stubbornly. If a storm comes, I will walk into it. So whether you are willing to help me or not, I will continue to look for my father. But you are only 12 years old. 12 years old is old enough. Sheriff. The sheriff was speechless. And after a while, he said, how about this? I have some urgent things on hand. I really can't get away. Give me a week. I will find your father for you. Thank you for your kindness. But I have been delayed for a long time. I am afraid I can't wait another week. I think it's better for me to do this myself. Wendy politely but firmly refused. Excuse me. Wendy, you are too young and don't understand this world. Especially those dark corners. You can't just drag someone along with you. The sheriff said it directly this time. Mr. Zhang Hung is a good man. I don't need to live to your age to see this. But you, Mr. Sheriff, suddenly appeared and claimed to know my father. But my father never mentioned you to me. How can I believe you in what you say? Wendy paused. Maybe my father's disappearance has something to do with you. What a sharp tongue. The old cowboy was questioned but not angry. Instead, he laughed and said, Matthew gave birth to a good daughter. Well, it seems that I can't stop you, ma'am. But please at least let me take you there when you leave tomorrow. You just offended Bucks. He and his former ranger friends still have a lot of power in the area. Thank you, Sheriff. After I find my father, I will tell him about your rescue tonight. After this happened, Wendy couldn't continue to ask about her father's whereabouts in the bar. After saying goodbye to the old cowboy sheriff, she asked for 2 apple pies and went back to the hotel with John Hung. You should listen to him, John Hung said. Now it seems that there may be other hidden reasons behind your father's disappearance. He didn't want you to know since he kept it from you. In that case, you won't get your reward. I can also do other bounties to make money, John Hung said calmly. And, remember what I said before. You told the guy that if he had the guts, he would never leave the county. Not that sentence. Earlier, I told you not to cause trouble. You promised me. So I let you go to the bar to investigate. I didn't cause trouble, I said. He touched me first, Wendy emphasized. Then you turned around and took out your knife, intending to stab him to death? My father told you that when you are the shortest and weakest person in the room, you should act the toughest, so that others will not dare to mess with you, because they know that there will be a price to pay. Then you were pressed on the table, and your palm was almost cut off. John Hung stopped and looked into Wendy's eyes. Hey, kid. Listen. I can't guarantee that I will always be there when you are in the most danger. You could have come back to me to deal with it. Wendy was silent for a moment and said, People in the town don't like our family. Dad is often away, and Mom is not very literate. I am used to solving everything on my own. But you paid me to let me solve these problems for you. Right? John Hung said. You have to promise me that you won't be so reckless again if you encounter such a thing. Otherwise I will send you home. We have an agreement. You promised to help me find my father. Wendy protested. Yes. But the agreement also stipulates that everything must be done by me. So this means that when I say stop, we have to stop. And when I feel that we can't go on, we go home. This is too cunning, Wendy said dissatisfiedly. It's just a trick. You can understand it this way. Come on. Follow me now. Sir, I know I was wrong. And I will choose other ways to solve the problem in the future. You better tell me quickly. Otherwise, I will leave you to the sheriff. It seems that he is still interested in sending you home. I know I was wrong. And I will choose other ways to solve the problem in the future. Wendy turned her neck and whispered reluctantly. Very good. I'm glad we have reached a consensus again. Take your apple pie back to the room to eat. We have to get up early tomorrow morning and set off on the road, John Hung said. Also, the $20 I paid for you should be recorded in your account and paid to me together when the settlement is made. Chapter 6:11 Chewing Tobacco. The next day, John Hung got up from the bed at dawn, washed up and went downstairs. When he and Wendy were having breakfast, the sheriff arrived. He rode a white horse, with his outfit and the badge on his chest. He looked so handsome that even the hostess couldn't help but look at him twice. Would you like a cup of coffee, Sheriff? Wendy asked. That's great, dear lady. The sheriff smiled and got off the horse. I take you out of the valley, which is the most vulnerable place to ambush. It will be much safer when you get to the plains. You can walk by yourself. You are so thoughtful. If Matthew's daughter gets into trouble on my territory, then I will be a sheriff for nothing. The old cowboy nodded to John Hung, handed the reins to the hostel's janitor, and then walked to the table. It's a pity that you are leaving so soon. When you find your father, we may go hunting together on the way back. I like hunting. When I was a child, I went to the forest with my father and watched him hunt hares. But he never let me touch a gun. Wendy said. He's right. But I think we can make an exception for him. There are a lot of prey around here. The sheriff winked at the girl. Are there wolves and bears? Wendy asked excitedly. Uh-huh. That's rare. These beasts have been killed by the Indians, who lived nearby earlier. Too bad. I haven't seen a bear yet. What's so good about that thing? The sheriff took his own cup of coffee and thanked the female boss, who brought it over. I don't know. I just want to see. There will be a chance. There will always be a chance. The three of them chatted while eating breakfast, and the atmosphere was very good. The old cowboy was obviously the kind of person who was very good at creating an atmosphere. According to him, he had a lot of romantic debts when he was young. He knew what girls of Wendy's age liked to hear, and he often made witty remarks. Wendy even felt that it would be better if the old cowboy accompanied her on the road. But this idea only flashed through her mind. As she said before, her father had been missing for a while, and she couldn't wait that long. Thinking of this, Wendy said to the old cowboy, Sheriff, I think we should probably get going. The old cowboy slapped his head, Oh, sorry. I'm old. And I'm always nagging when I talk. I hope I don't bore you. How could that be? You are the funniest and most humorous person I have ever met. It's always a pleasure to chat with you. But we do have important things to do. Of course. I'm ready. And we can set off now, the old cowboy said. That's great. I wait for you outside. After saying that, the sheriff smiled at Wendy again, stood up and walked out the door. The rancher's daughter also finished her breakfast and was about to get up. But the next moment, something touched her thigh. Wendy lowered her head and was stunned when she saw the thing John Hung handed over from under the table. Keep it. I hope we won't need it later. Wendy had a lot of questions to ask. But when she took the thing, John Hung had already stood up from his seat and said to the old cowboy, Kentucky on Ma? No. Snowflake is an Arabian horse, the old cowboy said. It's very fast. Few horses can catch up with it on the plains. It seems I still need to continue learning, John Hung said. His body just blocked Wendy behind the table, and the girl hid the thing in her clothes as quickly as possible. Then the three of them got on their own horses and walked out of Glen Town. Along the way, the old cowboy was still talking and laughing, but Wendy seemed a little absent-minded, thinking about the things on her body. Instead, John Hung took over the conversation and started chatting with the old cowboy. He also asked him about the local customs and practices nearby. The old cowboy also asked John Hung to taste his chewing tobacco. John Hung followed his instructions and put the tobacco under his jaw and between his teeth. After a few seconds, a spicy taste spread in his mouth and went straight to his throat. Although it was covered by mixed spices, it was still unbearable. It is said that the reason why chewing tobacco became popular in the United States was also a thing of the pioneering period, because it was difficult for cowboys to light cigarettes while riding horses. So when they wanted to smoke, they put the tobacco in their mouths. As long as they spit out the saliva in their mouths regularly, they could smoke while working, which was convenient and trouble-free. However, tobacco juice is more irritating to the oral mucosa than cigarettes, and there are not so many places for you to spit in modern society. So chewing tobacco has gradually withdrawn from the market. John Hung tasted it and spit out the tobacco. It's a pity, said the old cowboy. You speak fluent English and I heard you have a great gun skill. But if you want to survive in the West, you have to act more like a Westerner. I do have a lot to learn. John Hung didn't refute it after hearing it. Don't worry. Take your time. The old cowboy patted John Hung on the shoulder to show encouragement. The three of them walked to the entrance of the river valley. It was called a river valley, but it was actually tens of thousands of years ago. There is no water here now, but the rock walls on both sides are still there. It is indeed a place where it is easy to set up an ambush. Let's go! The old cowboy took the lead and walked in the front position, followed by Wendy, and John Hung followed at the back. The three of them had not walked far when the old cowboy said to Wendy, I have to apologize to you. What are you apologizing for? I lied to you before. I can't let you go on the road to find your father alone with a stranger I hired casually. The old cowboy pulled the reins, stopped the horse, and turned around and said, This is too dangerous. You stopped me from finding my father. Is it for my safety or to cover up the truth behind my father's disappearance? Wendy retorted. Things are always complicated. The old cowboy sighed. Maybe I will explain it to you when I have the chance in the future. But now, you should say goodbye to Mr. John Hung and go home. I can promise you that I will help you find your father later. Although waiting is sad, it is sometimes the most effective way to solve problems. Really? Then how are you going to take me home? Excuse me. Even if you were 20 years younger, you would not be a match for Mr. John Hung, Wendy said. Maybe. The old cowboy did not argue. Fortunately, I have helpers. After he finished speaking, two people with rifles appeared from behind the rock walls on both sides. It is my honor to introduce you to the deputy sheriff of Glen Town, Joseph, and his brother, Jonathan. Chapter 612. Nice to meet you. Ma'am, you betrayed us and had someone ambush us? Wendy saw the scene in front of her. Her expression suddenly changed, staring at the old cowboy in front of her. For some reason, her gaze made the old cowboy embarrassed to look at her, and he turned his head away. I'm doing this for your own good. If your father were here, he would agree with me. Oh, I thought there was something new. But it turned out to be the same thing again. Do you know what the most annoying thing about men is? Sheriff? What? You are just being sentimental. Wendy said coldly. It is not your turn to arrange my life. Sheriff, I have long experienced your sharp tongue, ma'am, but no matter what you say, it cannot change what is going to happen next. I will let Joseph send you home. And then Jonathan and I will invite Mr. Zhang Hung to the town as a guest for 3 or 5 days to appreciate the scenery of Glen Town until I finish the things at hand. I will help you find your father, and Mr. Zhang Hung can go wherever he wants after that. How dare you do such a thing? Wendy said angrily. I can understand your anger and disappointment. But sometimes, the world will disappoint people. This is the price of growing up. The old cowboy waved to Joseph. The deputy sheriff was still a young man, probably only about 17 or 18 years old, with fluff on his mouth. Hearing this, he tidied up his messy hair before walking down from the rock wall and spoke. Nice to meet you. Ma'am, don't look at me like this. I am also an excellent gunman. I learned my shooting skills from the sheriff. I will be responsible for protecting your safety along the way. Okay, let's talk on the way if you have anything else to say, the old cowboy urged. Wendy glanced at Zhang Hung beside her, who nodded at her. Don't worry about me. The coffee in the police station should taste good. I will, Dolan, the old cowboy said. I am sure I will have a pleasant week with Chief Dolan, Zhang Hung said, blinking at Wendy. The latter took a deep breath and looked at the old cowboy. This matter will not be let go like this. Let's wait and see. Excuse me. If you were my age, you wouldn't have taken harsh words to heart. Say hello to your mother for me. Okay. Let's go. The old cowboy nodded to Joseph. It wasn't until the two of them disappeared from the river valley that the old cowboy turned to look at Zhang Hung. I know some people don't like yellow-skinned guys, but today is your lucky day. I'm not that kind of person. As long as you're honest and obedient, I guarantee your safety in town. But if you dare to play any tricks, I don't mind leaving a body in this river valley. No one in this land will care about your life or death. What's more, you just had a conflict with Bucks last night. Everyone in the bar saw it. They will only think that Bucks's people killed you. It seems that you are not as simple as you appear. Sheriff, Zhang Hung said, when you first appeared in front of us, I thought you were the embodiment of the law. Upright? The old cowboy snorted. No one in this land can always be upright. Otherwise, he would have become a corpse long ago. Besides, people are very complicated, and everyone has a carefully hidden side. Matthew, I bet you have some secrets that you can't tell. I let the child go home for her good. And for your own good, I suggest that you keep your mouth shut for the rest of the time. Zhang Hung raised his eyebrows and said nothing. The old cowboy dismounted and walked towards him, warning him. Jonathan is a sharpshooter. He can shoot a running hare at a distance of 50 yards. If I were you, I would not want to verify whether his shooting skills are accurate or not. Zhang Hung looked up and glanced at the boy who was still holding a rifle behind the rock wall. It can be seen that the latter is still a little nervous, and his posture is a little stiff. It is estimated that the old cowboy is bragging more. The old cowboy first took off the holster from Zhang Hung's waist, then frowned. Wait, don't you have 2 guns? Where's the other one? You don't want to know the answer to this question, Zhang Hung said, and before he finished speaking, his whole body fell off the horse, using the body of Carrot to block the gunman on the rock wall. The old cowboy's reaction was fast. He didn't have time to pull out his own pistol from his waist, but directly pulled out Zhang Hung's pistol from the holster, and pulled the trigger at the latter without hesitation. But nothing happened. The expected scene of Zhang Hung being shot and falling to the ground remained only in the expectation. At the same time, a knife was already against his throat. Zhang Hung's voice rang from his ear. You don't think there are bullets in the gun I handed over to you, do you, Sheriff? After holding the sheriff hostage, he also shrank behind him. In addition, there was a Carrot between them. So no matter how powerful the gunman on the rock wall was, he couldn't shoot him. Zhang Hung had already observed the terrain, dragged the old cowboy and quickly hid behind a rock, and then pulled out the revolver from the latter's waist. Do you know what you are doing? The sheriff said while panting. Of course. My greatest strength is that I always know what I am doing. For a child. You want to make yourself wanted? Zhang Hung laughed out loud. Then do you think the jury will be interested in the hidden side of you when I am tried? I don't know what you and Matthew are doing, but your past is obviously more shameful than mine. There should be a limit to bluffing. Sheriff, I don't think you will escalate this matter. Do you think I am right? The old cowboy fell silent after hearing this. In addition, if you don't want to watch the kid on the rock wall die, I advise you to let him put down his gun and surrender. Before John Hung finished speaking, he heard the sound of horse hooves coming from afar, and lightning and Wendy reappeared at the entrance of the valley. How is it possible? The old cowboy and John Hung both widened their eyes. Wendy was also shocked by the scene in front of her, and she almost dropped the revolver in her hand. Why are you here? John Hung asked. Ah, didn't you give me the revolver and ask me to get rid of the people around me before I come to help you out? Wendy was at a loss. Did you kill the deputy sheriff named Joseph? Wait, when did I ask you to do anything? I gave you the gun just for your self-defense in case the guy did something bad to you. You winked at me, and I thought it was a signal to take action. Wendy also looked very aggrieved. John Hung felt a pain in his balls. He originally planned to save Wendy after solving the problem here smoothly. Now, with Wendy shot, the problem that could have been solved peacefully could only be solved once and for all. And he killed the old cowboy and the kid on the rock wall together. Also, I didn't kill that guy. I just tied him up and threw him in a place where there were no people, Wendy said, and then said to the old cowboy, I hope you didn't lie to me when you said there were no wolves and bears here. Otherwise, you will have to pay the price for your lies. John Hung breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. But this could still be remedied. He found that Wendy was indeed different from ordinary girls. Ordinary people would choose to use the gun as the last amulet at this time. Wendy not only took the initiative to attack, but also rushed back to save him. Just for this last point, John Hung was embarrassed to blame her, and finally could only sigh. You are really braver than I thought. Lady. Chapter 613 Because I am willing? Sheriff. I saw his accomplice. Should I shoot? Jonathan on the rock wall said nervously. Of course not. You idiot. She is only 12 years old. Do you want to go to the gallows? Put away your gun and get down. The old cowboy said. Yes, Sheriff. Jonathan was relieved when he heard it, and climbed down hurriedly. John Hung did not remove the knife from the old cowboy's neck. Give them your gun. The old cowboy snorted again. So Jonathan handed the rifle to Wendy. Are you satisfied now? The old cowboy said coldly. John Hung nodded. But you may not be very satisfied with what I am going to do next. The old cowboy seemed to think of something, and his face changed. Do you dare? However, as soon as he said this, gunshots rang out. And then the old cowboy saw his beloved white horse falling in a pool of blood. Sorry. I have to make sure you don't catch up again. After all, I don't really want to go to the police station for coffee. John Hung did not stop and killed Jonathan's horse as well. The old cowboy looked painful. Why don't you kill your old horse and ride my good horse? Because I want to. After brutally murdering the two poor animals who worked hard, John Hung searched the old cowboy and Jonathan again, and then put away the revolver in his hand. He first picked up the gun he dropped on the ground, and then took the rifle from Wendy. Wendy saw that John Hung was still holding out his hand, and said, "Oh," reluctantly returned the revolver that someone had given her before. Then can you give me the sheriff's gun? Wendy asked in a low voice. No. I don't want to be shot in the back by my own people. John Hung said. You have never learned to shoot. Why do you want a gun? I have seen my father hunting. I know how to use a gun. And I just subdued a deputy sheriff. He will no longer be a deputy sheriff. The old cowboy was obviously dissatisfied with his deputy being knocked down by a little girl who just turned 12 years old. You shouldn't blame him, Sheriff. It's not his fault. He just picked the wrong opponent. Wendy said to John Hung eagerly. That guy named Joseph also has a horse. Should we go back and kill him too? Don't bother. They wouldn't dare to catch up with him if he only has one horse. Am I right, Sheriff? John Hung said. The horse issue won't be let go. Kid, the old cowboy warned. I may not be able to take you to court. But this is not the only way I have. Really? But I can take you to court, John Hung said. Or else, tell me what secrets you have with the child's father. I can give you a gun for self-defense. It's quite a long way to walk back to Glen Town from here. For your own good, you should listen to me and take the child home, the old cowboy said. They won't hurt Matthew. But you may not. Who are they? John Hung asked. That's all I can tell you. The old cowboy closed his mouth after he finished speaking, clearly not wanting to say another word. I hate people who only say half of what they say. Wendy frowned. Me too. But it is undeniable that he did reveal some useful information. At least now, we know that your father's disappearance is related to a group of people. They obviously know each other. Your father went to meet them, and probably went with them voluntarily. And this group of people should be quite dangerous. He is right. Maybe you shouldn't have run out to look for your father in the first place. You can't be 100% sure of this. Wendy said. Yes. That means my father may still be in danger. And you also said that group of people are not good people. They may do anything. Maybe. John Hung also admitted that Wendy's guess was not unreasonable. Then I will continue to look for it, Wendy said firmly. And then asked John Hung, Are you scared? I haven't felt fear for a long time. John Hung replied. So you want to take this opportunity to increase your reward? No. I just found a reason to investigate further. Now, whether you pay me or not, I will not give up on this matter. John Hung shook his head. Why? It was difficult for John Hung to explain the main task to Wendy. He just got a clue that seemed to be a lucky horseshoe. In this way, Wendy's commission overlapped with his main task. Just think of me as being bored. Then I can't go back. I can help you by staying with you, Wendy said. I doubt it, John Hung said. But he couldn't deny that Wendy was actually quite useful, although her fighting ability was negligible. John Hung had never seen Matthew before, so bringing her with him would make it easier to find people. Moreover, with the relationship between Wendy and Matthew, it might reduce some danger. But Wendy was also very good at causing trouble. She was not a bad kid. In fact, compared with other bad kids of the same age, Wendy was too precocious. But this child's temper was also the most stubborn John Hung had ever seen. The two of them had not been together for long, but her ability to cause trouble had already given John Hung a headache. However, John Hung did not force Wendy to go back. Unlike the old cowboy, John Hung knew that even if he used force to send Wendy home, she would definitely find a way to escape again, and even start thinking about it halfway. Instead of doing that, it would be better to bring her with him. At least, he could keep an eye on her to prevent her from causing any big trouble. Therefore, John Hung did not say anything else, but just said to Wendy, Let's go. We have wasted so much time. We have to make up for it on the way. Then he handed his unloaded revolver to the old cowboy, and under the latter's unfriendly gaze, he took out another box of bullets and threw it behind a rock wall. You're welcome. After saying that, he rode on Luobwa, who was eating grass on the side. Luobwa didn't know that he had just escaped because of John Hung's poor riding skills. Seeing John Hung clamping his abdomen with his legs, he could only look at the green grass in front of him reluctantly and set off on his journey. Wendy rode Lightning and followed John Hung obediently. Tell me more about your father. John Hung observed the rock walls on both sides, carefully guarding against ambushes, and said without looking back, Okay, Mr. John Hung. Chapter 614 Unfriendly Town. 2 days later, John Hung and Wendy finally arrived at their destination. Looking at the town in the distance, John Hung said, Did your father tell you that he came here to discuss business? Yes. He said so before he left. Wendy nodded, then hesitated and said, Do you think he would lie to us about this matter? It's unlikely. Didn't you send a telegram to the sheriff here before? He said your father had left. Yeah. At least it means he is related to this matter. Let's go and see. After John Hung finished speaking, he and Wendy rode past a field. However, the crops in the field were not growing well. It was not just because of the weather or some other reasons. They all looked droopy. And the strangest thing was that there were no farmers. John Hung asked Wendy to wait aside. He turned over and dismounted. He walked into a room and knocked on the door. No one answered. So John Hung drew the revolver from his waist, pushed open the door, and quickly dodged to the side. After waiting for a few seconds, there was still no movement inside. John Hung looked up, glanced quickly, and then put away the revolver. How is it? Wendy asked behind him. Safe. No one, John Hung said. Unlike the uninhabited town he experienced before the copy began, there was no sign of evacuation here. John Hung even saw a half-open book, turned upside down on the table. In addition, there were wooden toys for children on the ground. Wendy also got off the horse at this time and walked in. Where are all the people? I don't know, John Hung said. He simply walked around the house and didn't see any blood or other suspicious things. He said, Go out. The two then left the farmhouse and closed the door again. Wendy looked at the nearby fields again and muttered, "Why are they growing so badly? Is it because no one is taking care of them? How much can we harvest in a year?" "I'm afraid not," Zhang Heng said. "Have you noticed that not only the farmland, but also other plants along the way are not growing well? Why is this happening?" Zhang Heng looked at the well next to him. He scooped up a bowl of water from the well and found that it was turbid compared to ordinary well water and tasted astringent and salty. Zhang Heng took a sip and poured the rest on the ground. "The water source here is polluted, which is why the plants don't grow well. Is it man-made or is it natural? It's not clear yet. But people in the town should know." Zhang Heng rode on Luoba again. "Let's go. There's smoke coming out of the town. There must be people." About a quarter of an hour later, Wendy and Zhang Heng entered the town. This town called Bliss looked no different from other western towns, although it was a little deserted. At least it was not like the farmhouse outside where no one could be seen. Zhang Heng first booked 2 rooms in the hotel and put the luggage and other things that were inconvenient to bring in and out. This time, Zhang Heng did not let Wendy go alone to find out the news. The latter stood in front of the window, looking at the street below. "Is it my illusion? I feel that everyone we meet along the way is quite hostile to us." "Really? I am a yellow race, and people are quite hostile to me wherever I go," Zhang Heng said, while counting the bullets in his bag. During the process, he could not resist Wendy's soft and hard persuasion, and finally taught her some shooting knowledge. Pistols, rifles. It must be admitted that Wendy is indeed quite talented in shooting and learns quickly, at least better than Zhang Heng riding skills. When she stopped to rest on the road, she would borrow Zhang Heng's gun to practice shooting, and even shot 2 wild rabbits for dinner. "But I also noticed what you said. I don't like their eyes," Wendy said. She saw the woman hanging clothes on the balcony across the street. The latter just glanced at her, then retreated back to the house, and closed the doors and windows. "Is there an outbreak of some deadly epidemic here? Chickenpox? Or even more deadly leprosy? When I was just born, there was an outbreak of chickenpox in the town. My father said that they would gather all the sick people in one room to prevent them from infecting healthy people, and then draw lots and send one person to deliver food and water every day until..." Wendy paused. "Everyone inside died. It's more like murder than treatment." Zhang Heng had heard of leprosy, of course, not to mention in the 19th century. Even in modern times, it has been effectively controlled. Some people in some remote places are still terrified by it. In this era when medical care is not yet developed, people have almost no way to deal with leprosy except isolation. Be careful. This town is indeed unusual. We will leave as soon as we find my father. So where should we start next? Let's go find the sheriff here, Zhang Heng said, since no one else wants to talk to us. But before that, we have to go to the grocery store to restock some goods. The owner of the grocery store was cleaning the shelves. When he turned around and saw Zhang Heng and Wendy walking towards them, he immediately got down from the scaffolding, hung up the closed sign, and then hurriedly wanted to close the store. But the next moment, a hand stretched out from the crack of the door and stopped him. "Sorry, sir, we are closed," the boss said, while secretly exerting strength with his hands. But his 2 hands combined were not as strong as the one on the other side, and the door was slowly pushed open from the outside. "It seems that we are lucky and caught up with the last shift." Zhang Heng walked in with Wendy without waiting for the boss to explain. At this point, the boss could only accept the reality helplessly and wipe the sweat from his forehead. "Is there anything I can do for you? Give me 4 boxes. No, 6 boxes of bullets." "What model?" 2 boxes of 44 to 40 Winchester. 4 boxes of 0.45-inch Colt long bullets." "Thank you. So many bullets. Are you going hunting?" the boss reluctantly asked while taking bullets from the shelf. "Is there any place to hunt nearby?" "As far as I know, there is no place to hunt. If you want to hunt, you have to go further. Then we won't hunt," Zhang Heng said. And then he turned to look at Wendy beside him. "Would you like some licorice candy?" "I'm not a child anymore." Wendy frowned. "Liking candy doesn't mean you're a child. I know a guy. To be honest, I don't know how old he is, but he's older than anyone you've ever seen. That guy eats sweets like a bottomless pit." Chapter 6:15, They are just a little shy. Zhang Heng took the bullets and half a can of licorice candy. The next moment, a long-lost system prompt came to his ears. "Buy licorice candy at the grocery store. Game points plus 3. You can go to the character panel to view relevant information. John Hung is getting more and more confused about this strange achievement system. Before, he asked the old cowboy for some chewing tobacco to taste. In addition to being curious about the taste of the famous chewing tobacco, he also wanted to try his luck to see if he could earn some points. In the end, nothing happened. Instead, he got 3 points by accident from a can of licorice candy he bought at a grocery store. The randomness was too strong. No wonder many player guilds have studied it for such a long time, and still haven't come up with a plan to stably obtain game points in the dungeon. What's wrong? Wendy asked. Nothing. Eat candy. John Hung handed her the half can of licorice candy in his hand, and then said to the boss, Do you know where the people in the farmhouses outside the town have gone? The latter's hands trembled when he heard this, and the bag of flour he was holding almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, John Hung quickly helped him catch it. The boss thanked him and took the bag of flour again. There was an epidemic in the town some time ago, and the infected people were quarantined. It seems that we were right before. It is indeed an epidemic. Is the situation serious? Wendy asked. It has been controlled for the time being. Is there a doctor in the town? Where were the sick people taken? John Hung said. They are temporarily concentrated in the church in the town. The doctor is also there. You better not go near that place. Don't worry. We haven't lived long enough, Wendy said, and then added, May God bless you. Thank you, ma'am. After John Hung paid, the two left the grocery store. After walking for a while, Wendy felt that her boots were not very comfortable and wanted to squat down to adjust them. As a result, John Hung said, Don't worry. Walk a little longer and then adjust them. Why? The boss is still secretly watching us in the store. Don't look back or make any unnecessary movements. He is monitoring us? Wendy was surprised. To be precise, he is observing our movements and reactions. John Hung said, If you just lied, you will also pay special attention to the audience's reaction. Lie? Are you talking about the epidemic? Well, interesting. It seems that everyone in this town is trying to cover up something now. John Hung said, I wonder what role the sheriff we're going to meet later played in this. 5 minutes later, John Hung and Wendy arrived at the town's police station. The sheriff was a man with a thick beard, and he was flirting with a woman in his office in broad daylight. Wendy was startled when she first came in, because the woman was lying on the chest of the bearded sheriff, and the two were almost sticking together. Stop it. Someone is here. I'm going to start working. Baby? The bearded sheriff spoke, pinching the woman's thigh again. The latter giggled and stood up, blowing the bearded sheriff a kiss. The latter tidied up her dirty clothes and wiped the badge on her chest, then said, Is there anything I can do for you? Both of you? He was also the first normal person John Hung had seen since he came to this town. Unlike the residents who seemed a little autistic before. At least the sheriff in front of him was normal, except that he hadn't taken a shower for who knows how long. As for his little hobby, it is understandable. After all, the sheriff in this era has a 24-hour job. One person is responsible for a town, and there is no such thing as working hours. Are you Sheriff Harper? But I heard that Sheriff Harper is a short man, Wendy said. Good eyesight. Ma'am, I am not Sheriff Harper. Sheriff Harper is too old and has retired. I am his successor. You can call me Love. Sheriff Harper retired? But I just telegraphed to him a week ago. Wendy's eyes widened. Yes, things change. I didn't expect this to happen so suddenly. He was one of the first residents to settle in this town. He has contributed a lot to this place. The residents living here will always remember his dedication. So, what are you doing in Bliss? Actually, we are here to find someone. Sheriff Love. Really? Who? Wendy glanced at John Hung, who nodded, and the girl continued. We are here to find my father. He has been away from home for a long time. Before he left, he told us to discuss business. Oh, that's too bad. Why don't you tell me your father's name, and I see what I can do for you? My father is Matthew Robbins, a rancher in Lincoln County. He wears a gray shirt and old-looking boots. He's about 35 years old, with a determined look and a scar on his left abdomen. I take note. I check it out. You can rest in the hotel and wait for my news. It will be quick. There should be results tomorrow morning. Sheriff Love winked at the girl. Can I ask one more question? What's wrong with the people here? Wendy couldn't help asking. Oh, don't worry about it. They are just a little bit xenophobic. It will be fine once you get familiar with them. Besides, a terrible thing just happened in the town. I heard about the plague. It's really unfortunate. Who says it's not? But we will be fine. People living in this land are all brave people. Love said. I don't need your observation skills to see that he is lying. In the hotel room, Wendy said to John Hung. How could Officer Harper retire at this time? Yeah. John Hung wiped the barrel of the Winchester rifle. What should we do next? Also, you have been suspicious of the sheriff for a long time. Why do you want me to tell you about my father? You can't hide it from him. After all, a telegram has been sent before. Our purpose is not a secret. Telling it out can give him a false impression that although we are suspicious of the situation in the town, we still trust him as a fake sheriff. In addition, we can also see who his accomplices are. What do you think? Wendy frowned. If nothing unexpected happens, they will come to find us tonight. John Hung said calmly. For safety reasons, I should let you leave. But then, they will be suspicious. If Sheriff Dolan is not lying, they know your father, and should not embarrass you. How about this? You and Lightning get ready. If the situation is not right, you ride away first. And I will deal with these people. Chapter 6:16 Night Battle. What will you do if I leave? Wendy said. She knew John Hung's riding skills were average. And if the situation really got bad, he wouldn't be able to ride out on horseback. Although I'm anxious to find my father, I don't want to risk your life. If that doesn't work, we evacuate this town first. By the way, we can also go to the neighboring town to ask for help. Where to go? Lens or Spurs? These are the two closest towns. But both have only one sheriff. Or do you want to go back to Glentown and ask Sheriff Dolan, whose horse I just killed, for help? Putting aside his stance, the other side will definitely be alert if we leave. John Hung cleaned his rifle. Don't worry. I can handle this. What to do? You also said that they may have a group of people. 5. 7. In the worst case, there may be more than a dozen people. And you are only one person. And your horsemanship is very bad. Thank you for reminding me of this unfortunate fact, John Hung said. But fortunately I don't plan to run. Are you crazy? You only have 3 guns. Plus 6 boxes of bullets. It's enough, John Hung said. The biggest mistake they made was to choose to attack at night. Why? You will know when the time comes, John Hung said calmly. Wendy was a little absent-minded while eating dinner. She kept thinking about John Hung's words. But no matter how she thought, she didn't know what John Hung should do to kill the enemy, who was several times his size. Since the other party decided to attack them tonight, they would definitely be prepared. They might be able to kill 1 or 2 people by sneak attack. But once the rest of the people reacted, John Hung didn't look like he had a chance of winning. However, the person involved did not seem to be in a hurry at all. Night fell quickly, and in order not to arouse suspicion, John Hung and Wendy returned to their own rooms. John Hung loaded the bullets into the gun that had just been maintained, then moved a stool and sat by the window. He drew the curtains, leaving only a gap facing the street below. Then he took out the filter lens. This small prop with only D level is a classic example of how the level cannot represent the effect. With John Hung's shooting and archery skills, the more you use it, the better it will be. The field of vision within a 300-meter range is not affected by factors such as light and natural environment. So night battles have no effect on John Hung. This is also his biggest reliance tonight. John Hung has made preparations and is waiting for the prey to come. Lev, who pretended to be a sheriff, and his people came earlier than John Hung expected. They arrived in front of the hotel before 12 o'clock, probably because they thought they had captured the two. This is also a very normal thing. A Sia countryman and a little girl are a weird combination that can't be considered dangerous. Wendy followed John Hung's instructions and blocked the window, in order to prevent being accidentally injured by stray bullets. She even overturned the heavy table and blocked it in front of the window. After doing these things, she felt a little relieved, but her heart was still beating fast. She put her ear against the wall. But John Hung's room next door was very quiet. This silence even made Wendy wonder if John Hung had left. Just as she was thinking about it, the sound of horse hooves came from downstairs. Wendy's heart suddenly became nervous. But the room next door was still quiet. John Hung did not take this opportunity to shoot from above, but waited for Lev to enter the hotel. There were 6 people in total this time. 2 of them guarded the door. 2 guarded the first floor, ready to support at any time, while Lev and another person went up to the second floor. The owner of the hotel was already scared, and the person in charge of guarding the first floor made a gesture to silence him, and he collapsed directly on the ground. Wendy saw a figure through the crack of the door, but the other party only stopped outside her door for a step, and then walked forward again. Obviously, Love and the others did not regard her as a threat. In their opinion, as long as the Oriental man was killed, the battle would be over. Wendy thought that if she had a gun, she might be able to kill everyone outside the door unexpectedly if she rushed out at this time. Unfortunately, although her shooting skills had improved along the way, Zhang Heng would not agree to give her a gun for self-defense this time. This was actually what Zhang Heng was most worried about. He didn't care whether Wendy could help or not. What he was most worried about was that this child was too brave. With a gun in hand, she really rushed forward when her head was hot. This was also the problem of many half-baked newcomers. Once they had a gun in hand, they always felt that they had to do something. Zhang Heng had already experienced it once in the river valley, and he didn't want to experience it again. Wendy's heart was completely hanging in her throat. She didn't know how many times she had shouted in her heart, hoping that Zhang Heng would shoot. But there was still no movement next door. Love and his companions looked at each other. The latter stepped back a few steps, then kicked the door open, and Love immediately raised the rifle in his hand. However, contrary to his expectations, there was no one in the room. Lo and his companions walked into the house, frowned at the empty stool by the window and said, "Where did that guy go?" He was answered by a gunshot, and then Lo's companions fell to the ground. Lo was shocked, not because of the sneak attack, but because the gunshot came from above his head. It was too late for him to raise his gun. Zhang Heng let go of his left hand holding the wooden board and jumped down from the roof, hitting Lo in the face with the butt of the gun. The latter fell to the ground without saying a word. The people downstairs heard the gunshots and immediately drew their pistols. However, Zhang Heng was faster. He did not aim at the people, but at the kerosene lamp on the table downstairs. He pulled the trigger and shattered the lamp with a gunshot. The hotel immediately fell into darkness. After that, Zhang Heng ignored the people below and came to the window again. The 2 people who were responsible for guarding the door on the street outside heard the gunshots. One of them had dismounted, and the other was holding a gun and aiming at the window to be on guard. Zhang Heng did not open the window, but directly smashed it with the glass, killing the guard. At this time, the other person had just dismounted and lowered his body, thinking that it was so dark that the people above should not be able to see him clearly. However, Zhang Heng pulled down the trigger guard and reloaded the bullet. With a click, the hammer was pressed down. The bolt returned to its position, and the chamber was closed. Then the 4th bullet was fired from the chamber, allowing Zhang Heng to complete a triple kill. On the other side, the 2 people downstairs had already drawn their guns, but without the light source, they could only shoot randomly like headless flies. Zhang Heng leaned against the door and saw their positions clearly, then shot them one by one. In a battle like this, he took advantage of the time and place, and the battle was over before he even broke into a sweat. Chapter 6:17 Passers-by. Wendy finally heard the gunshots she had been waiting for, but the fierce battle she imagined did not happen. The gunshots lasted less than a minute before they ended. After that, the outside returned to calm again. Wendy was uneasy, not knowing which side would be the final winner, until someone knocked on her door. Wendy suddenly became nervous again. She looked around and finally grabbed the fruit knife on the table. "I hope you won't stab me when I go in later." Zhang Heng's voice came from outside the house. Wendy breathed a sigh of relief, but she did not open the door immediately, but asked, "Are you the only one outside? You can lie down under the door and take a look." Wendy really laid down after hearing this, and only saw a pair of shoes outside through the door. She then opened the door, but still hid the knife behind her. "It's over," Zhang Heng said outside the door, and handed a revolver to Wendy at the same time. "I killed the others and caught the guy who pretended to be the sheriff. I am preparing to interrogate him. During this time, I have to trouble you to keep an eye on the boss downstairs. We don't know what the relationship between this group of people and the people in the town is yet, and we don't know if they have any accomplices. So it's always right to be cautious. You want to interrogate him. Can I listen outside?" Wendy asked. "No. The interrogation scene might be a little inappropriate for children." Zhang Heng said. You'd better wait outside. I tell you when I get something, Zhang Heng said, and turned back without waiting for Wendy's reaction. Closing the door, Wendy walked out of the room and saw the bloodstains downstairs. But the body had been dragged into the kitchen by Zhang Heng, so she couldn't see it. Wendy moved a chair and sat in front of the boss, who was completely paralyzed by fear. In fact, she didn't need to watch, because the latter had just seen two people die in front of him, one of whom had his head shot out, and blood plasma splashed all over his face. His legs had already gone limp, and he couldn't run away even if he wanted to. But Wendy still decided to do something. She waved the revolver in her hand and threatened the other party again. Be quiet. I kill you if you dare to move. I'm a good shooter. About 20 minutes later, a gunshot was heard from the second floor, and then Zhang Heng walked out of the house. How is it? Wendy stood up. Did you get any news about my father? Well, the matter has basically been figured out. But I have to go save people first. And I explain it to you when I come back, Zhang Heng said. Save people? Where? The church, where the missing peasants are. And there are 4 guards there. Is my father there too? No. Your father is not in town. But he should be safe for the time being. Before leaving, Zhang Heng added, after I leave, close the door of the inn. Don't let anyone else get close. And don't trust the people in the town. Okay. Wendy nodded. After Zhang Heng finished speaking, he hurriedly left the inn holding a bag of weapons. Wendy watched his figure disappear into the night, and turned back to find that the innkeeper's face was pale, muttering, It's over. It's all over. What's over? Wendy asked. The boss was indifferent to her words, just muttering, We will all go to hell. Zhang Heng did not run to the church immediately, but went to the grocery store he had been to during the day, smashed the door and entered, stuffed the 3 shotguns and 5 revolvers on the shelf into his weapon bag, and took some more ammunition. The grocery store's puller heard the noise and came down from upstairs, still in pajamas. Seeing Zhang Heng was stunned. He still didn't realize what happened, and asked stupidly, What are you going to do? Borrow something. I return it to you after I use it. Zhang Heng put the last box of bullets in and picked up the bag. The boss finally reacted and widened his eyes. Are you going to rob? In our town? Aren't you afraid of being arrested by the sheriff? The sheriff of Bliss died a long time ago, and he died in your hands. I don't think I have to worry about him. If you are talking about that fake guy, I don't think he will have any objection to it, Zhang Heng said. After that, he kicked open the door of the grocery store, put the bag of weapons and ammunition on Luobwa, and then he and his horse went straight to the church. When approaching the church, Zhang Heng jumped off the horse. Now he has not learned to shoot while riding a horse, but his experience of drifting on the sea has made his balance much better than that of ordinary people. It is only a matter of time for him to master this skill. However, before that, he could only fight after dismounting. The door of the church was closed, and a faint light was shining from inside. Zhang Heng walked to the door, leaned against the door, and fired a shot into the sky. Half a minute later, the door was opened a crack, and a gun barrel stretched out. It turned left and right, but no one was seen. So its owner, a one-eyed gunman, carefully poked his head out. Zhang Heng shot the unlucky guy directly. Then he pulled out the revolver from his waist with his left hand and flashed past the crack. He still adopted the same strategy as before, first breaking the kerosene lamp, plunging the church into darkness, and then using the light compensation of the filter lens, he slowly eliminated the 3 gunmen inside. After Zhang Heng put away the filter and relit the kerosene lamp, a number of haggard faces were reflected. Most of them were black, and there was a disheveled girl crying in the corner. Zhang Heng took off his coat and covered her with it. His eyes finally fell on a sturdy man beside the pulpit. The latter should be the leader of this group of people, because when Zhang Heng walked in, many people looked at him in panic, obviously used to letting him make decisions. How many of you are there? Zhang Heng asked. There are 20 people on the first floor and 30 on the second floor, but most of them are women and children. They killed half of the men, the sturdy black man said, with a flash of anger in his eyes. Okay, pick some people who can fight. Men and women are fine. Zhang Heng threw the sack containing guns and bullets on the ground, and pointed at the corpses on the ground. Arm up. The sooner the better. We will leave here in 5 minutes. Sir, are you a nearby bailiff? Someone asked hopefully. No. I'm just a passerby, John Hung replied, pulling down the brim of his hat. Chapter 6:18 Past Events. The group of farmers that John Hung rescued from the church just walked to the center of the town and met another group of people. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. As soon as the two sides met, they raised their weapons and pointed them at each other. The sturdy black man in the lead said angrily, "Davidson, you bastards. You actually colluded with the Cook gang and wanted to use those gangsters to kill all of us." The guy named Davidson on the other side should also be the leader of the residents in the town. He defended himself. "Listen to me, Nicole. We just wanted to teach you a lesson at the time. We didn't expect things to develop to this extent. We did make a mistake. We shouldn't trust the Cook gang. Tell these lies to the dead people," Nicole said coldly. "Now those bastards have been killed by a good man named John Hung. What do you want to do by stopping us? Do you want to finish what they didn't do and kill us all? Of course not. We just want to talk to you. We just discussed that considering your losses this time, we can raise $5,000 for you. Of course, we know that this money is far from enough to soothe the pain of losing your relatives and friends. But at least it can make your future life a little easier. With you here, our lives will never be easy," Nicole said angrily. "Also, you are not just being kind to compensate us. Are you? If you have any other nonsense, just say it all." Davidson nodded. "What happened to Sheriff Harper was a tragedy. But given the situation at the time, we had no other choice." Davidson was only halfway through his words when he saw Nicole spitting on the ground. Then Nicole's eyes swept over the people in front of him. No one dared to make eye contact with him, and they all lowered their heads. "You bastards. Shot him. A total of 32 shots. Everyone had a share. They shot the sheriff of their own town, and did not kill him immediately, deliberately avoiding the vital parts, leaving him alone on the ground to die. I have to admit that you white gentlemen are really fucking good at playing," which opened my eyes as a black man. "What can we do?" The grocery store owner couldn't help but interrupt. "The Cook gang is standing next to us with guns pointed at us. If we don't do what they say, they will kill us too." "Nicole," Davidson continued, "everyone present here feels guilty all the time for what happened that day. Our consciences are tormented. We have been punished. But now that things have come to this, we have no choice but to look forward. As long as we can reach a consensus that Sheriff Harper died at the hands of the Cook gang just like everyone else, we will let you go. Why? Are you worried that the good things you did will be known to others? And your conscience is tormenting you? What kind of punishment is this? Do you know what punishment is? When all of you are hanged on the gallows for this matter. This is punishment. Is it necessary to do this? Nicole? If I remember correctly, you and Sheriff Harper don't have a good relationship. Don't forget that he also hates black people. Many of your people have been imprisoned by him. Yes, Harper is an annoying and uneducated old bastard. I have thought about whether to shoot that bald head countless times. But when the people from the Cook gang wanted to kill us, except for Mr. Matthew, only this old bastard stood up. In the whole town, only he stood up. You have to admit that the old bastard is quite courageous. And then you killed the only courageous person in the whole town. We didn't have a choice at that time." The grocery store owner muttered. "You always have a choice. You have guns in your hands, and your number is no less than theirs. And you dare not even resist." Nicole sneered. "You are just a bunch of cowards. Now, either get out of our way or start a war. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" "Nico, things are not that simple," Davidson continued to explain patiently. "You don't know the situation we are facing now. The guy named Zong Hung killed the people left behind by the Cook gang in the town. But the Cook gang still has more than 30 people. They are all desperate criminals with blood on their hands. They are not farmers and miners like you and me. When those people come back, we will face their anger. Therefore, we must unite now to face the impending catastrophe. Only in this way can we save the town. Are you crazy, Davidson? After what happened, we might as well shoot ourselves in the head to cooperate with you. Who knows if you will turn your guns around when things get bad? You will do anything to survive." While the two gangs were still confronting each other, Zhang Hung had quietly taken a detour back to the outside of the hotel. Wendy hurriedly moved the table against the door. "Has anyone been here while I was away?" Zhang Hung asked. "Yes, the owner of the grocery store. He came over not long after you left. But he didn't knock on the door and went to find someone else." "What happened outside?" I saw a lot of people. Wendy asked curiously. The people living in Bliss are mainly a group of miners and their families. Mining has caused the nearby water source to be polluted, and a large area of crops have died. The remaining crops are also very sluggish, which has aroused the anger of local farmers. The relationship between the two sides has become more and more tense, and some frictions will occur from time to time. Until 6 months ago, a boy from a miner's family and a farmer's girl went out to play, but only the boy came back. But the girl disappeared. The girl's father thought that the boy murdered the girl, so he asked a few friends to rush to the boy's house and kill the boy and his brother, who was ready to resist. As a result, the girl returned home safely 2 days later. And then, they found out that she had a quarrel with the boy and walked around alone in anger and lost her way. So this time, it was the miner's turn to come and ask for an explanation. The farmers got the news in advance and organized their own people. The two sides clashed, and 3 or 4 people were injured. In addition, these farmers would occasionally cause trouble at the mine, and the conflict became more and more serious. About a month and a half ago, a hunchbacked old man appeared in the town. When he was drinking in a bar, he heard the miners complaining about this matter. So he told the miners that he could help them solve their troubles, as long as the miners were willing to pay 6,000 yuan. He said he could find someone to teach the farmers a lesson so that they would not dare to make trouble again. The miners discussed it and thought it was feasible, so they pooled their money. Then the hunchbacked old man brought the Cook gang here. They captured the farmers and planned to kill them and their families. At the same time, in order to prevent the miners in the town from regretting their decision, they forced them to kill their own sheriff. The process was quite cruel, so I won't describe it in detail. But I think their purpose was not really just to make the $6,000, but to get your father. Is my father also related to this? Wendy was surprised. Your father is not related to this matter, but to the leader of the Cook gang. Cook. This makes sense. Remember the one-armed man from the Cook gang who was hanged before? He appeared in Lincoln County for a reason. I think it is very likely to find your father. The guy who pretended to be the sheriff didn't know what the relationship between Cook and your father was, but there is no doubt that the two knew each other. Oh, maybe Sheriff Dolan of Glen Town should be added. The 3 of them are old acquaintances. Cook threatened your father with the lives of these farmers and asked him to help do something. Chapter 619 Lucky Horseshoe. What do they want my father to do? Wendy asked impatiently. Help them find a group of people. When he said this, John Hung's face became a little strange. Who? More than a month ago, a robbery occurred in Liaoning town. A group of masked men robbed the bank in the town and took away 40 kilograms of gold. However, few people know that in addition to the gold, they also robbed another thing that did not belong to them. Something that belonged to Cook. Cook wants your father to help him find that thing, but he seems to have some other plans besides that, John Hung said. But the time doesn't match. As far as I know, the one-armed man came to Lincoln County a long time ago and lived next door to our house. Wendy frowned. Wait, do you mean that Cook has been monitoring my father all these years? I'm afraid so. Until Cook's thing was lost, they contacted my father and asked him to come to Bliss. My father is half Indian, and he is indeed a good tracker. Then, they threatened my father with the lives of the farmers in the town and forced him to help find people. Wendy finally figured out the whole story. 12 days ago, Cook left 10 people to guard the farmers, and he left with the remaining 30-odd people and your father. So my father only needs to help them find the person they're looking for. And the people of Cook's gang will release him? Wendy asked. It's not that simple. John Hung shook his head. Cook's order to the people who stayed behind was to kill everyone in half a month. Leave Bliss and meet up in Lincoln County. Huh? Wendy's eyes widened. Why are they going to Lincoln County? Haven't you figured it out yet? Cook doesn't really care about the lost item, John Hung said. His target has always been your father. They plan to go to Lincoln County to avenge the hanged one-armed man. In this way, your father will be completely dragged into the water and will have no choice but to stay in the Cook gang. What should we do then? Wendy's reaction was much calmer than John Hung had imagined. Although she was also worried, she did not panic because of her worry. Instead, she said, if you can help me solve this problem, I can decide to give you half of the ranch land and the cattle on the land. At this point, there is only one way. We need to stop them before they reach Lincoln County. However, with more than 30 people. Even I can't handle it. We have to find some help. 2 days later, John Hung and Wendy rushed back to Glentown again. Ha ha ha. Look who's here. The old cowboy sneered outside the police station. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Well, it hasn't been long since we last met. I didn't expect to be able to avenge my horse so soon. You know the leader of the Cook gang, right? John Hung reined in his horse and said directly. Well, how did you know? The old cowboy's face changed drastically when he heard this. He quickly looked around and saw that no one noticed this. He was slightly relieved. Your secret really surprised me, John Hung said. The sheriff of Glentown is actually connected with the notorious Cook gang. You know nothing. Kid, don't comment on other people's past easily. You were not there at the time. The old cowboy snorted and said coldly. Then tell me everything that happened back then, so that we can save Matthew, John Hung said. I think I made it very clear last time. I will take those past events to my grave. The old cowboy shook his head. You are so stubborn and unwilling to cooperate. Are you sure that Cook will not kill Matthew? But there are worse things in this world than killing a person. That is, ruining his life. I don't know what the relationship between Cook and Matthew is, but I do know that Cook is messing up Matthew's life. As we are talking, Cook is taking his people and Matthew to Lincoln County to avenge a dead gang member. You should know what this means without me saying it. What? Is Cook planning to attack Lincoln County? The county seat of Lincoln County is not a small town like Glen. The Cook gang can hardly capture it. They are not trying to capture it. They just need to rob it and leave before the armed forces in the town can react. Considering the tense relationship between Matthew and the town, what do you think the people in the town will think when he shows up with the Cook gang? The old cowboy fell silent after hearing this. After waiting for a while, just when John Hung was about to give up, the old cowboy suddenly spoke again. I know that Cook has always wanted Matthew to be his successor. He also trained Matthew in this direction before. My father was once a member of the Cook gang? Wendy was shocked. Not only that, Matthew, and Cook, the three of us were the original members of the Cook gang. No, at that time we were not called the Cook gang, but the Lucky Horseshoe. We formed the Lucky Horseshoe not for burning, killing, and looting, but for revenge. Revenge? The old cowboy looked at Wendy. Your father rarely mentioned the past to you and your mother, right? Regarding his past. Before he met your mother, he worked on the Cook ranch, and it was there that he met the love of his life, Mary. They got married, and Mary was pregnant soon after. At that time, Matthew was like the happiest person in the world, and Matthew and I were good friends. They were also planning to let their first child recognize me as the godfather, but no one expected that misfortune would come so quickly. Once Cook and Matthew drove cattle to a town 500 miles away to sell. When they returned home, they found that their house had been robbed and Mary was missing. At first they thought it was done by robbers, but later they found that it was not that simple. All signs pointed to Reuben, the only son of a director of the Pacific Union Railroad at that time. That guy was a playboy. In name, he came to supervise and inspect the railway project. But in fact, he just went out hunting with a group of friends and spent money. When they saw Mary in the town, Reuben immediately couldn't take his eyes off her. They flirted with Mary several times, but were stopped by Matthew, who came over. But what Matthew and Cook didn't expect was that as soon as they left the town, Mary was kidnapped by Reuben and his men. They later found Reuben and asked him to release Mary first, but Reuben denied it. And because the bastard was worried that his good deeds would be discovered, he killed Mary directly. It was not until a week later that we found Mary's body in the woods. However, the body had been bitten to pieces by wild dogs. Poor baby in her belly, only 3 months old, was not saved. Chapter 620 Revenge Story. We thought about resolving this matter through the law, but the Union Pacific Railroad was very powerful. It was up to them to decide whether to build a railroad for your town. Towns with railroads developed quickly, and there would be more and more new immigrants. Conversely, it would be difficult to transport goods out of the town. We were in a small town at the time, with less than 50 people in total. Everyone was looking forward to the railroad being built to make life better. Reuben was obviously aware of this, so he used this to threaten the sheriff of the town and wanted to cover up this matter. The old cowboy seemed to be lost in memories, and after a pause he continued. The sheriff in the town at that time was Mr. Thompson. He stood completely with the people of the Union Pacific Railroad, just like their loyal dog. Sheriff Thompson insisted that Mary was kidnapped and killed by nearby robbers. After that, we wanted to ask other people in the town to help Thompson and the Union Pacific Railroad. But we found that no one was willing to stand with us. Compared to justice, everyone wanted the railroad more. That's why the Lucky Horseshoe was born. Cook said to the sheriff, "If no one can give us justice, then we will create our own justice." In addition to us, Cook also wrote to his 2 friends, who also rushed to the town, together with another cowboy who worked for Cook. There were 6 of us in total, all members of the Lucky Horseshoe. John Hung interrupted the old cowboy and asked, "Is the horseshoe-shaped mark on your chest left after you joined the Lucky Horseshoe?" John Hung suspected that the latter was related to the main quest because he saw this mark when searching for the old cowboy at the river mouth. "Yes, that's right," the old cowboy admitted. Matthew and Cook also had it. But Matthew later cut another scar at that location to get rid of the brand. That was later. Anyway, after everyone got together, the 6 of us covered our faces and groped our way to Reuben's group's residence, intending to kill them all when they were drunk and defenseless. But then things started to get out of control. Reuben had a total of 10 people, except for 2 playmates, and the rest were security personnel assigned to him by his father, the director. But those guys were just empty-handed. Matthew rushed to the front and killed the only 2 people who were still conscious in the room. After that, we also started to kill people. However, there were 2 special workers in the room besides Reuben's people. Cook and I had an argument about whether to kill the 2 special workers. Cook said that they might have been present when Mary was killed. But I said we couldn't be sure of that. We came for revenge, not to kill innocent people. While we were arguing, a special worker tried to sneak out when we were not paying attention. So a friend of Cook chased her out and shot her dead. When he came back, he also killed the other special worker. Then, Sheriff Thompson heard the gunshots and rushed over. He pulled out his gun and tried to shoot me. I had no choice but to kill him before he did. At this point, everything was in chaos. Cook told us that it was too late to retreat. Everyone in the town knew about the feud between us and Reuben. When the new sheriff took office, we would still be dead. So, we might as well take the lead and kill everyone in the town. "So, you really massacred the entire town?" Wendy asked. "Yes. We shot and killed all the living things we could see. Men and women. From the elderly to children. I will always remember that night. Everything in front of me was red. We didn't leave a single person alive. I said before that we lived in a small town, so we knew each other. Some of them even talked to me during the day, and I had to kill them with my own hands that night. In the early stage, the battle was almost one-sided. But later, more and more people armed themselves after hearing the gunshots. Especially the last 2 families. They had many sons who blocked the door with tables and beds and shot at us from the windows on the 2nd floor. It was a bloody battle that lasted until dawn. Only 3 people were left alive in the whole town, me, Matthew and Cook. And almost everyone was injured. I don't know what this is, but it is definitely beyond the scope of revenge. The old cowboy's eyes were also full of regret. Afterwards, the 3 of us sat in the middle of the town, looking at each other. No one spoke. Then Cook dragged his injured leg home and shared the money he saved from running the ranch with us. In the afternoon, the 3 of us went our separate ways. Matthew and I chose to hide our identities and live ordinary lives. Matthew went to Lincoln County, used the money in his hands to open a ranch, married and had children. I wandered aimlessly for a while, and finally came to Glen Town. I drove away 2 gangsters who harassed and extorted in the bar. I was unexpectedly elected as the sheriff by the locals and lived here. As for Cook, I learned from him that he formed the Cook Gang and claimed to be responsible for the previous events in the town. I knew he was trying to protect us, especially Matthew. Cook liked Matthew very much and always regarded him as his own son, especially after Mary died. Matthew was Cook's only relative in the world. I don't know why he wants to disrupt Matthew's peaceful life. It's been more than 10 years since the incident. It doesn't make sense. The old cowboy frowned. But he did find Matthew. John Hung said, "If you want to stop him, you have to stop them before they reach Lincoln County. I have 15 people here. They can rush to Glen Town in the afternoon. How many can you get?" John Hung was looking for the miners and farmers in Bliss. There was no way to seek help from other law enforcers. Fortunately, after a long night of negotiations, The people in Bliss finally reached a preliminary consensus to solve the external threat of the Cook gang first. They picked out 15 people with the best shooting skills. John Hung and Wendy went first and came to Glen Town to find the old cowboy. And they followed closely behind. The 4 people you saw that day, the old cowboy said. They are the only ones who can be completely trusted. Sorry. Are you talking about the guy I tied up and threw on the roadside? Wendy muttered. Can that guy be trusted? He doesn't look much older than me. It's better to have some than nothing. This way we have 20 people. Although we are a bit disadvantaged in terms of numbers. At least we can fight. John Hung took over the conversation. Chapter 621 Destiny. In the vast Gobi Desert, a group of people were riding horses. They had been wandering in the wild for a week. Everyone looked exhausted. But they were getting closer and closer to the final destination. Ening. However, when they arrived at their destination, they found that it had already been engulfed by fire, leaving only charred debris on the ground. Matthew turned over and dismounted. Standing in the center of the town, looking up, there were broken walls and ruins everywhere, and no living creatures could be found. I told you. They all died in the fire. If John Hung was here, he would definitely recognize the person who was talking. It was the bailiff named Morton whom he met by chance on the first night he came to this instance. However, the latter's condition did not look good. His eyes were bruised. His nose was broken. And 4 or 5 teeth were missing. He was tied to a horse, and his speech was a bit slurred. I don't believe your story about the mysterious Oriental gunman. I have lived in Lincoln County for so long, and have never seen such a person. Matthew frowned. Like I said, if I hadn't met him that night, I wouldn't have believed there was such a strange man in the world. He was like a mysterious ghost. And no one knew where he came from. I then asked the nearby towns in the direction he came from. But no one had ever seen such a man. He seemed to have suddenly appeared in this desert, killed 7 good guys in the bar, and left with 40 kilograms of gold and what you were looking for. When I met him, I did hear him say he was going to Lincoln County. Then we will go to Lincoln County as well, the hunchbacked old man said. No, I won't go to Lincoln County with you. Matthew shook his head. Don't think I don't know what you are up to. Cook, you deliberately revealed my name to the people in the town in Bliss. When you go to rob this guy, Matthew pointed at Morton on horseback, you must take me with you. Do you want to use this method to connect me with the Cook gang? You are a member of the Cook gang, and one of the founders. The hunchbacked old man said leisurely. No, I have nothing to do with your gang. And Lucky Horseshoe has nothing to do with the Cook gang. Matthew said. Are you acting for me? Cook, you and this guy named Morton. You actually made an appointment. Right? You went through so much trouble just to trick me into going to Lincoln County with you. You think too highly of me. Kid, the hunchbacked old man said. He took out a box of chewing tobacco. I'm not one of those people from the Pacific Union Railroad Company who can get the marshals to serve me. I have indeed been thinking about how to get you to go to Lincoln County with me. But it seems that this problem has been solved by itself now. This is probably the choice of fate. I don't believe in shitty fate, Matthew said. I didn't believe it either. But if it wasn't fate, we should be sitting together in your house now. You holding your son. I holding my granddaughter. We're drinking beer and talking about trivial things in life. While Mary is preparing dinner in the kitchen. Cook paused. But you're right. There's actually no fate in this world. There's only the law of the jungle. I don't regret founding the Cook gang. I just regret realizing it too late. I let myself be blinded by the happy life I once had. Just like you now. But the cruel life will wake us up sooner or later. I heard that you married another woman in Lincoln County and gave birth to a daughter. Don't involve them in our affairs, Matthew warned. The hunchbacked old man smiled. You should not worry about me. But the fate you mentioned. Aren't you worried that what happened to Mary will happen to them again? Matthew fell silent after hearing this. Look, how fragile your so-called happiness is. There are too many big men like the directors of the Union Pacific Railroad in this world. Matthew, you are just an ant under their feet. You don't know when the boot will fall on your head. Do you know where I went after the 3 of us separated? Where? I took the train to the East Coast. Then why did you come back? What? Do you think I'm going to New York to retire? The hunchbacked old man laughed. No. I'm going to take revenge to the end. I'm going to kill the director of the Union Pacific Railroad. I'm ready to be caught after I succeed. I don't want to live anymore after losing Mary. Things went more smoothly than I thought. I sneaked into the target's house without much effort. The guys on the East Coast are different from us. They have almost no vigilance. I even had the opportunity to enjoy his wife in front of him before I took action. Then I noticed that he looked at me with such fear and helplessness. Like a puppy caught in the rain. It was at that moment that I suddenly realized that I had become his fate. What do you want to say? Matthew frowned. My point is, if you want to escape this endless cycle of tragic fate, you have to become fate itself. Cook said. Join us. Matthew, don't be a pawn at the mercy of fate. We have more than 40 brave and fearless men, who come and go like the wind, with excellent marksmanship. The entire West is our hunting ground. Since you already have more than 40 men, why do you have to ask me to join? Because you are my relative. Matthew, I have always treated you as my son. Because your bloodline is not welcome in the town. I accepted you, taught you how to use a gun, how to ride a horse, and married my daughter to you. You are like me when I was young. Join us, and I will continue to guide you. Guide me where to go. Will I go to hell with you? This ending is not too bad. You and I will join forces. Even if hell falls, we can kill Satan. The hunchbacked old man looked at Matthew expectantly. Then the latter shook his head. No, Cook. I still have a wife and daughter. I can't be a robber with you. The revenge is over. We killed a whole town of people. It's over. I love Mary as much as you do. That's why I'm sure she doesn't want to see you become like this. You just inflict the pain you once suffered on others. What's the difference between you and Reuben back then? I am stronger than him. That's why I survived. The hunchbacked old man said. On this land, only strong people can win the right to survive. It's a pity that you are not strong enough. Matthew, but it doesn't matter. You will become strong soon. Come on, child. Let's welcome a new future together. Chapter 622. We must stop him. On the grassland, the old cowboy, John Hung, Wendy, and the deputy sheriff brothers were sitting around a campfire. On both sides of them were the miners and farmers in Bliss Town. Although both sides decided to act together, they were clearly divided and did not communicate at all. They did their own things and looked at each other with hatred in their eyes. A trace of worry flashed across the old cowboy's face. What's wrong? John Hung asked. We still have too few people, and we don't have enough combat experience. There are also internal conflicts. If we face the Cook gang in this state, I'm afraid it will be dangerous. John Hung did not answer the old cowboy's question, but asked, Do you know a lot about Cook? No. Most of it is still the impression I had when we lived in the town. He is a very easygoing person, like his wife and daughter. The whole family is a devout Puritan. We were the first group of people to arrive in the town, sitting in a covered wagon. I was only 6 years old at that time. It is probably difficult for people today to imagine the difficulties and obstacles we encountered along the way. There were bandits, Indians, and guys with bad intentions everywhere. We have experienced many tough battles. Cook is the best shooter among us. It is difficult for you to imagine that a gentle person like him can fight so bravely. He was the best among us. A natural leader, a perfect shooter, and caring about everyone. Without him, we wouldn't have been able to settle. When the town was first established, we unanimously decided to elect him as sheriff. But he refused. He put his family first. After he opened his own ranch, he wanted to spend the rest of his time with his wife. So we elected old Thompson as sheriff. He was also a respectable and good man. But unfortunately, he didn't even stay in this position for a year. He went to help a widow in the town collect debts, and was ambushed by the debtor and his 2 brothers. They shot him to death. One of them was later caught and hanged in the next town. The other 2 are still missing. Some say they fled to Japan. Some say they were killed by bandits. And some say they changed their names and joined the army. In short, they can't be found. Then, there was Morris, who worked for 4 years. He was shot in one eye during a firefight with a group of bandits who had come to town. But he miraculously survived. However, he retired from the position of sheriff 2 years later. Then, there was Thompson Jr., who was the son of Thompson Sr. during this period. Cook had 2 children. The first was a boy, but unfortunately, he didn't survive. Then, there was a girl, Mary. I think the Cooks gave this daughter all the love they had for their first child. Cook originally wanted a 3rd child, but his wife died in childbirth, and neither the adult nor the child could be saved. Cook was depressed for a while, but fortunately, he still had his daughter, Mary, who helped him successfully walk out of the haze and embrace life again. Then Matthew appeared. Matthew's father was an Indian from the Apache tribe, and his mother was a British immigrant. His birth was originally an accident. Because of his Indian blood, people in the town didn't like him. When he first came, I had a fight with him. At that time, I was just a young man and couldn't tell right from wrong. I beat him just because I didn't like him. But I didn't expect that we became friends after the fight. Matthew said he came to town to find a job. But at that time I was just a poor boy. So I recommended him to Cook. Because I knew that if there was anyone in the town who had the heart to accept him, it must be Cook. Sure enough, although Matthew didn't know anything at that time, he was hardworking and humble and eager to learn. It can be seen that Cook liked him very much. Not only did he teach him horse riding and shooting, he would also invite him to dinner at home from time to time and treat him as his own son. Most people in this world are blind idiots. And only a very few people can see the shining points in a person's heart through his gender, race, and appearance. Cook has such ability. You all know what happened afterwards, so I won't say more. Matthew married Mary. And then, that unfortunate incident happened. Until now, I still don't know whether what we did that night was right or wrong. The old cowboy paused, but I thought about it later, and I think it was not accidental that things got out of control that night. At that time, most of us decided to avenge Mary in a fit of rage. But with Cook's intelligence and meticulousness, he couldn't have been unaware of the situation we would face after killing Reuben's people. So he should have made up his mind from the beginning to kill everyone in the town. At that time, he was probably disappointed with the people in the town, considering how much he had done for the town. The people in the town should have supported him. However, when Mary was murdered, few people were willing to stand by him, which made him feel betrayed. I heard about what happened later. After the three of us broke up, he should have gone to the East Coast alone and killed the director of the Union Pacific Railroad. Then he came back and founded the Cook Gang. For more than 10 years, the Cook Gang has been the most powerful and most feared gang in the West. They robbed trains, looted towns, and even had a head-on battle with the Rangers. Of course, they also suffered heavy losses. At one point, some people even thought they had disappeared. However, it didn't take long for them to emerge again, and they became more brutal and powerful. Except for the larger towns. Small towns like Glen live in fear of the Cook Gang. The old cowboy looked into Zhang Hung's eyes. I told you these past events to let you know how terrible Cook is. Once a man with all the excellent qualities like him decides to do evil, the damage he can cause will definitely be much greater than that of an ordinary bandit. I don't know what happened to him after the three of us separated, which ultimately prompted him to take this step. But we must stop him. If he was just obsessed with revenge at the beginning, then everything he did afterwards was beyond the scope of revenge. His hands were stained with the blood of innocent people. Not just those of big shots, but more of ordinary civilians. Because he didn't know how many children lost their fathers. Wives lost their husbands. And even entire families were slaughtered by him. What happened to Bliss was not accidental. If he was allowed to continue like this, I don't know how many crazy things he would do. The old cowboy said solemnly. Chapter 623 Hunter's Cabin. Through the old cowboy's description, Zhang Hung can basically determine that Cook's shooting skills are above level 2, and should not have reached level 3. But the difference is not too big, and his riding skills are very good. He can shoot on horseback. Of course, the accuracy is not as good as when he is stationary. Considering Cook's age, if it is a fair duel, one-on-one, Zhang Hung is certain to be able to defeat the opponent. But if the more than 30 members of Cook's gang are taken into account, the situation is indeed as the old cowboy said. Not optimistic. Fortunately, they still have time. Cook probably didn't expect that the 10 people he left in Bliss would be killed, causing their whereabouts to be leaked in advance. According to Zhang Hung's initial estimate, Cook's gang should take another day to reach Lincoln County. Before considering how to deal with so many robbers, there is a key issue before everyone. That is, how to intercept Cook and Matthew before they arrive in Lincoln County. The earliest report on the movements of the Cook gang that I have is from 2 months ago. The old cowboy frowned and said, They have always been like this, coming and going like the wind. Some people call them the bloody disaster. No one knows where they appear or where they go. The only thing everyone knows is that wherever they pass, there will be rivers of blood. Just like a disaster. I do have a rough idea of where they will be. Zhang Hung said that the bailiff Morton has been tracking the gang of robbers disguised as fur traders. As long as Cook and Matthew are not stupid, they will definitely find Morton first. So they should have arrived at the burnt town by now. Then they would most likely believe Morton's words and think that he took away the 40 kilograms of gold and the things that Cook had placed in the bank. In fact, John Hung has not been able to determine whether the thing really exists or whether it is just an excuse for Cook to trick Matthew out. Considering that the only group of people who can answer this question, except Cook, have been killed by John Hung, it may be difficult for him to get an answer to this question. John Hung told the old cowboy the direction where Cook and others might come. The latter spread out a map and pointed to a forest 20 miles east of Lincoln County and said, "If your information is correct, Cook should first gather with the 10 people left in Bliss, and then launch an attack on the county. Considering that there will be a certain interval between their arrival time, the first person to arrive should find a place to rest first. And this is the best location." Wendy on the side also interrupted. "My father and I went there in the summer. I remember there was a hunter's cabin there. The hunter's cabin had no owner and could be used by people who hunted in the woods to rest. If Cook didn't see the people who stayed in Bliss when he arrived, he should have rested in the cabin," the old cowboy said. "Can we ambush there in advance?" John Hung asked. "It's difficult." The old cowboy shook his head. "I haven't seen that place yet. But Cook himself is very cautious. I heard from the marshals who were chasing him that no matter where he went, he would first send people to search the surroundings and set up peripheral alerts. This is why the Cook gang is so difficult to eliminate. Even if we want to surround him, we can't find a hiding place nearby, but have to rush from a distance." John Hung frowned upon hearing this. Night battles were his biggest reliance. However, if Cook's men chose to use the hunter's cabin as their base, hiding inside and holding out until dawn, it would obviously be unrealistic to rely on a group of miners and farmers to fight against a group of fierce bandits from the Cook gang. "Let's go there first." John Hung thought for a while and said, their time was actually very tight. The Cook gang should be able to reach Lincoln County in one day at the fastest, and it would take John Hung and his men half a day to reach the woods. In addition, they had to be careful not to meet the Cook gang in the woods in advance, so they only had half a day to prepare. Therefore, before dawn, the group set off again and came to the cabin that Wendy mentioned. The cabin was located in the middle of the woods, with a path trampled by people and a stream flowing beside it. Because it had just rained, the air in the woods was very humid, and there were still water drops on the bark. This was not good news for John Hung and others, because it meant that if they wanted to use fire to force Cook and others out of the house, it would not work. In addition, the surrounding trees had been cut down, and it was difficult to approach quietly from the outside. In order to avoid the horseshoe prints being noticed, the old cowboy asked everyone else to wait outside the woods, and only he, John Hung, and Wendy went in. The old cowboy walked around the hunter's cabin and asked John Hung, "What do you think? This room can't accommodate more than 30 people. There should be some people outside. When the battle starts, the people inside will definitely notice it, and it will be difficult to complete the raid. But if we are lucky, we may be able to kill as many people outside as possible to create favorable conditions for the subsequent battle." John Hung paused. "But the real trouble is to wait for the other party to hide in the house. There is no cover nearby. We will be very passive. We have to think of a way to get them out. Even if we can get them out, are you so sure we can defeat them?" The old cowboy raised his eyebrows. "It's unlikely to catch them all in one fell swoop. If they are determined to leave, I can't kill them all. But if I only kill Cook, I am still a little confident," John Hung said. "That's enough. Cook has always been the soul and brain of the Cook gang. As long as Cook is killed, the Cook gang will naturally cease to exist," the old cowboy said. "I may have a way to get them out, but I still need to borrow your people. They will all obey your orders, Sheriff." After briefly discussing the next action plan, everyone left the forest. If so many people went to Lincoln County, it would definitely attract local attention. So they only left one person to look out, and the rest walked 20 miles west and rested behind a grassy slope. John Hung had something else to do before the battle. He walked towards Wendy, who had been quiet all the way, hoping that someone had forgotten her existence. "Let's go. I take you home first," John Hung said. "Please. I've been practicing with guns for a long time and I can fight now. And you are short of manpower now," Wendy begged. "You have never experienced real combat. This is not as simple as you think. And we are about to face the most powerful and brutal gang in the entire West. I don't think there is any room for negotiation, John Hung said seriously. Chapter 624 The Old Cowboy's Plan. Seeing John Hung's firm attitude, Wendy didn't say anything else and followed John Hung back to her ranch. A woman who was milking in the cowshed saw her coming back, immediately put down the milk bucket at hand and ran over, hugged her in her arms, and choked up. That's great. They said you were kidnapped by a strange Oriental man. And Matthew is not here. I'm almost dying of anxiety. Wendy tried to move her head away from the woman's chest, and glanced at John Hung awkwardly. Sorry. John Hung raised his eyebrows. It's okay. It's human nature. Oh. The woman only noticed John Hung at this time, and immediately blocked Wendy behind her. There was a hint of vigilance in her eyes, but she probably didn't know what to say, so she just stood there. The scene was a little awkward for a while, and finally John Hung spoke up. I have sent your daughter back. You'd better keep an eye on her, and don't let her run around anymore. Wendy's surprising cooperation this time made John Hung a little worried. Considering her previous record, people couldn't help but worry whether she would sneak out again. John Hung originally planned to arrange another person to watch her, but this time their manpower was already very tight, and they really couldn't spare another person to do this kind of thing. I didn't run around. I went out to find my father, Wendy defended. It doesn't matter. Just stay at home this time, John Hung said, and then nodded to Wendy's mother. Excuse me. After saying that, he rode away on Carrot without waiting for the other party to answer. As soon as John Hung left, a carriage carrying beer drove into Lincoln County. The driver jumped off the carriage and unloaded the barrels from the back of the carriage with the workers around him. The bar owner came out and was a little surprised to see the visitor. Where is Baggett? Didn't he always deliver the wine in the past? Baggett is sick and has chickenpox, so I take his place this time, the driver said. Poor kid. The bar owner sighed. I hope he can survive this. Come on. Bring the wine in. You haven't had lunch yet. And I have some pie left in my kitchen. That's great. The driver tied up the horse and smiled, showing a row of yellow teeth. But what the bar owner didn't notice was that the worker behind him looked a little pale. Of course, even if he noticed it, he wouldn't take it seriously. Baggett, the driver who worked with him, had chickenpox, so it was understandable that the young man was in a bad mood. After John Hung dealt with Wendy's matter, he immediately returned to the old cowboy and the others. From a distance, he saw the old cowboy cutting something with a knife. John Hung walked up to him and said, Why? Are you still a tailor? Of course I'm not a damn tailor. But if you want Cook and his men to abandon the hunter's cabin and come out, you have to pray that my tailoring skills are good enough. The only thing that can worry Cook around here is Major Wade and his more than 100 soldiers. The old cowboy said, I plan to disguise myself as Major Wade and his men, if we are lucky enough. The moonlight at night is not so bright, and Cook and his men are not so sharp. My plan may succeed. If Cook realizes that he is surrounded by the army, he will no longer defend the cabin, and will start to escape before the siege is completely closed. Sounds good, John Hung said. We'd better pray that this works. The old cowboy said. Is there any movement in the woods? John Hung asked again. No large group of people have been found yet. 2 kids who wanted to go into the mountains to hunt were persuaded to go back by our people. But we can't directly warn the people in the county. Once Cook and his people arrive there, anyone who goes in may not come out alive. So what is your suggestion? We'd better act early? Although he said so, the news from the cabin was that after a whole night, no trace of Cook's gang was found. The next morning, Cook still did not show up. What's going on? Is there a deviation in the route you gave? The old cowboy asked John Hung. The route should be fine, and there is still 1 day before the agreed time, although they should have arrived at the agreed time according to their speed. It is not ruled out that some other accidents happened on the way. Let's wait a little longer, John Hung said. If John Hung horsemanship is good enough, plus a good horse, he may be able to wander around and do some reconnaissance. But now, except for continuing to wait, he has no better way. John Hung has made up his mind to practice riding and archery after this matter is over. So another half-day passed, and some of the miners and farmers began to get impatient. They followed John Hung out because they were worried about their town being retaliated against. And after they left, the town's defense became weaker. What they feared most now was that Cook's men did not come to attack Lincoln County, but suddenly came to their town. This situation would undoubtedly be a disaster for those who stayed in the town. Fortunately, shortly after sunset, the people who were scouting in the woods rode back quickly on horseback. Everyone's hearts immediately became nervous, because this probably meant that the target had finally appeared. Sure enough, the newcomer shouted before he even got off his horse. "Cook gang. Those people from the Cook gang. They're here." The old cowboy was shocked and asked immediately, "How many people are here? Is Cook inside?" I didn't dare to look closely. They were very alert. After arriving at the cabin, they immediately began to search the area. I was afraid of being discovered by them, so I took a look from a distance and ran away. After the scout finished speaking, he added, "But I'm sure it was them, because I recognized one of them. He was the one who forced us to kill Sheriff Harper. They have a lot of people, and they should be Cook's large group. What should we do now? Should we set off immediately?" "No. It's too early now." The old cowboy shook his head. "We have to wait until the sun sets completely, and we have to see what the moonlight is like at night. Let's fill our stomachs first, change into military uniforms, and prepare for battle." After that, he pulled aside a tall and slightly fat guy, who was the actor of Major Wade tonight. Taking advantage of this time, the old cowboy gave one last reminder on how he should shout to the people in the house when the time comes. Chapter 625, Outer Alert. Honestly speaking, John Hum's luck was not very good along the way. When he first entered the dungeon, he had to beat up a whole bar of people just to drink some water. But later he found out that they were related to his main quest. When he was taking Wendy to find her father, he met an old cowboy. But the old cowboy fought with him in order to send Wendy home. When he arrived at the destination, he was involved in a conflict between local miners and farmers. But fortunately, tonight, his bad luck seemed to be finally over. As soon as the sun set, a large dark cloud appeared in the sky, which blocked the moonlight and made the visibility very low at night, which indirectly increased the success rate of their action tonight. However, for the sake of caution, everyone decided to wait for 2 more hours before taking action. The battle was about to start, and everyone in the camp had different expressions on their faces. John Hung walked up to the old cowboy, who was holding a wine jug he carried with him in a daze. "Are you okay?" John Hung asked. "Of course," said the old cowboy. "Why would I be bad? You only talked about the relationship between Cook and Matthew, and the relationship between you and Matthew. But you didn't mention the relationship between you and Cook." "There's nothing to mention between Cook and me," said the old cowboy. "I joined the Lucky Horseshoe because of Matthew, and Cook and I are just ordinary friends." "Is that so? But from your tone, I can hear that you admire Cook very much." John Hung sat down in front of the old cowboy and put the Winchester rifle on his knees. The latter was silent for a moment after hearing this, and then said, "He has always been the person I admire the most. No, I should say that he is the person that all the young people in the town admire. Even though, after what happened that night, I know that she didn't tell me all the plans, but I don't blame him. Really, he knows me, knows each of us, and knows very well that if the price is to kill everyone in the town, we may not join his revenge. So I can forgive him for this matter. But everything that happened afterwards makes me a little hard to accept. Actually, I lied before. I went to find the Cook gang when they were just formed. I was alone. At that time, they had just robbed a train, killed all the passengers, looted all the valuables, and burned the remaining goods. At that time, the Cook gang was not as cunning as they were later. I found them by following the trail they left behind." "Then what?" John Hung took the wine pot handed over by the old cowboy and drank a sip. "Then I was discovered by their people. One of them attacked me from behind and knocked me out. When I opened my eyes, I found myself tied to a tree." "Didn't Cook recognize you?" "No. He was just looking at me quietly in front of me, and one of his men pointed a gun at my head. But I was very angry at that time, and I didn't think about my own safety. I just asked him loudly why he became like this." "What did he answer you?" "He didn't answer me, but just asked me how many people I had and how I found them. I didn't answer his questions, and then his men started to beat me up. It lasted for about 3 minutes. They were very cruel. At least 2 of my ribs were broken. Just when I thought I was going to die, Cook finally asked them to stop, and then told me that this was the first and last time. If he met me again, he would beat me to death. After that, they left me alone under the tree. I stayed there for a whole week before I was rescued by a passing caravan. the old cowboy said. So don't worry that I will hold back because of our past friendship. In fact, I also have a debt to settle with him. 2 hours passed quickly. John Hung and his party set off at 9 o'clock in the evening. In order to avoid being discovered by the enemy, they rode very slowly and wrapped the horses' hooves with cloth. They did not reach the outskirts of the forest until a quarter before 10 o'clock. The old cowboy's expression also became solemn, although the visibility now helped them disguise themselves as Major Wade and his soldiers. It would also increase the difficulty of infiltration. After the Cook gang entered the forest, their only person responsible for reconnaissance had already run back to report the news. So now they knew nothing about the situation in the forest, and did not know what kind of warning arrangements the other party had made. I lead the way, John Hung said, as he took out the filter lens and put it on his eyes. Within the effective range of 300 meters, all scenes became clear again. Even the water drops on the tree trunks could not escape John Hung's eyes. The crowd walked about 200 yards quietly, and then John Hung suddenly stopped. What's wrong? The old cowboy asked in a low voice. There's someone in the tree ahead, John Hung said. With the help of filter lens, John Hung could clearly see a guy from the Cook gang who was responsible for vigilance in a tree not far away. This distance, it's actually quite troublesome to deal with. After all, John Hung also has 19 people. Even if they are careful, they will still make noise when they move. And John Hung can't use a gun to kill them from a distance, because the gunshot will expose their whereabouts. Bows and arrows won't work either. The sound of the body falling will also alert others. Change direction, John Hung said. Although the Cook gang has 30 people, it is impossible to cover the entire forest. And the people in charge of vigilance have different habits. For example, the guy John Hung met after he changed to the east was squatting under a tree. John Hung took the bow and arrow from a farmer, and then carefully moved forward for a distance. When he was about 80 meters away, the other party began to notice. The forest was full of dead branches and leaves, and walking on them would inevitably make noises. Fortunately, the other party could not see people clearly at this distance, and would probably think it was a wild animal. John Hung moved forward another 10 meters, probably reaching the limit, and then put the arrow of Paris on the bowstring, roughly aimed at the target's direction, and then released his fingers. The arrow of Paris flew out of the string, drew an arc in the night, and accurately hit the target's heart. The guy just groaned, and he wanted to reach out and pull out the arrow stuck in his chest. But his hand was on the arrow, and he could no longer use his strength. It's safe, John Hung said to the people behind him, and then came to the guy he shot dead and took back the arrow of Paris. After quietly removing the sentry in this direction, there was no trouble on the rest of the journey. Everyone quickly approached the hunter's cabin, which was also normal. After all, the Cook gang was not in a state of war, and it was impossible to spend a lot of manpower on the outer layer of vigilance. Chapter 626, Fierce Fight in the Forest. John Hung could already see the hunter's cabin. In addition, he also saw several more tents on the open ground. The Cook gang had finished their dinner. There was no entertainment in the wilderness, except for the guards. Most of the bandits chose to sleep at this time. After all, they would have a tough battle in 2 days. Lincoln County was different from other small towns. It had sufficient manpower, although it also had the problem of insufficient police force. There were many ranches nearby. The local ranchers and cowboys had considerable combat effectiveness. Even the fierce bandits of the Cook gang had to cheer up and dared not take it lightly. John Hung lay down for a while, but unfortunately, the filter lens did not have a perspective effect, and he could not see where Cook was. However, if nothing unexpected happened, the latter should be in the hunter's cabin, which was the most comfortable place to live. Unfortunately, he did not come out of the house during the short time John Hung observed. Otherwise the battle tonight would be simple, because he did not know how long the guards outside would change shifts. John Hung did not dare to wait too long, and nodded to the old cowboy, and everyone started to attack with the light from the hunter's cabin. John Hung didn't know who fired the first shot between him and the old cowboy. Anyway, at least 2 bullets hit a robber who was standing up to relieve himself. At the same time, he heard the excited voice of Deputy Sheriff Joseph. I hit him. The guy who was standing to relieve himself fell to the ground as soon as he took out his things. But the gunshot also broke the tranquility of the night. In the first wave of attacks, it was conservatively estimated that 6 or 7 people chose the only guy standing outside. But in the end only 2 bullets hit him, and the rest either missed or could only whip his corpse. Seeing this, the old cowboy shouted, "Aim at the tent." The farmers and miners were not very good at shooting, and they were a little nervous at the beginning, so it was unrealistic to expect them to hit the target. However, the tent was a big target, and it would be difficult to miss it unless their shooting skills were too bad. Of course, whether the bullet could hit the people inside was another matter. In fact, the bloodthirsty bandits reacted quickly. They woke up from their dreams immediately after the attack. They didn't even bother to put on their clothes and picked up their weapons first. Some even rushed out naked, looking for cover while fighting back. John Hung raised his Winchester and killed the guy who looked the coolest. However, the rest of the gang had already laid down. Fortunately, most of the robbers didn't even know where the enemy came from, so they just fired randomly. The people in the wooden house soon realized something and turned off the kerosene lamp, leaving the outside in complete darkness. Except for an unlucky miner who was hit in the arm by a bullet. No one else was injured on John Hung's side. But the old cowboy's heart sank. The fighting quality of this group of people was definitely much better than theirs. Once the other side got through the initial panic and calmed down, the final winner would definitely be the Cook gang. This is because the night has limited the hit rate of the Cook gang. Otherwise, they would have suffered casualties by now. The old cowboy has no good solution for this. Although his shooting skills are good, they are also greatly limited in this environment. He could only put his hopes on John Hung. The latter had promised him that he would handle this situation. However, when the old cowboy asked John Hung what to do specifically, John Hung just told him that he just had to kill the person. The old cowboy now wants to see how John Hung kills the person. After John Hung fired the first 2 shots, there was no more movement. He used this time to memorize the distribution of the Cook gang outside the cabin, and only raised his gun again after determining everyone's position. Then the old cowboy saw the most unforgettable scene in his life. He saw John Hung constantly switching between shooting and loading. Every time a bullet flew out of the barrel, a life was harvested on the opposite side. The old cowboy had no idea how John Hung did it. On such a night, when it was difficult to even see the outline, he didn't waste a single bullet. John Hung fired all the bullets in one rifle and switched to another. At the same time, the Cook gang finally started to riot, seeing their companions fall one by one, as if they were being harvested by the god of death. The bandits, who had seen many storms, began to panic and finally moved to the hunter's cabin. John Hung took advantage of this time and shot and killed 2 more people. In this way, the Cook gang's casualties finally exceeded double digits. And it was not long after the battle began. Of course, the old cowboy didn't just stand there and watch the fun. Seeing that the rest of the Cook gang had retreated into the wooden house, he immediately led his men to surround them and began to shout into the cabin, telling Cook and the others that they had been surrounded by the military and that they should lay down their weapons and surrender. Later, Major Wade also stood up and began to persuade them to surrender, promising that as long as they handed over their weapons, they would not be killed immediately, but would be brought back to the Federation for a fair trial. The old cowboy knew that Cook would never agree to this condition, so they didn't surround them too tightly, but left a direction for the Cook gang to escape. And John Hung was there waiting for Cook to show up. The old cowboy shouted outside for a while, but there was still no movement in the cabin. Just when he began to wonder if the other party had seen through their identities, the door and window of the hunter's cabin opened together, and the members of the Cook gang who were still hiding inside swarmed out and began to look for their horses to prepare to break out. John Hung restrained the desire to shoot and quickly searched for Cook and Matthew inside. Soon he found a guy who looked like the leader, with his face covered and his body hunched, protected by the robbers in the middle. But John Hung did not see Matthew among them, although they were retreating. The people of Cook's gang also showed a considerable degree of organization and did not appear to be fleeing. It must be admitted that Cook trained his men very well. Although they were just a group of bandits, they were even more disciplined than regular troops. The opportunity was fleeting, and John Hung had no time to pay attention to where Matthew was. He started shooting and attacked Cook's position. He killed 2 people who were protecting Cook in succession, and finally got a gap. John Hung pulled the trigger without hesitation, and the bullet hit Cook on the horse. John Hung could see that Cook's body paused, but then his men helped him onto the horse. And then the group rushed into the night. Chapter 627 Wendy's Plan. Did you hit him? The battle on the old cowboy's side soon came to an end. This time, because they were a little closer, they still gained something. They killed 2 bandits and injured 4, although 3 of them got on their horses and fled. On their side, 1 was killed and 1 was injured. The old cowboy was a little speechless about the result. Fortunately, the military uniforms on them played a role, and John Hung's accurate shooting skills also destroyed the confidence of the bandits, making them unwilling to fight. Otherwise the situation would be disastrous. But the old cowboy was most concerned about Cook's life or death. Yes. John Hung nodded. Where? Head. At such a long distance. In the dark forest. Under the protection of the crowd. You shot him in the head with 1 shot? Although he had witnessed John Hung's amazing shooting skills before, the old cowboy still couldn't help asking. Strictly speaking, it was 2 shots. You are right. There were indeed many people around him. I had to shoot and kill 1 guy first. And then I killed 2 slower people, John Hung said. I have seen too many strange things since I was this old. I saw a man get bit by a wasp on his penis. And then he had the most proud week. I saw someone get hit by a bullet from the sky, and suddenly fell to the ground and died. No one knew who the murderer was. But I still have to say that what happened to you is simply a miracle. Your shooting skills and eyesight are too good. You are simply an army by yourself. The old cowboy sighed. Did you find Matthew among them? No, John Hung said. What about you? It was too dark at night. I couldn't tell who was who. But the good news is that at least I didn't see him among the dead. But if you really killed Cook, Matthew would be in danger. With Cook, at least Matthew's safety would be fine. But if Cook died, the remaining robbers would probably blame Matthew for this. So we'd better catch up immediately. I won't go, John Hung said. He still had some self-awareness. Although his riding skills were improving every day, he and Luobwa couldn't even see the taillights of Wendy's car, let alone a group of bandits who came and went without a trace. The old cowboy didn't force it, although John Hung alone supported at least half of their combat power. With his previous shots, the people of the Cook gang should have lost the courage to resist. Moreover, there were only more than 10 people left. They finally had the advantage in numbers. Although the farmers and miners were not good at shooting, they could still shoot from behind. Saving people is the most important thing. The old cowboy didn't waste any words and immediately got on the horse. Seeing the rest of the people chased out of the forest, John Hung frowned. He always felt that something was wrong. Tonight's action seemed to be too smooth. This was certainly due to the sufficient preparations in the early stage. But the fighting power shown by the Cook gang was somewhat inconsistent with the legend. In addition, Cook, as the big boss in this copy, was hit in the head by John Hung and obviously could not survive. However, John Hung did not receive any game points. The only system prompt he received was when he killed 10 members of the Cook gang, which added 30 points to him. But the main task still did not make any progress. Did I miss something? After John Hung left the ranch, Wendy had been behaving well. She even practiced the violin, which she hated the most, in her own room for the first time, which made her mother feel relieved. She thought that the child had finally come to her senses after suffering on the road. She checked Wendy's body as soon as possible, and was relieved when she found that the thing she was most worried about did not happen. She was a very traditional woman, and usually opposed Wendy's horse riding. She thought that girls should behave like girls. However, her husband Matthew stood on his daughter's side this time, thinking that it was not unreasonable for the daughter of a rancher to learn horse riding. If he had an accident one day, Wendy could inherit the ranch. So when Wendy was 7 years old, she got Lightning. She was so happy that she even wanted to bring Lightning into her room to sleep with her. Fortunately, this crazy thing was finally stopped by her mother. Even so, this incident made her mother worried for a long time. If the latter knew that Wendy had learned to shoot again after going out for a while, the poor mother would probably faint on the spot. Fortunately, everything seems to be back on track now. As long as Matthew comes back, the family can live a happy life again. Wendy played the violin for a while, leaned to the window and looked down quickly. But unfortunately, she didn't see any chance. Speaking of which, John Hung knew her better and knew that she would never give up so easily. And Wendy was indeed brewing a second escape plan in her mind. And this time, she also decided to take the hunting rifle that her father left in the storage room with her. She knew where the battle would take place. With the help of Lightning, she could get there in just 1 hour. She also learned a powerful shooting skill. Wendy felt that if she showed up unexpectedly when the battle was fierce, she might be able to influence the situation. But all this was based on the premise that she could leave home smoothly. Wendy didn't get discouraged after not finding any opportunities in the afternoon, because if she couldn't find any during the day, she still had the night. After dinner, she waited patiently until her mother fell asleep. Then she tiptoed downstairs and walked to the storage room next to the stable. The process of getting the gun was smooth, but Wendy ran into trouble within a few seconds of being happy. She searched the storage room, but couldn't find any bullets. It turned out that the place where her father kept the bullets was now empty. She had no choice but to search around in other places. Wendy, who had no results, could only sneak back to her room. The next morning, she pretended to casually talk to her mother about the bullets, and the latter told her that the bullets were locked up. Wendy had to wait until the next night. First got the key from her mother's room, then opened the locked cabinet and took out 2 boxes of bullets. She locked the cabinet again, temporarily hid the gun behind the cabinet, and returned to her mother's room to return the key. However, just when she put the key back and was about to finish the job, there was a sudden knock on the door downstairs. Wendy was stunned. Could it be that the battle on the other side was over? Has Jong Hung returned with his father? Chapter 628 I'm dying. Matthew. Wendy's mother was also awakened by the knock on the door, and saw Wendy standing in front of her window with the key in her hand. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment, but she couldn't care about educating her daughter at this moment. When she heard the knock on the door downstairs, she immediately put on her clothes, ran downstairs, opened the door, and actually saw the figure she had been thinking about day and night outside the door. It had been exactly 21 days since Matthew disappeared, and she couldn't help but have some bad thoughts in her heart. Now that she saw her husband return safely, tears instantly flowed from her eyes. She threw herself into Matthew's arms. But at this moment a voice sounded in her ears. Why don't you introduce us to him? Matthew? Wendy's mother looked up and saw a hunchbacked old man and 3 burly and fierce-looking men standing behind Matthew. If the bar owner was here, he would probably recognize that one of them was the driver who brought him wine yesterday afternoon. The old man took off his hat and bowed to her. Don't worry, ma'am. We are all Matthew's friends. Wendy's mother looked at her husband. The latter nodded. Jane. This is Cook. Cook. This is Jane. My wife. Jane breathed a sigh of relief and smiled and stretched out her hand. Forgive me for being a little nervous recently. Matthew has been away from home for a long time, and Wendy is running around with an Oriental man who came out of nowhere. Then there are messages outside saying that a group of robbers are planning to come to the town to rob, etc. I remember that the leader of the group of robbers seems to be called Cook. There are always many coincidences in this world. Ma'am. The old man kissed the back of her hand. I hope I didn't disturb you. Seeing you is like seeing my daughter. You are both so kind and pure. It's a pity that she doesn't have your blessing. You are so polite. Why do you say that? Oh, something happened to her. Terrible things. But it's all over, so it's better not to mention it. The old man said to the 3 people behind him. You stay here. The 3 nodded. Then the hunchbacked old man and Matthew walked into the house together. He saw Wendy coming down the stairs and smiled. Look at this lovely girl. She is your daughter. Matthew has mentioned her to me many times. Your name is Wendy, right? As the old man spoke, he touched his pocket and finally took out a gold bar from it. I'm sorry that I was in a hurry on the way and didn't have time to buy candy. Let's use this instead. How can I be so embarrassed? The gift is too expensive. Jane quickly declined. Nothing. Just a little gift from me. Good people like you deserve such a gift. Just take it as a gift from fate. After Wendy took the gold bar from the hunchbacked old man, Matthew said, Jane, go get something to eat. Cook and I haven't had dinner yet. Okay. I remember there are some cookies baked this morning. Very good. Make 2 more cups of tea. After Matthew finished speaking, he looked at Wendy again. You go too. Help your mother. Wendy looked at her father, then looked at Cook with some suspicion, and finally followed her mother. After the 2 left, the hunchbacked old man said, The child's eyes are quite similar to yours. When I first saw you, you were also like this. Alert and a little stubborn. Don't beat around the bush. Cook, didn't we agree to just come here to find out the truth about the town? Why did you come to my house? Matthew interrupted him directly. Oh, you and I don't need to worry about finding out the truth. Morris had already found out everything he needed to find out yesterday. The hunchbacked old man said leisurely. I asked him to find out where you live at that time. What do you want? Nothing. I'm just a little curious about your life over the years. Cook put his feet on the table in front of him. I have always regarded you as my son. I want to know how you have been doing since we separated. You can ask me directly, Matthew said with a stern face. Yes, but I prefer to see it with my own eyes. The hunchbacked old man smiled. I'm sorry to disturb your life. Really. I hope we can do it little by little. Starting with daily greetings. I tell you what I have done over the years. You tell me how your life is. I know what you have done over the years without you telling me. There is always a lot of news about you in the newspapers. Well, I have to admit that I am indeed very popular with those journalists and newspapers. As long as I am still in them, I will never be unemployed. The hunchbacked old man shrugged. What you did is not funny. You and your men burned, killed and looted everywhere. You would not let go of the rich or the poor, the old or the children. You set fire to the church and slaughtered the babies in their swaddling clothes. Matthew said coldly. Fear is a kind of power. You must learn and get used to using it. I am a robber, not a priest. Do I have to do good deeds and listen to the sufferings of the people? The hunchbacked old man paused. Damn it. I thought you would become more mature after experiencing that incident. But you are no different from the past. Well, let's stop talking nonsense here. It's better for us to get to the point as soon as possible. I know you have heard a lot of news about me in these years. But what I am going to tell you next is not in those news reports. No. It should be said that even the Cook gang doesn't know a lot. Have you done anything else that is irritating to the heavens and the people? It has nothing to do with that. The hunchbacked old man looked into Matthew's eyes. I'm going to die. Matthew. After you've done so many bad things, do you think you have a good ending? No. That's not what I meant. Cook waved his hand. When I said I was going to die, I meant my physical condition. I don't have much time left. I can feel it. That's the real reason I came back to find you. Matthew fell silent after hearing this. How do you know you're going to die? This is my body. I certainly know when that day will come. The hunchbacked old man said. I have seen the face of the god of death. He has blue eyes, just like Mary. I am not afraid of death. But I do have a few things to do before I die. The most important one is to find a new owner for the Cook gang. You want me to take over the Cook gang and become the next you? Why not? Believe me, you will like this feeling of freedom. You are just trapped by mundane trivialities and those false happiness. I came to your home tonight to untie you and untie your miserable reincarnation. My child. Chapter 629, They Can't Save You. Matthew's face suddenly changed when he heard this. I swear, if you dare to do anything to Jane and Wendy, I will kill you. Cook. No matter where you run to. No matter how many people are around you. No matter how many contacts we have had. I will catch up with you and put a bullet in your head. Very good. This is the anger I need. The hunchbacked old man suddenly closed his mouth when he said this. And then he saw Jane coming over with tea and cookies, and said at the same time, Are you talking about anything interesting? Yes. Matthew and I talked about our salmon fishing trip. The hunchbacked old man took the teacup and thanked him with a smile. I don't know if he told you that we lost our way when we went hunting, and we walked to a stream. I don't know if we were the first to find it. Anyway, there were so many salmon there, almost crowded together, one next to another, and each one was very plump. Matthew and I didn't even need to use any fishing gear. We could catch them with just our hands, and they didn't have any vigilance, just waiting there for you to catch them. This also made me very curious. What made them become like this? What is it? Jane asked with interest. It's life, madam. It's life that makes them like this. For a long time, they have no natural enemies. This stream provides them with quite a lot of food. So they gradually lose their vigilance against the outside world and immerse themselves in a short-lived happiness. Until one day when danger comes, they even forget to escape. The hunchbacked old man took a sip of tea and continued. Seeing them reminds me of the society we live in now. Isn't it just like this stream? It tries its best to maintain order so that the fish living in it can reproduce as much as possible. All these laws, economic order, God, all of these are creating a false illusion of prosperity, making people feel at ease, willing to be domesticated, and lose their self-instincts. But do you know, madam, when danger really comes, these things can't save you. Your laws, money, and God, they can't save you. After Cook finished speaking, the living room fell into silence. Jane tried to force a smile on her face. To be honest, your words scared me a little. Sir. Really? Then I apologize for this. Ma'am. By the way, the tea you brew is delicious. The hunchbacked old man raised his glass to indicate. And then he turned his head to look at Wendy, who walked into the living room at some point. You are very lucky to have a mother who is clever and has excellent cooking skills. Little girl. Wendy did not comment on what he said, but asked, How did you harvest? What? You said the creek was full of salmon. How was your catch that day? Oh, it was great. We didn't get any deer, but we did get a lot of fish. I had to take off my coat to bag up the fish that didn't fit in the bag. But even so, our catch was nothing compared to what was left in the creek. Your father and I had to eat grilled fish for several days, and I didn't want to smell fish for a long time afterwards. The hunchbacked old man seemed to be lost in his memories and smiled. Matthew, who had been silent, said, Well, Mr. Cook and I have something to talk about. Wendy, why don't you and your mother go upstairs first? Okay. Then we leave the living room to you men. Jane smiled politely at the hunchbacked old man again, but the next moment her smile suddenly froze on her face, because the hunchbacked old man pulled out a revolver from his waist and pointed it at her. I like you, dear. Really. You remind me of my own daughter. I really hope this scene has never happened. But I need you to help your husband sober up a little, because no matter what I said before, he just couldn't listen. I think it's time to let life reveal the truth to him. After saying that, he pulled down the hammer behind the barrel. Jane's breathing suddenly became rapid, and she opened her eyes wide, looking at a loss. At the same time, Matthew on the other side also stood up from his seat, like an angry cheetah, trying to pounce on him. But the hunchbacked old man pulled out another pistol in his left hand and pointed it at him. It's not your turn yet, my child. Be patient. You don't know what you are doing. On the contrary, I know exactly what I am doing. The hunchbacked old man smiled. What do you want? Cook. If you kill my wife, I will not join your cook gang. As for this, let's wait and see. I will kill your lovely wife first, and then take your daughter away after the matter in Lincoln County is over. But in return, I will hand over the cook gang to you. You can use their power to find my whereabouts. Many of them have lived with me for a long time. They know my hobbies, where I like to go, and even where my old lover lives. What you have to do is to get words from them, and let them willingly bring you to me. Don't worry. They are easy to get along with. As long as you understand their temper, and give them what they want, they will treat you as their own. So you may lose 2 family members, but you can gain more than 40 brothers. Although sometimes you may find them a little noisy, but you will get used to it. I can give you a whole year. Don't let me down, my child. Don't do this. Cook. When I find you, I will kill you. Matthew's eyes widened with anger. If you have the ability, I don't mind it. If you don't let my mother go, I will kill you. Wendy on the other side also said, Ha ha ha. Cook burst into laughter when he heard it, as if he was amused by this childish talk. But the next moment his laughter stopped abruptly, because he saw the shotgun in Wendy's hand. Unlike her mother, Wendy had heard the old cowboy talk about the past, and knew the whereabouts of her father. So when the hunchbacked old man showed up, she knew who he was. But Wendy did not show any fear like an ordinary girl. Instead, she kept everything in her heart. Her face showed no emotion from beginning to end. So even an old man like Cook was fooled by her. Wendy was waiting silently, waiting. When Matthew and Cook confronted each other, she finally found an opportunity to secretly take out the shotgun she had hidden behind the cabinet. She forced herself to calm down, recall the shooting method John Hung taught her, and then picked up the shotgun as quickly as possible and aimed at Cook's heart. Chapter 6:30 Countdown. Do you know how to use it, kid? The hunchbacked old man said. Of course. I have a very powerful teacher. His shooting skills are very accurate. He can fight 10 fully armed men face to face alone. If he were here tonight, I bet you and your lackeys would be knocked down by him before you can even walk into my door. Wendy said. Wow. That's a pity. It's a pity that he is not here tonight. Otherwise, I would be very curious about what this gunman who can fight 10 people alone looks like. Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Cook said leisurely. It's okay. You don't have to feel sorry. His student here is enough to deal with you. Although I'm not as good as my teacher, I'm also a sharpshooter. Wendy puffed out her chest. When hunting, I can shoot a running hare 50 yards away. Not to mention such a close distance. As long as I pull the trigger, there will be a hole in your chest in the next second. The bullet will tear your flesh and heart, and then you will fall to the ground and wail. But don't worry. This process will not take too long, because you will soon go to hell. You damn hunchbacked old bastard. Wendy spat on the ground after she finished speaking. Heh. Cook raised his eyebrows. He was speechless for half a minute. Half a minute later, he blinked and said again, I have to admit, that statement just now was quite powerful. Kid. Especially the last swear word. You are much more straightforward than your father, who is full of benevolence and morality. It's not that I didn't give him a chance along the way. When I slept, I deliberately turned my back to him. If he was cruel enough, he should have snatched my gun so that he could hold me hostage and take the initiative for himself. However, in the end, he disappointed me. His mind was full of thoughts of running away. But he didn't know that in such a world, you have nowhere to escape, because people can't escape fate. I don't know your nonsense about streams and salmon. I just know that people can't outrun bullets. Wendy said coldly. Well, I couldn't agree more on this point. The hunchbacked old man paused. It seems that we are now in a stalemate. You have a gun and I have a gun. Let me tell you what will happen next. Kid, I will shoot and kill your parents. And you will shoot and kill me. If your shooting skills are as good as you say. And then the gunshots will make the 3 men outside my house rush in. Of course, when they see the bloody scene inside, they will pull out their guns and shoot at you without hesitation. You fight back. And if you are lucky, you may be able to drag a hapless person to the back. And then you will be hit by a bullet. Believe me, it hurts. Especially considering it's your first time being shot. If you get shot in the vitals, well, it's pretty much the same as you described before. Except if you're unlucky and the bullet hits you, you won't die for a while. And that's the worst part. You'll be lying on the cold floor, bleeding and waiting for death. So desperate and lonely. With your mother's body on your left and your father on your right. So in a sense your family is reunited. And then you see the body of a hunchbacked old bastard in the middle. Oh, things are starting to get nasty. Are you done? Wendy said calmly. Although she tried to suppress her panic, she had to admit that the words of the hunchbacked old man had indeed hit her soft spot. What she feared most was that her parents would die in front of her. Just thinking of that scene made her hand holding the gun tremble slightly, and her body became stiff. But this was not the worst. What was worse was that she knew that she could not even achieve such a goal of dying together. Not to mention that she exaggerated her marksmanship and applied the words that the old cowboy used to describe Joseph to herself. After all, at such a close distance, Wendy was still somewhat confident that she could hit the hunchbacked old man. But the real problem was that her gun had no bullets at all. Although Wendy stole the gun and bullets, she didn't have time to reload them. She originally wanted to ride Lightning to the town after returning the key and find a bright place to slowly reload the bullets. But unexpectedly, Cook came directly to her house. The latter sat down in the living room. So she almost couldn't even take out the gun, let alone reload the bullets. So far she has actually been bluffing. Are you nervous, kid? The hunchbacked old man's devilish eyes seemed to be able to see directly into her heart. Sweat ran from Wendy's forehead to the tip of her nose. She said stubbornly, I'm not nervous. At worst, we can just break up. At least I can see you die in front of me. I can also avenge my parents, which will make me feel good. Very good. Very good. You see, Matthew, this is what I have been emphasizing. Even your daughter knows that you must look fate in the eye and fight that son of a bitch. Unfortunately, the hunchbacked old man looked at Wendy with a look of regret. You are a girl, and I don't have that much time to train you. Otherwise I would just take you away. But I am in a good mood now. So I decided to do you a small favor. What small favor? Wendy swallowed. I know you are suffering now, and don't know what to do. It's okay, kid. Just leave this matter to me. I am best at dealing with this kind of deadlock. The hunchbacked old man said. I will count dozens of times. If you don't put down the gun, no matter whether you will shoot later or not, I will pull the trigger and kill your parents. Of course, you can also try your luck to kill me before that. We can compare the speed of our fingers, which should be quite fun. Although Wendy kept telling herself that the hunchbacked old man was also playing psychological tactics with her, trying to overwhelm her with his momentum. She could tell from his cold eyes that he was not bluffing. 10. The hunchbacked old man spoke casually. At this moment, Wendy felt unprecedented helplessness. She didn't know what else she could do next. Surrender? Or hold on to the end and watch her parents being killed? She had done everything she could. But she still couldn't change the tragedy that was about to happen. Although she kept telling herself to be strong and not let the enemy see her weakness, tears still burst out from the corners of her eyes. It's okay. It's okay. Wendy! You've done a good job. Your mother and I are proud of you, Matthew said gently, then looked at Cook, as if he had made up his mind. Let them go. I go with you. No. You have to follow my plan. I don't believe in your verbal promise. Matthew, I will kill your wife and take your daughter away. This condition will not change. Of course, if your daughter is stubborn, I can only kill you as well. You know my Matthew. I always keep my word. Although it's a pity, I have always regarded you as my son. I have already lost a daughter. You don't know how much of a blow it will be to me to lose another son at my age. My heart is filled with grief, the hunchbacked old man said slowly. 9. Wendy's eyes were blurred with tears. She felt that the hunting rifle in her hand was extremely heavy, and she could no longer lift it. It seemed that it would fall from her hand in the next second. However, just when her strength was about to run out, a gunshot was heard from outside the house, followed by 2 more gunshots, almost connected at the same time, mixed with a few screams and the sound of someone falling to the ground. After that, everything returned to silence, as if nothing had happened. Only the night wind whistled across the grassland. What the hell is that? The hunchbacked old man frowned. He was in no mood to play any more games with Wendy. He took advantage of the latter's confusion and shot her in the palm. The shotgun also slipped from her palm. Then the hunchbacked old man turned the muzzle of the gun towards the gate. Chapter 631. It's okay. Kenny! Well? Manuel? The hunchbacked old man raised his voice and called out the names of his 3 men. But no one answered outside the house. It was not until half a minute later that there was another knock on the door. Playing tricks, the hunchbacked old man sneered. And without saying anything more nonsense, he pulled the trigger and fired all the bullets in the pistol. The other party really shot himself in the foot this time. If he hadn't done this, the hunchbacked old man really didn't know where he was. But now the knock on the door was equivalent to exposing his position. And the thin wooden board couldn't stop the pouring bullets at all. But in the blink of an eye, the hunchbacked old man shot out the magazine of a pistol. When the white smoke from the muzzle dissipated, there was finally no movement outside. The hunchbacked old man threw the pistol without bullets to Matthew, and said, "Go. Open the door and see what's going on outside." Matthew hesitated for a moment. He knew that the hunchbacked old man wanted to use him as bait. But seeing that the latter turned the gun to his wife again, he could only pick up the pistol without bullets, picked up the kerosene lamp on the table, and walked out of the house. Jane didn't care about her own safety at this moment. She ran to her daughter and checked her injured hand. Then she opened the cabinet to look for gauze to wrap it. However, Wendy endured the pain and glanced at the shadow under the cabinet from time to time. She hid the bullets of the shotgun there and thought about finding a chance to load the bullets into the gun chamber. But the next moment, the words of the hunchbacked old man shattered her last fantasy. "Dear, you'd better not do anything else. Otherwise it won't be your hand that's injured. Now, kick the shotgun to me with your foot." Wendy could only reluctantly kick the shotgun on the ground. The hunchbacked old man stepped on it with his left foot, then turned his head to look at Matthew, who walked to the gate. The latter took a deep breath and opened the door full of bullet holes. There was no gunshot outside. "How is it? Did you see his body?" the hunchbacked old man asked. "No. There are only 3 bodies outside. All of them are your men," Matthew said. "Where is the blood?" Matthew moved the kerosene lamp in his hand forward again. "Well, I don't know. There are a lot of bloodstains on the ground. But it looks like it was left by your men." "Well, it seems that I will have to meet him in person." The hunchbacked old man's expression did not change after hearing this. "It just so happens that I haven't exercised for a long time." As soon as he finished speaking, the long-lost gunshot sounded again, shattering the kerosene lamp in Matthew's hand. The hunchbacked old man reacted quickly. His ears moved, and he immediately caught the direction of the gunshot, rolled to the door, and raised his gun to shoot there. However, the next moment a figure flashed past the window and shattered another kerosene lamp in the room. The room fell into darkness. The hunchbacked old man kicked over a table for cover, grabbed Wendy's mother, and leaned against her, and shouted to the door. "What then? Without light. I can't see you. But you can't see me? And I have hostages in my hands. It seems that we are in a stalemate now. In this case, why don't we talk?" The hunchbacked old man paused, then asked, "Who are you, and what is your relationship with the Matthew family? Why do you care about this matter?" It was still quiet outside the door, and the visitor seemed to have made up his mind and didn't intend to speak. The hunchbacked old man didn't care and continued. "Okay, let me tell you how things will develop next. You killed my 3 men. And to be fair, I should also kill the hostages. Or, we could also solve this dispute in a gentlemanly way. How about I fight you one-on-one? You are a good shot, and I am just an old man. If we duel, you have a great advantage. As long as you kill me, you can save this family. TSK. It seems that you are a person who doesn't like to talk. But it doesn't matter. I am a very patient person. I will give you half a minute. If you don't speak after half a minute, I will kill this woman in my hand." As soon as the room fell into darkness, Wendy squatted down immediately and groped on the ground while enduring the pain. She didn't know who the person outside was, whether he was a match for the hunchbacked old man, but it was never her style to pin her hopes on others. After a while, she touched the bullet box under the cabinet, and then crawled quietly in the direction of the shotgun. Along the way, she not only had to find a gun, but also had to be careful to avoid the debris on the ground and try not to make any noise. The difficulty was probably only known to her. However, just when she finally touched the shotgun and wanted to load the bullet into it, she suddenly heard another gunshot. Wendy stayed where she was. Her mind was always highly tense, and her concept of time had long been confused. She didn't know how long it had passed, whether it was the half-minute deadline, and she only felt that something warm seemed to splash on her face. Until the lights came back on. She saw the scene in front of her again. The thing she was most worried about did not happen, although her mother looked terrified and trembling. She did not seem to be in any serious trouble. Instead, the hunchbacked old man beside her had a gun muzzle on his head and fell in a pool of blood. And the blood that splashed on her face just now was the hunchbacked old man's blood, perhaps mixed with some brain matter. At the staircase on the 2nd floor, John Hung put away his gun. At the same time, he heard 2 system prompts, one about the main task, and the other about the 30 game points he received after killing the hunchbacked old man. The second half of the main mission is to find the lucky horseshoe. John Hung met the old cowboy before, and then met Matthew and the hunchbacked old man. He gathered the remaining 3 people of the lucky horseshoe, and this part of the mission was completed. This mission is not as difficult as imagined. Strictly speaking, you don't even need to go through any battles. You just need to find 3 people. But in fact, the possibility of encountering Cook and his Cook gang without fighting is very small. John Hung looked at Wendy, who was still in a daze downstairs, and said to her, "It's okay." Wendy seemed to have not heard what he said, still holding the shotgun tightly in her hand, pointing at Cook's body on the ground. John Hung walked downstairs and came to the girl. He held the barrel of the gun with one hand and carefully pried open Wendy's fingers with the other hand. "Okay. It's okay now. He's dead. There shouldn't be many people left in Cook's gang. Sheriff Dolan is leading people to chase the remaining people. Your family is safe now." Chapter 632, Quick Battle and Quick Decision. John Hung had no interest in playing the Western movie scene with Cook, where they would stand facing each other 10 steps apart and then shoot passionately after receiving the order. Although this kind of thing sounds very stylish, John Hung did not think that his shooting skills would definitely be worse than Cook's. But the 2 of them practiced shooting in different environments. John Hung learned from Simon. He was better at long-range sniping, rather than the quick-draw shooting between Western cowboys. In fact, even if John Hung was good at quick-drawing and shooting, he would not put aside the more useful filter lens unless he had no choice. No. Go compete with Cook in hand speed. No matter how good you are, you will eventually fail if you do it too many times. Because no matter how fast you are, there will always be someone faster than you in this world. In addition, John Hung estimated that Cook's call for a duel might not be true, and there might be some hidden tricks behind it. But now all this is not important. John Hung had no intention of a duel from the beginning. After neatly dealing with the 3 people outside the house, he leaned against the wall and knocked on the door with the butt of his gun to attract Cook's attention. After dealing with the only 2 light sources, he quickly went around to the back of the house and climbed directly to the second floor using his rock climbing skills. Judging from the layout around him, he should have entered Wendy's room. However, unlike other girls' rooms, there were not many dolls in it, but there were many wooden ponies and knights. John Hung also heard Cook's call. He did not stay in the room for too long. He gently opened the door and walked along the corridor to the stairs. With a filter lens, he could see the scene below. John Hung picked up the Winchester rifle in his hand and ended the battle cleanly. The whole process took less than a minute. Cook never knew where the fatal bullet came from until his death. Also, please allow me to express my gratitude to you. You saved our family's lives. Because it was already late, John Hung stayed overnight at Matthew's house. The next morning, when everyone was sitting at the dining table, Matthew mentioned what happened last night again, his face full of gratitude. Oh, you're welcome. I'm just fulfilling the contract between me and my employer. John Hung drank a sip of milk and said, after all, only a living employer can pay. What contract? Matthew was a little surprised. This. John Hung put down the cup and took out the contract that Wendy had signed with him before leaving. Matthew took the contract and looked at it. $80 in remuneration. $20 in debt. Plus a good horse. These are all no problem. I can pay you now. That's great. John Hung raised the cup again. Happy cooperation. Unexpectedly, Wendy suddenly said, Wait. What's wrong? Do you have any questions? John Hung asked. Wendy was lucky. The bullet in her left hand grazed her bones and passed through. She went to the doctor for treatment, and it was not serious. It would only leave a scar. Her mother was worried that it would affect her future marriage. But Wendy herself didn't care. That contract is wrong, Wendy said solemnly. Do you want to regret it? John Hung raised his eyebrows. No. You left something behind, Wendy said. I said, as long as you help my father solve the Cook gang, I will give you half of the land and cattle on the ranch. She looked at her father as she spoke. Can I make this decision? Dad? Well, Matthew thought for a while. I'm not at home. And you are my eldest daughter. So this also means you can dispose of our family assets as needed. Congratulations, Mr. John Hung. You are now a rancher in Lincoln County. In fact, when I bought the land, I bought too much. I can't take care of such a large area by myself. If it is divided into 2 ranches, it should be more appropriate. Matthew raised his glass. Are you sure? John Hung put down his knife and fork. Although he was not a good man like Shinsisi in the strict sense, he was too lazy to take advantage of a little kid. So he didn't really take Wendy's promise to heart. Of course, Matthew said. You said before that the Cook gang was basically wiped out. But a few people escaped. Once Cook died, I don't think the Cook gang can make a comeback. But the few people who ran away may still come back for revenge. With a powerful gunman like you as a neighbor, we can feel more at ease. Right, Jane? Cook looked at his wife. The latter nodded continuously and smiled at John Hung. Matthew is right. What happened last night was really terrible. If you hadn't arrived in time, I don't think I would still be sitting here this morning. I hope you can stay and we can take care of each other. However, John Hung's face showed an embarrassment when he heard this. Well, actually, I don't know how to raise cattle. No problem. I can teach you, Matthew said cheerfully. And horsemanship. I also heard Wendy talk about you. I can't say that my horsemanship is the best, but at least no one within 100 miles should know horses better than me. Before that, your cattle can continue to be raised by me. Isn't this a little too generous? John Hung asked. Compared to what you have done for us, the reward I can give is insignificant, Matthew said sincerely. After breakfast, the old cowboy and the drunk sheriff also came to the ranch together. Before they arrived, the drunk sheriff began to shout, Where is Cook? Where is Cook's body? In the barn, Sheriff, Matthew said. However, the drunk sheriff was not in a hurry at this time. He turned over and got off the horse, glanced at John Hung on the other side, and snorted, Did you kill the man? Yes, Sheriff. Don't be complacent, Oriental. The reason why Cook is still alive is because I never went out to hunt him down. Back then, I could kill 5 people with 1 gun, the drunk sheriff said as he took another sip of whiskey. At this time, Wendy on the side couldn't help but say, John Hung can kill 10 people with 1 gun. I saw it with my own eyes. The drunk sheriff was choked and couldn't speak for a long time. After all, this was the thing he was most proud of, and he boasted to everyone he met. However, in this matter, he was killed twice by John Hung. People are different. You understand when you grow up. Little girl. The drunk sheriff finally found this excuse for himself. Then looked at John Hung and coughed twice. Since you killed Cook, the unpleasantness that happened before is forgotten. On behalf of the residents of Lincoln County, I welcome you to settle here. You can live here as long as you want. But remember, don't cause trouble. Fighting doesn't matter. If someone dies, I will arrest you without mercy. No one is more law-abiding than me. Sheriff, John Hung said. Very good. Let's go and see Cook's body now. But the person sent by the higher-ups to identify the body will not arrive for 2 weeks. Once it is confirmed that it is Cook himself, you can come to me to claim the reward. Is there any reward? John Hung thought for a while and said, I don't think I have seen any similar rewards outside the police station. The Cook gang has been notorious in recent years, and they are numerous and powerful. Ordinary local armed forces have no way to deal with them, because of fear of retaliation from them. The town dare not post a reward for them. But there is indeed a reward, and it is not small. Damn it. Why don't I have such good luck? If Cook stood in front of me, I would definitely shoot that old bastard into a hornet's nest. The drunk sheriff complained. Chapter 633 Bad Boy. A month and a half passed in the blink of an eye. John Hung finally built his new home, including a 2-story building, a cowshed, a horse pen. John Hung originally wanted to open a vegetable garden, but the land here was not suitable for planting, even if he took great pains to take care of it. The final harvest was not very good, so John Hung gave up. He was not a building maniac, or had very high requirements for the quality of life. It was mainly because Matthew gave him a large piece of land, but there was nothing on the land except grass, so he had no choice but to build it himself. Fortunately, he had not completely forgotten the construction techniques he learned from the shorts guy in the novice copy. In addition, after receiving the reward, he also hired 2 helpers and a mason. Most of the houses in the town are brick and wood structures. The advantage is that the construction speed is fast, and the cost is relatively easy to control. However, after asking the drunk sheriff Cook about the amount of the reward, John Hung decided to go all out and use iron instead of wood. This way, the house is more solid and can reduce the risk of fire. As for the disadvantages, it's expensive, because the iron and bricks used as building materials are all produced in factories on the East Coast, and the price has increased several times when they are transported to the town by train. The bounty has not been paid yet, so John Hung can only borrow some money from Matthew to make up for it. Fortunately, the results look good. The main building is based on his residence in the Black Sail Dungeon, and other houses in the town are also referenced. The area is not large, and the total area is estimated to be only 200 square meters, but it is more than enough for one person to live in. After the construction, John Hung also received a level 0 construction skill and 20 game points, which is an unexpected gain. John Hung took 2 steps back and admired the place where he would live for more than a year, although it was still 2 or 3 hours before sunset. He paid the helpers and masons a day's salary and let them go home early. Then John Hung found Luba, who was grazing leisurely by the house, and rode it to Matthew's house next door. Wendy was sitting on the steps at the door of the house, waiting for him early. How about it? Do you want to try it again today? The girl saw him, stood up and patted the dust on her skirt and asked. John Hung nodded. Then I go call my father. Wendy said this and ran into the room briskly. 2 minutes later, the 3 of them stood in front of the stable. Are you ready? Matthew asked. Well, let's get started. John Hung took a deep breath, pushed open the door of the stable, stepped in, and then lowered the wooden bolt. There was only one horse in the stable, a pure black horse, with dark and shiny fur all over its body. According to Matthew, it was originally the leader of a large group of wild horses on the grassland. It had the most violent temper and was difficult to tame. It caused a big disaster less than a week after it was sent here. It broke the stable and escaped with other horses to freedom. After that, Matthew had to spend several days to find it back and build a separate horse pen for it. Wendy also named it Bad Boy. According to the previous contract between John Hung and Wendy, Bad Boy now belongs to him. But 1.5 months have passed, and John Hung still hasn't been able to ride it away. John Hung has experienced bad boy's bad temper many times. Just yesterday, he was dragged 5 meters away on the ground by bad boy like a rag. And the scratches on his arm are still there. But before he could recover, John Hung came to challenge again. After 1.5 months of careful training by Matthew, John Hung is no longer the newbie who couldn't even command a carrot. His equestrian skills have now officially broken through the level 1 mark. However, in the repeated battles of wits and courage with the bad boy, John Hung also realized that level 1 could not tame this wild black horse. But John Hung did not give up. After going through so many copies and mastering various skills, John Hung became more and more certain of one thing. That is, the most powerful skill of human beings is actually learning. Summarizing experience from failures, and constantly looking for solutions to problems are abilities that many creatures in nature have. But only humans have brought this ability to the extreme. It's like when you play Sekiro. At the beginning, you are beaten by various bosses and doubt your life. But failure after failure is like taking a class. When you have mastered all the knowledge points taught by the teacher, it's time for the graduation exam. John Hung pulled his hat, took the lasso thrown by Matthew, and waved it over his head. The bad boy on the other side seemed to know that his old enemy was coming. He stopped his leisurely stroll and started to dig the ground with his horse's hooves, while the horse's ears were facing down and his teeth were exposed. After that, without waiting for John Hung to make a move, it rushed over first and hit John Hung violently. However, if John Hung could be hit by it, the agile body skills he had practiced in his pirate career for so many years would be wasted. He moved sideways and easily avoided the sneak attack. But the bad boy was still determined and turned his head to bite him again. John Hung hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to squat to avoid it again. In fact, the bad boy's cool swing also revealed his flaws. Last time, John Hung seized its flaws and threw the lasso on its neck. After that, John Hung turned into a rag and was dragged on the ground. This trick worked well against ordinary horses, but it was completely ineffective against the bad boy. This violent black horse was incredibly powerful. After so much training, John Hung's strength was not bad, but he was still no match for it, and was carried away by its brute force. So this time John Hung did not act rashly, but chose to be timid for once. Let the black guy be proud for a while, and continued to wait for an opportunity. In fact, the attack methods of horses are only a few. John Hung has been trying to have fun during this period. He has given these methods the same names as the skills in the game, such as the savage charge just now. In addition, there are death trampling for hooves, dragon head shaking for shaking the head, see you later for kicking the legs backwards, and violent bite for gentlemen who only talk but not fight. In addition, there are some bad horses that will secretly step on your feet when you are not paying attention. If you are stepped on by it, it will stand there like nothing happened, admiring the beautiful scenery around it and breathing in the fresh air of nature. Then you can enjoy the soreness of 400 or 500 kilograms of weight pressing on the soles of your feet. Although the bad boy is quite violent, his attack methods are not beyond the scope of the above. After a set of brutal charge plus dragon head swing plus brutal bite plus see you later, it entered the skill CD period. Then the bad boy turned around and looked at John Hung in front of him triumphantly. If it could speak, it would probably add, "Stupid human. You are still a little young to want to ride on me." Chapter 634 Taming the Wild Horse. A fierce battle between man and horse was going on here. But on the other side, the scene was completely different. Luobo was still eating his grass without paying any attention to the outside world. It didn't even look at this side from beginning to end, as if it didn't care about its job issue at all, which made John Hung more and more convinced that it had suffered from Alzheimer's disease. After leaving the novice period, Luobo, the novice mount that was given away by clicking, could no longer meet John Hung needs. The latter's original advantages, Buddhist character and work attitude of retiring after doing this job have now all become disadvantages. So John Hung's desire to change a new mount has become stronger and stronger. He didn't want to wait any longer, and was ready to subdue the bad boy today. At the beginning, Matthew was still instructing him on his movements and technical essentials. But now there was no need for that. John Hung had basically mastered the whole set of movements, and it was just a matter of experience and proficiency. Matthew shut up and stood by the horse pen with his daughter, watching John Hung and the bad boy deal with each other quietly. Although John Hung was eager to change his mount, he was very patient after entering the horse pen, and he was not in a hurry to take action. allowing the bad boy to have fun in front of him, running left and right. But after a while, the bad boy couldn't get anyone to attack him, and he began to get a little annoyed, looking at its angry eyes and bared teeth. If you didn't know, you would think this guy was a carnivore at the top of the food chain. When the bad boy rushed over again, he finally used his trump card death trampling, raised his hoof, and wanted to hit Zhang Heng's chest to kick the annoying human in front of him away. However, Zhang Heng had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and he finally threw out the noose in his hand. The noose accurately caught the bad boy's left front hoof. At the same time, Zhang Heng rolled sideways and avoided the range of death trampling. After that, he quickly stood up and grabbed the rope. Unlike See You Again, the bad boy's body was raised when he used death trampling, and it turned from moving to static, giving Zhang Heng time to stand up. When he wanted to break free again, Zhang Heng had already firmly grasped the rope. This was different from when his neck was noose. With one leg noose, the bad boy's movements were restricted. It was not so easy to run wildly, but he did not give up. He was still struggling violently, and the horse pen was dusty. The wrestling between the man and the horse continued, and Wendy outside the horse circle also held her breath. The force from the other end of the rope made it impossible for Zhang Heng to stay still, so he had to trot along with the bad boy. Fortunately, the bad boy was also a little slow at the moment, and due to the external force, his movements became crooked. And this time, it was too clever for its own good. It deliberately ran around, trying to knock Zhang Heng down. But it didn't know that this action caused the rope to entangle its other leg, turning it from a fierce horse into a tiger. The bad boy jumped around for a while, and Zhang Heng finally found the right opportunity to get close to him. Zhang Heng held the rope with one hand and grabbed the horse's mane with the other. The bad boy wanted to escape but couldn't, and he couldn't kick anyone. His struggle became more and more futile, and Zhang Heng finally saw the dawn of victory. At this time, of course, he would not give the bad boy any more chances. He pulled the rope from behind, forcing the bad boy to curl up his front hooves. At the same time, Zhang Heng exerted force with his hands, giving the bad boy downward pressure, causing the bad boy to kneel on the ground. Finally, they lay sideways again, both the man and the horse panting. Zhang Heng waited until he calmed down a little, and stroked the bad boy's body, so that the latter's emotions gradually calmed down, until he turned into a lady. And then Zhang Heng began to untie the rope on his hoof. As a result, after the bad boy escaped, he immediately tore off his previous disguise, jumped up from the ground, broke free from Zhang Heng's control, and became happy again. And the look in his eyes when he looked at Zhang Heng seemed to say, "Are you stupid? I just lied to you." Zhang Heng was not angry. He stood up, brushed off the dust on his trouser legs, and waved the lasso in his hand again. The man and the horse immediately entered a new round of battle, until 5 minutes later Zhang Heng knocked the bad boy down again. This time Zhang Heng was ready to teach this bastard a lesson. It took 10 minutes to untie the lasso on its hoof. Most horses would have accepted their fate at this time, but the bad boy, who was still unwilling to give up once again, took up the banner of "My fate is my own, not God's," and became the boy chasing the wind again. So Zhang Heng also ushered in the third round of battle. This time, the bad boy learned his lesson after paying the tuition twice, and he didn't use death trampling. But it was too naive to think that it could escape the fate of being trapped. Zhang Heng had already felt the feeling of being trapped. Although he was a little tired, he couldn't help but enter the zone completely. He felt that his eyes were getting sharper and sharper, and the lasso in his hand was getting more and more skillful. Zhang Heng simply threw the lasso in his hand when the bad boy ran. The first 2 times, he brushed past the bad boy's hoof. But the third time, Zhang Heng directly lassoed it on the bad boy's leg. So Zhang Heng knocked down the bad-tempered black horse again. Perhaps he finally realized that he couldn't run away. When the bad boy stood up again, he didn't choose to run away as before and blow the horn of battle, but just stood there honestly. But Zhang Heng didn't get happy too early. He knew that the battle had just begun. When he turned over and rode on the bad boy's back, the black horse turned on the violent mode again, jumping up and down, trying to get the annoying human off its back. Zhang Heng was like a boat in the waves, bobbing up and down. But Zhang Heng happened to be the best helmsman at steer in a storm. He held the horse's mane tightly and clamped his legs. No matter how the bad boy struggled, he couldn't get rid of him. The bad boy could only run around in the horse pen. Wendy was watching nervously. and suddenly heard her father say, "Open the horse pen," although she didn't understand what he meant. Wendy still ran to the door and pushed open the wooden bolts. The next moment, the bad boy rushed out of the horse pen like a black lightning, carrying John Hung and galloping on the vast grassland. It's not like John Hung hasn't driven fast before, but this is the first time he has driven without a windshield, with wind blowing everywhere. The bumpy feeling under his butt is also very strong, which is completely different from the power brought by the engine. In terms of comfort, it is definitely not as comfortable as a car, but it can make people feel the vitality of life more truly. The red sunset in the sky, the endless grassland, and the joy and satisfaction after taming a wild horse. All of these are intertwined together to form a picture of the Wild West. And John Hung smelled the taste of freedom from the strong wind blowing in his face. Chapter 635. Chewing Tobacco and Horseshoes. This time the situation was quite special. Even before the normal deadline, John Hung had completed the main quest ahead of time. The part about finding the lucky horseshoe was automatically completed after he met Cook and Matthew. And the task of settling in Lincoln County was also successfully completed 2 weeks after he owned the ranch. So now he actually has no task pressure on him. And his life in the West has just begun. After exchanging for an extra 24 hours, his copy time was extended to 520 days. Soon after taming the bad boy, he also received his share of the bounty. Cook provided him with $10,000, and he killed a total of 20 robbers from the Cook gang, contributing another $8,000. So he finally got a total of $18,000. This amount of money was undoubtedly a huge sum of money in the United States in the 19th century. The cost of building materials only cost less than $500, and the remaining money was enough for John Hung to live the rest of his life without worries. In addition, the old cowboy and the drunk sheriff came together that day and brought back news about the remaining robbers of the Cook gang. Although the farmers and miners were not very good at shooting, there were still the old cowboy and the young deputy sheriff. After a night of pursuit, they killed a few more people, and only 4 people escaped in the end. And they basically had no ability to do evil anymore. However, for safety, especially considering the safety of Matthew's family, John Hung went again and spent 2 months to find all 4 people. 2 of them were handed over to the local sheriff by John Hung, and 2 were shot dead by him when they resisted. So far, the matter of the Cook gang has come to an end. But John Hung was not idle afterwards. In fact, there are still many things to learn in this Western copy. In addition to horsemanship, driving cattle and rapid shooting are also skills that John Hung is more interested in. Rapid shooting is needless to say. John Hung hopes to further improve his shooting skills through rapid shooting practice. And driving cattle is actually a technical job, especially the use of lasso. A good cowboy can lasso any prey. When the herd of cattle is in chaos, the cowboy's skills and psychological quality are particularly tested. He must catch up with the head of the cattle in the shortest time, throw out the lasso and subdue it. This trick can also be used on people, without using lethal weapons. The target can be quickly incapacitated with a rope. In addition, John Hung is also paying attention to the whereabouts of the game props in this round of dungeons. But unfortunately, there is no news in this regard. John Hung now knows the source of game props. Basically, each prop is related to a god, just like each copy has a corresponding god behind it. The copy is unique, but the god may not stay in only one copy. So according to the bartender, there may be a case where there are no props in the copy. John Hung doesn't know which god is corresponding to his copy this time. God of the West? God of Cowboys? God of the Wilderness, and the Statue of Liberty seem to make sense in this context. However, since the other party did not show up like the gods in the previous copies, it is clear that he does not want to have any further communication with John Hung. John Hung would naturally not provoke the other party for nothing. However, his peaceful life of herding did not last long. Half a year later, he was involved in the county war in Lincoln County. This was a war between Major Murphy, the most powerful man in Lincoln County, and the ranchers around the town. It lasted for a full 5 months. Of course, in the early stage, there were some harassment and assassinations. It was not until the 5th month that the war broke out completely. After John Hung joined the war, the ranchers began to have an overwhelming advantage. In the end, the 2 sides reached a new contract. After all the hired gunmen were killed or injured, Major Murphy promised to reduce the price of the materials purchased from the East Coast by half, and never raise the price again. At the same time, he sold the 2 ranches in his hands, and never interfered with the livestock industry in Lincoln County again. The 5-month Lincoln County War finally came to an end. John Hung's biggest gain in this county war was not buying a ranch of Major Murphy at a low price. After all, he couldn't stay here forever, and the amount of money didn't mean as much to him as it did to others. What really interested him was a gunman named Billy the Kid. If John Hung remembered correctly, this guy was the most frequently appearing character in later Western movies, and there were many stories about him. However, the real person is not as wild and unruly as in the movie. On the contrary, he is quite young and shy. He has just come to Lincoln County and is employed by a rancher to join the county war in Lincoln County. John Hung has fought side by side with him several times. Billy the Kid is certainly not as amazing as in the movies, but he is really fast at shooting. Moreover, John Hung only spent a glass of beer to let Billy the Kid generously tell him his rapid-fire training method. In the last 2 months, John Hung basically did nothing but practice drawing and shooting. He finally improved his shooting skills to level 3. In this way, he can handle long-range sniping and close-range rapid-fire shooting. In addition, the 2 skills of riding and driving cattle were finally combined into one, becoming a level 2 skill called cowboy. Before leaving, John Hung divided the remaining 15,000 yuan into 2 bags. One bag was buried under the fence of Matthew's stable, and the other was buried under the fence of his own stable. After that, he picked a good day and took Wendy to hunt again. The 2 returned to the forest where John Hung and the Cook gang fought. Time has passed, and the place has returned to peace. The bodies that night had been taken away by the bailiffs, and the hunter's cabin was renovated and cleaned. The hunter who stayed overnight also chopped firewood and placed it there. The only thing left was probably the bullet marks on the door. John Hung and Wendy returned here before sunset with the rabbits and deer they had shot. John Hung started a fire and began to skin and cut the meat. Wendy sat in front of the campfire and watched him busy. "You haven't told me your origins yet. Is that important?" John Hung asked without looking back. "Well, if I tell my child your story in the future, how should I tell him where you came from? How you came here, and how you met me and embarked on a journey together? It wasn't my background that made us embark on this journey together, but your persistence at that time. You are the most stubborn kid I have ever seen. You knocked on my door before dawn. I was still asleep, but looking into your eyes, I knew that if I didn't agree to this naughty kid's request, this guy would use all kinds of methods to pester me in the next week, making me so annoyed that I couldn't do anything. Well, was I that annoying at that time?" Wendy blushed. "It's 10,000 times more annoying than you can imagine." John Hung reached out and touched her hair. "But you saved your mother and father that night. It was really a very brave act. Very brave. Although you are a girl, but you are stronger than most men I have met." Wendy seemed a little embarrassed by the praise. "You saved our family that night." "Yes, but if it weren't for the time you bought with the shotgun, I wouldn't have been able to get there before Cook killed your mother," John Hung said. "So, you can also say that you changed your own destiny." Kid. Chapter 636 Ring Tossing Game. Handsome guy. Bring your girlfriend to play ring tossing. For rings for 10 yuan. 10 rings for 20 yuan. Prizes include bunnies, dolls, and Xiaomi bracelets. It's definitely worth it. John Hung and Hayes Osaka came across a ring tossing game stall while visiting the night market. Hayes Osaka stopped with the stinky tofu in her hand and watched with great interest. The boss immediately took the opportunity to promote the game, but his enthusiasm was in vain because Hayes Osaka, a Japanese exchange student, could not understand Chinese at all. At this time, a young couple was already playing in front of the stall. They seemed to want to get the Xiaomi bracelet. Judging from the packaging, it should be the 2nd generation. The market price is about 120 yuan. If they can get it, they will definitely make money. But this kind of thing is like a discount package in a certain penguin game. No matter how much you think you can make money, the boss will definitely not lose money. Such small games often look simple, but there are many tricks in them. For example, the stall owner usually puts valuable things far away and worthless things close, tempting players to get the prizes far away. But the difficulty will increase a lot. In addition, valuable things are generally larger in size and difficult to get caught. In addition, the ring itself is designed to be very light. It is difficult to control the force, and it is quite elastic, and it will be bounced away when it touches the corners. So the 2 young lovers spent 20 yuan and bought 10 rings. but none of them hit the box. A few times, they rubbed against the packaging box. However, the boss was not in a hurry at all, and encouraged them with a smile, as if he didn't want his grand prize to be taken away by others. When the young couple threw the last ring, the boss saw that they looked depressed, and generously gave them a consolation prize of 2 one-piece keychains. Of course, Eiichiro Oda probably didn't know which small workshop in Iwu he authorized to produce this thing. When the proposal to play again was rejected, the boss smiled and watched the couple leave, and took the 20 yuan that was easily earned. John Hung asked Hayes Asuka in Japanese, "What do you want?" The little rabbit is very cute, but it is not allowed in the international student dormitory. The latter looked at the rabbit in the cage and said with some regret, "But this game looks quite fun. How much money does it cost to play?" John Hung translated the amount to Hayes Asuka, who opened his wallet and took out 20 yuan. "Oh, you are international friends again." The boss also heard the two people's conversation in Japanese. He took the money and smiled with narrowed eyes. "Then I will give you 2 more rings." As he said this, he really handed over 2 more rings. John Hung gave them to Hayes Asuka on the side. After the latter got the plastic ring, she looked around the prizes on the ground. She first looked at the rabbit cage reluctantly, and finally locked her eyes on the Kingston 64G USB disc on the side. It must be said that girls of all ages in any country are quite good at choosing products. This is probably one of the innate skills of women. Although there are many colorful things on the boss's stall, most of them are 3-no products produced by small factories. Except for the Xiaomi Mi 2 bracelet used as a gimmick to attract customers. The Kingston 64G USB disc is worth some money. The market price is about 70 yuan. Hayes Asuka has a good eye, and she just watched the young couple play, knowing that the bracelet is the most difficult to put on. So she took the initiative to reduce the difficulty for herself. She aimed for a long time before throwing the first plastic ring. But John Hung knew it was no use before she threw it, because Hayes Asuka pressed down the front end when throwing, so the plastic ring thrown out would hit the prize and bounce off. The boss also saw from her gestures that this was a newbie who knew nothing, and the smile on his face became brighter, and he didn't forget to comfort her. "It's okay. It's okay. The next one will be put on." However, John Hung interrupted Hayes Asuka before she threw the second plastic ring and corrected her posture. Hayes Asuka immediately came to her senses and stuck out her tongue to thank John Hung. But although she solved the problem of front-end pressure this time, the problem of the plastic ring itself being light and difficult to control could not be solved immediately by just teaching. Moreover, perhaps because she was not used to this way of throwing, the second plastic ring was even more outrageous. Hayes Asuka looked at someone eagerly again, subconsciously wanting to seek off-field assistance from teacher John Hung again. But this time John Hung could only shrug helplessly. Theory is just like that. It's not like modifying a car or sending a rocket into space. There are so many knowledge points to talk about. As long as the posture is not a big problem, the rest depends on the skills and luck. So Hayes Asuka could only fight alone and threw 10 rings by herself. But unfortunately, the result was similar to that of the couple. Either deviated or bounced off. She even gave up on the last one and chose a worthless little doll in front of her. But probably because her mentality was a little broken, she failed to get this prize that was not too difficult. Seeing that he only had the last 2 rings left, Hayes Asuka was a little frustrated. At this time, John Hung said, "How about I do it?" Hayes Asuka nodded and handed over the ring. John Hung weighed it in his hand and felt the weight. He had been in the West for some time, and he was very good at lassoing. He could lasso a cow from a herd of running cattle. This kind of ring game was not difficult for him. John Hung threw the plastic ring in his hand without much preparation, and before the first plastic ring fell completely, John Hung threw the second one out. Finally, one of the 2 plastic rings was put on the USB flash drive, and the other on the bracelet, taking away the most valuable products on the boss's stall. The boss was still happily counting money and preparing the keychain as a consolation prize. But he didn't expect to lose his period in a blink of an eye. His face immediately drooped. But John Hung 2 traps were too accurate, so he couldn't find an excuse to cancel them. In addition, the boss also knew that he had met an expert tonight. One is luck, and both of them may also be luck. But the probability is too small. So the young man in front of me must be a master. Business is not good these days. I heard that some people bought claw machines online to practice at home in order to catch the dolls, just to make the claw machine shops lose money. Of course, some people are bored and practice ring tossing. Although it is quite profitable to set up such a game stall when there is a large flow of people. Similar things will happen one or two every now and then. Most of the bosses will still be willing to accept the loss. Moreover, the other party obviously showed mercy this time, because his girlfriend couldn't catch the dolls, and had 2 rings left. The owner of the ring-tossing stall shook his head, sighed, walked over to take the bracelet and USB flash drive, and congratulated Hayes Asuka with a bright smile reluctantly. However, perhaps he was unwilling to suffer the loss alone, so he decided to add to the trouble for his colleagues. After that, the boss also gave Zhang Heng some advice. Handsome boy, listen to me. There is a ring-tossing stall 30 meters ahead. He has good stuff, which is more valuable than my Xiaomi bracelet. Go there and try it. Chapter 637. Everything will be fine. Zhang Heng did not follow the advice of the kind-hearted boss to find trouble with the other company. He was not here to collect industry taxes. Ring tossing is just a way to have fun. If you want to get rich, you might as well go to the west to open a ranch and raise cattle. Hayes Asuka may not really be able to use the USB flash drive and bracelet, but the joy of drawing a 6-star Charmander is the driving force that supports thousands of players to keep spending money. Zhang Heng sent Hayes Asuka, who was shopping until her legs were weak, back to the international student dormitory and looked at the starfish in his hand. It was 10:30 p.m., and there were about 40 minutes left before the agreed time. Zhang Heng found a place without cameras, parked his Polo on the roadside, and went to a nearby convenience store to buy a bottle of Pocari Sweat. Because of the extra 24 hours, his fitness effect was doubled. Although it has only been more than half a year, it has been very effective now. After taking off his clothes, he can see clear abdominal muscles and chest muscles. So Zhang Heng also began to pay attention to his diet. Although the excess calories can be consumed through exercise, it is better to save some trouble. Therefore, he rarely touches cola and doesn't eat fried food. After Zhang Heng paid the bill, he returned to the car and sent a message to Fan Meinan. Where have you been? The latter replied belatedly after a while. I hadn't left the house yet, and I suddenly had a stomachache. Where do you live? I send you medicine. Ah, are you trying to use this trick to successfully get my address, and then knock on my door in the middle of the night under the pretext of asking about my well-being, and gently feed me medicine when I am weak and want to find someone to rely on the most, so as to completely conquer my body and mind? Fan Meinan on the other side became alert. Zhang Heng sent a string of ellipses. Give up. I won't give you this chance. I can make it on time. See you then. Zhang Heng put away his phone and drove the Polo to the agreed McDonald's. At 11:07, Fan Meinan arrived on time as expected. Her face looked a little pale. She put her backpack on the table, panting, and then sat down on the stool opposite. Here, the props you left with me. Thanks. Zhang Heng did not open his backpack, but placed the bag on the seat beside him. The game props in the bag came from the team of players he had killed when he rescued Fan Meinan more than a month ago, and he temporarily left them with Fan Meinan. This time, Zhang Heng sold everything he had to recast the ordinary knife. Not only did he throw all his points into it, but he also exchanged the extra game props. As a result, he was still short of 600 or 700 points. So he asked Fan Meinan to get these props back. With the more than 100 game points he earned in this round of dungeons, he should be able to clear all his debts and return to the days of being debt-free. After that, we have to wait and see what changes will happen to the recast ordinary knife. If it is only upgraded from FT, Zhang Heng will have to find time to chop the knife shop owner. But now, he is more concerned about other things. Zhang Heng looked at Fan Meinan across from him. What have you been busy with recently? Why do you reply to me slower and slower every time I send you a message? I also have my own things to do. I'm sorry, I can't be your little cotton-padded jacket that you can call and send at will. Besides, don't you have a rich woman and a cute Japanese student to accompany you? Fan Meinan pouted as she spoke, and then complained. You've been here for so long and haven't bought anything to eat. Just sitting here. Why doesn't the waitress chase you away? I ordered a single meal for the vagrants who were scavenging nearby, and I also took a package to go. Zhang Heng said indifferently. I treat you to whatever you want to eat. That's good enough. Fan Meinan was immediately displeased when she heard this, and said with satisfaction, Thank you, boss. After saying that, She turned her head and looked at the ordering counter not far away, but squinted her eyes for a while and then retracted her gaze, sighing, "Forget it. It's this late. I'd better starve to lose weight." "You're thinner than when we first met." Zhang Heng still remembered that Fan Meinan pretended to be Ma Wei to play a prank on him, but ended up running into Xavierza. Zhang Heng even carried Fan Meinan for a while in the school. Fan Meinan was taller than the average girl, more than 1.7 meters tall, but weighed less than 90 kilograms. And now she looked only about 80 kilograms, which was a bit too thin. And I don't know if it was because of a stomach upset. Although Fan Meinan was as heartless as ever on WeChat, she looked a bit weak after meeting. Zhang Heng's eyes fell on the back of the latter's hand, where a band-aid was stuck. When Fan Meinan saw Zhang Heng looking at her, she subconsciously retracted her hand and explained, "I accidentally cut it when I was cutting fruit." "When you cut the fruit? Do you use the back of your hand as a cushion? Damn it. Have you experienced a Conan dungeon recently? When did your observation skills become so good?" Fan Meinan raised her eyebrows. "And has no one ever told you that it is a virtue to see through things but not speak out? You look a little embarrassed. Everyone has embarrassed times. Your rich woman almost died in a dream last time. This is the truth of life. Right? Also, when will you let her drive away the Lexus she gave me? I didn't know that the maintenance cost of luxury cars is so expensive. I can't afford it with my meager salary from working." Fan Meinan sighed. "Like I said before, you helped me last time, and you can ask me for help if you have any trouble this time." Zhang Heng looked into Fan Meinan's eyes. "Thank you, but you can't help me with this matter. I still have to do it myself." Fan Meinan said, "You should prepare for your proxy war. You'd better pray that you don't run into me in the proxy war. Otherwise, I will definitely make you run around. By the way, you are so mysterious all day long. And I don't know whose agent you are? I thought I had found the answer before, but now I am a little unsure." Zhang Heng replied. He was basically sure that the old man in the Tang suit was Kronos. But the real question now was who he was. His disappearing emotions. What did the scientific expedition in Greenland 17 years ago have to do with him? And why did Kronos approach him? Without clarifying these questions, Zhang Heng couldn't even be sure whether the old man in the Tang suit was an enemy or a friend. Nor did he know what the latter's plan was. And he had a hunch that the latter seemed to hope to accelerate the passing of his feelings through the time magnification effect in the copy. But he didn't know what the consequences would be. "It seems that each of us has our own troubles." Fan Meinan put her hands in her pockets and said, hesitating for a moment. She still stretched out the hand she had withdrawn, held Zhang Heng's hand on the table, looked at someone, and whispered, "Don't worry. Everything will be fine." Chapter 638 New email. Looking back on their college life, most people don't think it was that colorful. Although the campus smells of love, with couples everywhere. Bloody romance dramas are performed every night. The president of the student union and the leaders of various clubs are full of vigor and vitality. And various activities are endless. It cannot hide the fact that most people are single and live in a straight line between the dormitory, the cafeteria, and the classroom. They are either in class or playing games with their roommates. Just like the city is colorful. But it has nothing to do with most people. After graduation, I think back to that time and feel that I didn't do anything. But I didn't feel monotonous and boring every day. Because even if you are bored, there are people to accompany you to be bored. Until I entered the society, I accidentally opened the interface of the battle platform one night, and found that the familiar avatars in the friend column had not been lit up for a long time. And even a popular game you once liked was replaced by other new national games. That kind of loneliness is probably what growing up is like. Of course, these are all stories for later. For the 4 people who are still sophomores, it feels like college life will never end. That day, I heard that the film club was projecting Quentin's Django Unchained in the small auditorium. After dinner, Chen Huadong dragged Zhang Heng and Wei Jianyang to watch the movie together in slippers. Each of them paid a 2 yuan entrance fee and walked in. Although they arrived 20 minutes early, there were already quite a few people in the small auditorium. The seats in the first few rows were either occupied or taken by others. Chen Huadong didn't rush to find a seat, but first looked at the people who came and found many pretty girls. Some of them came with their boyfriends. There was no chance for those who were already taken. Others sat with their roommates and friends. It was hard to say. Moreover, Chen Huadong was the kind of person who had the desire but not the courage. He hesitated for a long time and thought that this one was pretty, and that one was also good. But he still didn't have the courage to take a step and really sit next to the girl. After all, there were still many seats in the auditorium. If he just walked over, everyone would know Sima Zhao's intention. It's a little too exaggerated, which doesn't match my calm and mature temperament. Chen Huadong finally shook his head and chose a middle row with few people to sit down. But he still left himself a little fantasy and sat inside, hoping that there would be girls who came late and had no place to sit, and finally had to sit next to him. In this way, isn't it what everyone often calls fate? Wei Jianyang sat on his left, while Zhang Heng sat directly near the aisle. Wei Jianyang said, "Mr. Chen, if you are always so reserved, you will probably have to stay alone in an empty room for 4 years in college. Then show me what to do in this situation." Chen Huadong glanced at Wei Jianyang. "Just sit over there?" No, Mr. Zhang can use this trick. But I'm afraid that ordinary people like me can't handle it." Wei Jianyang shook his head. "That's it. In the end it still depends on the face." Chen Huadong sneered. "If I have a face like an electric eel, do I have to worry about where to sit? I can just sit anywhere, and the whole world will come to charge itself." It seems to make sense. Chen Huadong's beautiful expectation of a chance meeting was ultimately dashed. Before he arrived at the auditorium, all the seats were taken, and a boy sat next to him. The two looked at each other silently, and saw a hint of loneliness in each other's eyes. Why should men make things difficult for men? Wei Jianyang sighed. Similar things happened everywhere in the auditorium. This was the age when hormones were agitated. But shyness made both boys and girls embarrassed to take the initiative. Everyone was waiting for the signal, ready to make up for the next 99 steps. But no one took the most critical first step. So, there would be no story to begin with. After a while, seeing that the auditorium was full, the film club stopped letting people in and started showing the movie. So the students quieted down and began to immerse themselves in the movie. When seeing the bounty hunter Schultz, who was disguised as a dentist, and the black man Django, hunting down the target on the bounty list, fighting against many people alone, killing many people, Chen Huadong said, "It's worthy of Quentin. This is so bold. Wow. The guys in the film club even got the uncensored version. Watching it makes me want to be a bounty hunter. Thinking about that kind of life is enviable. Riding a horse to travel around, doing justice, and people pay you. This life can't be more chic. Hey, wasn't your dream to go to an island country and become an action film director?" Wei Jianyang asked curiously. Then the two heard Zhang Heng shaking his head and saying, "It's not that simple. The bounty hunter business is far more dangerous than profitable. The West is huge, and it's much harder to find people than you think. Besides, it's exposed to the wind and sun every day, and not many people can do it for a long time. If you have this skill, you might as well find a small town to be a sheriff. TSK. You sound like you've been a bounty hunter." Chen Huadong rolled his eyes. "This movie is quite long. The North American version is 165 minutes long, which is almost 3 hours. It started at 7 o'clock, and it was almost 10 o'clock when it was over. When the ending song sounded, the students left the auditorium one after another, discussing the plot as they walked. Chen Huadong felt that the dentist was too impulsive. He broke Leo just because he couldn't swallow his anger, which caused him to get beaten up. It was really not worth it. Wei Jianyang was interested in the large-scale shots in it, and was ready to watch Quentin's classic Kill Bill trilogy. Zhang Heng found that he had received a new email. Seeing the sender, Zhang Heng realized that what was supposed to come had finally come. This was an email from the game organizing committee. The content was about the proxy war in a week. At the same time, other agents in various places also received the same email. Zhang Heng found a place where no one was, and opened the email. The organizing committee first congratulated Zhang Heng for entering the second stage of the game, and announced the time and general rules of the second stage of the game. The rules are actually similar to before, and it is still a copy system. But it is no longer the development type copy in the first stage for players to learn, develop skills, and search for game props. It is more level-based and more dangerous and unpredictable. The game mechanism adopts an elimination system, and the purpose is similar to what the old man in Tang Suit said, which is to rank all agents. The final winner can get a mysterious gift prepared by the organizing committee. Chapter 639 Alien Races. The participants of the proxy war are all players who have obtained the agent qualification. On the other hand, non-agent players can also join the proxy war. but only as apostles, and can only choose one god camp to join. Each agent can recruit up to 3 apostles, which actually allows players to play the game in a team. Of course, if you want to play alone, you can also play alone. There is no hard limit on apostles. It's just that for most agents, it is always better to have helpers than not to have helpers. And the chance of passing the level in a team is also greater. However, John Hung has no plans to recruit apostles for the time being because of his special situation. In addition, the dungeons in the proxy war are somewhat different from ordinary dungeons. The specific situation will be explained during the game. Finally, there are only 5 days left before the proxy war starts. John Hung quickly read the new email from the organizing committee. Then he opened the browser again. I don't know if it was inspired by the player forum. The organizing committee also launched an official website this time. And you can also log in with the account of the player forum. The official website is now empty and has not been built yet. But John Hung noticed the list on the left-hand side. It seems to be a player's ranking list. But there is no ranking at this time. John Hung searched for his player number in it. And the system also prompted him to enter the code for display. John Hung thought about it, and finally used the name he used most often. Simon. Then he exited the empty official website. In the next 5 days, John Hung did not make any special preparations. He should not be able to get the ordinary knife that he asked the bartender to find someone to recast before the first round of the proxy war. But fortunately, compared with others, his game props can be considered quite rich, and the pressure of the early proxy war is not great for him. 5 days later, John Hung came to the Desire City bar. The bartender checked his player ID and nodded, saying to him, "Welcome to join the proxy war. The first 3 rounds of the proxy war are like an entrance examination. You need to clear 3 copies in 45 days as a single person or in a team, and earn as many points as possible." Points? Do you mean game points? John Hung raised his eyebrows. No. Have you played Super Mario? Well, I played it a few times on the Super Learning Machine when I was a kid. Scores are similar to the gold coins in Super Mario. Unlike game points, scores are visible to you, but whether you can earn them depends on your ability. John Hung immediately realized the usefulness of the ranking list on the newly launched official website. So he asked, "How many people can pass the assessment?" "The top 500. The bartender said. "The top 50 will have extra rewards. But the rewards for 1 to 50 are the same. Because this is just an appetizer assessment level after all. Do you have any questions?" John Hung shook his head. "You'd better be mentally prepared in advance. The dungeon of the proxy war is very different from the dungeons you have experienced before." The bartender added meaningfully, "I wish you a happy game next time." "Difference? How big is the difference?" "You will know when the time comes." The bartender only finished her words halfway as usual. John Hung set the alarm clock and lay down on the booth, letting the sleepiness swallow him. Player identity verification in progress. Verification passed. Agent identity confirmed. Welcome player number 07958 to join the agent war. The current stage is the first assessment copy. Random copy is being drawn. Drawing completed. The current copy is an alien. Please explore the background of this round of the game by yourself. Mission goal: earn as many points as possible. 5 points for each alien found and killed. Mode: single player. Time flow rate: 120. 1 hour in the real world is equal to 5 days in this game. And players are forced to return to the real world after 20 days. Friendly reminder: the game will officially start in 5 seconds. Please be prepared. The opening remarks that had remained unchanged for thousands of years finally changed this time. And the system reminded John Hung to join the proxy war. Before he could determine the real intentions of the old man in tang suit, John Hung had to maintain a cooperative relationship with him. After all, he had to admit that the gift given to him by the old man in tang suit was indeed very useful. Not only in games, but also in daily life. 48 hours a day allowed him to do a lot more things. Therefore, he was still fulfilling the contract they had made in the maid cafe that day, helping the old man in tang suit win this proxy war. The name of this instance sounds a bit like the background of the battle between the colonists and the local natives after the Mayflower sailed across the sea to America. In this case, with John Hung shooting and writing skills, he should be able to easily earn a lot of points no matter which camp he is assigned to. However, when John Hung opened his eyes, he was a little surprised, because he found himself sitting on his bed. He looked around and found that this was indeed his bedroom. Or at least the replica of his bedroom. Modern background? It has been many years since World War II. Although local frictions are still going on, human society is generally working towards cooperation and making money together. It is rare to be called an alien race and need to be killed. What's more, John Hung is still in his hometown, a third-tier city. John Hung doesn't know what else can be called an alien race. And the background of this game is just self-exploration, which means he needs to solve this problem by himself. John Hung looked around again. Although this was indeed his bedroom, it was a little different from his current bedroom. To be more precise, this was his bedroom when he was in high school. He saw the class schedule on the wall, the textbooks and exercise books on the desk, and his old Mate 7 phone. Then John Hung's ears moved and he heard a knock on the door. Grandpa's voice came from outside. "Let's a fish tonight. I go out and buy some fish. You stay at home and do your homework. Don't run around." John Hung hummed and waited for a while before hearing the sound of the door opening and locking. John Hung had just put the crown of the white horse, arrow of Paris and plague bone bow, which were inconvenient to carry under the bed, because it was his first time to encounter a copy of the proxy war. John Hung did not dare to be careless, and basically brought everything he could bring. Then he opened the door, walked out of the bedroom, and came to the living room. Chapter 640 Familiar People. John Hung stood in front of the mirror in the living room, and inside was his 17-year-old self. His height and body shape were still different from 3 years later, but fortunately, his strength and speed attributes were still preserved in this copy. John Hung turned on the Mate 7 and checked the time. The screen showed that it was Wednesday, April 13th, 2016. John Hung didn't know what happened on this day before, and even if he remembered, it would not be of much reference value because he was in a copy now. A copy like this that is exactly the same as the real world is actually the most troublesome, because you don't know what has been modified. You don't know whether the previous memory will play a positive or negative role. John Hung walked around the living room and several rooms, and didn't find anything unusual. So he planned to go out and take a look, although his grandfather told him to stay well before leaving. Considering that he was in a copy now, he couldn't really sit there and do his homework. John Hung took the key and opened the door. Grandpa usually went to the big market to buy fish, but the big market was a little far away, so John Hung had about 40 minutes to move around. He didn't have any goals. So far John Hung hadn't found anything that could be called a clue, so he could only continue to wander around. The community was still the same community, and the residents inside were exactly the same as he remembered. He even ran into Chinjin on the road. The latter was riding a bicycle with a basketball in the basket, preparing to go to the open-air court by the riverbank to play basketball. Seeing John Hung, he stopped the car, propped himself on one foot, and said, "Let's go play basketball together." "No, I haven't done my homework yet," John Hung said. "I haven't done it either, so I can only get up a little earlier tomorrow and go to the classroom to copy it." Chinjin spread his hands. "And aren't you hanging out outside now? I mainly have other things to do, so let's play basketball next time," John Hung said. "What is it?" Chinjin became interested after hearing this. "Is it a date? A girl in your class? Do you want my help? For example, I play a bully who robs people on the road, and let you save the girl." He waved his arms while speaking. Not to mention that with his tan skin and tall stature, he really has a bit of a bully style. "I appreciate your kindness," John Hung said, "but you should still play your ball. The soy sauce at home is used up, and I need to buy some for Grandpa. TSK. Why didn't you say it earlier?" Chinjin retracted his foot, stepped on the stirrup again, and said, "Don't forget what happened on Sunday." He rushed to the court in a hurry. John Hung didn't know what he and Chinjin had agreed on 3 years ago, but the two of them were friends since childhood, and John Hung guessed that it was either playing games or playing basketball. Anyway, this guy's hobbies are basically these, and the rest is to download some small movies. But this kind of thing is usually watched alone. John Hung didn't take it seriously. In addition to Chinjin, he also met a few other familiar grandpas and aunts, and greeted them one by one. Then he walked to the gate of the community, and bought a local newspaper at the newsstand. He roughly flipped through the news on it. It was similar to the newspaper in his memory. It was all about meetings held somewhere, and learning to implement some new spirit. He knew every word, but after reading them together, he couldn't remember what they said at all. Then there was news that power repairs were being carried out somewhere. And there was news that 3 children who fell into the river drowned on the beach. John Hung had some impression of the last piece of news, because it was a big event back then. No one knew how the 3 children sneaked out of the house after everyone fell asleep at night. And the most important thing was that they actually agreed to walk nearly 5 miles together, and arrived at the riverbank before dawn, and finally drowned. The whole thing was full of strangeness and weirdness, which caused quite a stir at the time. Everyone talked about it for a week, and there were all kinds of speculations. Among them, the saying of water ghosts has a long history, because basically every summer someone drowns on the riverbank. Some drown while playing in the water, and some commit suicide. Although there is a sign prohibiting swimming on the riverbank, it still can't stop some residents from playing in the water. It's just that the children who drowned this time were young. The oldest was only 14 years old, and the youngest was only 10 years old. And 3 children drowned at once, which attracted a lot of attention. However, John Hung remembered that the police quickly announced the results of the investigation, and one of the children even left a diary, proving that it was indeed an accident. At that time, John Hung was still in school and didn't think much about it. But now he is in the proxy war copy, and the game starts the day after the 3 children drowned. Is there any connection between them? John Hung threw the other pages of the newspaper into the trash, leaving only the page that recorded the drowning news. In addition, he saw the pancake stand next to the newsstand, which he felt familiar with. This pancake stand had disappeared when he was in his 3rd year of high school. It was said that the owner had made enough money and went back to the village to build a house and get married. Sometimes he would buy a pancake here when he got up late in the morning and didn't have time to eat. So the owner knew him and smiled at him. John Hung estimated the time. If he went to the river now, he would not be able to get back before his grandfather returned home. There was no other way. So the investigation of the drowning of the 3 children could only be postponed to the evening. But you can make some preparations in advance. John Hung went to the convenience store and bought a bottle of mosquito-repellent floral water. There was no other way. There were many mosquitoes by the river in summer. Then he bought 4 batteries. He had a flashlight at home. Finally, John Hung bought a bottle of mineral water and biscuits, which almost made him spend all his pocket money. When checking out, John Hung met an acquaintance again. The other party was quite famous in the community. He graduated from a famous university. He was the kind of child that most parents talked about. He was excellent in both character and learning. But no one knew what happened after graduation. He found several jobs, but couldn't stay for long. Until he quit his last job. He stayed at home playing games and watching anime. So the people around him began to change their evaluation of him, from the original role model to the current negative example. Moreover, some time ago, he seemed to have some mental problems because he stayed at home for too long, and was sent to a mental hospital by his family for a period of time. If John Hung remembered correctly, he should have just been discharged from the hospital. He looked much thinner, wearing an old t-shirt, with a scruffy beard, lowering his head, and not looking at people. He came to the convenience store to buy cigarettes. In this era when almost everyone uses Alipay and WeChat, he still paid with paper money. And after a long time, he didn't take out the last dollar. The cashier looked a little impatient. I paid for him that dollar. At this time, John Hung, who was behind him, said, Chapter 641 River Beach Investigation. As John Hung spoke, he took out his mobile phone, opened WeChat, and paid the yuan for the college student in front of him. In the end, the other party did not say anything to thank him, grabbed a pack of cigarettes, pushed open the door of the convenience store, and left quickly. What kind of person is he? The cashier muttered, feeling sorry for John Hung. He has no manners at all. You shouldn't pay him. It doesn't matter. It's just yuan anyway, John Hung said. We are all neighbors in the same community. If John Hung remembered correctly, when he was still a college student, the cashier also secretly liked the latter. Every time the college student came to the convenience store, the cashier always wanted to treat him to some snacks or something. Or she would pay for it herself, and at the same time desperately tried to find something to talk about. But the two had different life experiences, so this trick really didn't work well. However, the current situation of college students really makes it difficult to associate them with the energetic young man before. John Hung didn't think much about it, and then scanned the code to check out the pile of things he bought. After walking around for a while, He thought his grandpa would be back soon after buying fish, so he returned home in advance. After dinner, John Hung returned to his room, closed the door, and turned on the computer. He searched the internet for news about 3 drowned children, 2 boys and 1 girl, all from the same community, and they all knew each other. The girl was from a single-parent family, and her father had passed away a long time ago. After learning that her daughter was in trouble, her mother fainted several times from crying, and the police even had to call an ambulance to send her to the hospital. John Hung watched the interview video on the news, and just like before, he could not see any tricks from it. If it weren't for the fact that 3 children died, this incident would not have received so much attention, and it would have been normal news. However, John Hung has no clues at the moment. He could only try to investigate this matter first. He waited until 10:30, when his grandfather went to bed on time. He waited for another half an hour, and estimated that his grandfather should be asleep. So he put on the backpack and plague bone bow that he had prepared long ago, and took the Volkswagen car keys on the table. John Hung threw his backpack and plague bone bow on the back seat, sat in the driver's seat, and slowly drove out of the community. He also selected a CD and inserted it into the car CD player. Soon Jay Chou's song sounded. John Hung residence was still some distance away from the river beach where the 3 children died. Considering that he was a high school student and not yet 18 years old, John Hung still took a detour and avoided several busy intersections. He arrived at the river beach at 11:36. There was no one on the river beach at this time, and there were no lights. There was only the sound of rushing water. It looked dark and a little gloomy. But for John Hung, who had killed one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, he didn't think it was scary. He found a place to park the car, turned off the engine, took all the equipment, turned on the flashlight, and walked towards the scene of the incident. The police found the body on a rocky beach downstream. As for the inference of the location of the incident, it was based on one of the girl's shoes. The police speculated that the girl should have fallen into the water accidentally at the time. Later, the 2 boys wanted to rescue her, and also went into the water one after another. As a result, none of the 3 could get ashore. John Hung walked down the steps along the river bank. In the past few years, when the water was high, these steps in the river beach below would be submerged. But there has been some drought in the past 2 years, and the river beach has been exposed more and more, and people often fish and swim here. John Hung walked for about 5 minutes, and arrived at the location mentioned in the news. Probably because the police had completed the investigation and removed the yellow line of the blockade. There was a sign not far away that prohibited swimming. John Hung shone the flashlight over there, and found that the word stop had disappeared. This scene was not friendly to the investigators, because there were pebbles everywhere, and it was difficult to find footprints. In addition, the police had already come once and destroyed the scene once. So John Hung could only think of other ways. He stood where the girl left her shoes, stretched out 1 foot, and tried to feel it. He found that the stones on the edge of the river beach were probably covered with moss. So they were slippery, and there was a danger of falling into the water if he was not careful. In addition, there were many small puddles there, probably formed when the water level rose. Some small fish and tadpoles were trapped in them, which could be caught with a mineral water bottle. It was quite attractive to children. And coupled with the diary found by the police later, was this really just an accident? John Hung was thinking when he heard a noise behind him. He moved the flashlight over and found a toad lying there, motionless under the strong light. John Hung guessed that it was this little thing that jumped around and kicked the cobblestones, causing the noise. But then he seemed to think of something. When the flashlight was turned, it shone under the bridge pier not far away, and he seemed to see something else. However, when John Hung turned the flashlight over again, there was nothing there. John Hung stood there, thinking for half a second, and then decisively turned off the flashlight. He took out the filter lens from his pocket, put it on his eyes, and walked towards the bridge pier. If there was really something hidden behind the bridge pier, it should have quickly evacuated before he turned off the flashlight and walked over. Of course, it is not ruled out that the other party continued to hide there, waiting to attack him. John Hung was not worried about this. He still had the plague bone bow on his back, the arrow of Paris, and a knife in his pocket. As a result, John Hung had just taken 2 steps when he saw a black shadow rushing out from behind the bridge pier and running to the other side. From the appearance, it should be a person, or at least a humanoid creature, with his face covered. He could not see clearly what he looked like, but he could only roughly tell that he was a man. John Hung followed him. The other party's physical strength level was obviously average, even worse than that of a normal man, let alone a weightlifting fanatic like John Hung. Moreover, it was pitch black now, and he could not see clearly under his feet, so he ran staggeringly. On the contrary, John Hung had the help of the filter lens, so his speed did not slow down all the way. The distance between the two was closing rapidly. The shadow obviously knew that he couldn't outrun the guy behind him. He gritted his teeth and jumped directly into the river. John Hung stopped at the shore. Although he was a good swimmer, this river was also famous for being easy to drown. The underwater situation was very complicated, with undercurrents and whirlpools. In a sense, he was a little surprised that the other party risked his life to jump into the river in order to get rid of him. Of course, the more important reason was that John Hung already knew who the other party was, so he could just go find him tomorrow. John Hung didn't want to go into the water again and get his clothes and game props wet. Chapter 642, A Day in the Life of a High School Student. The hour hand and minute hand on the starfish pointed to 0. John Hung received a system reminder while sleeping, and learned that his mission time was extended from 20 days to 140 days. For a copy with a modern background, the extension of the game time is undoubtedly more beneficial than harmful, which means that he has more time to explore the copy and practice skills without adding extra risks. But, is this copy really as peaceful as it seems? In the morning, John Hung was awakened by the alarm, including the time in the dungeon. He had been away from high school life for quite some time. This kind of life of opening eyes on time every morning, eating and going to school after every minute seemed a bit far away to him. He was a little uncomfortable with returning to high school suddenly, not to mention that he had not done any homework yesterday. After returning from the river beach, he wanted to catch up a little, but after flipping through it, he found that he could not remember many things clearly, so he simply gave up completely. After breakfast, John Hung took his school bag, said hello to his grandfather, and went out. Although he already knew who the shadow under the bridge pier was last night, he did not immediately look for him. First, the other party could not escape for a while. And second, although everything in this copy looked normal so far, John Hung did not give up his vigilance. At least on the surface. He has not yet done anything beyond his student status. John Hung waited for the bus at the station. There were already many students and office workers in the bus. One of the girls with braids was still taking advantage of this time to recite the text. When the bus was almost full of people, the driver was still shouting, "Stand back! Stand back!" John Hung had no choice but to move half a step towards the girl with braids, and the two were almost close to each other. The girl with braids looked up at John Hung, and John Hung gave her a somewhat apologetic smile. So the girl with braids quickly lowered her head again, almost burying her face in the textbook, because he always took this route at this time. It was not the first time that John Hung met the girl with braids. Judging from the textbooks in her hands, she should be a year older than John Hung. However, in reality, John Hung had never spoken to the girl with braids, and he didn't know her name until she graduated from the college entrance examination. However, John Hung was not in this dungeon to relive his high school memories. Seeing the other party lowering his head and continuing to recite, John Hung had no intention of saying anything else. The two of them stood at the school station. John Hung was swept off the bus by the crowd, and he slightly tidied up his slightly messy clothes. He looked up at the familiar yet unfamiliar school gate in the distance. The time was now 7:15, and there were only 5 minutes left before the morning reading. So John Hung also quickened his pace like other students around him. He found his class according to his memory. Not long after he put down his school bag, the bell for morning self-study rang. It must be admitted that John Hung has experienced so many dungeons and has done all kinds of strange jobs. But the busiest one is still high school students. This kind of life is like when you open your eyes every day. The whole day is fully scheduled. However, the amazing thing is that even so, everyone still has a way to squeeze out a lot of time from the almost suffocating schedule to fall in love and play. Just like everyone has 48 hours. John Hung felt a little dizzy after a day of classes. Not to mention that he was called to the office by many teachers during class breaks because he didn't hand in his homework. Fortunately, he didn't cause much trouble before, and the teacher's impression was not bad. John Hung used the excuse of not feeling well to get away with it. But this trick was only a temporary measure, and it would definitely not work if it continued like this. Fortunately, John Hung has a desk mate, Bai Qing, who is also the class study committee member. Are you okay? Did Teacher Song scold you? Bai Qing looked at John Hung, who came back from the office, and asked with concern. She was the one who notified John Hung to go to the office before. It's okay, I said. I had a little fever last night. Were you sick last night? Bai Qing was a little surprised. No. Then you'd better do your homework well. That is, if you have good grades. The teachers won't pursue it, but you won't be so lucky next time. Bai Qing reminded her that she had not forgotten her duties as a study committee member, and advised her earnestly. And Bai Qing didn't know why, but her deskmate gave her a different feeling today. Unlike before, John Hung was obviously absent-minded in class today. Whether it was math or English, he didn't really listen, and he didn't turn the pages of the book on the table, although John Hung would occasionally be distracted before. And I don't know what he was thinking about. He hadn't been thinking about other things all day. And Bai Qing also noticed that John Hung would write something on the textbook with a fountain pen from time to time, and then quickly cross it out. John Hung hummed when he heard what Bai Qing said. The latter thought that John Hung had listened to her. She always felt that John Hung was different from other noisy boys in the class. He was calm and steady, which was not in line with his age. He knew what he should do. Then John Hung asked, "Can I borrow your homework to copy?" Bai Qing was speechless when he heard it. The teacher is not a fool. I can see that you copied the homework. That makes sense. Then I will borrow another one and copy it mixedly. It was troublesome enough to come to school every day before he figured out the situation. John Hung didn't want to do homework after school like before, although he had a lot of time compared to other players. He didn't like to abuse himself. Cheating is not a solution. Bai Qing frowned and said, "You will be exposed when the exam comes. You can't lie to yourself when studying." Although she said so, she still handed over her exercise book and the completed test paper. This girl's hands are very fast, and she can sit still. During the break, John Hung rarely saw Bai Qing get up to move around except going to the toilet and fetching water. Usually, after a day's class, she would have finished most of her homework. Thanks. John Hung took the exercise book and said, "I buy you some milk tea later. Cocoa? Whatever. I want a double serving of pearls. And what about my English and biology homework? I haven't done them yet." Bai Qing said, "I can do English by myself. For biology, can you come a little earlier for self-study tomorrow?" "Sure." Bai Qing nodded. Seeing John Hung packing his backpack, she hesitated and said, "Hey! Why? Is there anything else? I can help you for a week at most. You still have to do your homework after that." Looking at the serious-looking study committee member, John Hung didn't argue, but just hummed, "I see if I can find any other way when the time comes." Chapter 643 Contact. After finally getting through school, John Hung returned to the community with his school bag on his back. However, he did not go home immediately as usual, but came to another unit, where the college student lived. Although the college student covered his face last night, John Hung still recognized him from his clothes. His Adidas sweatpants and Underground Man t-shirt betrayed his identity, which was exactly the same as what John Hung saw in the convenience store. John Hung did not think that the college student was targeting him last night, because he didn't tell anyone about his plan to go to the riverbank. He stole his grandfather's car and set off. In addition, the route he chose was relatively remote, and there were few cars along the way. It was not easy for the college student to follow him, not to mention that he had to sneak under the bridge pier when he was standing on the riverbank. John Hung was more inclined to believe that the college student arrived earlier than him last night. The other party hid under the bridge pier after seeing him park the car. So the question was, why did the college student sneak to the river last night? And what was the relationship between him and the 3 drowned children? Why did the college student show such fear when he saw him, and even risked his life to jump into the water? The answers to these questions can probably only be answered by the parties involved. John Hung knocked on the door of the college student's house, but there was no response from inside. The college student's parents should not have gotten off work at this time, but the college student himself was at home. In John Hung's impression, the college student basically stayed at home after being taken back from the mental hospital, living in a simple house, and would not go out except to buy cigarettes. Moreover, he had just swam in the river last night, so there was no reason for him to run around. So John Hung knocked harder. After a while, a weak voice finally came from inside. My parents haven't come back yet. Come back later. I came to see you. John Hung didn't beat around the bush and said directly, I know it was you who did it last night. We need to talk. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a banging sound from inside. It should be that the college student bumped into something. The latter's voice came from the other side of the door, with a hint of panic. I don't know what you were talking about. But wait a moment. I opened the door right away. John Hung raised his eyebrows and put his ear to the door. After listening for a while, he turned around and walked down the stairs, walked out of the apartment building, went around to the west, looked up, and saw a window on the second floor belonging to a college student's house was open. A figure was carrying a Sailor Moon-style elementary school backpack with his back to him. The figure was clinging to the windowsill, and his body was basically turned inside out. One leg was on the outdoor unit of the air conditioner, and the other leg was trying to move down from the windowsill. However, he probably doesn't exercise much, so this movement is a bit strenuous. John Hung watched for a while, and even suspected that his leg was cramped. For his safety, he had to give instructions. You can step your foot a little to the left first. However, the college student was so scared when he heard the voice behind him that he almost fell down from the second floor. He didn't climb over the window anymore, and hurriedly climbed back. But he was probably a little anxious. And the leg that was stepping on the outdoor unit obviously didn't use enough strength. And the whole person stepped on empty air. Fortunately, someone supported his back at the critical moment. John Hung had climbed up to the second floor and came to the side of the college student without knowing when. The college student seemed to be scared and kept saying, I don't know anything. I don't know anything. Seeing this, John Hung went straight into his house, then pulled him out and closed the window. Fortunately, this process was very short and should not have been seen by other people in the community. Then John Hung took out the newspaper about the 3 children drowning, threw it in front of the college student, who was almost paralyzed on the ground, and said, Tell me, what is your relationship with this matter? The college student fell to his knees when he saw the headline of the news. He cowed out hard and said, Please let me go. I know I was wrong. My mind is not clear. I just felt depressed for too long and wanted to go out and breathe some fresh air. John Hung frowned. Although this guy's appearance was indeed a little crazy, he was actually quite sober and logical in his communication. After listening to his explanation, he immediately wanted to escape through the window, and he lied before escaping to calm him down. If John Hung hadn't heard his footsteps moving to another room, he might have been fooled by him. What happened? John Hung asked. However, no matter what he said, the college student only begged for mercy, and took off his pants while speaking, as if he wanted to perform a restricted level scene of squatting in front of him. John Hung was about to say something when he suddenly heard the sound of a key being inserted into the lock in the living room. For some reason, the college student's parents went home early today. John Hung knew that he could not stay here any longer, so he could only climb out the window and leave. However, before leaving, John Hung glanced at the college student's face and was a little surprised, because the latter's face did not show any relief of being rescued. But the fear in his eyes was even stronger, just like he desperately escaped under the bridge pier last night. Every pore was tense, but this time, he seemed to have no way to escape. Unfortunately, John Hung couldn't say anything to him anymore, because the door was slowly opening. John Hung took advantage of the last moment to jump out of the window, stepped on the air conditioner box and landed. He walked a few steps with his school bag on his back and looked back at the window. As a result, he saw a woman there, the mother of the college student. She smiled at John Hung downstairs, as kind as all the neighbors in the community, and then closed the window and pulled the curtains, so John Hung could no longer see what happened in that room. John Hung returned home and threw his school bag into the bedroom. Grandpa happened to come out of the yard, holding a vegetable basin with small green vegetables just pulled out of the ground, still covered with soil. John Hung took out a bottle of yogurt from the refrigerator and asked, Do you know what happened in the college student's family? What college student? The one with mental problems. Oh, what a pity for him, Grandpa said. He was a good candidate. He majored in mechanical engineering at Harbin Institute of Technology. He should have been an engineer and a researcher. But he went crazy. How did he go crazy? I heard that he had emotional problems. His first girlfriend broke up with him and married someone else. He was so young and couldn't get over it. He went crazy suddenly, at the worst time. He came out with a kitchen knife at home and would chop anyone who came close to him. His parents had no choice but to send him to a mental hospital for treatment. After he came out, he was finally able to control his emotions. But he was ruined. Grandpa shook his head and said with regret. Chapter 644 Night Visit. Jong Hung learned some things about the college student from his grandfather. On the surface, it sounds fine. From the reason why the college student went crazy to being sent to a mental hospital. His parents obviously had no choice but to do so. There is no intention to deliberately harm him. Jong Hung also has some impression of the college student's madness mentioned by his grandfather. Although he was at school on the afternoon of the incident, the community was talking about it for a week afterwards. The college student's parents looked very sad, and his grandfather also visited them to comfort them. But this cannot explain the fear on the college student's face when he heard the door open. After experiencing the deductive copy, Jong Hung's observation ability has been further improved. He can see that the fear is not pretended, but comes from the real fear deep in the soul. In other words, the college student is indeed afraid of the person behind the door. Just like the college student turned around and ran after seeing him under the bridge last night. The other party obviously also regarded him as the same person as his parents. Things seem to be getting more and more interesting. Jong Hung can be sure that he has gradually begun to touch the main line of the copy. The college student is undoubtedly the key. Jong Hung plans to go to the college student's house again late at night tonight. Leave the yogurt for a while before drinking it. Be careful not to let it get cold, the grandfather warned him, and walked into the kitchen with the dishwashing plate. After waiting until late at night, the alarm clock in the bedroom pointed to 0. This time, the copy was almost the same as the reality. If time had not stopped, Jong Hung could not even tell where he was. Just like last night, he sneaked out of the living room with his backpack. Moreover, considering the possible battle, he also brought Plague Bone Bao and Arrow of Paris to the university student's house. Jong Hung did not go through the main door, but climbed directly from the west wall to the second floor and tapped the window with his fingers. During the day, he already knew that this room was the university student's bedroom. The latter probably sneaked out of the house from here last night. However, just like during the day, no one answered inside. Jong Hung knew that the university student did not believe him. In fact, the other party looked like a frightened bird, and no one was willing to believe him. This might be the reason why he chose to stay at home alone. Jong Hung had been prepared for this situation. Since the college student was unwilling to open the window, Jong Hung did it himself. He pried the window open and threw the backpack in to make sure there was no ambush inside. In fact, even if the college student was waiting to stab him with a knife, Jong Hung was not worried. Because with the opponent's skills and frivolous steps, it would be difficult to succeed even if the two stood face to face. However, for the sake of caution, Jong Hung jumped in after the backpack landed and quickly scanned the scene in the circle room. To his surprise, there was no one inside. The room was very messy. The quilt on the bed was not folded, and there were dishes and chopsticks placed in front of the computer desk, which basically matched the living environment of otaku who stayed at home all day. But the figurines and comics scattered on the floor were a bit too careless. In addition, Jong Hung also saw a slipper and a half-open door. Given the degree of fear of the college student towards his parents, Jong Hung didn't think he would leave a crack in the door to add psychological pressure to himself. So Jong Hung also realized that the college student might not have run away by himself tonight. He became alert, took off the Plague Bone Bao behind him, and put the Arrow of Paris on it. In addition, Jong Hung put a Lego Gundam on the computer desk into his backpack when he passed by it. There was no other way. His infinite building blocks must be used with Lego blocks. But a box of Lego blocks is expensive, and it is not something that a high school student like him can buy now. Jong Hung can only borrow the ones from college students. Then Jong Hung pushed it lightly, and with a creak, the door opened backwards. Jong Hung walked into the living room and quickly found another slipper under the sofa. At this point, he could basically reconstruct what happened before. The college student was dragged out of his room by someone or something. He struggled in the room, which is why the figurines and comics were scattered like that. During this time, he kicked off one of his shoes. The other shoe fell in the living room. In addition, Jong Hung also found a bunch of hair next to the sofa. Obviously, the person or thing that dragged him out was very strong. Jong Hung had a bad feeling in his heart. Perhaps he shouldn't have left through that window before, leaving the college student alone at home. John Hung originally thought that it was only a few hours apart, so there would be no big problem. But now it seems that this decision may have made the college student lose his last chance to survive. John Hung checked the living room as quickly as possible and put the hair in his pocket. Then he suddenly heard a noise coming from the direction of the kitchen behind him. John Hung turned around quickly and saw a black shadow that looked like a human head on the frosted glass door of the kitchen. The other party was lying there, staring at him coldly. Even at this moment, John Hung remained calm. He did not retreat, but kicked the door open. He was ready to fight. But it turned out to be a false alarm. The black shadow that looked like a human head was just a mop, and the moonlight cast its shadow on the glass door. The previous noise was probably made by a passing wild cat. But John Hung did not relax. Instead, he felt a stranger feeling in his heart. The force of his kick on the door just now was not small. People in other rooms should have heard the sound. But until now, there was no movement in the master bedroom. John Hung did not hesitate. Since he had already done this step, there was no need to miss the last step. If he did not find out what happened to the college student, it would be difficult for him to know what kind of alien race he needed to deal with in the main mission. So John Hung took out a mask and covered his face. Then he raised his bow and arrow and walked towards the master bedroom. If someone called the police now, then his behavior would not be as simple as illegal invasion, and he might also be charged with premeditated murder. However, when John Hung walked into the master bedroom, he found that his worries seemed unnecessary because there was no one inside. It was not just the college student who disappeared, but also his parents. It was hard to imagine that any family would choose to go out together at this time when most people were asleep. Of course, it could be due to illness or other emergencies. But John Hung's eyes were then attracted by the bed. There was nothing strange about the bed, but it was a little too neat, especially the sheets, which had no wrinkles at all, as if they had been carefully tidied. This was nothing to worry about at ordinary times. But if combined with the previous inference and what happened in the living room, this spotless sheet looked a little eye-catching. This showed that its owner was not in a hurry to tidy it up, as if he was going on vacation. Chapter 645. Let It Go. John Hung was woken up from his bed by the alarm clock on time. The bad news is that he has to go to school today to continue reliving his high school life. The good news is that today is Friday, and he can have a day off as long as he can get through one more day. John Hung yawned. He was a little sleep-deprived. He stayed at the college student's home for a while last night, trying to stop the college student from going home, or his parents. Unfortunately, until about 5 in the morning, the family did not come back. In order to avoid being caught by his grandfather, who got up early and spent the night outside, John Hung sneaked back home when the sky began to lighten slightly. Considering the inhumane schedule of high school students, John Hung actually didn't rest much last night. He wanted to lie on the bed for a while, but when he remembered that he still had biology homework waiting for him to copy, he forced himself to get up from the bed, washed his face with cold water, and felt better. Seeing that time was running out, John Hung drank 2 sips of soy milk, took a fried dough stick, and hurried out with his school bag. Eat slowly, and don't stay up late reading novels next time. Grandpa spread out the newspaper and said leisurely, I know. The author I followed has died anyway. John Hung returned while changing his shoes. Although he left home earlier than yesterday, the bus came a long time later this time, so he didn't arrive much earlier than yesterday. On the contrary, Bai Qing, whose homework was copied, was more concerned and arrived about 20 minutes earlier. When he saw John Hung coming in, he raised his eyebrows at him. Sorry, I got up late. I forgot to buy your milk tea. I make it up to you in the afternoon. John Hung put down his school bag with one hand and pulled his stool away with the other. It doesn't matter what the milk tea is. You can't run away anyway. Bai Qing immediately handed over the prepared biology exercise book. You should finish your homework first. It will be collected after the morning reading. Thank you, John Hung said. At this moment, he fully realized how important it is to have a good desk mate. I help you keep an eye on Teacher Han. Bai Qing also volunteered. Although she had good intentions, as a study committee member, she obviously didn't do this kind of thing. It would be better if she didn't stare at the teacher. She looked at the teacher from time to time, which made the latter always look over here. Fortunately, John Hung's copying skills were not low. He finally copied the homework before the end of the morning reading. So the next day after he became a high school student again. John Hung finally handed in his homework on time. What did you do last night? During the break. Bai Qing said while doing math problems. It's only been 2 classes. And you yawned so many times that I almost got sick with it. Bai Qing said, lifting her hair. I stayed at a friend's house for a while. John Hung said. Stayed for a while? Bai Qing frowned and erased a guideline with an eraser. Okay. Stay until dawn. Huh. Bai Qing hummed, added 2 more guidelines, and wrote down the answer. After a while, she poked John Hung's arm with a pen. Is it a boyfriend or a girlfriend? An older brother. Maybe 7 or 8 years older than me. TSK. Who would believe that? Bai Qing rolled his eyes. The truth is always hard to believe, John Hung said. He seemed absent-minded in the morning. Not just because of lack of sleep, but also because most of his thoughts were still on what happened last night. John Hung only thought that there was something wrong with the college student. But now it seems that the latter's parents may have a bigger problem. Will the other party suspect him because of what happened in the afternoon? John Hung was confident in his skills. He was sure that his movements were fast enough. When the college student's mother entered the room, she should not have seen him climb out the window and leave. However, he was not sure whether the college student would tell his parents that he had been home in the afternoon. In addition, now thinking back, it was not surprising that the college student's mother left work early yesterday. John Hung did not think that the other party came for him. It was probably because the college student's secret departure from home the night before was exposed. After all, the college student was desperate and jumped into the river. His clothes, shoes and socks were soaked. It was not easy to hide it when he went home like this. What happened last night might have something to do with this. However, John Hung didn't know what the relationship was between the college students and the 3 drowned children. Of course, what he was most worried about now was the safety of the college students. After finally getting to the end of the get out of class, Bai Qing stopped John Hung, who was hurriedly carrying his school bag out of the classroom. Hey, what about the homework? Do you still want to copy it? I can't finish the homework for the weekend in a short time. How about you tell me your home address, and I go to get it from you on Sunday? John Hung stopped and thought for a moment. Well, I have an appointment with a friend to watch a movie and go shopping on Sunday. Just over at Wanda Plaza. Are you close? How about we meet there? That's fine. Then we can contact each other on WeChat. Bai Qing also put the books on the table into his school bag, and muttered softly, Are you in such a hurry to meet your girlfriend? John Hung learned his lesson this time, and took a taxi home directly. In this way, he basically spent all his pocket money for this week. However, he still had to pay this price to get in touch with the college student again before his parents got off work. Of course, the premise is that the college student must still be alive. Although John Hung had some concerns in his heart. In modern society, it is not easy to kill a well-known person without being discovered. If the parents of the college student are not real criminal masters, they generally would not make such a choice. Just when John Hung was worried about the safety of the college student, he unexpectedly saw a figure similar to the latter in the convenience store. Please pull over, John Hung said to the driver. After scanning the code to pay, John Hung quickly opened the car door and got out of the taxi. Before entering the convenience store, John Hung could confirm that the person inside was indeed a college student. But he looked much better than usual. He shaved, changed his shirt, and stopped wearing slippers. Now he finally looked like a graduate from a top 985 university. He was standing at the cashier counter chatting with the cashier, who lowered her head shyly. John Hung pushed open the glass door of the convenience store at an inopportune moment, and the doorbell rang. The cashier showed a hint of disappointment on her face, but she still said mechanically, Welcome. Your name is John. John Hung. Right? The college student turned around at this time, no longer frightened as when he saw John Hung before, and looked polite, smiling and extending his hand. I remember you. You are Uncle Chum's grandson. Right? Heh. John Hung shook hands with the other party. There was no problem with the temperature and skin touch. John Hung had just had direct contact with the college student yesterday, and he was sure that there was no problem with his appearance. In other words, it was indeed the college student himself standing in front of him. John Hung pointed to his head. Are you feeling better? Yes. I finally came to my senses. I was too stupid before. Love is not everything in life. The college student smiled bitterly. When I was in school, I solved all kinds of difficult problems, and won the national grand prize in the physics competition. I didn't expect that this simplest problem would stump me for the longest time. Chapter 646 Ignorance and Suspicion. John Hung looked at the college student in front of him. The latter was like the inspirational protagonists in movies and novels who overcame many difficulties, defeated mental illness, and finally regained a new life. He swept away the previous gloom. He just stood there, talking about how he got out of the trough of life, how he felt guilty about his parents and friends during this period, and how he made others worry about him. Whether it was emotions, actions, or expressions, it was impeccable. From the reaction of the cashier on the other side, it can be seen that this story of a prodigal son returning to his hometown is always popular no matter when it is put. However, everything has to go through a process. Mental illness is also a kind of disease. Even if a very small number of people can heal themselves, it takes time. The college student usually lives in a simple house and rarely leaves his bedroom. Others may not understand him. However, as John Hung had just met him yesterday afternoon and the night before, he knew very well that the former's condition had not shown any signs of improvement. John Hung still clearly remembered that the college student even took off his pants in front of him in order to play dumb. When the key was inserted into the lock, the look of horror on the other person's face was definitely not fake. However, less than a day later, the college student suddenly recovered and reappeared after a night of disappearance. Moreover, he appeared directly in everyone's sight, which was contrary to his usual behavior. No matter how you look at it, there is a hint of concealment in it. However, it is not time to show your cards yet. John Hung then pointed to the side of the college student's head and said, "Where did your hair go?" "Oh, I accidentally fell and hit the coffee table. I had to shave some of my hair when I was suturing the wound," the college student explained. And as he spoke, he pulled the remaining hair apart. There was indeed a sutured wound there. "Oh, does it hurt?" The cashier girl saw the immediate situation and said with concern, "I heard that your house was robbed. Did you get your wound when you fought with the thief?" "No. The thief had already run away when we woke up." The college student shook his head and said, "I fell down when I was packing up later." John Hung knew that the college student was lying, because his hair was clearly pulled out by someone, and it was still in John Hung's school bag, in a plastic bag, with some blood and scalp tissue at the end. And their family was not at home last night. So how could there be anything after waking up? However, what really made John Hung curious was how the college student changed from the timid person who begged for mercy to the person who could lie without blushing. And even he, who had experienced the deductive method copy, could not see any flaws. College students nowadays are like completely different people. John Hung thought of this, and picked a can of Cornetto from the freezer beside him, and handed it to the cashier. At the same time, he said to the college student, "I don't have enough change in my mobile wallet. Can you pay for it first?" "No problem," the college student said readily, and took out his wallet. "We are all neighbors in the same yard. I have caused you a lot of trouble before." John Hung raised his eyebrows and said nothing. He was basically sure that the college student in front of him was not just lying, but was probably a different person, because the other party did not remember that he had accepted $1 from him when buying cigarettes 2 days ago. Otherwise, when he asked the other party to pay for ice cream, the college student would not have mentioned this matter. Is this what I have to deal with in this copy? It can replace one person with another quietly, and it will hardly cause others to notice. Judging from the cashier girl's reaction, she obviously didn't realize that the college student she was familiar with had been replaced. But in this way, some things can be explained. The college student was so afraid of his parents before because he found that his parents were no longer his parents. It had nothing to do with the so-called emotional entanglement. This is probably the real reason why he suffered from mental illness. But no one believed him. After all, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, John Hung would have found it hard to believe that such a bizarre thing could happen. John Hung couldn't even imagine how a college student could live with his fake parents again after coming out of a mental hospital. Under such psychological pressure, it was a miracle that he didn't really go crazy. But now it seems that his good luck has ended here. Just last night, what happened to his parents finally happened to him. However, John Hung did not immediately attack, because he was now facing the same problems that the college students had faced. All of the above was just his speculation. He could not prove to others that the college students were no longer college students, because from the appearance, there was no difference between the two. John Hung did not even know what kind of alien enemies he was facing. And what means they used to replace the college students? Was it similar to copying and cloning technology? Or parasitism like the aliens? Or some kind of mind control? Moreover, he had to consider the subsequent impact, because although this instance lasted much shorter than the previous one, it was still 140 days. This was not the vast American West in the 19th century. After killing a family, it would be difficult to be discovered if he just found a place to hide. Zhang Heng didn't know how many people there were on the other side, and who else was controlled besides the college student's family. So at this stage, it was not the best choice for him to tear his face off directly. It was wisest to keep a low profile, continue to collect evidence, and investigate. Of course, Zhang Heng was also alert. Although the fake college student seemed to be unaware of what had happened before, Zhang Heng was not completely sure whether the fake college student would tell his fake parents about his visit in order to save his life. In the worst case, he might have been exposed. So he also needed to be prepared. Zhang Heng took his ice cream from the cashier, thanked the college student, and then turned around and left the convenience store with his school bag on his back. Although Zhang Heng did not look back, he was sure that the fake college student had been watching him from behind. This feeling was not good. And more importantly, after discovering that the college student had been quietly replaced, Zhang Heng suddenly realized that in this copy, he might have to rely on himself alone, because he didn't know who else he could trust. It had been a long time since he encountered such a situation where he didn't know who the enemy was, where they came from, and how many people there were. Danger is not scary. Ignorance and suspicion are scary. Zhang Heng opened the door and looked at his grandfather practicing calligraphy at the table. Suddenly, he felt that the other party looked a little strange. Chapter 647 Monitoring. Counting the time of the previous copy, Zhang Heng found that he had been away from home for a long time. It was so long that he could hardly remember every detail of his life with his grandpa in high school. At this time, his grandpa undoubtedly looked younger. But in terms of living habits, although the world has been developing rapidly in recent years and science and technology have been changing with each passing day, it has not actually affected his grandpa much. He still maintains many of his past living habits. In today's more popular words, Grandpa has probably always been a relatively old-school person, and has not been changed much by time. He didn't even look up when he heard the door open, and said directly, "You came back earlier than usual today." After a pause, he said, "The rice is in the pot. We have curry chicken tonight. Just scoop as much as you want." "Yes," Zhang Heng responded. He didn't put down his backpack, but changed his shoes and went directly into the kitchen to serve himself a bowl of rice, poured curry sauce on it, and then walked to his bedroom with the plate. Grandpa didn't say anything when he saw this, but just reminded him again, "Don't drop the rice grains on the ground." Zhang Heng closed the door, first dismantled the Gundam under the bed, assembled the kitten, and then inserted the infinite building blocks into it. The Lego kitten immediately came to life, licked its paws after landing, and even wanted to get into the paper box where Zhang Heng put the test paper. Zhang Heng ignored it and spread a paper towel on the floor. Then he scooped a potato and rice from the curry sauce and placed them on the paper towel. After doing all this, he brought the kitten over again, let it eat the potato and rice. The kitten didn't seem to be very interested in the curry. It sneezed while eating, but it still managed to finish the small spoonful of potato and rice. Then Zhang Heng let it go and watched it run around the house. After waiting for a while, he didn't see any adverse reactions. Zhang Heng also felt that he was a bit too sensitive. If the grandfather was also replaced in this copy, with the boldness of those things, they would probably choose to rush in directly when he was sleeping. Just like dealing with college students. Simple and rough. There is no need to come up with poisoning and complicate the problem. Zhang Heng finished the remaining curry chicken rice, then took the plate to the kitchen to rinse it clean, and said to the public, "Qin Jin is looking for me. I will go out later. Don't play too late." "Well, you don't have to wait for me. Just go to bed on time. I have the key with me," Zhang Heng said. He returned to the bedroom and waited for a while. When the kitten in the cardboard box turned back into a building block, Zhang Heng stuffed it into his school bag. Zhang Heng did not waste this time. He prepared the things he would bring with him this time. In addition to the usual props, Zhang Heng also brought a USB flash drive. He planned to start the next investigation from the video. The family of the college student disappeared last night. It is impossible that they left their residence without leaving any traces. There are cameras in the corridor of the community. In addition, judging from the degree of struggle of the college student at that time, he was obviously unwilling to be carried away like this. It is not an easy thing to take a living person who does not cooperate out of the community. The most likely scenario is that the college student was stuffed into the trunk, and then his fake parents drove away from the community. There are also cameras installed at the entrances and exits of the community. If this is the case, there should be videos left. Jong Hung then knocked on the door of the monitoring room. "I'm coming," the person inside responded, put down the dishes, kicked off his slippers and walked over. After a while, he opened the door and stuck his head out to look at Jong Hung outside. "What's the matter?" "I lost my phone and want to go in to check the video." The person in charge of the monitoring room is a young man who is not much older than Jong Hung. He has just started working at the property company for less than half a year. He frowned when he heard this. "This won't work. If you want to check the video, you have to come to the police. Our community has regulations that private individuals cannot check the surveillance. The police don't care if the phone is lost. At most, they will make a record. Let me see the surveillance. If it wasn't dropped in the community, I wouldn't bother to report it," Jong Hung said. The young man in charge of the monitoring room shook his head when he heard this. No, there are regulations. If I let you in, I will be fired tomorrow." As he spoke, he was about to close the door again. However, the next moment, a hand blocked the door that was about to close. "Let's make a deal," Jong Hung said. "This is not a question of money." The young man straightened his chest and said righteously, "The leader asked me to take charge of the surveillance because he saw that I am a very principled person. I don't plan to give you money," Jong Hung said. "The deal I'm talking about is that you let me check the video, and I won't expose the fact that you secretly recorded the video." Calculating, this incident should have broken out 2 months later. The young man took advantage of his position to secretly record some surveillance videos while on duty in the monitoring room. He did not use a USB drive to copy them, but directly used his mobile phone to record them. They were mainly videos of some good-looking female residents in the community, especially now that it is summer. Some women are still wearing cool clothes. In addition, some of the camera angles are very tricky, so he still recorded a lot of interesting videos. It was not until he got drunk one time and showed off some of the videos that the matter was exposed. After that, he was directly dismissed by the property company. It caused an uproar in the community at the time, and Jong Hung also had some impression of it. In fact, the property management company itself is also responsible for this matter. It is reasonable that there should be at least 2 people on duty in the monitoring room. But the property management company arranged a relative of a leader to work with the young man. The latter basically only received a salary, but did not come to work, which gave the young man the opportunity to make mistakes. However, the latter should still be recording himself at this time. He did not expect that his little habit would be known to others. His face suddenly changed. What did you say? Do you really think that no one knows about the little shit you did?" Jong Hung saw the young man reaching his hand into his pocket, as if he wanted to destroy the body. So he grabbed his arm. "What do you want to do? I warn you. Don't touch me," the young man said fiercely. Seeing that Jong Hung was still a student, he wanted to break free, but he didn't expect the other party to be much stronger than he thought. The hand holding him was like an iron clamp, and no matter how he moved, he couldn't get away. "You can keep shouting. Shout louder, and see who will end up losing in the end," Jong Hung said calmly. A trace of entanglement flashed across the young man's face, and then he quickly became timid, like a deflated ball. He looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to the situation here, and said, "Come in first and talk about it." Jong Hung knew that the matter was basically settled, and followed the young man into the monitoring room. "Let me make a deal first. You can watch it, but you only have 15 minutes. And you can't copy it." Although the young man had already surrendered, he still wanted to resist a little to save face. "Watch it first and talk about it." Jong Hung did not comment. He now had the young man's handle in his hand, and ignored the other party's bluffing. Chapter 648 Suspicion. "When did you lose your phone?" "Last night," Jong Hung said. "Well, which building do you live in?" Jong Hung reported the college student's building number to the young man in charge of the monitoring room. "Unit 2. Building 5? The young man in charge of the monitoring room was a little surprised to hear this. "What's wrong?" "Ah, nothing. Nothing. The young man opened his mouth, but finally swallowed his words back. John Hung estimated that this guy might have secretly photographed someone in Unit 2, Building 5 before, and had some impression of the residents of that building. But he didn't dare to say such a thing. John Hung was also happy to pretend that he didn't hear his hidden meaning. He watched the young man in charge of monitoring pull up the video footage from last night. The latter hesitated and said, "Actually, this video is useless." "Why do you say that?" "You know the middle college student who lives in this building?" In the morning, they called the police to report that there was a thief in their house. The police came and checked the video footage. Did they find anything? No. The police estimated that the thief went around the blind spot of the side camera and climbed up the building from there. But fortunately, nothing was lost in the end. So the police did not investigate further. John Hung raised his eyebrows. Without commenting, he clicked fast forward and played the video to the end. Before 12 o'clock, there were still some people going in and out of Building 5, Unit 2. But after 12 o'clock, most people basically went to sleep. Only one man who was out for a social gathering walked into the building drunk around 1 o'clock. But no one else came out until dawn. "Where are the videos of the entrance and exit of the community?" John Hung asked again. "Do you want the entrance and exit too? If someone picked up your phone and put it in his pocket, it wouldn't be visible." The young man muttered something, looking somewhat reluctant. But the situation was stronger than him. Seeing John Hung looking over, he could only honestly find the folder of the entrance and exit. John Hung spent another 10 minutes fast-forwarding through the entrance and exit video. Unlike the camera outside the unit door, people like John Hung who climbed over the wall would not be recorded by the camera outside the unit door, while the entrance and exit video would be recorded as long as there was a vehicle entering or leaving. However, John Hung did not find the red fit of the college student's home. Could it be that the three people just disappeared overnight? John Hung thought for a moment and asked the young man, "Did anyone else come to the monitoring room before the police came to find you?" "No." "Right." The young man scratched his head. John Hung heard a hint of hesitation in his words. "What do you mean by no right?" "Well, now that you mention it, I remember that before the police came to find me, I received a call from my boss asking me to deliver something to him. I left the monitoring room for about 10 minutes, but I locked the door when I left." "Wait, does this have anything to do with your lost phone? Are you here to inquire about the college student's family or to find the phone?" John Hung understood. It seemed that he was a step too late. The video in the monitoring room had probably been processed by technology. This kind of thing is difficult to see with the naked eye as long as the other party has good technology. Since the college student's family has stated that nothing was lost, the police probably won't bother to verify the authenticity. John Hung has realized that his call to the police in the morning may be a bit hasty. Not only did it not force the college student's family to show their true colors, but it was suspected of alerting the enemy. The main reason was that he didn't know what the college student's family was like at that time, and he didn't expect that the other party actually had an expert in modifying surveillance. You know, it shouldn't take too long for the police to arrive at the community and come to the monitoring room to check the video. Being able to process the video so quickly shows that the other party has strong technical ability. Although John Hung also has a level 2 geek skill, he has not received any training in this area and believes that he cannot do it. However, this matter is not completely useless. At least now, he knows that the leader mentioned by the young man may have been replaced without anyone noticing. Just like the college student's family. John Hung asked the young man the name of his leader, copied the 2 modified videos with a USB drive, and then warned the latter, "Don't tell others about my visit to the monitoring room. Don't worry. I won't complain about working too long. If people know that you came to the monitoring room, I will lose my job." The young man patted his chest and said. Then an awkward smile appeared on his face. "And that, you see, I have cooperated so much, is the matter of the short video. I won't tell others about the video, but you'd better not do it again. Also, remember, control your mouth when you drink." John Hung warned again. Although the battle was not going well, John Hung was not too discouraged. He knew that what he had to deal with this time was not simple. From the college student's experience, it can be seen that they should have come to the human world for a while. They are very familiar with the various rules of the human world, and they are even more skilled than humans. They have played the college student directly into a mental hospital. John Hung could imagine how desperate the college student was before he found that his family had been replaced. But no one believed him at all. everyone around him would only think that his mental illness was more serious. In this way, no one would believe him anymore. Moreover, he had to eat and sleep with these creatures who came from nowhere every day and live under the same roof. Even a normal person would probably become depressed after a while. However, John Hung could find something from this. No matter what means the other party used to replace a living person, it was obviously not an easy process for them. Otherwise, they would not have to send the college student to a mental hospital and wait until now to completely solve this hidden danger. And the 3 children in the previous news. It now seems that the accidental drowning incident must be related to these things. The question is, why did they kill the 3 children? If it was just because their identities were exposed, it would be unreasonable to do so, since they could send the college student, an adult, to a mental hospital. They must have other means to control the 3 children. From their behavior style, we can see that they have always been very cautious. After the substitution, they took over the identity of the original owner and tried to integrate into the human world, trying not to attract the attention of others. What happened on the river beach has become the hottest news in recent times, which is obviously not in line with their behavior. And the college student, since he was so afraid of these things, why did he take such a big risk and run away from home to the river beach? What was he doing there on the night when the two met? Chapter 649 Smile. John Hung realized that he might need to go to the riverbank again. The last investigation was interrupted by the college student, and he didn't find anything valuable. Maybe he would get something new the second time. Of course, he didn't plan to stop looking for the college student. John Hung didn't know whether the latter was alive or dead. If the college student was still alive, he couldn't leave it alone, whether for the purpose of understanding the truth or saving people. Those things modified the surveillance video in the community. But it's not just the community that has surveillance. In fact, in modern society, there are surveillance cameras almost everywhere. Outside the garage door, there are shops on the street outside, many of which have cameras installed. There are also some vehicles parked on the roadside overnight nearby, and the dashcams on them may also capture something. But this is a huge project. It would take a lot of effort to check them one by one. And the owners of those shops are not like the young man in the monitoring room who has the handle in his hand. John Hung can only find out the model of the camera in their shop first, and then contact them pretending to be the manufacturer and provide free quality inspection services. Thinking of this, John Hung began to miss Fan Mei Nan. Although he has level 2 makeup skills, it is true that Fan Mei Nan, the Loki agent, is better at this kind of thing. With her as a professional liar, it must be much easier than John Hung alone. But she should be fighting in her own proxy war dungeon at this moment. So John Hung could only think about it. Considering his current situation, it is necessary to learn from those things and be careful enough. John Hung did not go home immediately after watching the community video, but went to Qingjin's house first. He and Qingjin were friends who grew up together, so his grandfather and Qingjin's parents were also familiar with each other. In order to avoid talking about this matter in the community, John Hung decided to play the whole game and really played games with Qingjin for an hour at Qingjin's house. The two of them were in Qingjin's bedroom, controlling the 2 teams of the 2016 NBA Finals, the Warriors and the Cavaliers. John Hung used Curry to make a 3-pointer and said, "I have something else to do on Sunday, so I can't come to you." "Huh? Something else? You're not going to buy soy sauce again. Can you use the same excuse twice?" Qingjin used Irving to shake out an open space and also made a 3-pointer and asked, "No, I made an appointment with a classmate." John Hung tried to use Thompson to force a shot this time, but it didn't go in. "Boy or girl?" Qingjin used another Thompson to block and grab the defensive rebound. "Why do you always focus on gender? What else should I focus on? What brand of soy sauce do you buy from which supermarket?" Qingjin said inexplicably. "As a friend, of course, I have to pay attention to your emotional life. And it's better that you stood me up because you're dating a girl. Otherwise it would feel weird if you lost to another man. I just went to borrow an assignment to copy." John Hung took advantage of Qingjin's distraction and cut off the ball from his hand, playing a warrior-style defensive counterattack. "So the date is really a girl?" Qingjin was not in a hurry and continued to serve slowly from the backcourt. "Yes, my deskmate." "Sure. It's easier to eat grass near home. Where are you going to meet? KTV, movie theater, or milk tea shop? Want a shopping mall? Wow. Awesome. You've got it all. You can attack or defend." Qingjin praised. almost giving a thumbs up. John Hung was speechless. He glanced at the time on the wall. It was almost an hour. He casually finished the last half of the game, returned the controller to Qingjin, and said, "You won. And I have to leave too." "No. We are in a best-of-7 game, and we have only played 2 games." Qingjin reluctantly said, "Isn't today Friday? There are no classes tomorrow. Why are you in such a hurry to go back? I'm not like you. I still have a lot of things to do." John Hung stood up. "I can help you." Qingjin also put down the controller, tore open a bag of sausages, and threw 2 to John Hung. "You play games with me. I help you." Take down your desk, mate." John Hung took the sausages and hesitated. He was not hesitating whether to take down by Qing, but was considering asking Qingjin to help with other things. Now Fan Mainen certainly can't be counted on, but he can still find someone else to help in the dungeon. After all, adjusting and watching videos is a lot of mechanical work. Having someone to share the work can also improve efficiency and shorten time. John Hung thought for a moment and suddenly asked, "On Christmas Day in 5th grade, you asked me to send a greeting card to a girl you liked. What was her name?" "Sun Jia." Qingjin's face showed a strange look. "Why do you mention this?" "It's okay. Practice writing more when you have time. It should be able to increase your success rate when you encounter this kind of thing again," John Hung said. In the end, John Hung gave up, because although the fake college student he met in the convenience store this afternoon did not remember owing $1 for cigarettes, it can be seen from this point that those things cannot inherit the memories of the replaced people. But John Hung did not know when they mixed into human society and how long they stayed in it. So this matter is actually quite unsolvable. Even if Qingjin can tell Sun Jia's name, John Hung can't be sure whether he has been replaced. It is better to act alone for safety. John Hung came out of Qingjin's house and was about to go home. As a result, he walked to the 2nd floor and found that the voice-controlled light was broken. He stomped his feet twice, but there was still no response. John Hung didn't care too much and walked down a few steps. As a result, he saw a figure standing quietly in the dark at the corner downstairs. John Hung stopped and looked at the black shadow without saying anything. The shadow was also looking at him, with a hint of inexplicable meaning in his eyes. After a while, the shadow grinned. "What a coincidence." "Yes," John Hung said. "What are you doing here?" Although the other person's face was hidden in the darkness, John Hung still recognized him from the shadow's height and body shape. The college student, or more precisely, the fake college student who was replaced, raised the stainless steel basin in his hand. "I'm here to help my mother deliver the homemade jelly to Aunt Wang." "What about you?" "I'm here to see a friend," John Hung said, then paused and said, "You look like you've been standing here for a while." "Yeah," the college student said. "The lights here are broken. It was fine when I came. Maybe my luck is not very good." "Your luck is indeed bad," John Hung said lightly. The college student in the dark suddenly smiled when he heard this. The smile spread from the corners of his mouth, like a ripple, and the muscles on his face stretched back vigorously. However, this was clearly a laughing expression. But no laughter came out. Just like a grinning puppet, looking indescribably weird. Chapter 650, Pigskin Jelly. John Hung just stood there and waited for the college student to finish laughing, then asked, "What's so funny?" "Oh, sorry. I just thought of something when I was standing here." "What is it?" "Did you know that pigskin jelly is made of pig skin?" "Yeah. Look. Why has no one ever found it strange that humans define an intelligent species as food, and eat their meat, skin, and even bones, as if their entire meaning from birth to death is to be eaten by humans? But no one thinks this is cruel. Everyone I meet thinks this is a natural thing." The college student poked the jelly in the basin with his hand. "Interesting. Is this the civilization here?" "Believe me, I have seen many interesting things done by civilization," John Hung said. "Eating jelly is definitely not in the top 10. In this case, can I think that here? A higher-level species can arbitrarily decide the fate of lower-level species without asking about the wishes of the lower-level species? In other words, if there is a higher-level species, it can also make humans into jelly for consumption. I don't think so." "Why?" "Humans have done this to pigs." "Because I don't want to be a jelly," John Hung said lightly. "Ha ha ha." The college student laughed again after hearing this, and this time he finally made a sound. But it sounded a bit harsh. like chalk scraping on a blackboard. After laughing, he said to Zhang Heng, "You are the most interesting person I have ever met. It sounds like you haven't met many people before." The college student nodded and pointed to his head. "I had a problem here before. I stayed at home all the time. You don't look much better now. Don't you need to take a few more courses of medicine to consolidate your condition?" Zhang Heng said. "I take them when I get home. But I have to bring some jelly to Aunt Wang first." After the college student finished speaking, he finally started to move his feet again and walked up the stairs. The distance between the two gradually closed, and when they were only 2 steps away, Zhang Heng, who was standing on top, slightly turned sideways. "Thank you," the college student said sincerely. "You're welcome. I'm not very smart, but I like to deal with smart people. I hope you can always stay smart," the college student said meaningfully. "If you don't have a good brain, you'd better give less blind advice to others in the future." Zhang Heng also replied politely. After that, the two of them didn't say anything else. They passed each other in the dark, one upstairs and the other downstairs. Zhang Heng walked out of the door and looked back at the apartment building behind him. He knew that what happened tonight was not accidental, although the other party used the excuse of sending jelly to Aunt Wang. Both of them knew that the fake college student was clearly waiting for him there. Maybe it was because the real college student couldn't stand it and told others about his story. Or maybe it was because the conversation in the convenience store in the afternoon made the fake college student suspicious. So the other party came to him at night. And the means they used were probably similar to those used to deal with the real college student. Knowing that Zhang Heng had no way to expose their identities, they deliberately created a terrifying atmosphere to stimulate him, wanting to plant the seeds of fear in his heart, and then slowly catalyze him, so as to turn him into another lunatic. But they obviously underestimated Zhang Heng's psychological endurance. Even without mentioning Zhang Heng's sand value decreasing speed, which was much lower than that of ordinary people. After going through so many rounds of dungeons, and witnessing all kinds of strange things, Zhang Heng's heart was far from that of ordinary people. This level of intimidation seemed to him to be as scary as opening a can of herrings. When he saw the college students in the dark, Zhang Heng's breathing rate did not even change. Moreover, this encounter also verified his previous inference. Although he had not yet figured out the details of these things were indeed not able to replace people casually. In other words, even if those things had begun to suspect him, as long as they were not ready to replace him, it would at most be a small intimidation like this, and he would be safe for the time being. Of course, this safety will not last forever. Next, it depends on whether those things are prepared first or Zhang Heng finds some useful clues first. Zhang Heng did not stay any longer. He returned home and waited for his grandfather to fall asleep, then took his car keys and drove back to the riverbank where the 3 children died. However, after a night of searching, nothing was found. This time, Zhang Heng especially focused on checking the bridge pier where the college students hid that night, and even picked up the pebbles on the ground. Unfortunately, from beer bottles to plastic bags, leather shoes, a lot of messy things were found. But nothing that might be related to the main task was found. So Zhang Heng went home and slept for 2 hours. Then went out again to investigate the surveillance videos of nearby shops. This time, he finally found some useful information. A camera in a shop captured the red fit of the college student's family at 12 o'clock in the evening. But the cameras installed outside the store by the merchants were basically facing their own doors. Even if they accidentally captured something, it was only a flash. If you want to know where the college student's family went that night, you have to combine all the videos along the way. Zhang Heng was busy for a day and a half, but he only checked the video footage of 2 streets to confirm the general direction of the Faidu. Then he received a text message from Bai Qing, saying that she and her friends had arrived at Wanda and asked where Zhang Heng was. Zhang Heng replied that he would be there soon, and then took the bus to Wanda Mall without stopping. He saw Bai Qing on the first floor of the mall. The latter was wearing a gray t-shirt, a pair of small denim shorts, and a pair of white sneakers, and carrying a canvas bag on his back. He was standing in front of the door of KFC and looking towards the mall door on tiptoe. But she probably didn't see Zhang Heng at first glance. There were quite a lot of people in the mall on Sunday. It wasn't until Zhang Heng almost walked to her side that Bai Qing reacted and opened her eyes wide. "When did you arrive?" "Just now." "What about you?" "A while ago." "Where's your friend?" Zhang Heng remembered that Bai Qing had said before that she went to the mall with her friends to watch a movie. But now she was alone. Don't mention it. We just went to get the movie tickets. I said I would give you the homework. But she ran away and said goodbye when the movie starts. So Pitfall. Bai Qing complained. When does your movie start? There's still an hour and a half left. And we were planning to go shopping first. Have you eaten yet? If not, I treat you to a burger inside. Zhang Heng pointed to the KFC nearby. But he paused halfway through his words, remembering that he seemed to have spent all his pocket money this week. Chapter 651. Don't forget to bring it on Monday. Zhang Heng pocket money was not all spent on batteries and toilet water. It was mainly because he bought a batch of books online before the script started. And there was not much left. So after he and Bai Qing walked into KFC, Zhang Heng said, You look at what you want to eat first. I make a call. Okay. Bai Qing seemed a little restrained. This was her first time to come to KFC alone with a boy. And she always felt something was strange. Zhang Heng walked aside and called Qingjin first, asking for help. But the other party was even worse at saving money than him. He had used the pocket money he had saved for 2 months to buy sneakers. And now it was the weekend. And the new funds had not arrived yet. Afterwards, Zhang Heng contacted his grandfather again. His grandfather didn't ask anything, but transferred 200 yuan for the next week in advance. Zhang Heng was relieved. He returned to Bai Qing and found that he had already paid the bill. I ordered a children's meal with toys for you. Huh? Just kidding. I ordered a meal for 2. But I only want a hamburger and a drink. The rest is yours. Bai Qing said. Then I transfer the money to you. No thanks. Bai Qing shook his head and said, You treated me to milk tea before. How much is milk tea? Besides, I asked you to copy my homework. So why should I ask you to treat me again? Zhang Heng said, looking up at the menu above, looking for the price of a meal for 2. Really? No thanks. Bai Qing waved his hands repeatedly. You helped me before. Last semester, I was blocked by girls outside the school. And you helped me out. Huh? You still remember that? Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. In that incident, the girl was completely unprovoked. She didn't know the sports committee member in the next class at all. But the latter seemed to like her. Then the boy was close to some social people nearby. In fact, the social people were young people who dropped out of school early, didn't find a proper job, and didn't have the courage to do bad things. They gathered together and wandered around all day. Among them, there was a little girl who was the girlfriend of the sports committee member. As a result, she heard that her husband liked another girl. So a few sisters decided to catch the vixen. Bai Qing was completely confused by being blocked. Fortunately, Zhang Heng left late that day. When he saw her being surrounded, he walked over and took her away. The little girls saw that Bai Qing had help. And they were boys. They provoked her a few times, but didn't dare to really fight. After saying a few harsh words, they could only watch the two leave. However, for the next month, Bai Qing was picked up by her parents to go to and from school. It had been too long since it happened. Zhang Heng had completely forgotten about it without Bai Qing mentioning it. Bai Qing didn't want to argue about who would pay the bill anymore. So he stuffed the receipt into Zhang Heng's hand and said, You take the food. I go and reserve a seat first. Okay. On Sunday, there were as many people in KFC as in shopping malls. So getting a seat was a matter of luck. Fortunately, when Zhang Heng got the set meal, Bai Qing also found a seat for 2 in the corner and waved at him. Zhang Heng walked over with a tray and looking at the drinks and hamburgers in front of him. They both said at the same time, You choose first. Then I won't be polite. I'm thirsty too. Bai Qing picked a cup of lemon oolong tea and a chicken burger, and then pushed the tray in front of Zhang Heng. The latter was hungry after being busy for so long, so he didn't say anything. He ate his burger first, and then drank half a cup of Coke in one go. Is it enough for you? Do you want more? Bai Qing ate in small bites. And at this time, he had only eaten less than 1/3 of the burger. And there are fries and chicken legs. Which is enough. Zhang Heng yawned as he spoke. Are you bored with me? Ah. No. I didn't rest well these 2 days. Zhang Heng explained. Hey. Are you going to see that brother again? No. I'm busy with other things this time. Zhang Heng said, looking mysterious. Bai Qing commented. What are you busy with? Zhang Heng changed the subject. As for me, nothing much. Just reviewing and preparing as usual. And today I have time to come out for a breath of fresh air. Bai Qing bit the pipe. Her reservedness had not yet subsided, and she didn't know where to put her eyes. She and Jong Hung had been together for quite a while. When they were deskmates, they were closer, so she should have gotten used to it. Is it because the air conditioning in the store is too strong? Bai Qing rubbed his arm subconsciously. The two chatted casually, from their weekend lives to their college entrance examination wishes. As time went by, Bai Qing's spirit gradually relaxed, and he even told Zhang Hung about family matters. I feel that my dad has been acting strange recently. Well, why do you say that? He used to go out for social events until very late, and my mom often quarreled with him because of this. But recently he feels that he has been coming home a lot earlier. And I also saw him flipping through old photos and looking at them alone in the room. It's really strange. He used to teach us to look forward in everything, but I haven't seen him take the initiative to flip through photos or anything like that. Zhang Hung's expression changed when he heard this. Did he do anything else strange? Bai Qing waved his hand. No. My dad is a very serious person. He doesn't smile at all. Sometimes I don't dare to talk to him. Can he do anything strange? After a pause, she said, flipping through photos. Is it because he is middle-aged? Zhang Hung didn't know if he had become a little sensitive recently because of what happened to college students. And everything he saw looked like those things. Indeed, just flipping through photos can't explain anything. People are not machines. How can they repeat the same behavior every day? However, for the sake of caution, Zhang Hung still said to Bai Qing, if your dad has any abnormal behavior in the future, you can tell me. What do you want to tell you? Bai Qing raised her eyebrows. Can you still control my dad? I can't control your dad. But it's always good to have someone to discuss with, Zhang Hung said, in order to cover up his true intention. Zhang Hung then added, of course, if you encounter other things and want to find someone to discuss with, you can also contact me. Bai Qing obviously misunderstood the meaning of this sentence. Her face flushed. She lowered her head and stared at her shoes. After a while, her eyes caught her watch and she exclaimed, oh no! The movie will start in 5 minutes. Have we talked for so long? You go to the movie first, Zhang Hung said. Before leaving, Bai Qing hurriedly took out her homework from her canvas bag and handed it to someone. After thinking for a while, she finally said, don't forget to bring it on Monday. Chapter 652 Old News. On the riverbank at night, there was no one around. Only the sound of rushing water. Zhang Hung was looking for something with a flashlight. And then a cloud of fog suddenly floated on the river for some unknown reason. So his vision became blurred. Zhang Hung immediately took out the filter lens in his pocket. However, the filter lens, that had been very useful in several copies before, was unexpectedly ineffective this time. Zhang Hung's vision still couldn't penetrate the thick fog. After realizing the danger, he began to retreat and walk towards the car. But after a few steps, the inexplicable fog began to dissipate again. Zhang Hung looked up and saw the river bank was full of densely packed people. They lowered their heads together and grinned at him, revealing a silent smile. And their eyes were like looking at the food on the plate. The next moment, Zhang Hung opened his eyes and saw the alarm clock on the table. The time pointed to 0:36. 2 hours ago. He had just finished copying his homework and leaned on the chair to take a rest. But he fell asleep directly, and even had a dream, dreaming that he was surrounded by those things. Zhang Hung didn't know if it was because of what Bai Qing had said about her family at noon that he began to realize that those things might have infiltrated human society more seriously than he had imagined. If left alone, they might quietly control the entire society after a while, and then quietly exterminate all humans. Fortunately, this only happened in the dungeon. Zhang Hung got up, went to the bathroom to wash his face, and brushed his teeth. He had originally planned to go to the river beach again tonight, but he didn't know if it was because of the dream just now. Zhang Hung hesitated and gave up. He had searched for 2 nights in a row without any results, and it was almost time to consider changing his mind. In addition, he had to get some more money. Relying on the pocket money of a high school student, he could not do anything, even asking girls to pay for hamburgers. In fact, in modern society, most things can be solved with money, and sufficient funds can also speed up the efficiency of investigation. This time, he was considered to be reborn. From college to high school, Zhang Hung thought about how ordinary reborn people make money. It turned out that he could not use the tricks commonly used in novels and movies. There was no need to think about lottery. He had never paid attention to this aspect. He had neither the energy nor the time to start a business. The same is true for stocks. Even if you know its market trend, you still need enough startup capital and enough patience. So after looking around, Zhang Heng found that he had to go back to his old ways. He changed into a set of clothes that he rarely wore, and then borrowed his grandfather's Volkswagen again. Zhang Heng was very careful when he drove out late at night several times before. When he came back, he not only put the car back in place, but also carefully arranged the seat cushions and foot mats inside, and cleaned up the mud brought back from the river beach. But he couldn't solve the problem of gasoline consumption. His grandfather might not notice it once or twice, but after a long time, he would definitely notice the abnormality of the fuel gauge. Of course, this matter is still about money. It is very simple to solve it. Just buy 2 barrels of gasoline and fill them up at any time. Zhang Heng drove the Volkswagen onto the elevated road and drove south on it until he arrived at the new district. It is called a new district, but in fact it is almost like a ghost town. The city leaders announced with great enthusiasm that they would build an Oriental Manhattan, but the people were transferred away just halfway through the grand blueprint. For some reason, the new leaders who took over did not seem to want to promote the project anymore. So now the new district is basically vacant, and the occupancy rate is very low. Zhang Heng could feel that there were almost no other vehicles nearby after getting off the elevated road, and the high-rise buildings in the surrounding communities all looked dark. Zhang Heng slowed down the car and, according to the description in the news in his memory, he finally found the real owner after driving around for half a circle. Unlike the deserted and bleak atmosphere in other places, this street was quite lively. It was already early in the morning, but there were still many people, both men and women, and there were no less than 10 luxury modified cars parked there. Zhang Heng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. What he was most worried about was that this group of people were not in the dungeon, or did not come out to party tonight. They are all members of a modified car club. They are basically second-generation rich people whose families are in business. When the abundant material life can no longer satisfy them, they will naturally turn to the pursuit of excitement. So basically every week they will meet in the new district to race cars. It has been a year and a half. During this period, some people go abroad to study. Some people quit due to family failure. And some new blood joins, because there are not many people in the new district. And some of them do have a lot of connections in their families. No one cares about them until they go out and have a car accident. When they were racing, a Porsche and a Mercedes-Benz collided accidentally. Because of the high speed, the driver of the Porsche died, and this matter was exposed. Zhang Heng didn't have much hatred towards this group of people. After all, it was one of their own who died in the car accident, and no passers-by were injured. Moreover, they chose a new area with few people, so it was not a nuisance to the public. It was much better than some idiots who were making trouble on the street. Of course, it was still illegal. When they saw Volkswagen appear at the other end of the street, they immediately became nervous. One of them looked very young and was probably born in the 2000s. The most arrogant one said to the Volkswagen that was slowly driving in front of him, "What are you looking at? Get out of here." Although the others didn't say it out loud, their eyes showed that they wanted to get out of here. As a result, the Volkswagen didn't leave, but stopped beside them. As the car window rolled down, the people in the modified car club also saw the person in the driver's seat. To their surprise, the person sitting inside was a boy about the same age as the post-00s kid. Zhang Heng was very familiar with this situation. Although everyone was staring at him with hostility, he didn't show any fear like ordinary people, but said, "Speeding? It's none of your business." A young man sitting on the hood of a 911 smoking said. He was the only one who didn't bring a female companion tonight. He must be the leader of this group. It's so boring to play alone all the time. "Take me with you," Zhang Heng said. Before he finished speaking, there was a burst of laughter around him. One of the girls wearing a baseball cap and suspenders laughed the most exaggeratedly. She covered her stomach and almost cried with laughter. "Are you kidding me, little brother? Just this broken car of yours?" Chapter 653 Racing. "What's wrong with my car?" Zhang Heng asked. In 1983, the first car jointly produced by SIC and Volkswagen of Germany was Santana, which rolled off the assembly line through CKD. The body length is 4,546 millimeters. The width is 1,710 millimeters. The height is 1,427 millimeters. The weight is 1,100 kilograms. The wheelbase is 2,548 millimeters. And it is equipped with a 1.6L four-cylinder engine with a maximum power of 87 horsepower. The girl in the peaked cap was dizzy by a bunch of numbers. She didn't know much about cars, but she knew that some classic cars were also valuable. She couldn't help but respect him when she heard it. Is your car one of the first batch of joint venture cars to roll off the assembly line? No. This is Santana 3000, which was produced in 2004. Then why did you bring it up in the 1980s? The girl in the baseball cap felt like she was being fooled, and her tone became unfriendly. Just to tell you not to underestimate Santana, John Hung said. Hee hee. If you pick any car here tonight, you can buy at least 10 of your broken cars, little brother. The girl in the baseball cap said sarcastically. Really? But unfortunately, none of them can outrun my Santana. John Hung's expression remained unchanged. You are so arrogant. Do you think you are A86? A tattooed man wearing a Supreme t-shirt on the other side said. His words caused another round of laughter. When the laughter died down, the young man smoking in the 911 said again, Okay, the jokes are over. Then he looked at John Hung and warned, You'd better leave quickly. We haven't raced yet. We don't race with outsiders who don't know the details. The young man smoking on 911 said calmly. And we are all gambling. Do you have money? How much? 30,000 yuan. Winner takes all. I don't have money, but I can mortgage my car, John Hung said. The young man smoking on 911 shook his head. Your car is not worth 30,000 yuan. At most 10,000 yuan. And you stole this car from your home. Right? It belonged to your father or your grandfather. When they woke up in the morning and found that the car was gone, how could they send your mother to work? His words caused another round of laughter. So, I can only win this one, John Hung said. First, you can't win. Second, like I said, you can't even pay the entrance fee. The young man on the 911 flicked the ash from his fingertips. Go home. This is for your own good. Who knew that the post 00S, who had come forward earlier, spoke up again. I can help him with the money first. Huh? The post 00S hugged the girl in the baseball cap and raised his chin. Why? I want to see him drive his Santana and race with us. It should be fun. My family has a debt collection company. I guarantee he won't be able to deny it later. Don't make trouble. Since you have joined our circle, you must abide by the rules I set. The young man smoking on the 911 frowned and said, I said, we don't race with outsiders whose background we don't know. It can be seen that he is indeed quite influential among this group of people. Although the post-00S generation still had a bit of resentment on his face when he spoke, he really didn't say anything. You are lucky. Drive your broken car away. The tattooed man wearing a Supreme t-shirt made a shooting gesture to John Hung. However, to everyone's surprise, the guy driving the Volkswagen did not leave after hearing this. Instead, he turned off the engine, pulled out the key, and parked the car on the side of the road. Sorry, I can't leave yet, because I suddenly found that I seem to like this place a little bit, and I plan to stay here for a while. Maybe I should come here every night to see if there is a car race. Don't accept the toast. Then drink the penalty. The young man in the 911 looked gloomy. You seem to have misunderstood something. Do you really think we can't do anything to you and dare not touch you? I don't want to cause trouble just because it's troublesome, not because it can't be settled. After he finished speaking, the people from the Modified Car Club gathered around him, and some of them took out wrenches and portable fire extinguishers from the trunk, waiting for the young man on 911 to give the order to smash the car. They were usually bold and fearless, and they had long been unhappy with John Hung. I give you one last chance. Get out of my sight within 1 minute. The young man on 911 issued an ultimatum to John Hung. John Hung looked at the people around him, who were ready to rush up at any time, and then looked at the young man on 911. So you would rather fight with me than run a lap in an upright manner? So, are you a modified car club or a fighting club? Okay. The young man on the 911 seemed to be amused by John Hung's relentless and reckless racing requirements. He threw away the cigarette, but in his hand, and got off the hood. You want to race? Then let's have a race. If you lose, I don't want your money and your broken car. Just crawl on the ground and don't show up in front of me again. Unexpectedly, John Hung shook his head again and said, It's not just the two of us. It's everyone together. It's more lively with more people. The young man was finally angered. He looked at Zhang Heng deeply and stopped talking nonsense. He just said coldly, "Okay. You have the final say. Xiao Ke. Tell him the rules." A petite girl with a big chest walked up to Zhang Heng and smiled sweetly. "The rules are simple. Once you are ready, the drivers will take their positions. I will announce the start of the race. And then we will start from here, no matter what method is used. The first person to reach the finish line will be the final winner. Isn't that fair?" "Where is the finish line?" Zhang Heng asked. "You know the gymnasium complex in the new district?" "Right. The west gate of the swimming pool is the finish line of this race," Xiao Ke said. When the two chatted, for cars had already taken the girls to the west gate of the swimming pool. They all didn't want to participate in this competition, and Zhang Heng didn't force them. There were still 8 cars left, and if each car cost 30,000 yuan, the total cost would be 240,000 yuan. It was enough to cover his expenses for this copy. Of course, the premise was that he could win this race. What the girl in the baseball cap said was right. Even the cheapest car on the scene could buy dozens of second-hand Santana 3000s. Not to mention the 911 of the leading young man, which was a real sports car, accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers in just 3.9 seconds. Both the power and handling are better than Santana 3000. And this time Zhang Heng didn't have time to modify the car, because the car belonged to his grandfather, and he couldn't do it without the consent of the original owner. Otherwise, what if his grandfather stepped on the accelerator and his heart jumped out? But there was some good news. Zhang Heng checked the route on Gouda map and found that it was not a track that ran all the way to the end. Considering that many places in the new district were only half built, the road conditions were quite complicated, and the driving skills would be required to be relatively high. In addition, the young man who led the 911 didn't seem to want to take advantage of him. This time he chose a route that no one had run before. So they were on the same starting line. Chapter 654, Confrontation. About 25 minutes later, Xiao Ke received the news that the others had reached the finish line, and also sent a copy of the road conditions along the way for the driver to refer to. At this time, 9 cars including Zhang Heng had already lined up on the road. They were lined up in 3 rows in total, and there was no drawing of lots. The people from the Modified Car Club led Zhang Heng Volkswagen line up in the middle of the first row. On his left-hand side was a 911, and on his right-hand side was a post 00S Mercedes-Benz SL. There were also BMWs and Jaguars waiting behind him. Even without considering the modifications and bonuses made by this group of people, Zhang Heng was completely at a disadvantage in terms of basic parameters. The 911 accelerates from 0 to 100 km per hour in 3.9 seconds and has a maximum horsepower of 420. In comparison, the Santana 3000 accelerates from 0 to 100 km per hour in 11 seconds and has a maximum horsepower of only 101. This is no longer a question of who is stronger. They are not of the same species at all, and there is no comparability. Although the complex conditions of the road section limited the 911 from running at the fastest speed, the gap between the two sides cannot be made up by operation. Although Fujiwara Takumi was driving an A86, it was a modified A86 after all. If Zhang Heng Polo was there, he would have been absolutely sure to win the race. But now, he needed to think of other ways. Zhang Heng had originally made the worst plan and prepared water-melted metal to cause trouble. Before going out, he had already put a thumb-sized piece of water-melted metal into a half-drunk mineral water bottle. It was already very close to the 2 hours before it would take effect. But after seeing the reference information, Zhang Heng felt that he could still run this race directly. After all, using water-soluble metal to cause damage is convenient, but it will also bring certain troubles afterwards. Although the group of people in the Modified Car Club are not professional drivers, they are also people who understand cars. As long as they check, they can basically find abnormalities. "Are you ready?" Xiao Ke, who was wearing cool clothes, stood in the middle of the road and glanced at the 9 cars in front of her. Her eyes deliberately stayed on Zhang Heng Santana for half a second. As she asked, all the drivers stepped on the accelerator, making the engine roar, just like a macho man showing off his muscles. Zhang Heng knew that even if he stepped on the accelerator, the movement of the Santana would be drowned out. So he simply stretched out a hand from the window and made an okay gesture, which caused another round of laughter. Xiao Ke also smiled. After confirming that all drivers were ready, she raised one arm and started counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. As her arm fell, this late-night drag racing competition finally kicked off. 9 cars started to move from stillness, like tigers out of cages, rushing forward. In order to make up for the difference in attributes between the car and the sports car, John Hung adopted the launch start method, which was to shift the first gear before the race, put the clutch in a semi-engaged state, and increase the accelerator to 3,000 RPM. Then he quickly lifted the clutch, stepped on the accelerator with his right foot, and raised the speed to near the red line. He shifted to the second gear, and then continued to squeeze the power of the engine, and then shifted gears until the tires were full of white smoke. Xiaoke blurted out go. And almost at the same time, John Hung also released the brake. The engine of Santana output the maximum torque from the moment of starting. The powerful acceleration force made John Hung's body stick to the seat. The acceleration of 100 kilometers was only a little slower than the 911 on the left-hand side. John Hung breathed a sigh of relief. But this kind of play is very damaging to the Santana 3000. Not only the clutch, but also the tires, and the gearbox will be damaged to a certain extent. It can only be used occasionally for emergency. Fortunately, the foreign fair usually takes good care of the car, and successfully completed this catapult start. However, the 911 on the left soon surpassed him completely with its excellent performance. And the Mercedes-Benz SL that followed after 2000 also drove past him on the right side. And the latter even opened the window and gave him a middle finger. This was just the beginning. And then 2 more cars passed him. It was not until the first bend that John Hung used his skills to catch up a little. But the good times did not last long. Once on the straight, the performance advantage of the sports car was once again fully demonstrated. The 911 took the lead. Since it passed John Hung, it has been leading the way and entered the tunnel. The Mercedes-Benz SL followed closely behind. But the tattooed man, who was originally in the second row, has now caught up with him. The 2 cars are basically running side by side. John Hung and his Santana 3000 had been relegated to 5th place. However, considering that his car was the worst among all the others, this ranking made the young man in the 911 look up to him. Unfortunately, 5th place could not win the race, and it seemed that he would not be able to maintain this 5th place until the end. Half a minute later, when all the cars rushed out of the tunnel, John Hung Santana had indeed fallen to 6th place. This was because he had been keeping a close eye on the cars behind him. But the road itself was very wide. Once the cars on his left and right had left him behind, the cars behind him would easily overtake him. He has some skills, but he doesn't know his own limits. This is the most intuitive view of John Hung by the young people on the 911. The distance between the finish line and the starting point seems far, but at their current speed, it only takes 6 or 7 minutes to complete a lap. In other words, they have almost completed 1/5 of the distance. And there are 4 parking spaces between the Santana and the 911. After running a lap, although John Hung will not be unable to see the taillights of the car, he will only be suppressed. However, John Hung himself did not seem to be in a hurry. Although there were cars passing him all the time, he still maintained his previous speed. After driving for another 2 minutes, he was already halfway through the journey. John Hung and his Santana were completely left at the bottom. The situation of the post-2000s was not too good either. 2 more people were lost. On the contrary, the tattooed man was in good shape today. He actually found an opportunity to overtake the 911 in front and temporarily took the lead. Then the young man in the 911 noticed from the rearview mirror that the Santana, which was left behind, had disappeared. Give up? Run away halfway when there is no hope. If John Hung had listened to his advice and left before, the young man in the 911 would not have bothered him again. But now John Hung's words have successfully aroused his anger. The young man in the 911 did not intend to let him go. He has never been a good man. He has memorized John Hung's license plate number. With the power of his family, he can find the real owner quickly. There will be plenty of ways to force the other party to fulfill the bet. But now the game is not over yet. Even if John Hung withdraws, the 8 cars of the Modified Car Club are still there. As the president of the club, he does not want to lose any game casually. Less than 500 meters ahead is a large construction site, although it is the shortest to go directly through it. According to the information sent by the previous scouts, the road inside is difficult to walk, with potholes and a lot of abandoned construction materials. especially now at night. The speed of loss is not as good as going around outside. Therefore, the young man on the 911 turned in front of the construction site gate without hesitation. Chapter 655 Blind Attack. Jong Hung watched cars passing by him one after another, and he was certainly a little helpless. After all, no matter how glorious the history was, the Santana's foundation was there, and it could never outrun a sports car. In order to ensure that the cylinder and tire would not explode, he could not even do too many more intense actions. But the current situation was within his expectations. He had read the reference materials said before, and the first half was quite unfavorable to him. All he could do was to try his best to catch up with the main group and not fall too far behind. It was not until the second half that he started to exert his strength. Seeing the construction site in the distance, Jong Hung turned off the lights. With the filter lens in hand, it made no difference to him whether he had lights or not. Turning off the lights would make the car ahead unable to figure out his position. It is said that Fujiwara Takumi also used this trick in Initial D. It was also named Blind Attack. It was probably the same as the blinding attack in the game. Jong Hung drove the Santana towards the construction site. If the young man on the 911 could see it, he would probably be surprised at Jong Hung's choice. He did not take a detour like the others, but continued to run at full speed, directly crashing through the half-closed gate and rushing into the construction site. Not far away was an overturned ash truck. Considering that the Santana was now driving at high speed, most people would not have time to dodge it. However, with the help of the filter lens, Jong Hung had a full view of the surrounding scene. The tires of the Santana left 2 trails of smoke on the ground, and then he easily avoided the ash truck. Jong Hung controlled the direction and let Santana pass through the brick walls and waste. It felt a bit like returning to Tokyo and doing drift training with the help of the seafood store owner. It took him a long time to complete all the training at that time, but fortunately he gained a lot afterwards, so he can handle this situation with ease now. Jong Hung almost lost little speed and went straight through the center of the construction site. At this time, the young man also drove the 911 to overtake the tattooed man. He passed from the outside when turning and regained the leading position. But before he could be happy, he saw a black shadow rushing out of the side door of the construction site in front of him. It landed right in front of him. The young man in the 911 widened his eyes in disbelief, because the car was the Santana 3000 that disappeared before. The young man originally thought that Jong Hung had given up and tried to escape, but he didn't expect that the other party was still in the race, and even surpassed everyone silently. You know, this was the first time that Jong Hung got the first place after the start, considering that the other party was driving a Santana. If the young man in the 911 hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it at all. Then he noticed another more magical thing. That is, the Santana did not turn on the headlights. Not to mention the high beam. The low beam was not turned on. No. It should be said that it did not even turn. No wonder we lost its trace before. But who knows how it got through the construction site. The young man on the 911 could see that Jong Hung did not slow down at all, because although they took a detour, it was not too far. And considering the gap between the two sides, even if Jong Hung took a shortcut, he could run in front of him without anyone noticing, and he definitely could not slow down halfway. Could it be that the previous reference information was wrong, and there were actually no obstacles in this construction site? How did the owner of the Santana get this information? Was it a stroke of luck after a desperate attempt? Although the young man on the 911 was puzzled, he still resolutely stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Now is not the time to tangle with these questions. There is still about 1/3 of the distance to the finish line, and the game is far from being decided. Even if Jong Hung temporarily takes the lead with incredible operations, Santana is Santana. This is like the gap between nobles and commoners, something that flows in the blood. The young people in the 911 got serious for the first time tonight. 30,000 yuan is nothing to them. The key is that if they lose to a Santana 3000 with a group of excellent sports cars, it will really become a lifetime of shame and shadow. The Porsche 911 seemed to feel the owner's anger, and the engine roared. Although the Santana in front pulled away a little when turning, the distance between the two sides kept shrinking until they were running side by side. This was undoubtedly bad news for Jong Hung, because his basic attributes were his weakness. Once he was overtaken, it would be difficult to catch up with the power of the Santana. The taillights of the 911 drew 2 streams of light in the dark night, while the Santana was like a ghost in the dark. However, the young man in the 911 found that Jong Hung did not have any panic expression on his face. On the contrary, he lowered the window and let the whistling night wind outside pour in. Then John Hung made a gesture to the young man in the 911 and pointed to the front. Still coming? The young man on 911 noticed that there was another small construction site ahead, and his face suddenly turned pale. They had now entered the location of the gymnasium complex, which was also the last section of the road. After passing the unfinished shooting gallery construction site in front of them, the west gate of the swimming pool was behind. Under normal circumstances, they should definitely go around it. But the young man on 911 also knew that John Hung next to him would definitely choose to go directly through the middle, because this was the only way for him to win the game. So he was in a dilemma. On the one hand, he didn't believe that John Hung luck was always so good, and the reference intelligence was wrong everywhere. But on the other hand, he was really scared. He was worried that if he went around halfway, John Hung would appear in front of him again, and the remaining road would not be enough for him to overtake again. He didn't have much time left. At the speed of 911, he arrived in front of the construction site of the shooting gallery in the blink of an eye. In the end, the young man gritted his teeth and chose to rush in first. His idea was very simple. If there were obstacles inside, then at most everyone would be trapped together. After all, there was only one person on John Hung's side, and the modified car club had 7 cars besides him. The tattooed man was only 1.5 parking spaces behind them. He would definitely win the championship by taking a detour. If there was nothing inside, then his 911 would naturally be the fastest. With this calculation, they were actually invincible. However, the subsequent scenario was different from what he had imagined. The road conditions at the construction site were indeed as complicated as those in reference news. As brave as he was, he had to slow down the car again and again for fear of danger. But the Santana behind him seemed to be completely unaffected. Not only did John Hung not intend to slow down, but he continued to step on the accelerator, accelerating directly overtaking the 911, and flexibly avoiding the steel bars sticking out in front. The smoke and dust brought by the Santana were indescribably ironic in the eyes of the young man, as if he was mocking the 911 behind him for being worthy of eating dust. John Hung's subsequent driving skills also let the young man witness what God is. This time, under the headlights of the 911, the young man saw Santana's performance clearly. He was so focused that he didn't even notice that his car had crashed into the wall beside him, until the Santana 3000 drove out of the shooting gallery's construction site again and rushed directly to the finish line. The tattooed man who took a detour had just turned the corner and was still about 100 meters away. In the end, he could only watch John Hung rush across the finish line and win the race. Chapter 656, He is Not Awesome. The Santana 3000 rushed past the finish line where the girl in the baseball cap held a sign. And then John Hung played adrift, so that the car finally leaned against the steps of the swimming pool gate, and the right wheel was parallel to the steps, with a distance of less than half a centimeter. Then John Hung turned off the engine and pulled out the car key. The group of people who had been waiting at the finish line were all dumbfounded when they saw the scene. They could already see the tattooed man's Jaguar, and even prepared beer to celebrate the birth of the champion. Although there was nothing to be happy about killing a Santana, there were still 7 other cars. This was also considered their modified car club's internal competition tonight. Unexpectedly, John Hung and his Santana suddenly fell from the sky at the last moment. In the end, they, a group of people, with so many luxury cars, really lost to a Santana that was not sure if it could be sold at 10,000 yuan in the second-hand car market. The girl in the baseball cap opened her mouth so wide that it seemed like a dragon fruit could be stuffed in. She was stunned for a long time and even had a whimsical idea. Is it filled with nitrogen? Nitrogen acceleration is a joke that has been played out in racing movies in recent years, and almost everyone knows it. The specific principle is to release oxygen and nitrogen by burning N2O, of which oxygen can help combustion to increase the engine's output power, while nitrogen can cool the cylinder to achieve the purpose of acceleration. Fortunately, most of the people here tonight are car savvy. After hearing her words, a man immediately shook his head and said, "It's impossible. Santana's crappy engine and exhaust. Installing NOS, that is, nitrogen acceleration system, is simply courting death. It will be ruined before the speed is increased." But after saying this, he also showed a puzzled look on his face. Could it be that the engine was secretly replaced inside? But the exhaust was not replaced. Just when several people were puzzled, The following cars also arrived at the finish line one after another. The second place was the tattooed man and his Jaguar. But now no one paid attention to such things. And everyone's attention was focused on the Santana and the people inside. John Hung opened the door and looked at the group of people in the modified car club who seemed to be petrified. And said, "The guy in the 911 is still in the construction site behind. He seems to have hit something. Don't you want to go and take a look?" It was not until then that everyone woke up from their dream and found that one car was missing. They were all shocked when they heard John Hung say that the 911 hit the wall. At that time, several people in the car also noticed that the 911 and Santana rushed into the construction site together. At that time, their thoughts were similar to those of the young people on the 911. They all thought that this was a sure thing. But no one expected that in the end. It was Santana that came out of the construction site first, while the 911 was nowhere to be seen. Some people even suspected that John Hung had used some dirty tricks to eliminate the 911 at the construction site. Fortunately, when they found the 911, they found that the young man next to it was safe and sound. In fact, the young man regretted it as soon as he rushed into the construction site and took the initiative to slow down. After being overtaken by the Santana and witnessing John Hung's acrobatic driving skills, his only trace of fighting spirit disappeared. When the 911 hit the wall, it was not very fast, and there were airbags. He was not injured at all. But being physically fine did not mean that he was mentally fine. When everyone found him, they found that he was squatting on a small mound of dirt, looking very lonely. The tattooed man checked the 911 next to him and comforted him. "It's okay. Just the front of the car was damaged. I'm not heartbroken about the car." The young man shook his head, his eyes full of confusion. "I'm just upset. How can I lose to a Santana after playing with cars for so long?" When he said this, not only he, but also the other people in the modified car club lowered their heads in shame and fell into silence. What happened tonight was indeed too magical. Some people still couldn't believe that the final winner was John Hung and his Santana. Did that guy cheat? Someone hesitated, trying to find an acceptable excuse for this defeat. How did he cheat? The young man driving the 911 had already lit another cigarette for himself. It's not like you haven't run with him before. So the Santana is really just the performance of the Santana. Otherwise, with his skills, he wouldn't have been so far behind us in the first half. Is his skill very good? The post-00S generation was skeptical. He didn't take John Hung seriously. He was busy chasing the 911 and the tattooed man's Jaguar from the beginning. But he lost miserably in the end. It's not about whether he is good or not. He is really that kind of very rare. You know, the young man was smoking melancholy while recalling the unforgettable scene he had seen before. A broken Santana was drifting gracefully on a bumpy construction site, avoiding various obstacles. The key point was that the headlights were not even turned on during the whole process. What the hell? What is this? I have heard of drifting. But drifting in the dark is something I have never seen before. What is this called? Drifting blindly? It is no wonder that the young man was stimulated. Anyone who witnessed the scene would be deeply shocked. What he saw was no longer the car, but the four words defying the heaven and changing fate. What Monkey King? What Neza? Are they as inspiring as this Santana 3000? It seems that we have met a master this time. The young man exhaled his cigarette and said solemnly, "What should we do now?" The others were at a loss. You looked at me and I looked at you. And in the end, it was up to the young man to make the decision. You have to accept the loss. Give him the prize money first anyway. After the race, John Hung got off the Santana and walked towards the girl in the baseball cap who was still there. Is there any water? Yes. Wait a minute. The girl in the baseball cap immediately went back to the car and rummaged around, found a bottle of mineral water, and threw it to John Hung. Thank you. John Hung took the bottle of mineral water and said politely, confirming that it had not been opened, then unscrewed the bottle cap and drank 2 sips. The girl in the baseball cap just stared at him, full of curiosity. The former recalled the scene when the two had just met. At that time, she thought that the guy in front of her had a broken brain. However, now the results came out. Santana really outperformed a number of sports cars. So the girl in the baseball cap had a different view of Zhang Hung. This is really a mysterious man. But it seems that he is not very old. Aren't you worried? The girl in the baseball cap then asked with concern. What are you worried about? Although you won, they have a lot of people. What if they want to harm you? Women are such a strange species. She is also a member of the Modified Car Club. But now that Zhang Heng has won, she starts to worry about him from his perspective. Oh, it doesn't matter. They can't beat me, Zhang Heng said calmly. Chapter 657. You don't have to worry. Zhang Heng didn't have to wait long before the group of people from the Modified Car Club came back. The young man from the 911 came back with him. He walked towards Zhang Heng and put one hand in his pocket. So Zhang Heng also took out a utility knife. Misunderstanding. The young man raised his hand to indicate that he had no ill intentions, and then took out his mobile phone from his pocket. You won this competition. The prize money is 240,000. What is your bank card number? I haven't had time to apply for a bank card yet. Do you have cash? Zhang Heng said. The young man was stunned when he heard this. This master is a master. He lives so carefree that he doesn't even apply for a bank card. However, only such a detached person can practice such driving skills. Isn't there such a description in martial arts novels? When practicing martial arts to a certain level, the next level is the cultivation of the state of mind. Similarly, the real powerful drivers may also be like this. It is probably difficult to understand for those who have not reached this level. Wait a minute. The young man turned around and started looking for someone to collect money. However, electronic payment is now quite popular. Even if they are rich second generations, they will not carry much cash when they go out. Basically, everyone has 3,000 to 5,000 yuan in their wallet for emergencies. After all, they usually use credit cards for large amounts. So the young man collected only about 50,000 yuan after a long time. Judging from the 10 yuan banknotes in it, they must have really tried their best. Don't worry. I call someone to send the rest. The young man patted his chest and said, You guys play with modified cars. Do you know any place that can repair cars at night? Zhang Heng asked after receiving 50,000 yuan. He had crashed into the iron gate of a construction site while driving a Santana before. The situation was urgent at the time, and he couldn't stop to open the door. But it also left a dent on the front of the car, and the tires and brakes were also severely worn. Zhang Heng had to deal with it before he could drive home. Yes, we have our own auto repair shop. It is open to the public during the day, and we tinker with our own cars in it at night. Well, let's have someone send the remaining money there. Zhang Heng put away the box cutter and said, since the young man driving the 911 had a good attitude, Zhang Heng naturally had no intention of making things difficult for them. After all, strictly speaking, what happened tonight was that he was short of money and wanted to make some money from these rich second generations. He forced them to compete with him, which not only cost them money but also caused some psychological trauma. However, he was still a little surprised when he learned why the young man was so polite to him. This group of people actually wanted to invite him to be a special consultant for the Modified Car Club and teach them the skills of racing. After all, according to the young man, he had never seen anyone who could drive a Santana to this level in his life. This level was enough to teach everyone in the Modified Car Club. And this class was not in vain. The Modified Car Club was willing to pay Zhang Heng 20,000 yuan for each class. Unfortunately, Zhang Heng did not come to this dungeon to make money. The 240,000 yuan was enough for his future activities. It was meaningless if he could not take more money away. So Zhang Heng rejected the young man's invitation. But the two still exchanged phone numbers. After that, he finished the inspection and repair of Santana 3000, went to refuel, parked the car back in the garage before dawn, and returned home with a school bag of money. You didn't stay up late again. Again? On Monday, in math class, Bai Qing saw someone yawning and continuing to scribble on paper, and couldn't help asking. Her voice was very low. Zhang Heng didn't hear it clearly, so he asked, I say, did you not sleep well last night? Do you have so many homework assignments to copy? Zhang Heng blinked. Teacher, he is watching you. Huh? Bai Qing was startled. Looking back, he saw Teacher He, who teaches chemistry, looking at him, with a warning look in her eyes. It was because Bai Qing was a study committee member that she did not get angry on the spot. If it was a student with poor academic performance, she would probably have started to maintain classroom discipline. Bai Qing lowered his head in shame, not daring to say anything, until Teacher He turned around to write on the blackboard. And then he poked Zhang Heng with a pen again. You spoke too. Why didn't she look at you? Because I didn't move my mouth just now. Zhang Heng demonstrated to Bai Qing. And sure enough, his lips hardly moved when he spoke. Bai Qing was speechless. Some people, if you say they are sleepy, they don't know how to use them. They can always grasp the teacher's movements. And if you say they are not sleepy, they keep yawning there. However, after being caught on the spot once, she never talked to Zhang Heng again and became an excellent student again. It was not until the end of the get out of class, when she saw Teacher He leaving with her books, that Bai Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, you don't have to worry. She doesn't have time to bother you, Zhang Heng said. Why do you say that? Because she is worried about her own family life. Or to be more precise, she is worried about her husband's cheating. Now she is exhausted and doesn't want to get into any more trouble. She just wants to finish the class and leave quickly. Huh, how do you know her husband is cheating on you? Did you hide under her sofa last night? I can see it without hiding under her sofa. It's very obvious. Teachers in our school rarely wear makeup. But today, Teacher He put on a detailed makeup for the first time. It usually takes at least 40 minutes to apply the base. And her first class this morning is hers. If you were her, would you be willing to sacrifice 40 minutes of sleep time to put on makeup for your students? But that doesn't mean her husband is cheating on her. Does it? Bai Qing thought for a moment. Women, especially middle-aged women, are willing to get up early in the morning to put on makeup unless it is necessary for work. There are usually only two possibilities, either to meet a lover or to meet a love rival. Judging from the lipstick color she chose, it is obviously more inclined to the latter. Moreover, she seemed particularly impatient today. She stamped her feet several times in the morning class and made a lot of noise when she turned the pages of the book. This does not seem like the excitement before meeting a lover. Zhang Heng paused. And if I remember correctly, Teacher He is a very controlling person. She controls the family's financial power and is very strict with her husband. She checks on him every day. However, sometimes being too strict is not necessarily a good thing, especially in front of outsiders. She shouldn't show off this kind of thing, which will bring great psychological pressure to her husband. At this time, he will need a more delicate and petite opposite sex to restore his male dignity. And then the tragedy happened. Bai Qing blushed. How do you know so much about this kind of thing? Emotional disputes are a big inducement to crime. I have studied crime, so I also have a little understanding of emotions. Zhang Heng closed the notebook on the table. Chapter 658 Elementary School. It sounds like it's true, so I believe it a little bit. Bai Qing thought about it, and found that someone's reasoning was indeed very reasonable and hard to refute. Just listen to it casually, Zhang Heng said. If you say that, Teacher He is so pitiful. Life. Everyone has their own difficulties. Zhang Heng turned the gel pen in his hand. This sounds so old-fashioned. But you are right. Bai Qing sighed and put his chin on the desk. My father and mother have been a headache recently. Headache? What exactly do you mean? Zhang Heng's expression changed, and he held the spinning gel pen with his index and middle fingers. I told you before. My dad has been home early because he has rarely been socializing recently. But they had another fight last night. And they fought for a long time. And they wouldn't let me hear the content. Then I went out to the bathroom at night and saw my mom sitting alone in the living room crying. She was sitting there. And it was pitch black all around. Did you comfort her? No. I fled back to my room, Bai Qing said. Huh. Zhang Heng snorted. Since I was old enough to understand, I remember that they were always quarreling. Mostly over trivial matters. I guess this is probably how they get along with each other. When my mother was young, many people pursued her. She had to attend endless dances every day. But she probably wanted to live a stable life in the end. So she married my father. However, after getting married, she always felt that she had made a bad marriage. At that time, my father was just a small clerk, who was only focused on technology. He was serious and had no romance. So my mother always told me that if it wasn't for me, they would have divorced. Then when I was older, they finally quarreled less. At that time, my father actually changed a lot. He started to learn how to socialize and socialize everywhere. Later, he quit his job and started his own company. When his business got on track, he came home less and less. So my mother started to suspect that he had a mistress outside. So is this what marriage is? Yes. Some people's marriages are indeed like this. Then marriage is too scary. It's not time for you to think about this kind of thing. A friend told me not to worry about things that haven't happened yet. John Hung said. Have you guys never wondered who you will marry in the future? It's useless to think about this kind of thing now. You know when the time comes. John Hung said. Hey. When the two of them talked about this, the class bell rang, and the teacher opened the door and walked into the classroom. Bai Qing also straightened up from his seat again. Ah. Did I say too much? I haven't told these things to my best friend. It will make you feel better if you speak out. And like I said, you can tell me if your father behaves abnormally in the future. John Hung said. So that you can continue to study the emotional motivation of crime? No. My parents quarreled. But they haven't reached the point of killing each other. Bai Qing quickly said the last sentence, then took out the biology textbook from his school bag and spread it out in front of him. John Hung almost forgot how he spent his high school years. Whether it was the sycamore trees outside the window or the sound of playing basketball from the playground. They were a little unfamiliar to him. Also a little vague in my memory is Bai Qing, who was sitting beside him and listening attentively. Before, there was no such thing as interracial relationships. Although the relationship between the two was good, it was just that of classmates. Bai Qing did not meet him at Wanda Plaza. The two did not eat KFC together. And John Hung did not hear Bai Qing talk about his family situation. After entering college, like other classmates in high school, the two gradually had less contact. Everyone met new friends and formed new circles in college. Many people have not been seen again. John Hung only remembers that this girl seemed to have been admitted to Fudan University. John Hung spent another day in a trance. After the last class, most people in the class had left. Bai Qing's gel pen was still swishing on the paper. After a while, she finished another paper and handed it to John Hung. Once she entered the learning state, she was like an efficient homework machine. Okay. This is the last one. Thank you. John Hung took the homework to be copied in the evening and put it in his backpack. He thought about it and felt a little guilty. He kept copying other people's homework and had a free KFC meal. He took out his mobile phone and looked at it. Are you free on Friday night? I take you somewhere after school. Oh. Bai Qing nodded. She didn't know why she agreed so easily. Her mother had always taught her to keep a certain distance from boys and protect herself. Especially not to go out alone with boys at night. But maybe because John Hung always gave her a very reliable feeling. And he had saved her once. It was difficult for Bai Qing to be on guard against John Hung. She subconsciously agreed to his suggestion. Oh. By the way, you can bring your friends. And I will bring a friend too. After John Hung finished speaking, he realized that Bai Qing might be worried about being alone. So he added, okay. Bai Qing put on his school bag and bit his lip. Then, see you tomorrow. Yeah. See you tomorrow. After school, most students either went home to do homework or made plans to play together. But John Hung had to switch to work without stopping. Before, he didn't get anything at the river beach, which made John Hung realize that his direction might be wrong. Maybe he shouldn't focus on the three children anymore, but should try to focus on what they discovered or found. What exactly caused those creatures to be so impatient to attack them? Maybe they could find some answers from their past lives. John Hung found the school of one of the victims in a news report. He tore a piece of paper from his exercise book and wrote down the name of the school. However, the class should have been over by now. Fortunately, the name of the head teacher was also in the report. So John Hung took a taxi to the front of the school. At this time, most of the students had left, but the door of the school was not locked yet. John Hung walked inside, but he was stopped by the gatekeeper before he took 2 steps. What are you doing here? Oh, I booked a badminton court for 7 p.m. and my friend has already gone in, John Hung said calmly. Many elementary and junior high schools have indoor gymnasiums, and in order to generate income, the indoor gymnasiums are open to the public during non-class hours. John Hung had already checked it while in the car and had prepared an excuse. Chapter 659 Reporter Xiao Song. The old man at the gate let John Hung in without any suspicion. The latter walked towards the gymnasium, but after going up to the second floor to confirm that there was no one around, John Hung climbed over the window and jumped directly into the teaching building next door. The students of the school had already gone home after school, and there was no one in the quiet corridor. Through the glass, you can see the desks and chairs, the blackboard podium, and the bulletin board behind the wall. In order to protect the privacy of citizens, the name of the drowning child was not mentioned in the previous news reports, but was replaced by Lin Mumu. But this did not bother Zhang Heng. Based on the age, Zhang Heng could roughly judge the grade of the other party. After finding the corresponding floor, Zhang Heng lay on the glass and looked inside the classrooms one by one. Soon, he found an unusually clean empty seat, with no books on it, but a bouquet of bye-bye, huh? Zhang Heng looked up at the sign in front of the door. Grade 5. Class 4. Then used the bus card to pry open the door of the classroom and walked in. There was nothing left on the seat itself. It should have been taken away by Lin's family after the incident. Bye-bye was bought by the students in the class with class fees, and it has been a while. But the blackboard poster at the back was somewhat helpful to Zhang Heng. After Lin rummaged around, her classmates made a special bulletin board for her. Zhang Heng found Lin Mumu's full name on it, Lin Cece, and many other classmates' memories of her, including how she was helpful and how she was good in both character and learning. Zhang Heng skipped these useless nonsense and read the entire bulletin board. He found 2 noteworthy points in it. One is that Lin Cece is a very quiet girl. Of course, this is a nice way of saying it. In other words, she is timid and rarely interacts with others. Most of the time, she sits there alone and stares blankly. The second is that she is very interested in astronomy. Especially the second point, which surprised Zhang Heng. Nowadays, the internet is so developed and there are so many entertainment things. There are very few children interested in astronomy. And Lin Cece is a girl. But then again, many children who like astronomy are relatively introverted. If they can't integrate into the group entertainment, few people will choose to study astronomy. In addition, Zhang Heng noticed this point because of the main task of this copy. Where did those aliens come from? When did they come? Could they be some kind of alien life? Zhang Heng had also speculated about this before, so he was particularly sensitive to astronomical content. Of course, with just this little information, it was impossible to determine the origin of those things. After reading the blackboard, Zhang Heng walked around the classroom again, but did not find any other useful clues. So he closed the door and left. Then he came to the office area on the other side. Zhang Heng got the name of Lin Cece's head teacher in the newspaper, Li Yin. Knowing that she was a Chinese teacher, he easily found her workstation. The things on it were quite messy, including teaching supplements, photocopies, notes, corrected homework, a water cup, and a photo with her daughter and husband. However, Zhang Heng was more concerned about a piece of paper called Young Teacher's Excellent Class Exhibition Registration Form, which contained all of Li Yan's personal information, including her address, teaching experience, contact number, etc. Zhang Heng took a photo of the registration form and then went to the principal's office for a walk. He took a 20-minute nap on the sofa. Seeing that the time was almost up, he went to the faucet to wash his face, sprinkled water on his back and neck, pretended to have just finished exercising, nodded to the gatekeeper, and left the school. Zhang Heng went to the mall to buy some more mature clothes, a voice recorder, and a notebook to make himself look like a young reporter, and then called teacher Li Yin to make an appointment for an interview. The latter was a little surprised after receiving the call, because Lin Cece's incident had passed a few days ago, and the heat had faded a lot. No reporters were looking for her anymore. Zhang Heng said that he was from the city's evening newspaper and wanted to do a special report on how to ensure the safety of children outside of school. He had already informed Principal Wu and only needed to spare 20 minutes. At the same time, he also accurately told Li Yan's address. Teacher Li Yan had no doubts and asked Zhang Heng where to meet. Zhang Heng and her met in a small cafe downstairs from her home. The two met there. Zhang Heng not only got more detailed information about Lin Cece from Li Yan, but also got Lin Cece's home address from the unsuspecting teacher Li Yan, as well as valuable information that the other 2 children were also in that community. After that, the two shook hands, and Zhang Heng sent teacher Li Yan out of the cafe. Li Yan had just given birth to a child, and there were still a lot of things waiting for her at home. After completing the interview, she was in a hurry to leave, but she stopped there again not far from the cafe. After a hesitation, he turned around and asked, "Reporter Xiao Song, do you believe there are aliens in this world? Why do you ask?" "I assign the students to write weekly diaries. Cece's weekly diaries are always the most special. Based on my years of teaching experience, the more introverted the children are, the richer their inner world is. Sorry, I'm a little off topic. Let's talk about the weekly diaries." A week before Cece's accident, She handed in a weekly diary saying that there are aliens in this world. They have come and are living around us, disguised as us, studying us, learning from us, waiting to replace us one day. Now there are already quite a few of them, and they are still growing. However, we can't distinguish them from us just by appearance. Sorry, I don't know why I mentioned this matter. I have to admit that her fantasy is a bit creepy. Lian forced a smile on her face. Who else has read it? John Hung asked. Has anyone read that weekly diary besides you? Oh, a lot of people. I don't just teach one class. I have people read the excellent weekly diaries and hang them up. Although that weekly diary is a bit uncomfortable to read, it is indeed very imaginative. What's wrong? Nothing. John Hung paused and asked, have you told anyone else about this besides me? No. I was very sad after Cece's accident. There were many media interviews these days, and I had to take care of my children in class. I was groggy and forgot about the weekly diary. I'm sorry. I don't know why I thought of this. I must have not rested enough. Yeah. Get a good night's sleep tonight and forget about it, John Hung said. Aliens are ridiculous. Chapter 660 Concert and Extra Money. John Hung originally planned to visit the neighborhood where Lin Cece lived, but considering that he had been out there for a long time, he had to postpone it. Moreover, interviewing Lin Cece's parents was not as easy as interviewing teacher Lian. Even if the other party believed his fabricated identity as a reporter, they might not be willing to see him. After all, they lost their daughter, and every interview would cause them more harm. John Hung returned home at about 8 o'clock in the evening. His grandfather was sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper, and the food on the table was untouched. I sent you a message, so you don't have to wait for me. We have to eat anyway. Why not go together? Grandpa closed the newspaper and said. He didn't ask where John Hung went because he believed in John Hung's self-management ability. The two have always been getting along like this. Grandpa believes that the stricter the child is controlled, the more likely he is to rebel. John Hung later asked his grandfather where he knew this truth, and the latter told him that he was raising his mother. Then I go and heat it up, John Hung said as he took the dishes on the table and went into the kitchen. After realizing that those things would not attack him immediately, John Hung no longer used the Lego kitten to test whether there was anything wrong with the food. But he still maintained sufficient vigilance in life. There was no way. What happened to Lin Cece and the college students kept reminding him that he was not safe around him. Those people he thought he was familiar with might not really be the ones he was familiar with. After dinner, John Hung contacted Qin Jin again. The latter had a cousin who was a scalper, specializing in selling tickets for performances or events. He was the kind of ticket scalper that all fans hated and loved, especially when it came to popular performances. Basically, the tickets on a large ticket purchasing platform were gone in the blink of an eye. And it was not a problem of whether your network was fast or slow. Many of them could not be grabbed even with scripts. And even if you were lucky enough to grab them, the seats were generally not very good. Therefore, fans who don't have tickets or want good seats can only find scalpers to buy tickets. It is normal for a ticket worth 1,000 yuan to be sold for 3,000 or 4,000 yuan. If you want to catch a particularly popular ticket, it is not impossible to sell it for 7,000 or 8,000 yuan. There is also the risk of buying fake tickets and losing both money and money. Although each platform claims that it is pure and has nothing to do with scalpers, it is difficult for them to explain the tricks in the ticket distribution order, and the final truth may only be known by the platform itself. John Hung doesn't like scalpers, but there are only 4 days before the concert. It is obviously not realistic to buy tickets through formal channels at this time. John Hung has been thinking about how to copy Homework and KFC's favor. He knows that Bai Qing likes GM, and there is a GM concert on Friday. So he simply uses the GM concert to thank him, because he was worried about the other party's misunderstanding and always stood Qin Jin up before. He simply dragged him along. Qin Jin took a breath after hearing John Hung request. Did you go to rob a bank? Do you know how much 4 tickets to the Little Iron Lung concert cost? And you want VIP tickets? Don't worry about the money. Just ask your cousin to help you get the tickets, John Hung said. The money earned from racing can't be used to bring copies, so it's just a waste if you don't spend it. Okay, then I ask my cousin for you. Qin Jin agreed immediately, paused and asked curiously, whose girl is it that made you spend so much money? If you don't want to go, I can give your ticket to someone else, John Hung said. Okay, you pay the money. You are the boss. I also like GM. You are really a brother. Don't forget me when there are such activities in the future. I will be your wingman forever. John hung up the phone. So far, he has been investigating day and night for several days. He still has classes during the day, so he doesn't plan to go out tonight. After copying his homework and taking a shower, he went to bed early. In the next few days, he continued to play the role of a high school student while investigating the aliens. John went to the community where Lin Cece lived. But just as he thought before, Lin Cece's parents were unwilling to be interviewed. However, he did get some information at the gate outside the community with a pack of cigarettes. According to the security guard of the community, the three children often leave together, but no one knows where they go. These three children should have a secret base or something. In addition, John camera recordings have also been found to a place 10 kilometers away, getting closer and closer to the east of the city, where several old state-owned factories and mines used to be located. The 1990s was probably the last glory of state-owned factories and mines. At the peak, a factory had tens of thousands of employees, and the factory director was at the same level as the mayor. The entire factory was like a small kingdom, with kindergartens, elementary schools, junior high schools, and high schools. There were also allocated housing and factories, hospitals, but later, due to various reasons, these state-owned factories began to go downhill. Not only did they lose all the previous benefits, but some factories now couldn't even pay basic wages. So the entire city looked a bit bleak. John no longer had to pretend to be a camera manufacturer. When he had money, he could just make up an excuse to find something and then give the store manager 100 yuan. He could basically check the surveillance outside the store, which greatly improved his efficiency. He traced all the way here. But then the red fit in the college student's home disappeared. John searched all the nearby stores and didn't see any footage of the fit. So he expanded the search range, but still didn't find anything. The fit seemed to have evaporated into thin air, excluding the possibility of supernatural phenomena. This situation may be caused by the other party changing cars midway. Afterwards, John noticed the underground parking lot next door, and he walked down to retrieve the other party's video. However, an accident happened at this time. John did not see anyone in the duty room, and at the same time, the light above his head began to flicker, sometimes bright and sometimes dim. John stood next to the duty room and glanced around. The figures that emerged from the parking space were roughly estimated to be 8 or 9 people, holding steel pipes and wrenches in their hands. You shouldn't be nosy, the leader said in a bad tone. Really? John raised his eyebrows, put his hands in his pockets, and said lightly, What did I care about? The leader snorted. Don't play dumb. You know it in your heart. Someone asked me to tell you. Be honest. Otherwise it will be your turn next. Who? Hey. Where do you get so many questions? The leader said impatiently. So you actually don't know anything. You just get paid to do things for others. John eyes swept over the crowd. From their clothes, it can be seen that they should all be workers in nearby factories. It is estimated that their wages have not been paid, so they can only find ways to make some extra money. Chapter 661 You are the ones who should run. John probably had his recent actions noticed by those things. After all, he had been retrieving the surveillance videos of shops along the street. This kind of thing could not be concealed, and this action probably made them feel a sense of crisis. So they spent money to hire a group of people to teach him a lesson. After all, in the eyes of those things, he was just a high school student. After being educated by a group of social people, he should be able to fully realize the cruelty of reality, and thus most likely give up what he was doing. But they obviously underestimated John strength. Strictly speaking, this is actually a double-blind copy. John didn't know the origin of those things, and those things didn't know John identity as a player. So both sides were still in the trial stage. How much did the person who hired you to teach me a lesson pay? John looked at the leader. Why are you asking this? The leader said vigilantly. See if I want to spend money to settle this matter. John said. He is now half a rich man, so if he encounters trouble again, he will of course choose a more civilized way to solve it. 3,000 yuan. And you will be unable to get out of bed for a week. Then I pay you 6,000 yuan to get you out, plus the information of the people you contacted. The leader looked at the man holding a wrench beside him and asked doubtfully, Are you trying to get our personal information by transferring money and calling the police? I can give you cash, John Hung said. Do you have 6,000 yuan on you? Yes. Then pay first. John Hung didn't say anything more, and directly took out 6,000 yuan from his school bag and handed it to the leader, and said sincerely, I advise you not to have any extra thoughts. However, the latter obviously didn't listen to this. After getting the money, instead of asking people to move aside, a glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes, because John Hung brought about 10,000 yuan with him this time. And when he opened the bag before, the leader saw the remaining red bills inside. So he changed his words temporarily. No, we are people of credit. We will definitely do what we promise to others. Otherwise, who would dare to spend money to ask us to do things in the future? John Hung was amused by these righteous words and said directly, Then how much do you want? How much do you have left? It's better not to be too greedy. Uncle, John Hung said calmly, brothers have been hungry for so long and finally caught up with the canteen to open. We won't leave until we are full. The leader curled his lips and didn't take it seriously. Then, there is nothing we can do. John Hung zipped up his bag and put it on his back again. What? Do you still want to run away? The leader laughed. There are so many of us here. If you run away, we might as well not hang around anymore. Run? John Hung raised his eyebrows and took out the utility knife from his pocket. No. You are the ones who should run. The whole battle did not last too long. These people were all workers from a nearby factory. They had not received any training, but they relied on their fat and tattoos to scare people. In a one-on-one fight, they might not even be a match for ordinary passers-by. When facing a battle-hardened player like John Hung, although they had the advantage in numbers, they could only lose a lot. Of course, this is not Nassau or the American West in the 19th century, and John Hung did not use too much force. If someone died or became disabled for life, there would be a lot of trouble later. So John Hung at most helped some people bleed, temporarily making them lose their ability to do things. And by the way, helped nearby hospitals and clinics increase their performance. In fact, he only knocked down 4 people, and the rest were scared and dropped the steel pipes in their hands and ran away. John Hung did not care about those who ran away, and walked to the leader, who was lying on the ground groaning. Seeing John Hung coming over with a utility knife, the whole person suddenly became nervous and shouted, What are you doing? Don't come over here. We are all civilized people, and I will call the police if you come over again. John Hung pretended not to hear him, squatted down beside him, wiped the blood off the utility knife with his work clothes, and then took back the 6,000 yuan he had given to the other party. Tell me, who contacted you? The leader saw that the 6,000 yuan he had in hand was gone, and he really wanted to slap himself twice. Originally, he took the money and left, and even if he returned the 3,000 yuan he had received before, he could still make 3,000 yuan. Now, not only did he lose the 6,000 yuan, but he also had a hard time explaining to the other party if he didn't teach the person a lesson. However, his arm was still bleeding at this moment, and he didn't dare to have any crooked thoughts. So he honestly told John Hung the information of the person who hired them. John Hung was not too surprised after hearing this, since the college student was waiting for him in the corridor that night. He was ready to expose himself to him. Naturally, it was more appropriate for him to contact him for such actions. The other party had obviously guessed that he would find this parking lot, so he bribed this group of people 2 days in advance to wait for him to learn. In other words, the college student and his family did change cars here that night, but the video should have been deleted. This was not good news for John Hung, and his investigation came to a standstill again. Of course, on the other hand, this also means that he is very close to the place where the college student family went that night. John Hung has a hunch that the base camp of those things is likely to be nearby. Although the video is gone, John Hung believes that the residents around that place will definitely notice something unusual. So his next investigation method should be mainly based on visits. 5 minutes later, confirming that no useful information can be obtained, John Hung walked out of the garage and looked up at the sky outside. There was not much time left before it was completely dark. John Hung did not want to make his grandfather wait too long like before. So today's investigation ended here. He took a taxi home and chatted with the driver on the way. Then he received a message from Qingjin, telling him that he had already got the tickets for the concert. His cousin only added 500 yuan to each ticket for the sake of his relatives. The VIP seats of 1,280 yuan finally cost 7,120 yuan. In his cousin's words, this time he lost a lot of money. Just collecting the tickets cost almost the same price. This order was equal to not making a penny. It was purely based on blood relationship and love. Zhang Heng did not comment on this. This price was indeed conscientious. But it was obviously not realistic to say that he did not make a penny. He asked Qingjun to send the QR code on the ticket to confirm that there was no problem. Zhang Heng gave the money to Qingjun after returning home. The latter was in a good mood to watch a concert for free. And he no longer kept asking Zhang Heng who the two girls were who would go with him tomorrow night. Qingjun was ready and said with a confident look, "Don't worry. Even if it's Ruhua, I will stick to it to the end. After all, there are leather pants on the stage." Chapter 662 Friday. It's Friday in the blink of an eye. With the holiday in sight, the atmosphere in the classroom can be clearly felt to be much more relaxed than before, especially compared to Monday, when everyone's eyes were filled with the 4 words "no hope in life." Now everyone's expressions are much more relaxed, and more people are joking in the front and back rows. If you rank the emotional values of high school students in a week, Monday is probably the bottom of the mood, because a new week is about to begin, and the thought of having 5 more days to endure will make people extremely desperate. Tuesday is slightly better than Monday, and on Wednesday, you can finally see the dawn of the holiday, and your mood at this time should be in the middle value. By Thursday, many people were already thinking about where to go and what to do on the weekend, and they were starting to get excited. By Friday, with the holiday within reach, emotions were often at their peak, just like the first 2 days of the month when adults get their salaries. Saturday was not as exciting as Friday, because when they thought that the holiday was halfway through and there was only 1 day left, their emotions would drop. By Sunday, they were basically in pain and happiness, enjoying the last holiday while living in fear of Monday coming. Bai Qing deliberately changed into a short dress that Zhang Heng had never seen before. With her short hair, it gave people a refreshing feeling in summer, and at the same time, it looked a little more mature than the denim shorts before. When Zhang Heng came to the classroom, he saw Bai Qing and snorted, "What's wrong? This dress suits you well." "Thank you." After saying this, Bai Qing seemed a little embarrassed and buried his face in the textbook. After a pause, he added, "You look good too." "Really?" Zhang Heng glanced at his clothes, which were no different from usual. "I called Qijia. Is that okay?" Bai Qing said quickly, pretending that nothing had happened, and changed the subject. "Sure. We agreed before that you decide who to accompany you. I also called a friend who I grew up with when I was a kid." Zhang Heng knew Qijia, a lively girl who seemed to live very close to Bai Qing's house. The two of them often went home together. If Qingjun was here, he would probably be relieved. Although Qijia was not a particularly beautiful girl, she was also very attractive, and probably because she was usually more active. She had a very good figure and was tall, which was quite a match for Qingjun, who played basketball. Bai Qing didn't know why. She usually talked to Zhang Heng a lot, but this time, after only chatting for a few sentences, she didn't know what to say next. Fortunately, the bell for the morning self-study rang at this time, and the head teacher strode in. She glanced at the students who were eager to move and snorted, "It's not the holiday yet, and you can't wait. It seems that you can give more homework this week." As soon as she finished speaking, there was a lot of wailing. Those who need to memorize words should memorize words, and those who need to memorize text should memorize texts. Stop whispering. So all the students immediately pretended to study seriously, and Zhang Heng took the homework book that Bai Qing secretly handed over from below and continued to copy the homework that he had not finished before. Friday is probably the most chaotic day of the week. In the last class, especially in the second half, the only top students represented by Bai Qing who could still concentrate and insist on listening to the lecture were probably the top students. And this time Bai Qing obviously didn't have enough concentration. She had already looked at her watch several times, so the male physics teacher roughly knew how effective his teaching was. Seeing that there were still 3 minutes before the get out of class ended, he did not continue to explain the questions. He gave a few instructions and asked everyone to pack up. When the bell rang, he shook his head and walked out of the classroom with the textbook under his arm. "How is it? Do you know where you are going tonight?" Qijia was not very able to sit still, even before the physics teacher started talking. She had already packed her school bag. leaving only a pitiful exercise book on the table. As soon as the get out of class was over, she immediately ran to Bai Qing's desk in a hurry. The latter looked at Zhang Heng beside him. Qi Jia curled her lips. You are really good. Don't be sold and help others count money. Aren't you still here? Zhang Heng said. I like to hear that. Yes. Bai Qing can thrive because of my care. Qi Jia stretched out her hand and pinched Bai Qing's face while speaking. What? Stop it. Bai Qing broke free from the clutches of a certain woman and said seriously. I believe in Zhang Heng character. Alas, women. You are really a species that has no humanity for the opposite sex. Qi Jia let out a long sigh. At this time, Zhang Heng took out 2 concert tickets from his pocket. I'm sorry I told you now. Because I wasn't sure if I could buy the tickets before. Concert? Qi Jia was stunned. Her eyes were sharp. And then she saw the name of GM and screamed out. Even the people who hadn't left were attracted by her shout. Gem's concert. And it's in the VIP area? Qi Jia. Are you hooking up with a coal boss? Someone asked. Get lost. Qi Jia said. I didn't buy the ticket. Zhang Heng gave it to me. She blurted it out without thinking. But halfway through she saw Bai Qing's blushing face, and finally realized something, and slammed on the brakes. I asked a scalper to buy it for them. Zhang Heng took over the conversation in time. Don't underestimate the speed at which students spread rumors these days. If Zhang Heng dared to say that he invited Bai Qing to the concert, the whole class would think that they were together on Monday. And it would probably take less than 2 days for the teacher to talk to Bai Qing. Then you are still rich. Qi Jia. TSK. You can't judge a person by his appearance. A boy who is familiar with Qi Jia joked. Go away. What does it mean to judge a person by his appearance? If you can't speak, don't speak. Do I look like a poor guy? I don't know if you are a poor guy. But don't you spend all your money on King of Glory? The boy laughed. You even have money to go to the concert. Qi Jia. You are so arrogant. You are no longer the Qi Jia I know. Get lost. Bai Qing can't help me pay first. If not, I will sell myself to pay off her debt. Sure. The price of pork has gone up recently. Qi Jia was furious when she heard this, and was about to kick the boy. But the latter had foresight and ran away after saying this. The others watched the concert tickets for a while, expressed their envy, jealousy and hatred, and then left one after another. Zhang Heng saw that Bai Qing seemed to be relieved, picked up his school bag, and said, I go first. Let's meet at the number 102 bus stop. Yes. Bai Qing nodded. Chapter 663 Milk tea without pearls has no soul. The nearest bus stop to bus number 102 is located on the east side of the school, about 700 meters away. There is an old commercial street nearby, called Shanghai Market. But it has nothing to do with Shanghai. Just like the standard Kilahi in all parts of the country, there were still many people in Shanghai Market on Friday. And Zhang Heng chose to meet here so that he could blend in with the crowd and not be easily seen by acquaintances. He arrived at the agreed place first, and went to the milk tea shop next door to buy 3 cups of milk tea while there was still some time. Do you have a date? At this time, a voice sounded from behind him. So you guys don't get a day off? Zhang Heng took the receipt inside. He knew who was standing behind him, just like last time in the corridor. This time the other party was waiting for him outside the school early and followed him. However, since the other party did not take the initiative to speak, Zhang Heng did not pay attention to him. It depends on who can hold his temper. A cup of original milk tea. Less sugar. No ice. Thank you. The college student took out his mobile phone, smiled and scanned the code, paused and said, There is no way. No matter what social system wants to maintain operation, someone has to be more diligent. That's the truth. What's more, we are in trouble now. What trouble? Tell me about it. Zhang Heng moved to the side to make room for a young couple. The college student also followed him to the other side, waiting for his milk tea to be ready. I thought we had reached a consensus in the corridor that night. Each of us should take care of our own business and not interfere with each other. The college student said. Peace. Isn't that what you humans have always preached? Then what? Give you enough time to prepare to deal with me? Zhang Heng asked back. That depends on your attitude. The college student's tone was ambiguous. Zhang Heng raised his chin to the college student. What about the original owner of your body? Wasn't his attitude good enough before? What happened to him? Did you kill him? Imprison him? Or find a way to control his brain? The college student showed his signature smile again. He has a good attitude. But unfortunately he is not honest. He should be thankful that he can still be a mental patient. After all, life is so stressful these days. Everyone is complaining about working too hard. It is the dream of many people to be a nerd who stays at home and plays games every day. But he didn't cherish it. He went to the riverbank alone at night and secretly took things that didn't belong to him. So he had to take those things back. John Hung looked at the college student. About 3 seconds later, the lady in the milk tea shop said, "Number 147. Who is number 147? 3 cups of milk tea are ready." John Hung handed over the ticket number, took the milk tea, and then looked back at the college student. "Let me guess. The reason you killed those 3 children was to find something? And you haven't found that thing yet." The college student's face changed slightly. "Don't be too surprised. If it's true as you said, you have already got that thing. You wouldn't be watching me so closely, causing you to come out to work overtime." John Hung said, "Next time you bluff, you'd better spend more time to make up a more credible excuse." The college student put away the smile on his face and said expressionlessly, "I can only say that what happened in the parking lot before was just a warning. If you don't stop, it won't be so easy next time. It's better to be like you said. Otherwise this game will be too boring," John Hung said, looking in the direction of the milk tea shop, and reminded, "Your milk tea is ready. In addition, I will give you a free advice. If you want to pretend to be a human, learn to be more like one. Milk tea without pearls has no soul." After that, John Hung walked towards the bus stop with the milk tea in his hand. Bai Qing and Chi Jia had already arrived there, and were looking for him in the crowd. John Hung waved to them. He walked over and handed over the milk tea he had just bought. The college student did not follow him, but stopped at the door of the milk tea shop, took his milk tea, inserted the straw into it, took 2 sips, then frowned and said to the lady in the milk tea shop, "Give me some pearls." "Ah, sorry, sir. It's already sealed and can't be added." "That's very thoughtful," Chi Jia said. "But I remember that you can't bring drinks to the concert. I drank it before. And there's still an hour and a half before we leave," John Hung said. "Then I won't be polite." Chi Jia picked a strawberry-flavored cup. John Hung handed the chocolate cup to Bai Qing. He had brought a cup of milk tea for the latter before, and knew the flavor Bai Qing liked. At the same time, he also received a WeChat message from Qingzhen. John Hung read the WeChat message and said, "My friend has arrived. Let's go over there too. We can have something to eat if we arrive early." Okay. Chi Jia and John Hung were not very familiar with each other before. But this girl was an outgoing person. She was not afraid to talk to strangers. She could talk freely to the crowd when hosting the recitation competition. On the contrary, Bai Qing was obviously sitting at the same table with John Hung, and they usually talked a lot. But for some reason, she seemed a little silent tonight. In order to save time, the 3 decided to walk a little further and take a taxi. When getting in the car, John Hung looked at the milk tea shop again and found that the college student was still standing there. He seemed to have spent money to buy another cup of milk tea with pearls. Chi Jia followed his gaze and said, "Why? Do you know anyone?" Bai Qing also became nervous when he heard this. "No. It's just that someone looks like my former neighbor." After John Hung finished speaking, he opened the car door, sat in the passenger seat, and said to the driver, "Go to the old gymnasium." "Master." "Okay." The taxi driver started the meter and skillfully changed gears to refuel. As the car accelerated, the college students and the milk tea shop were finally completely left out of sight in the rearview mirror. Tonight, the traffic outside the old gymnasium was particularly congested, with taxis and private cars everywhere, and buses honking impatiently behind them. John Hung and the other 2 had to get off the bus 200 meters in advance and walk over. The whole road was filled with fans, who were ready to watch the concert. There were also scalpers asking the 3 if they had tickets, and if they were willing to sell them. There were also some business-minded vendors squatting around the stadium selling some celebrity merchandise. Various cheering groups were gathering noisily. The square outside the stadium was almost flooded with people. Qingzhen arrived the earliest, so he naturally took on the role of the vanguard. After buying the glow sticks, he went to the Burger King next door to buy dinner. The line there had already stretched out the door. If he went to buy it now, he would have to wait at least 40 minutes to get the meal. Moreover, he could only eat whatever he wanted. depending on what was left in the store. Chapter 664 Small Matters. Qingjin came over sweating profusely, carrying 2 large bags of things. He complained before he even arrived. You are finally here. You are the wise ones. Those who came earlier are running around. I am just your laborer. Weren't you in the queue a long time ago? Zhang Heng took a bag from him. Don't say it. I met a grandson who cut in line. A girl behind him said a few words to him, but he was still mean to her. I and another aunt couldn't stand it. So we stood up and confronted that guy. But he still wanted to fight with me. Who won? Qijia asked curiously. Need I tell you? Qingjin said proudly. Although he was a high school student, he had grown to almost 1.8 meters tall because he had been playing basketball. He also had muscles. He had fought with the kids in the yard when he was a child. So he was never afraid of such things. When he saw the 2 girls, his eyes lit up, and he nudged Zhang Heng with his elbow. Won't you introduce them to us? After that, he lowered his voice and said, Which one is your girlfriend? Don't listen to his nonsense. Zhang Heng said to Bai Qing and Qijia. Qingjin is my childhood friend. He goes to number 3 middle school and is in the same class as us. Although he likes to brag, he is still a nice person. Then he said to Qingjin, This is Bai Qing and Qijia, my classmates. What do you mean by bragging? Qingjin said dissatisfiedly. I have always been a reliable person. Okay. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and grinned. Hello. I am the captain of the basketball team of number 3 middle school. Great. I remember that the level of the number 3 middle school basketball team is quite good. I think you won the runner-up in the city high school competition last year. Qijia and Bai Qing shook hands with Qingjin generously. The former was as outgoing as ever and started chatting directly. Qingjin scratched his head. What a pity. We could have won the championship. We were clearly leading in the first half. But then our main center sprained his ankle and couldn't get up. The rebound was blown up by the opponent. We retreated to the basket, and the outside shooter was in the right position. It was so unlucky. It's okay. Come again next time. Qijia encouraged. There was no need to consider the limited seats in Burger King. After the 4 of them introduced themselves to each other, they found a flower bed with fewer people near the open-air parking lot. Qingjin and Zhang Heng spread the promotional leaflets on the edge for the 2 girls to sit down. After they handed their school bags to the 2 girls, they stood there and divided the burgers in the bag. Qingjin was already hungry. He swallowed the burger in no time as soon as he got it. Then, he took the Coke handed over by Qijia and said thank you. Seeing this, Bai Qing on the other side hesitated and took out a glass of orange juice from the bag, and asked Zhang Heng, Do you want to drink it? Yes. Zhang Heng took the orange juice, and their fingers accidentally touched. Bai Qing wanted to withdraw her hand reflexively, but then stopped. Before she could say anything, she saw Qingjin's face suddenly changed. Zhang Heng followed the direction the latter was looking, and saw several boys walking towards them. Qingjin said, Is this still a Qidian Xiuxian novel, where the younger one is beaten, and the older one is brought out? The people who cut in line? Zhang Heng asked. Well, it's okay. I can deal with it. You wait here for me. Qingjin took another sip of Coke and handed the cup back to Qijia. Qijia worriedly said, Hey, don't be so stubborn. There are so many of them. Zhang Heng also said, Don't mess around. It's not a big deal. Just let them come over and talk it out. I negotiate with them. Qingjin shook his head. If these people were willing to talk, they wouldn't have cut in line at Burger King. But even though he said that, he didn't go up alone. After all, he knew that if he went up, he would most likely get beaten. Although he was tough, it was embarrassing to be beaten in front of 2 girls. However, he was a little worried whether it would implicate Zhang Heng and the other 2. Anyway, he had made up his mind that even if he was beaten, he would not involve the 2 girls. It's him. The one who beat me in Burger King just now. A boy in a blue t-shirt pointed at Qingjin and said, Judging from their appearance, they should not be too old. They were probably students from a nearby university. Both boys and girls. The other 4 boys immediately looked at Qingjin with unfriendly expressions. It's obviously you who was wrong first and started the fight first. Qingjin snorted and said unwillingly. He had fought a lot when he was a kid, so he didn't show much fear when facing the disadvantage in numbers. But in fact, he was also very troubled by the current situation. Before, He could not win alone and ran away, which was very cool. But now there are 3 burdens around him, which is a situation where the monk can run away, but the temple cannot. Don't say that the brothers bullied you, said another boy. Stand still. You punched my buddy a few times in Burger King before. Now let him punch you back, Chi-Jia said dissatisfiedly. Why? The person who cut in line didn't apologize, but instead came to trouble the person who stopped him. You are his companions. You have nothing to do here. Don't say anything if you don't want to be beaten like him, another boy warned. Zhang Heng also said at this time. Today we can say that we don't know each other without fighting. So let's forget about shaking hands. Hey, do you not understand what I say or what? You don't have room for bargaining here, the boy threatened, and at the same time stretched out his hand to push Zhang Heng, who was closest to him. But the next moment, his action was interrupted by a series of engine roars. And then, he saw 6 sports cars driving from the intersection. At this time, the security guard in charge of the open-air parking spaces in the square immediately moved the occupied parking signs away. This move made the other car owners, who had been circling around for several times, and were still struggling to find a parking space, quite dissatisfied. But seeing the other party's luxury cars, they knew that this group of people must be rich or noble. So no one said anything. When the 6 sports cars parked, a young man got out of the leading Bentley. When he saw Zhang Heng, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he called out, Master, you are here too. After saying that, he walked straight over here. This sudden accident made the group of people who came to teach Qingjin a lesson look at each other in bewilderment. While they were still stunned, the young man had left his female companion and walked behind them. Seeing that no one gave way, the young man frowned. Your friend? No, Zhang Heng said. That's good. The young man breathed a sigh of relief, then sank his face and said one word directly to the girl closest to him. Get lost. The latter's face changed drastically upon hearing this, and he almost cried. He looked at the boys around him with grievance. However, the group that was ready to stand up for their companions hesitated at this moment. They also looked at the person and came over aggressively when they saw Zhang Heng and other high school students. But it was obvious that this group of young people were not easy to mess with. At this time, the owners of other sports cars had also gotten out of their cars one after another. They were no longer in the lead in terms of numbers. And even if they could win this fight, there would be endless troubles. So they exchanged glances, said nothing, and hurried away with their tails between their legs. Thank you. After the group left, Zhang Heng said to the young man. He had dealt with this group of rich second generations before, and knew that although they were not good people, they rarely took the initiative to cause trouble. The reason why the young man was so arrogant this time was obviously because he saw the conflict between him and the previous group and helped him to get out of this trouble. It's a small matter, the young man said. He glanced at the 2 girls, Bai Qing and Chi-Jia, and smiled. It seems that you have company tonight, so we won't bother you. When you are free, come to the club and sit down and teach us a few more tricks. Chapter 665 All Bubbles. Who are those people? Qingjin asked, looking at the backs of the group of people from the modified car club as they left. We met by chance before, Zhang Heng said. They seemed to admire you very much and asked you to teach them a few tricks. What did you teach them? Qingjin asked curiously. Probably how to drift with a Santana, Zhang Heng said seriously. Ha ha. Chi-Jia laughed out loud when she heard this, holding her stomach, and said, I saw that you didn't like group activities very much and didn't join any small groups. I thought you were a very old-fashioned and boring person. I didn't expect that you can tell jokes so well. No wonder you can make our Bai Qing fans obsessed. Bai Qing blushed and pushed Chi-Jia. Don't talk nonsense. This little incident before the concert not only did not ruin everyone's excitement, but also brought the 4 people closer together. Even Bai Qing, who was a little reserved before, has now returned to normal and talked about the latest movies and games. It was only at this time that Zhang Heng realized that Bai Qing was actually a Nintendo fan. She had completed all the classic Nintendo games such as Super Mario, Contra, Pokemon, and Zelda. No wonder this girl finishes her homework so quickly every day. After the 4 of them finished their food, the stadium began to check tickets and seat. The crowd in the square each looked for their own entrance area. Qingjin handed out cheering light sticks to everyone, and then everyone followed the crowd into the venue. The VIP area was on the bottom floor, which was actually a football field divided into sections, with benches arranged in rows. Qingjin's cousin was also a conscientious scalper. The ticket he got was in the center of the VIP area, facing the big stage. At this distance, you can see the performance on the stage more clearly, without the help of the big screen on the other side. Qi Jia now complained to Zhang Heng that he didn't tell her earlier. Otherwise she would have brought the power bank with her. Now her phone has less than 3 bars of power left, so she could only save some time to take pictures later. After a period of chaotic entrance time, the fans finally found their seats, and the lights finally dimmed, which also indicated that the concert officially kicked off. Just when everyone was craning their necks to find the location of GM, Bai Qing suddenly turned his head, and his eyes stayed on Zhang Heng's profile in the dark for a moment. The latter seemed to notice something, turned around and smiled at her. At this time, the background music sounded, and GM stood on the lifting platform and rose from the bottom of the stage. A beam of light hit her, making her the focus of the whole audience. Qingjin and Qi Jia excitedly waved their light sticks with other fans, and the whole stadium became a sea of light sticks. Jim is worthy of the name of a little iron lung. The first sentence mobilized the atmosphere of the scene. Zhang Heng had attended several concerts before. He had to admit that although GM had some scandals, her singing skills were indeed top-notch. Her stage presence was steady, and she rarely had accidents during concerts. As soon as she opened her mouth, she dropped a small atomic bomb in the center of the stage. The audiovisual experience was quite good. For the next 2.5 hours, the 4 of them were immersed in the concert, and even Zhang Heng temporarily forgot the main plot of this dungeon. Putting aside the alien races, this dungeon was like returning to high school life. Without the pressure of further studies and heavy homework, Zhang Heng discovered many details that he had overlooked at that time. The affection in youth is always ignorant, not like the repeated calculation and return in adulthood. It is probably because I like you, so I look at you with a gentle smile. We don't even have to be together. As long as I look at you from a distance, I will be full of joy. I have thought about the future, but for people at that time, the future is too far away. Except for a few extremely precocious people, most people don't have any clear concept and plan for the future. The time at that time is as long as this never-ending summer. The boys and girls who were eager to grow up didn't realize until the moment they completed their transformation that growth was not as beautiful as they imagined, and the world was not the same as they dreamed. The best years had actually been left behind by them without them realizing it. The concert reached its climax with the song Bubble, which was released by GM in 2012. But it became a big hit after she participated in I Am a Singer in 2014. Now it is basically a household song. At the concert, Jim changed into a long dress, holding a microphone in one hand and a purple transparent silk cloth in the other. The silk cloth was blown up by the blower and flew behind her, making her look like she was about to fly away from the stage. So beautiful, Qi Jia said enviously. I want to be a singer when I grow up. Then I will be your agent and bodyguard. Qingjin waved a light stick and sang along, his voice a little hoarse. No. If you are a bodyguard, you will definitely beat up the fans. Qi Jia rolled her eyes. Then I'd be on the hot search the next day. Am I so violent in your eyes? Qingjin scratched his head. You should play basketball in the future. Isn't basketball your favorite? That's true. The 2.5-hour concert seemed to end in the blink of an eye. Jim returned to the stage to sing 2 more songs amid the fans' calls. And finally the curtain fell completely. Walking out of the gymnasium, it was almost 10:30 in the evening, and there were still people humming the previous melody. Outside the bus station were people rushing home, and there were also people reaching out to take a taxi on the side of the road. Their hungry eyes were like lions hunting porcupines on the African savannah, knowing that there will be a concert at the stadium tonight. Taxi drivers have been waiting here early, but there are still too many people to take the bus, and the rest of the people can only continue to wait, considering that it is already late. Zhang Heng suggested walking a distance and then taking a taxi to send the girl back first. Qingjin had no objection. It happened that Qi Jia and Bai Qing lived relatively close, so it was on the way. Zhang Heng and Qingjin simply lived in the same community, so they could just go back together after sending the girl. The taxi arrived at Qi Jia's community first. After getting off the car, Qi Jia winked at Qingjin in the co-pilot seat, and the latter immediately understood and said, I take you downstairs. Then he said to Zhang Heng, just come back here to find me later. Zhang Heng nodded, and Qi Jia had already pulled Qingjin out of the car, so only Bai Qing and Zhang Heng were left in the back seat. But neither of them spoke again until Zhang Heng sent Bai Qing downstairs. Bai Qing did not go upstairs directly, but stood there, looking at Zhang Heng and said, "Well, thank you for today. The concert must have cost a lot of money." "Oh, not really. I made about 200,000 yuan from the lottery in the supermarket before." Bai Qing opened his eyes wide. "Which supermarket? Please tell me." "It's too late. I've already taken the grand prize," Zhang Heng said. "I just realized that you're quite good at making up stories." Bai Qing smiled. But at this moment, there was a burst of hurried footsteps from the other side of the corridor. And then something rushed to the iron door of the apartment building, making it bang loudly. And at the same time, he was still shouting, "Help! Someone's killing someone." Chapter 666. Who are you? Bai Qing's face changed when he heard this voice. Then Zhang Heng saw the iron gate was opened, and a middle-aged woman stumbled out of the corridor. She looked very embarrassed, with disheveled hair, pajamas and slippers on her feet. Because she was too flustered, she didn't pay attention to the steps under her feet when she ran away, and fell directly to the ground. "Mom, what's wrong?" Seeing this, Bai Qing didn't care about Zhang Heng's situation anymore, and hurried over to help the middle-aged woman up. The middle-aged woman shuddered involuntarily when she was supported, and when she saw who was coming, she was like grabbing a life-saving straw and shouted, "Ching Ching! Ching Ching! Your father wants to harm me! What are you talking about?" "Mom? Don't be anxious. Talk slowly." Bai Qing patted the middle-aged woman's back, trying to calm her down. However, her actions did not have any effect, because the next moment when the footsteps in the corridor sounded again, the middle-aged woman's face became terrified again. That kind of fear was somewhat familiar to Zhang Heng, because he had seen a similar expression on the face of a real college student. "Dad?" Bai Qing called out hesitantly. The next moment, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie came out. He seemed a little surprised to see Bai Qing, and even more surprised to see Zhang Heng on the other side. "Dad, what's going on?" Bai Qing asked. "This is a matter between adults, and children should not interfere," the middle-aged man said. "But my mother said you want to hurt her. Your mother has some mental problems, and I am planning to take her to the hospital for a checkup," the middle-aged man said calmly. "No, I'm not sick. You're the one who's sick. I felt that you're a little abnormal for a while, like you become a different person," the middle-aged woman cried and shouted. The middle-aged man was silent after hearing this. "And I'm telling you, just now, when I was in the bathroom, your father suddenly rushed in, grabbed my hair, and dragged me out. His eyes looked like he wanted to kill someone." The middle-aged woman hugged Bai Qing tightly. Don't let him get close to you again." Bai Qing looked at the middle-aged man with some hesitation. The latter said, "This is all your mother's hallucination. I told her that she has some mental problems, and I am going to take her for a checkup." Bai Qing volunteered. "Then I will go with you." "No, you stay at home. Children should not interfere in adult affairs," the middle-aged man said in an unquestionable tone. It can be seen that he should be a person who is used to giving orders. When talking to his family, he also uses a tone that is more inclined to command, perhaps disturbed by the noise outside. The two families on the first floor opened their doors one after another. One of the men came out with a kitchen knife in his hand and said, "What's wrong? I heard someone shouting for help." Bai Qing's father snorted coldly and looked at his wife on the ground. "Are you satisfied now? You've embarrassed yourself outside. Why don't you get up from the ground quickly?" The middle-aged woman didn't get up after hearing this, but shrank back behind Bai Qing. "Are they arguing?" The man holding the kitchen knife breathed a sigh of relief, then said dissatisfiedly, "Don't disturb others when you quarrel. What time is it now?" "It's not a quarrel. My husband wants to harm me," the middle-aged woman still insisted. Perhaps seeing more people around, she felt a little relieved and stopped shaking. "Hey, you guys are making a fuss about this." The man holding the kitchen knife raised his eyebrows. "I can't help your family affairs." "Well, you should solve it by yourselves. And stop shouting." He turned around and went back to the house. On the other side, the neighbor who came out with him to check the situation closed the door and went home early after finding out that it was a false alarm. So the middle-aged woman looked around and finally looked at Zhang Heng for help. "Young man, you can't leave. Otherwise it will be just us mother and daughter." "I won't leave." "Auntie," Zhang Heng said politely. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man frowned. "He is my classmate. Dad. Bai Qing replied. That's ridiculous. How many times have I told you not to go out with boys in the middle of the night? Didn't you say you were going to watch a movie with the girls in your class? We came back from the cinema. I was afraid that it would be unsafe for Bai Qing to come back alone. So I sent her back after the movie. John Hung said calmly. Sweet talk. Do you really think I don't know the relationship between you two? The middle-aged man warned. You've already sent the person here. You have nothing to do here. John Hung did not leave after hearing this, but stood there. You want to send Auntie to the hospital, but she seems to be a little bit upset. I'm free anyway. Why don't I accompany her? You really don't consider yourself an outsider, the middle-aged man said coldly. I'm busy taking my wife to the hospital now, and I don't have the mood to talk nonsense with you. You'd better not appear in front of me again in the future. Otherwise, I will go to school to find your class teacher and ask him to call your parents out for a chat. I have to admit that this trick is still quite lethal to ordinary high school students. After all, calling parents is the ultimate killer against middle school students. But this trick had no effect on John Hung, who calmly said, My parents are abroad, and I haven't seen them for a long time. It may not be easy for you or the class teacher to call them out. Heh. The middle-aged man seemed to be angry and laughed. You must have other elders. I have a grandfather, but he rarely interferes with my affairs. John Hung said truthfully. The middle-aged man seemed too lazy to pay attention to John Hung, and said directly to his daughter on the ground. You go home first. Dad, John Hung is a very good person. He is just worried about me and my mother. Bai Qing summoned up his courage and said, Can you tell me what the conflict is between you and my mother? Although my mother is sometimes a little vain, her spirit has always been good. Why did she suddenly have mental problems? And Bai Qing hesitated and continued. Your recent behavior is indeed a bit strange. I said. Children should not interfere in adult affairs. The middle-aged man frowned and said, Just take care of your own affairs. Study hard, and get into a good university. That will be the greatest help to this family. In addition, you are not allowed to go out with boys in the future. Bai Qing's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. You have been like this since I was little, hiding everything from me, treating me like a child who knows nothing, as if I will never grow up. If being together brings pain to each other, why do you still have to live under the same roof and torture each other? If it's because of me, you didn't give me a harmonious family environment. Chapter 667 Adjustment. Bai Qing's words made her parents fall into silence again. So much so that the two of them didn't even notice that John Hung walked away for a while. After he hung up the phone and walked back, Bai Qing's mother finally stood up from the ground. But she didn't want to get close to her husband no matter what. The middle-aged man stood there with a cold face, making Bai Qing, who was caught in the middle, look a little helpless. The middle-aged man snorted. Watch your mother. I go drive. No. I don't want to go to the hospital. Bai Qing's mother immediately said hysterically. Her appearance made Bai Qing believe that she was really stimulated. Then why don't we go home first? Bai Qing hesitated. No. I don't want to go home. I don't want to stay with your father anymore. Bai Qing's mother insisted. He is no longer the same person as before. I can feel it. You are confused now and need treatment. The middle-aged man said expressionlessly. After the treatment, I will take you back. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Bai Qing's mother's hand. But the next moment, a hand pressed his arm. Why don't you both calm down first? John Hung said. As you said, Auntie's mental state is a little unstable now. It's not good to force her. Why don't you let her stay in a hotel for a few days outside? And then you can slowly negotiate later. You haven't left yet? The middle-aged man saw John Hung and showed anger on his face. He tried to push John Hung's arm away with his other hand, but failed. The opponent's strength was much stronger than he thought. So he pushed John Hung's chest instead. But this hand was also easily received by John Hung. You don't do it. The most anxious person at this time was Bai Qing. She was so anxious that she almost cried. The situation with her parents was already chaotic enough. She still couldn't figure out the reason why they quarreled suddenly. On the other hand, John Hung had a conflict with her father. But the next moment, a faint siren sounded in the distance. The middle-aged man's face changed drastically, and he looked at John Hung fiercely. Did you call the police? Not me. John Hung shook his head. I just told my friend who came with me to go back first. Unlike the panic of the middle-aged man, Bai Qing's mother on the other side showed joy when she heard the sirens. Police? Are the police finally here? A police car drove into the community soon, and 2 policemen got out of it. One of the fatter ones asked, "Who called the police just now?" I. Bai Qing's mother immediately ran up. "What's going on? You didn't explain clearly on the phone. You just reported an address." The fat policeman wiped the sweat from his forehead. "It's my husband. He wants to harm me." "Police comrade, you came at the right time." Bai Qing's mother held the fat policeman's hand and said solemnly. The fat policeman was stunned when he heard it, and said doubtfully, "You said your husband wants to harm you?" "Sorry. My wife is a little mentally unstable." The middle-aged man spoke at this time, and at the same time reached out from his pocket to take out a pack of cigarettes. "You made a wasted trip." The fat policeman waved his hands repeatedly. No, I don't smoke. We have a law enforcement recorder here." After that, he looked at Bai Qing's mother again. "Sister, what's going on? Tell me. My husband has been a little abnormal recently. As if he has completely become a stranger." Bai Qing's mother said, "Not only does he look at me like a different person, he also speaks like a different person. And the time he comes home every day is different from before. And he suddenly changed the clock on the bedroom wall." Is there any problem with changing the clock or something?" the fat policeman asked. "I thought it was fine at first, but when I took it off to clean today, I found something wrong." "What's wrong?" When she said this, Bai Qing's mother seemed to recall the horrible scene she saw when she checked the clock. Her face became nervous again, and she said nervously, "There is a camera hidden in that watch." "Camera? You mean?" "Yes. It's the pinhole camera that always appears in small hotels or B&Bs in news reports." The fat policeman and his colleagues looked at each other. "You mean your husband installed a pinhole camera in his bedroom?" "Yes. And then I found one in the living room, study, and toilet." Bai Qing's mother covered her mouth. "I realized that no matter what I do every day, I am seen clearly by others." "Why? Your husband wants to spy on you?" the fat policeman asked. "I don't know. Like I said, we have been married for 20 years. He was not like this before. I came home late today. I wanted to ask him about the camera, but he frowned as soon as he closed the door, stared at me fiercely, and then stretched out his hand to push me to the ground, pinched my neck, and dragged me out by my hair." Bai Qing's mother choked up. The fat police officer looked at the middle-aged man with a different look. "Why are you like this? No matter what happens, you can talk it out. How can you just hit him?" The middle-aged man didn't say anything after hearing this. He just stood there, staring coldly at his wife. There was no emotion in his eyes, and it looked a little scary in the dark. The fat policeman said again, "So there's nothing serious on your side? It's just a family dispute. How can it be nothing serious?" He kept pinching my neck and almost suffocated me. Bai Qing's mother showed the police the pinch marks on her neck while saying, "I used up all my strength to kick him away and escape to save my life. Comrade police, you can't let him get close to me again." "But he is your husband," the fat police said in embarrassment. "You said you have been in love for 20 years. Sister, you have been through ups and downs, and your son and daughter are so old now. It's not worth it to separate for such a small thing. I don't have such a good son." The middle-aged man glanced at Zhang Heng and snorted. "Who are you?" the fat policeman said confusedly. "I'm a classmate of their daughter," Zhang Heng said. "Do you live here too?" "No. I live in Ebei District." "Wait a minute. Why are you here from Ebei District?" "He came to take me home," Bai Qing on the other side said with a red face. "Wow. You two couples are still together," the fat policeman sighed. And then he looked at Bai Qing's mother. "Sister, I think you should communicate well. If it doesn't work, you can ask the neighborhood committee to mediate. If there is nothing else, we will leave first. There are a lot of things today. Just now, there was a drunk guy near you who hit someone's head and bled." Chapter 668. Can you see outside? "No. You can't leave." "What should I do if you leave?" Bai Qing's mother held the fat policeman's hand tightly. The latter felt a headache when seeing this. The most troublesome thing for them when they go out to police is to encounter family disputes. In such cases, they can only talk. Unless there are serious injuries and one party is very persistent, no one will be detained. He could only comfort her. "It's okay. Sister, you have called the police. If anything happens again, We will definitely catch the person. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything. Once he did. Bai Qing's mother was even more upset. I'm dead? So it's useless for you to catch me. The fat policeman hurriedly explained. No. No. I mean that your husband will definitely not harm you again after this incident. Otherwise he would be the first suspect. Right? He then said to the middle-aged man. Old man, let's take the initiative. Admit our mistakes to the elder sister. And sign a letter of guarantee to reassure the elder sister. The middle-aged man frowned when he heard this, but finally said, as the policeman asked, I was wrong this time. I shouldn't have done it. And I won't hit anyone again in the future. Hey, that's right. It doesn't matter if you make mistakes. Knowing your mistakes and being able to correct them is the most important thing. After saying that, the fat policeman looked at Bai Qing's mother on the other side. Sister, do you think it's okay? The latter hesitated and looked at her husband, with a lot of fear in her eyes. I don't know. The fat policeman almost cried when he heard it. How could you not know? Don't you know that I have been mediating for so long in vain? However, he has been a policeman for a long time and has encountered many strange things. He is also very patient. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth and comforted. It's okay. Our police station is close. It only takes 3 to 5 minutes to respond. If he wants to harm you again, call us. Either I or my colleagues will come right away. Big Brother has admitted his mistake. Give him another chance. At this point, Bai Qing's mother finally gave in. Then I give him another chance? The fat policeman finally waited for this sentence. And he almost slapped his thigh in excitement. When a couple has something to discuss, don't get carried away. Think twice about everything. And don't be impulsive. Everything will be fine. The fat policeman gave a few more words of advice. The intercom was already asking him how things were going here, and when he could go to deal with the drunken trouble. He wiped the sweat off his face, and rushed to another barbecue stall with his colleagues. After the police car left, the middle-aged man looked at his wife, and said coldly, Are you satisfied now? The latter was a little scared by being looked at, and hid behind her daughter. Let's go home. The middle-aged man turned around, swiped his card, and opened the unit door. From beginning to end, he did not look at Zhang Heng, as if the latter did not exist at all. Bai Qing made an apologetic expression to Zhang Heng, and whispered thank you. But she could not say anything else at this time, so she could only help her mother walk into the corridor. Zhang Heng watched the figures of Bai Qing's family of 3 being isolated on the other side by the iron gate. He stayed downstairs for about a few seconds, looked around, and then left Bai Qing's community and took a taxi back to his residence. Zhang Heng had just paid with WeChat when he received a message from Bai Qing. Have you arrived home? Zhang Heng replied with a Sorry for letting you see what happened just now. After a while, Bai Qing's second message came. It's okay. Every family in this world has its own troubles. But they shouldn't have the trouble of my father wanting to kill my mother like me. Bai Qing added a wry smile after this sentence. How are they now? Zhang Heng got out of the taxi and asked. It's peaceful for now. But my mother insisted on sleeping on the sofa tonight. Alone. She seems to be a little afraid of my father. Really? Then you locked the door. Why? Do you think they will fight again tonight? In that case, I can't lock the door even more. Bai Qing paused and added. Although I am a little tired of their quarrels over the years. It is the first time that they quarrel as big as tonight. To be honest, I didn't expect my father to secretly install so many cameras at home. This shocked me and made me feel a little uncomfortable. He really made me more and more unfamiliar. Especially when he looked at my mother tonight. His eyes were cold at all. By the way, thank you for stopping him at that time. In fact, I didn't help much. Didn't your mother call the police? Zhang Heng said. Ah, don't say it. I still feel ashamed when I think of that scene. We are all adults. But we are still waiting for mediation like children who have just had a fight in kindergarten. By the way, I am standing by the window now. Can you see outside? Yeah. The moon is very bright tonight. And you can still see the shadow above. Unfortunately, it is said that even the United States no longer sends people up there. I don't know what it feels like to stand on it. Standing on it feels quite desolate. It is a gray world with undulating craters and bottomless gullies everywhere. There is no life, no sound, and only weathered rocks as far as the eye can see. It is an extremely silent world. Zhang Heng said. Well, I just closed my eyes and imagined it. I seem to be able to imagine the scene you described. It's amazing. It's like being there. Maybe you can consider becoming a novelist in the future. A storyteller? It seems good. Zhang Heng opened the door with a key while chatting with Bai Qing. It was past 12 o'clock now. Grandpa had already returned to the bedroom, but he left a light on for him in the living room. Zhang Heng changed his shoes, brushed his teeth and washed his face quickly, and walked back to his bedroom in slippers. However, he did not go to bed afterwards, but took out another pair of sneakers and sportswear he bought from under the bed. He dumped out the textbooks and exercise books in his school bag, and then replaced them with things he thought would be useful, especially a pile of assembled Lego blocks. After that, Zhang Heng waited for a while to confirm that his grandfather had fallen asleep again if he had been awakened before. Then he tiptoed to the living room and opened the door. Although Zhang Heng did not know what happened to Bai Qing's parents, he was sure that the previous incident was definitely not the end, but just the beginning, and the subsequent events might happen tonight, which was why he asked Bai Qing to lock the door. However, Bai Qing was obviously more worried about her parents than himself, so it was difficult for Zhang Heng to leave her alone. And personally, he was also curious about how the plot would develop later. Chapter 669 Dream. Zhang Heng drove his grandfather Volkswagen back to the neighborhood where Bai Qing lived. He found a place on the street where he could see Bai Qing's apartment building, but the camera couldn't see it. Parked the car, turned off the engine, took out the key, and then it was time to wait. This was also the most boring and tiring part. Even if nothing happened for the time being, he couldn't just close his eyes and rest or leave the surveillance location. Fortunately, Zhang Heng was prepared for this. He leaned over to the back seat and took his notebook, which had several animations and short movies he had downloaded before. Zhang Heng clicked on an old show called Penguin Spitting Can and continued watching the 6th episode he had watched last time. During this time, he would look at the direction of Bai Qing's house every once in a while. From the previous chat, Zhang Heng knew that Bai Qing lived on the 6th floor. The window on the north side should be Bai Qing's bedroom, and the west side was the living room, which was now pitch black. Bai Qing usually went to bed at 11 o'clock, but because a lot of things happened tonight, she waited until Zhang Heng came home. The two chatted on WeChat for about half an hour before saying good night to each other. Zhang Heng seemed to see Bai Qing curled up in bed, tapping on her phone in the dark bedroom, the blue light from the screen shining on her face. Zhang Heng watched Penguin Spitting Tank until the 13th episode, and then the battery couldn't hold up. So Zhang Heng threw the notebook back on the back seat, stretched his back, and stretched his muscles. So far, nothing has happened at Bai Qing's house. Zhang Heng glanced at his watch. It was 2:55 in the morning. There was no one on the street. The whole city was as quiet as the game Silent Hill. Afterwards, Zhang Heng put 2 drops of eye drops into his slightly sore eyes. At 3:20, he saw a stray dog clinging to a trash can on his right side. At 3:45, Zhang Heng moved his body, slightly reclined the seat, and then leaned on it. He originally just wanted to take a nap, but he didn't expect to feel sleepy after closing his eyes. Zhang Heng opened his eyes in a daze and found that he was no longer in the car, but standing in a small town. Was it a dream? Zhang Heng thought of the dream he had not long ago, where he was surrounded by those things on the riverbank. However, this dream was obviously different, more old-fashioned, and vaguely made him feel familiar. However, Zhang Heng did not remember that he had ever been to this town, whether in reality or in the copy. There was no doubt that this was a port town. The strong fishy smell in the air was almost nauseating. There was a narrow strip of sand under the wave-breaking dam, with many simple shacks on it, and next to the shacks were fishing sheds. Zhang Heng noticed the white bell tower not far away, which was made of bricks and stones, with a river flowing below, and the black line on the other side of the breakwater that was faintly visible between the waves, which looked very evil. In fact, the whole town was filled with an uncomfortable atmosphere. Although the buildings in the center of the town were densely packed, each one was more dilapidated than the other. The roofs of many houses had even collapsed, and the walls looked rotten. There were also abandoned railroad tracks in the streets, and both sides were overgrown with weeds. Judging from the architectural style, it seems to be a Western style from the 19th and early 20th centuries, but the overall tone is much darker and more dilapidated. Or to be more precise, this town seems to be cursed. and even the sky is full of haze. But I don't know if it's because too much emotion has passed. Zhang Heng didn't feel too uncomfortable after noticing the surrounding scene, but instead felt like a guest at a friend's house. This made him feel a little strange. Zhang Heng walked down the cobblestone path and came to a square. Although there were incandescent lamps nearby, the power was too low and the illumination was very low. Not only did it not provide much brightness, but standing under it actually felt very depressed. Along the way, Zhang Heng saw a few dirty fishermen on the breakwater, but he didn't see anyone else until he arrived at the square. Zhang Heng saw an old man walking towards a building that looked like a factory. Zhang Heng greeted him in English, but the other party didn't respond. He didn't turn around until Zhang Heng put his hand on his shoulder. It was a deformed and ugly face, with a narrow and flat head, a sunken nose, bulging eyes, shining, wrinkles on both sides of the neck, no hair on the bald head, and scabs all over the skin. The old man spoke in a hoarse, sharp voice. "Are you finally here?" Zhang Heng was about to ask him what this meant, but the next moment, he suddenly woke up from this strange dream, which came and went quickly, like an elk hidden deep in the forest. It was only seen from a distance, and immediately went back into the forest with alert. Then Zhang Heng heard a scream, and he looked up and found that the lights in Bai Qing's living room were on again, and the scream came from Bai Qing without any surprise. Zhang Heng glanced at the time on his hand, and found that it was already 4:47. He couldn't help but curse in his heart, with his current control over his body and mind. Even if he worked all night and felt tired, he couldn't fall asleep as soon as he laid down without any intention to sleep. Therefore, the dream just now was definitely not normal. However, Zhang Heng didn't know whether this dream was related to his own life experience or to the alien race in this copy. He didn't have time to check his body and rushed out of the car, closed the door, crossed the green belt at the speed of a 100-meter sprint, then climbed over the iron railing and jumped into the community. This inexplicable sleep disrupted Zhang Heng's previous plan to a certain extent. However, since Bai Qing screamed, it at least showed that she should be safe. Because of this scream, many families upstairs and downstairs turned on the lights, especially the two families living on the first floor, who ran out angrily again. Zhang Heng took this opportunity to enter the apartment building. He ran up the stairs to the 6th floor, originally planned to climb through the window. But unexpectedly, the door of Bai Qing's house was open. After seeing the scene in the house, Zhang Heng could understand why Bai Qing screamed. The living room in the past might be more appropriately called a slaughterhouse now. There was blood everywhere on the walls and the floor. And Bai Qing's mother, whom Zhang Heng had seen downstairs before, was lying in a pool of blood. Her lower abdomen was full of stab wounds, and it looked like she had been stabbed at least a dozen times. The entire abdominal cavity was almost cut open. With such serious injuries, she had already stopped breathing, and the horror in her eyes was forever frozen at that moment. In the middle of the living room, her husband, who had lived with her for 20 years, was standing in front of her body, covered in blood, and holding a fruit knife in his right hand. Chapter 670 Small Test. Unlike other neighbors who were stunned by the scene, Zhang Heng rushed into the house at the first moment and stood in front of Bai Qing. However, the middle-aged man in the middle of the living room did not seem to have any other radical actions. After killing his wife, he seemed to have used up all his strength and just stood there without saying a word, neither resisting nor running away. Someone quickly took out his mobile phone and called the police. Soon a team of police came, but there was no fat policeman among them. After understanding the situation, they took Bai Qing's father to the police car, and then quickly blocked the scene, conducting a simple investigation while waiting for the forensic doctor. On the other hand, Zhang Heng accompanied Bai Qing to the police station to take a statement. The latter was not only a relative of the victim and the suspect, but also a key eyewitness of the murder. However, Bai Qing's spirit was obviously quite stimulated. After all, no matter who it was, after witnessing his father killing his mother, he would be extremely shocked. Zhang Heng could feel that Bai Qing's body was shaking all the time. She seemed to have completely collapsed. She couldn't even catch the paper cup handed by the police on the opposite side. She let the paper cup fall to the ground, and the tea inside spilled all over the floor. In this case, it was difficult to record a confession, so the police could only let Bai Qing rest aside for a while, and a female police officer comforted her. However, the effect was not good. It was not until Zhang Heng lowered his head and whispered something in Bai Qing's ear that the latter's emotions finally recovered a little. Although he was still trembling, he was finally able to speak. At this time, Bai Qing's grandfather and grandmother also received a notice from the police and rushed to the police station. Because Bai Qing was under 18 years old, a guardian was required to be present when recording a statement. As for Zhang Heng, he was asked to go to the other side. He did not stay in the police station. He got up and left quietly when everyone was busy and no one noticed him. An hour later, Bai Qing firmly rejected her grandfather's proposal to take her home first. The grandfather had no choice but to help her get a room in a fast hotel near the police station. They were also in a state of panic now. Their daughter-in-law was killed, and all the evidence pointed to their son. So their son was arrested. Their request for a visit was rejected, and they had to prepare to deal with the anger from their in-laws. After sending Bai Qing to a fast hotel to confirm that she had no suicidal tendencies, they could only respect her choice and let her be alone for a while. Bai Qing sat alone in the dark room without turning on the lights. Because the incident happened too suddenly and horrifyingly. She didn't realize what happened that night until now. She'd lost her father and mother at the same time. Her two closest relatives. Although Bai Qing was tired of the two people's quarrels day and night, it is undeniable that the blood of those two people flows in her bones. From now on, she will no longer see the woman who bought WeChat masks everywhere and put them on her face, but would make sweet and sour pork ribs for her and watch her eat them with a smile on her face. Nor will she see the father, who often looked serious and seemed to only care about his own business. But no matter what she liked, she would always see it on her table early the next morning. One of them has left this world, and the best outcome for the other may be to spend the rest of his life in prison. Bai Qing covered her face with her hands, unable to control her tears. From this moment on, her life took a 180-degree turn, and her future became hopeless. Just as Bai Qing was crying alone in the dark, someone knocked on her door. Zhang Heng's voice came from outside. "It's me." This voice was like a faint light coming from the cracks in the stone, allowing Bai Qing, who was in the dark, to see hope again, even though that hope seemed extremely slim. But for people who fall into the water, even a straw will be firmly grasped in their hands. Bai Qing did not bother to wipe the tears from his face. He stood up from the chair and opened the door impatiently. "I haven't sent you a WeChat message yet. How do you know that I live in that room? If I can't even do this little thing, I won't interfere with your current affairs," Zhang Heng said calmly. He took a tissue and handed it to Bai Qing. "Wipe your tears. We will be busy later. You told me at the police station that you didn't think my father was the murderer." Bai Qing wiped his tears and said, "Yes." Zhang Heng nodded. "But I turned on the light and saw him standing there holding a knife. I asked the police who handled the case for me, and they told me that my father was a big suspect. Although they didn't say it explicitly, I don't think they think there is anything else to investigate in this case. From the scene, it was like this. There was no other suspect. Only your father was holding the murder weapon, and his body was covered in blood. And I bet that the subsequent investigation will prove that the blood on his clothes came from your mother. Any experienced criminal policeman should come to a similar conclusion after investigating the scene. Then why do you say my father is not the murderer? This matter is a bit complicated to explain," Zhang Heng said, "and we need to do a small test before I start." As he spoke, he took out a pair of oath rings, a piece of parchment, and a knife from his pocket. Name, oath ring. Quality, F. Function, if the wearer breaks the oath, it can be sensed by the other party. I originally wanted to use this thing on Qingjun and let him help me investigate, because he is the person I am most familiar with and easy to communicate with in this copy. But later I found that this method has loopholes," Zhang Heng said. "But it's okay. It's fine to use it temporarily. What do you want me to do?" "Stretch out your hand," Zhang Heng said. "It might hurt a little." "What?" Bai Qing asked while stretching out his hand. Zhang Heng put one of the rings on Bai Qing's hand, then cut the latter's index finger with a knife, caught the blood in a disposable cup of the hotel, and then cut his own finger, let the blood mix, and wrote on the parchment, "I swear I won't lie from now on." "Is that all?" "Yes." Zhang Heng nodded. "I will ask you two questions first. First, do you know what will happen tonight?" "Of course not." "Are you here to deal with me?" "What does this mean?" Bai Qing frowned. "Okay. Congratulations on passing the test," Zhang Heng said, taking off the ring on Bai Qing's hand. "This at least proves that you are really you in front of me now, And until you leave my sight next time. I'm confused by you. What does this have to do with what happened tonight? Are you willing to believe me? Zhang Heng looked into Bai Qing's eyes and said, because what I'm going to say next is a bit crazy. Do I have any other choice besides believing you now? Okay. I try to be brief. Chapter 671, Upgraded means. Are you saying that the human world has been invaded by aliens? And they disguised themselves as humans, and quietly replaced our friends and relatives. So the relatives and friends around us may no longer be the people we are familiar with? Bai Qing's eyes widened. Although she said that she was willing to believe what Zhang Heng said later. As an ordinary person with normal IQ and rationality. And who had received 9 years of compulsory education. It was really unbelievable to hear such a thing for the first time. Yes. I heard you say at KFC that your father has been acting strange recently. He came home early after get off work. And there was someone flipping through photos in the room. I thought the person who was replaced was your father. Zhang Heng said. And your mother's description last night was very similar to the victim I met before. But because they were too similar, I also doubted her. I knew those things were trying to deal with me. So I didn't rush to draw conclusions. I went home to get my equipment and drove back. You were here? Last night. Yes. I arrived around 12:48 and parked outside your community. But I was too sleepy and fell asleep for a while. Because it was not clear what the relationship with this copy was. Zhang Heng did not tell Bai Qing about the strange dream he had. That according to what you said, the person who was replaced should be my father. My mother found something unusual. So my father, that thing killed my mother to silence her. No. From what I know. Those things have always been very cautious. Except for the time when 3 children drowned. They didn't seem to have killed anyone directly. In fact, compared with this simple and crude method, they prefer to use the rules of human society to achieve their goals. Zhang Heng paused and continued. Take college students as an example. They use continuous psychological oppression to create the illusion that the target is mentally abnormal. The college student once caused a riot in the community with a knife. Once the outside world accepts his image of mental disorder, those things can legitimately send him to a mental hospital. After that, no one will believe him anymore. And this time, the means they use have evolved again. What do you mean? Your father and your mother had an argument earlier. Your mother deliberately disturbed others and called the police. This way, other people and the police knew that your father had the intention and behavior to hurt your mother before, which laid the groundwork for what happened later. So when your mother was found dead in the living room, covered in blood, and your father was found holding a fruit knife, no one would believe him no matter what he said. I should have realized earlier that this was actually an upgraded version of the college student stabbing incident. But the person who behaved abnormally before was indeed my father. And how do you explain the cameras he secretly installed? Your father should have discovered your mother's abnormality. After all, no matter how much they quarrel, they have been married for 20 years. From your father's behavior of looking through old photos, he may have suspected that your mother had an affair. So he looked through the old photos to review their past relationship. And installed cameras to catch the adultery. This is also the way of thinking of normal people. In addition, he went home early from get off work before. Probably to save this relationship. And these can also explain why they had a conflict at night. But when the police came, your father kept silent about the cause of the conflict. Bai Qing thought for a moment. Your words seem to make it possible. My father is a very proud man. If he suspected my mother of cheating, he would definitely not want this to be known to outsiders. But I did see him standing there holding a fruit knife. This kind of thing is easy to do if you are prepared. For example, if your father came out and saw your mother killing herself, he would definitely rush up to snatch the fruit knife from your mother's hand. But your mother's movements were fast, or her strength was strong enough, so she could kill herself. And finally your father took the knife. And that's what you saw, Zhang Heng said. Of course, this is just my speculation. The specific situation will be known after investigation. So that thing sacrificed itself just to send my father to prison? I don't think they sacrificed themselves. We know too little about them now. We don't know what they are, what means they used to replace them, and what their survival conditions are. Zhang Heng analyzed. Maybe the body is to them like clothes to us. Throwing away the body is just like changing clothes for them. Have you been investigating this kind of thing? You always looked sleep-deprived in class before. Is this the reason? Bai Qing asked. Yes. I am tracking the whereabouts of the college student and the drowning of 3 children by the river. Zhang Heng admitted. Why? You said you were not very familiar with a college student. And those things warned you. Why did you take the risk? Well, I am from the Association for the Prevention of Alien Invasive Species, which specializes in dealing with some abnormal phenomena. Zhang Heng lied about this question and borrowed the name of Shinsi's organization. It sounds like a mysterious organization that only appears in novels and movies. Are there other people in this association besides you? Yes, but they are not here. They have other things to deal with. So we can only rely on ourselves. Zhang Heng said. Sorry. I'm trying hard to keep up with your pace. But, Bai Qing held his head. This sounds too incredible. Alien invasion. My mother is not actually my mother. Etc. It's okay. You can take your time. I know you're feeling very upset right now. So you can stay here and rest. Or go to your grandfather's house. I take care of the investigation. Zhang Heng said. No. I go with you. Bai Qing said. Don't leave me alone. As she spoke, she reached out and grabbed Zhang Heng's hand. The scene in the living room keeps appearing in my mind. Over and over again. Like a nightmare. I can't rest. If what you said is true, can we find my mother back? It's possible. But the chances are slim. However, we may have a way to clear your father of suspicion. If it can be proven that my father didn't kill the person, I'm willing to do anything. Bai Qing said without hesitation. Okay. Let's start with the body and see if we can find anything. Zhang Heng said. Chapter 672 Inspection. The body is of course in the hands of the police now. Unnatural deaths usually require autopsies to find out the fatal injuries. However, in cases like this one, the cause of death is very obvious, and the forensic doctor does not need to perform an autopsy. Just an external examination of the body will be enough. However, the body has not been returned to the family yet, and is stored in the funeral home. The bodies of criminal cases cannot be seen by the family members even if they want to. And Zhang Heng does not want other people to be around when he examines the body. So he waited until the evening, when the funeral home was closed. And then he and Bai Qing returned here again. Zhang Heng said to Bai Qing, Wait for me outside. The latter bit his lip and said, I go with you. I want to see her again. I don't think it's a wise choice to get stimulated again. Especially this time we have to sneak in. Zhang Heng said. I changed my sneakers. Bai Qing said. Zhang Heng turned around and saw Bai Qing's firm eyes. The latter said, I have to see it with my own eyes to really believe what you say. Zhang Heng thought for a while and said, Okay. Then you follow me. The two had come here to explore the route once during the day. Perhaps because of the special nature of the industry. Funeral homes are rarely visited by thieves. So the security level here is very average. Although there are some cameras, they are mainly in the columbarium. Because some family members like to place the deceased's items used during his lifetime in a small partition, including necklaces, rings, bracelets, and other things. In addition, there will be some security guards patrolling at night. Zhang Heng climbed over the low wall and landed behind the green belt. Then he reached out and caught Bai Qing, who jumped off the wall. The two passed through a small flower bed. In front of them was the main building of the funeral home. Opposite the flower bed was a high-end mourning hall. And behind it was the mourning hall. But the door of the mourning hall was locked at this time. Zhang Heng and Bai Qing went around the corridor on the side, pried open a window, and slipped in. From here, you can walk all the way to the cremation workshop. And there is only one broken camera along the way. The funeral home in the early morning looks very quiet, without the hustle and bustle of the day. The busiest time starts at 7 o'clock in the morning. 2 high-end halls, 6 mid-range halls, and 2 ordinary halls hold memorial services almost non-stop throughout the day. Some people say that whether poor or rich, they all look the same after death. This statement is not strictly correct. In terms of the number of people attending the memorial service, there were hundreds of people at most. And the high-end hall was almost full. No matter how familiar or distant they were, they would show up and send wreaths. Some memorial services were hastily held in ordinary halls, with only a few close relatives present, which looked deserted. In addition, every service from the mourning hall to the funeral vehicle, shroud, and cemetery was charged. And there were different levels, as if to imply that this world full of black humor is full of strict class hierarchy from birth to death. It makes people believe that people are not equal at birth. And the same is true after death. John Hung and Bai Qing walked through the corridor lightly. When they heard footsteps in the distance, they stopped and temporarily hid in the dressing room next to them. This is where the undertaker works. Generally, the undertaker will clean and make up the corpse before cremation, striving to leave with the most beautiful image. There is no one inside now. Only a few iron racks are placed in it. John Hung and Bai Qing hid behind a rack against the wall. As the footsteps outside approached, John Hung could feel that Bai Qing's breathing became rapid, and perhaps she thought of something. Her emotions became a little unstable, and her whole body began to tremble again. Seeing the footsteps getting closer and closer, John Hung hesitated and had to stretch out a hand and hug her into his arms. John Hung could feel that Bai Qing was trying hard not to cry out. She buried her face in John Hung's chest, her shoulders slightly shaking. John Hung gently stroked Bai Qing's back, letting her emotions gradually stabilize. The light of the flashlight shone into the dressing room through the window. But fortunately, the security guard had no intention of entering. People who can work as security here are not too timid. But they will not be idle and seek excitement for themselves. They just shone a circle and walked away after fulfilling their duties. When the footsteps became smaller at the end of the corridor, Bai Qing's body finally stopped shaking. John Hung felt the wetness on his chest. In addition to tears, there was also snot. Bai Qing raised his head and apologized to him in a low voice. While he wiped it hurriedly, John Hung handed the girl a tissue and said to her, "It's okay. Let's keep going." Bai Qing nodded and followed John Hung out of the dressing room. She sniffed and said, "I'm sorry. I just thought that my mother might be pushed in and lie there alone. Things may not come to that." John Hung comforted. The two walked through the cremation workshop, past the empty forensic autopsy room next to it, and then passed through a corridor, and finally arrived at the cold storage room, which is where the funeral home stores corpses. It is probably the largest area in the entire funeral home, with rows of freezers neatly arranged inside. John Hung looked at Bai Qing beside him. "Are you sure you want to watch it next? You are already very brave. You can stay outside to keep watch for me. We are already here. Let's do it." Although Bai Qing's face was pale, he still said. John Hung opened his backpack and took out 2 pairs of rubber gloves. He put on one pair himself and handed the other pair to Bai Qing. The two had already checked the number of Bai Qing's mother's freezer in the afternoon. It was easy to find it according to the number. John Hung opened the freezer and immediately felt a chill. Although the security guards of this shift had just finished patrolling and the next shift would not be back for a long time, John Hung did not want to cause any trouble. He pulled out the body bag without hesitation and put it on the flatbed cart beside him. After that, John Hung opened the zipper of the body bag. Although Bai Qing was trying her best to control her emotions, she could not help but shed tears when she saw the familiar face. John Hung did not look at the appearance because he knew that the forensic doctor had already done an examination before. So he did not waste time, since those things dared to play like this. At least, there was no problem on the surface. However, for obvious injuries like this, the police generally would not pass X-rays and CT scans. John Hung took out the Lego blocks from his backpack and assembled a small CT scanner as quickly as possible. Then he inserted the infinite bricks. And in Bai Qing's astonished eyes, the Lego CT scanner became a truly usable scanner. John Hung and the forensic doctor had completely different concerns. He didn't care about the fatal injuries on the corpse. What he was really interested in was the internal structure of the corpse. In short, he wanted to know whether there was any difference between this corpse and a real human being, so as to crack the secret of how those things could arbitrarily replace people. Chapter 673. A little closer. In addition to checking out the location, John Hung spent most of his day trying to assemble the CT scanner. However, his efforts were not in vain. After arriving at the cold storage room, he spent about 20 minutes and successfully got the CT scanner he wanted. The scanning operation was not complicated. Even a layman like John Hung could easily complete it by downloading the manual online and following the instructions. However, what he got next was only the raw image. The next step of processing and analysis would require people with relevant professional skills to complete. John Hung pushed the CT fluoroscopy device aside and quietly waited for the infinite bricks to work. Bai Qing looked at his mother. Her eyes were closed, and she looked like she was asleep. Her face no longer had the previous look of fear, but looked peaceful. Another 45 minutes passed. John Hung glanced at the time on his phone, then disassembled the fluoroscopy device that had turned back into Lego neatly, put it back in his backpack, and said to Bai Qing, "We are leaving. Let me take another look." "Just one look," Bai Qing said. Zhang Heng did not urge him after hearing this, and stood quietly by the side. Half a minute later, Bai Qing zipped up the body bag himself, and put the body back into the freezer with Zhang Heng. He suppressed his sadness and said, "What should we do next?" Zhang Heng looked at Bai Qing's slightly red and swollen eyes, and shook his head. "There is nothing else to do for now. You go back and have a sleep. I will send these materials to a friend in the hospital, and I will contact you again when the results come out." "But I can't sleep now," Bai Qing said. "You have to sleep, because this may be a long battle," Zhang Heng said. "Based on my experience, whether it is to find your mother or to save your father, you need sufficient physical strength to support. Then will you stay with me?" Bai Qing bit his lip. Zhang Heng originally wanted to go home first to prepare for the follow-up investigation, but considering that he had not slept for almost a whole night, and Bai Qing's current mental state made it difficult for him to say no. "Yes, I will stay," Zhang Heng finally said. "Let's go back to the hotel, because the funeral home is in the suburbs." It was almost dawn when they returned to the Express Hotel. Zhang Heng packed the information and basic information into an email, because he was worried about the degree of penetration of those things in human society. Zhang Heng not only found the friend who worked in the hospital, but also called his parents in Europe to ask them to find someone to help print and analyze. After that, he drew the curtains and let the room return to darkness. "Sweet dreams," Zhang Heng said to Bai Qing on the bed. Then he sat in a chair under the windowsill, tilted his neck back, leaned his head against the wall, and put his feet on another chair. About a quarter of an hour later, he heard Bai Qing at the other end of the room say, "Are you still there?" "Yeah," Zhang Heng answered in the dark. "Can you come closer?" Bai Qing said softly. "Okay." Zhang Heng moved the chair to the bedside after he finished speaking. But before he sat down, he heard Bai Qing speak again in a somewhat hoarse voice. "A little closer." So Zhang Heng simply lay down on the other side of the bed, and then asked, "Are you feeling better?" Bai Qing did not answer, but stretched out a hand, touched Zhang Heng's face, and said in a crying voice, "Why? Why did this happen?" Her palms were cold, and her voice was full of panic, like a homeless puppy caught in the rain, not knowing where to go. "I'm sorry for getting you involved in this," Zhang Heng said apologetically. In the real world, Bai Qing didn't have to experience the separation from her loved ones. She is still happily attending classes at university. After all, this is just an event in the dungeon. The occurrence and direction of the event are inseparable from him as a player. Zhang Heng held Bai Qing's hand and said softly, "Don't worry. It will be fine when you open your eyes again." When Bai Qing opened her eyes, Zhang Heng had disappeared. But she soon heard the sound of water next door. Zhang Heng took a cold shower and sorted out the clues on hand. After that, he put on his clothes and walked out of the bathroom. He found that Bai Qing had also climbed up from the bed and blushed when he saw him. Nothing actually happened between the two of them. Although they were lying on the same bed, they were both dressed properly. At this time, Bai Qing just subconsciously wanted to find someone to rely on, and had no other thoughts. Zhang Heng was the same. He unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and threw the other bottle to Bai Qing on the bed. The CT results are out. To Zhang Heng's surprise, this time it was his unreliable parents who were faster. They sent the results in 2 hours. And then another hour and a half later, it was his friend who worked in the hospital who sent the results. However, the two reports were similar in terms of results. The three-dimensional reconstruction showed that the body's bones and blood vessels were almost the same as those of an ordinary human body. But the brain caught the attention of the technicians. What does an abnormal fourth ventricle mean? Bai Qing walked to the computer. The fourth ventricle is an anatomical structure located between the midbrain, pons and cerebellum. It mainly contains cerebrospinal fluid and is connected to the third ventricle, subarachnoid space, and central canal of the spinal cord. The fourth ventricle of an ordinary person is in the shape of a quadrangular pyramid. But the fourth ventricle on CT is twice as large as that of an ordinary person. And it is a very neat hemispherical shape. Zhang Heng said. Let me put it this way. The technicians who saw the CT image believe that such a neat hemispherical shape could not be formed naturally. It is more like some kind of industrial product, artificially manufactured. In addition, the CT also showed that there were traces of cutting and healing on the parietal bone. and the radius was consistent with the fourth ventricle. What does this mean? It means many possibilities. And we can't draw a conclusion yet, Zhang Heng said. But one thing is certain. The brain of a replaced person is different from that of an ordinary person. Also look here. Zhang Heng pointed to a CT image of the fourth ventricle. There was a light irregular shadow at the bottom of the deepest part. What is that? A tumor? Bai Qing narrowed her eyes and tried hard to distinguish what was in the shadow. For some reason, the ominous shadow made her feel creepy. I don't think so, Zhang Heng said. It looks like some kind of life form. We are one step closer to the final answer. Chapter 674, Meeting. The two actually only slept for about 4 hours. In the afternoon, Bai Qing finally met his father, defense lawyer. After the suspect of a major criminal case is arrested, even the family members cannot visit him and can only communicate through the lawyer. However, Bai Qing didn't know why, but this gentle lawyer in front of her always made her feel uncomfortable. The latter said, I have been working in this industry for 10 years and have defended many suspects. Don't worry. There is no better lawyer than me in the city in the field of criminal cases. Since Mr. Bai chose me, I will definitely do my duty. Bai Qing's grandfather couldn't wait to ask, how is my son? He has already met with his in-laws. He looks a little embarrassed now. And there are scratches on his arms. For a murder case between a husband and wife, the pain is doubled. And it is a huge blow to both families. Mr. Bai did not admit to murder. He insisted that he was just trying to stop his wife from committing suicide. However, judging from the traces at the scene, his statement is difficult to stand up. However, he did explain the camera incident. He also revealed that he had hired a private detective to investigate his wife's infidelity before the incident. I am also in contact with the private detective to actively understand the incident. Zhang Heng would definitely not be able to attend this meeting as Bai Qing's classmate, and he had no interest in the meeting itself. After discovering the shadow in the fourth ventricle, Zhang Heng realized that he might have found the alien mentioned in the main plot, and the other party was very likely still alive. Of course, it is not ruled out that the other party has a strong reproductive ability and is willing to exchange one life for another in order to send Bai Qing's father, who has already been suspected, to prison. However, the probability of such a thing is not high. Otherwise, they should have started a large-scale replacement operation long ago. If the thing is still alive, and the low temperature in the refrigerator cannot kill it, then its companions should also find a way to take it out of the body and take it away. This will be a rare opportunity for Zhang Heng. Through what happened to the college student and the neat fourth ventricle that looked like an industrial product, Zhang Heng became more and more convinced that those things should have a base camp. Unfortunately, he lost the clue after tracking the parking lot through the surveillance video. Therefore, Zhang Heng resisted the urge to return to the funeral home immediately and open the body's skull, and decided to play the long game. But before that, he went home first. Although Zhang Heng took the opportunity to drive the car back to the garage after the murder, he also left a note for his grandfather, saying that something happened at his classmate's home and he went to help. But it was a bit unreasonable that he didn't go home for the next 2 days. So Zhang Heng took the opportunity to go home. At this time, the news had already reported on Bai Qing's family. But the angle chosen was mostly the tragedy of murdering his wife. And the real names of the people involved were not revealed. However, the name of the community was typed out, and people who were familiar with Bai Qing began to send her messages to ask. Grandpa asked while listening to the news and practicing calligraphy. What about your classmate's family? Zhang Heng hummed. Boy or girl? Girl. My desk mate, Zhang Heng said, and found an excuse for his next move in advance. Her mood is not very stable. I may stay with her for a while. Poor child. This kind of thing must have been a big shock to her. Do you have enough money? Grandpa said. Go to the bedroom and get the wallet on my desk. Although Zhang Heng was not short of money, he went to the master bedroom to get his wallet in order to avoid his grandfather's suspicion. Grandpa counted out 1,000 yuan from the money and said, Take it and use it first. If it's not enough, come back to me. Thank you, Grandpa. Zhang Heng took the money. But Grandpa didn't let go immediately. He added solemnly, Also, this should be the most vulnerable time for the child. Her actions may not be her original intention, and they may not be well thought out. Don't take advantage of her at this time. Of course. Zhang Heng agreed. Very good. Comfort the child more, Grandpa told him. Zhang Heng changed his clothes at home and sent a message to Bai Qing to ask about her situation. I learned that she had met with a lawyer and was going home to get her school bag and some daily necessities accompanied by the police. She would meet with her grandparents and 2 uncles to discuss where she would live next. She was not available for the time being. So Zhang Heng started preparing for the next move alone. He went out with a black plastic bag, walked a distance to make sure no one was following him, and then went into a public toilet to change his clothes. He put on a simple makeup using the method taught by Irene Adler and Holmes to ensure that he would not be recognized. After that, he took out his mobile phone and searched Baidu for several extramarital affair groups in the same city. He found the mobile phone number left by the guy who claimed to be a private detective. Zhang Heng contacted 3 of them and found that 2 of them were scammers. After a simple conversation, Zhang Heng initially believed the identity of the other one. However, the professional quality of the latter is really hard to praise. The private detective industry is originally a gray area in my country. The country does not recognize the legitimacy of this profession, but it has not been explicitly banned. In addition, there has always been a certain amount of demand for private detectives among the people, which has provided a soil for the survival of this profession. However, due to the lack of formal qualification assessment and legal supervision, the private detective industry is full of mixed people. 9 out of 10 are scammers. And there is also a guy like Zhang Heng in front of him, who can't do a decent job and can only make a living in this industry. The 2 met in a tea house. You want a tracker and a pinhole camera? Yes. The smaller the better. I want to know where my wife has been. Zhang Heng revealed his identity on the phone as a middle-level banker who wanted to know if his wife was unfaithful to him. Then you can hire me. I can follow your wife around the clock and take photos to show your boss if I find any problems. The private detective strode out his chest and sold himself diligently. After all, the money from selling equipment was not as lucrative as hiring people, and there was also reimbursement for the operation funds. No, I want to check it myself. Just give me what I want. Zhang Heng took out 2,000 yuan from his wallet, threw it on the table, and said directly, "If you have it, the money is yours. If not, I will find someone else." Devices like micro-trackers and pinhole cameras are prohibited from being sold on the market, and Zhang Heng needed them urgently. So he could only focus on this group of private detectives in the gray area. Even if they didn't have them, they should know where to get them. Sure enough, half an hour later, Zhang Heng successfully got what he wanted. Chapter 675 Code. Zhang Heng waited until late at night and went to the funeral home again to set up the pinhole camera. After that, he contacted the group of people from the Modified Car Club to borrow a van. At the same time, in order to avoid the possibility that there were undercover agents among the people from the Modified Car Club, he simply modified the exterior of the car after getting it, and added a baffle inside to seal the rear compartment, and then went to the hotel to pick up Bai Qing. Zhang Heng still verified Bai Qing's identity in the same way as before. The latter looked a little tired, but after such a long time, her spirit was finally not as bad as before, and probably the newly released CT scan gave her hope, and she rekindled her fighting spirit. What should we do next? Wait. We now know the whereabouts of one of these things. I need it to lead me to the base camp of those things. But I have suspected the identity of the college student before, and have been investigating this matter. Those things are very vigilant against me. I am not worried at night. I am sure I can get rid of them if I run away from home. But during the day, school will start tomorrow. If I am not in school, they will definitely be on guard against me and may not be willing to go to the funeral home to take their companions away so quickly. So I need your help. What should I do? I need you to stay near the funeral home. I have installed cameras in the cold storage room, the parking lot, and the main entrance. The camera in the cold storage room is facing the freezer where the bodies are stored. Zhang Heng said as he took out a car tracker from his bag. You need to pay attention to whether anyone touches your mother's body. Once you find the target, stick this thing on the chassis of their car. Considering that the college student's family had changed cars before, Zhang Heng hesitated and took out a coin-sized micro-tracker. If possible, put this thing on one of them, and be careful not to arouse their suspicion. Okay. Bai Qing agreed immediately and took the tracker. Aren't you asking how to do it? Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. Or do you have an idea? I don't know. But I find a way. Didn't you say they won't act so quickly? Yes. In theory. They don't need to take risks. When everyone's attention is no longer on the corpse. That's when they act. Then I find a way, Bai Qing said. Believe me, I'm not just a good girl who only knows how to study. Yeah. Zhang Heng nodded. Anything else? I prepared 7 power banks. Food and water for you. You need to live in this car for a while. You can report your safety to your grandfather and other people on time so that they don't worry about you. But you can't tell them where you are or what you are doing, including your friends. From now on, you can't trust anyone except me. Well, we need to agree on a secret code. Otherwise it will be too troublesome to cut your fingers every time. Those things you mentioned. Can't they read our memories when they are disguised as us? Bai Qing asked. This question is not clear at the moment. But based on previous experience, they should not know what happened recently. Zhang Heng thought for a while and said, when I need to verify my identity, I will ask you. Do you like me? Bai Qing blushed when he heard this. How should I answer? Sorry. I come from another world. Zhang Heng said. I will answer this way when you ask me. Any other answer means that the me you met is not me. Bai Qing took a deep breath. Okay. Finally. I need to put makeup on you. Although they probably didn't notice you much. You'd better change your appearance to be on the safe side. An hour later, Zhang Heng used the wig and the bag of cosmetics he bought to change Bai Qing's makeup. And also spent some time teaching her how to touch up her makeup. You just need to keep an eye on this place during the day. I will ask you to take over the shift at night. Remember? If you find anything, call me immediately, and I will rush over to meet you as soon as possible. Find a hotel nearby and take a nap. Come and take over my shift in the morning. Zhang Heng said. Nothing happened during the night. At 6 in the morning, Bai Qing knocked on the door of the van. Zhang Heng opened the door and saw Bai Qing carrying 2 plastic bags. There are not many places to buy breakfast around here. I walked about a kilometer before I found a small stall selling buns and soy milk. I brought some for you. Thanks, Zhang Heng said. Took one of the bags. Paused and asked, do you like me? Sorry. I'm from another world, Bai Qing said. Am I right? Yes, Zhang Heng said, reaching out to pull Bai Qing closer to the car. It sounds like a line from a science fiction movie, Bai Qing said. After that, neither of them spoke again. They finished their breakfast in silence. Zhang Heng went to school with his school bag on his back, leaving Bai Qing alone in the car, staring at the screen of his mobile phone. In the new week, Zhang Heng was criticized by name as expected because he did not copy homework. In addition, Bai Qing's grandfather came to the school in the morning and asked for a week's leave for Bai Qing. So some classmates who were on good terms with Bai Qing began to think of the news not long ago. Qi Jia even came to ask Zhang Heng if he knew how Bai Qing was doing. Zhang Heng said that he had sent a WeChat message to Bai Qing, but she hadn't replied. Qi Jia's face showed a trace of worry. How could this happen? We need to find her quickly. Otherwise I'm worried that she can't handle it alone. Her house seems to have been sealed off. Do you know where her other relatives and friends live? I don't know. Zhang Heng shook his head. Then let's go find the class teacher after school, Qi Jia suggested. The class teacher will definitely be able to contact her relatives, so we can find her. Sorry. I have other things to do after school, Zhang Heng said. Qi Jia was a little angry when she heard this. Why are you like this? You were chasing after a girl before. But when something happened to her family, you immediately hid away from her. You are too powerful. She was so excited that her voice was a little loud, which attracted the attention of other classmates around. Someone laughed and said, Qi Jia, what's wrong with you? Was your confession rejected? I can't possibly like this kind of person. I'm so pissed off. Get out of here. Qi Jia angrily pushed the joking boy away. The latter saw that Qi Jia was really angry, scratched his head and asked in confusion, what's wrong? He was fine just now. All of you boys go to hell. I feel disgusted from the bottom of my heart when I see you. Qi Jia gave Zhang Heng and the other boys who were inexplicably shot at the side a middle finger. Chapter 676 Tracking. In the next 3 days, Zhang Heng and Bai Qing took turns to monitor the situation in the funeral home. During this period, Zhang Heng sneaked into the cold storage room again and took another CT scan to confirm that the thing in the 4th ventricle was still there. Its companions did not seem to be in a hurry to take it back, which made Zhang Heng even doubt whether the thing had died. After all, it did not change its position according to the CT scan. In addition, He was almost a frequent visitor to the teacher's office. Grandpa rarely cared about his affairs, but he had to remind him yesterday afternoon when he went home. So Bai Qing asked Zhang Heng to give her the homework. The next morning, when the two handed over, Bai Qing brought breakfast and the homework. Moreover, this girl was very careful and even imitated Zhang Heng's handwriting, which finally allowed someone to get away with it today. The teacher even praised him. As expected, everything depends on comparison. Zhang Heng had always handed in his homework on time and had never been praised. As a result, he didn't do his homework for 3 consecutive days, and then he returned to normal, which made the teacher feel flattered. However, there was no movement on the other side for so long, and Zhang Heng began to wonder if there was something wrong with his plan. After all, he tried to avoid risks wherever he could. However, if human society had been replaced by those things, just like now in the classroom, there were more than a dozen pairs of eyes belonging to those things, then no matter how careful he was, it would be useless. Fortunately, this possibility was very small. Otherwise those things would not have to be so cautious and could have just attacked him directly. In addition, Zhang Heng did not give up on the 3 children who fell into the water. He had learned from the security guards of the community that the 3 children often left the community together, and Zhang Heng wanted to know where they would go. He was hiding his phone under the desk, looking at a nearby map, when he suddenly received a message. It was from Bai Qing, with only 4 words on it. They have arrived. Zhang Heng could feel the nervousness and anxiety in Bai Qing's heart on the other side of the phone, and he quickly replied, "Install the tracker and wait for me." Then Zhang Heng turned his head and looked at the clock hanging behind him. The physics class was only halfway through, and there were still 20 minutes before the end of the get out of class. Zhang Heng couldn't wait that long, so he had to apologize to the physics teacher on the stage. He took advantage of the students nearby not noticing and pressed the root of his tongue with a pencil. Then he started to vomit decisively. The vomit was all over the table and the floor. At the same time, the veins on his neck were bulging, and he looked very sad. The physics teacher was shocked when he saw this, and hurriedly walked down from the podium, asking with concern, "What's wrong with you?" "I don't know. I drank a bag of expired yogurt this morning, and I haven't felt well since then." Zhang Heng's forehead was covered with sweat. "Ah, it can't be acute enteritis," the physics teacher said solemnly. "We have to go to the hospital quickly. Wait for me to see which teacher has no class." "No need, Mr. Zheng. I just go there. How can anyone trust someone like you?" Mr. Zheng shook his head. "I know a friend who works at the 3rd Municipal Hospital. She will take care of me when I get to the hospital. I'm just a little weak, but I still have enough strength to take a taxi." Zhang Heng said, "Please tell our class teacher I make up the request for leave later." "Okay. Go to the hospital quickly," Mr. Zheng said. Zhang Heng returned to his seat, picked up his school bag, and left the classroom smoothly. As for what he vomited, naturally, the students nearby cleaned it up. This can be regarded as the hidden benefit of being a patient. Zhang Heng left the school and called his friend at the hospital first, asking her to write a sick note for him. The latter was a little helpless when she heard this. "Are you going to do something bad again? Don't always involve me. And you haven't told me where the last CT film came from. Help me cover first. The head teacher should call my grandfather later. You tell him that I am at your place. It's nothing serious, and I will go back after the drip. As for the CT problem, I will tell you after the matter is over," Zhang Heng said. "Okay. This won't happen again." The person on the other end of the phone sighed, paused, and added, "From the film, it looks a bit like a parasite. But I later checked the relevant literature and couldn't find a matching parasite. The shape of the 4th ventricle is too strange. Remember my words. Don't tell anyone about this," Zhang Heng warned. After dealing with the leave, he could finally focus on Bai Qing again and send a message to the other end. "How are you doing?" As a result, Bai Qing did not reply this time. Although the situation was urgent, Zhang Heng still walked around the nearby shopping mall to get rid of the tail that might follow him, changed his clothes, and then took a taxi to the funeral home. In the car, he finally received the message from Bai Qing. It worked. After that, Zhang Heng's mobile phone really received the trajectory of the car, which was sent by the car tracker. From it, it can be seen that the other party's vehicle is heading to the east of the city. This is consistent with Zhang Heng's previous investigation results. He tracked the red fit of the college student's home and finally found the location in the east of the city. In addition, there was another signal, which was sent by the micro-tracker, and it was the same as the movement trajectory of the car. So it seems that this time Bai Qing not only completed the task, but also exceeded it. Wait for me here, John Hung replied. However, there is still a long distance between the school and the funeral home. It took John Hung 40 minutes to get to the van, and the car on the map was not far from the previous parking lot. Bai Qing was obviously very anxious, and sent him several WeChat messages during this period, asking him where he was. John Hung last reply. It has arrived. Bai Qing, who received the message, immediately opened the car door and stuck his head out. The two exchanged secret signals. John Hung sat in the driver's seat, and Bai Qing sat in the co-pilot seat, fastening his seatbelt while saying, I don't know how they did it. There was a small malfunction in the refrigerator, and they disguised themselves as maintenance workers to deal with it, and opened the cabinet by the way. Did you see how they took the things in the head away? No. Bai Qing shook her head. They were standing in a position that blocked the camera, but I recorded their appearance. As she spoke, she sent the edited video to John Hung. John Hung took a look and found that there was a fat man and a thin man in the video. They looked like ordinary people. One of them seemed to have a problem with his legs and walked with a limp. How did you put the tracker on them? John Hung asked. I took advantage of my female status. Huh? What are you thinking about? I mean that I can ask men for help. Generally speaking, it is difficult for men to refuse. Bai Qing explained. I asked them to help me move 2 wreaths, and then gave them a small can of fruit candy as a thank you. The tracker was on the bottom layer of the candy box. Chapter 677 Dilemma. John Hung drove the van to the east of the city, following the positioning signal. Bai Qing grabbed the handrail on the top of the car and finally asked a question she had wanted to ask for a long time. When did you get a driver's license? Oh, I don't have a driver's license, John Hung said. Paused and added, but it's okay, as long as you don't get caught by the police. John Hung only took about 20 minutes to drive the 40-minute journey, and this was because he had to slow down at several intersections where he saw the traffic police. Just 15 minutes ago, the vehicle-mounted positioning device had stopped moving, perhaps because John Hung had discovered it. The things had moved to another parking lot. Fortunately, after stopping for a while, the tracker hidden in the fruit candy box began to move again. About 10 minutes later, the tracker in the fruit candy box also stopped. Bai Qing became nervous when he saw this. Did they find something? John Hung looked at the location on the map and found that it was a small factory. It was originally a state-owned canning factory. After bankruptcy, the land was sold to a small boss, who opened a glass factory there and has been operating for more than 10 years. However, the business can only be said to be neither good nor bad. With the increasing labor costs and mechanized production, small factories like this have become increasingly difficult to survive. John Hung parked the van on the next street, in a place where there were few people. Now they were less than 200 meters away from the tracker. John Hung thought for a moment and said, Wait for me here. John Hung did not explain much, and directly opened the partition of the rear compartment and got in. Bai Qing still sat in the passenger seat, and did nothing according to John Hung's instructions, waiting quietly until she found that the tracker on the phone moved again. Bai Qing felt that she should tell John Hung about this matter, so she hurriedly opened the partition. But he saw John Hung taking off his clothes, and he took them off thoroughly, basically leaving nothing except the bottom layer, even his shoes and socks. Bai Qing blushed and quickly looked away, unable to say what he wanted to say before. John Hung himself didn't take it seriously and changed into a new set of clothes. Now he has transformed into a young man from the countryside who has come to the city to find a job. You can go back now, John Hung said to Bai Qing while stuffing the makeup tools and changed clothes into another bag. Because John Hung had done makeup for Bai Qing before, the latter knew that John Hung makeup skills were very good. But when she turned around, she was still a little surprised, because someone's change was too big, almost completely becoming a different person. Not only was his clothes different, but his appearance and temperament had also changed drastically, and he could no longer be seen in his original appearance. This is the effect of level 2 makeup. John Hung's current makeup skills are not much different from Sherlock Holmes, and the makeup industry has been constantly improving. There are more modern cosmetics, And John Hung has more tools available. And the details can be more realistic. Even if we really want to take action, we have to wait until night. I go to the factory to explore the way during the day, John Hung said. Yes. Bai Qing nodded. She watched John Hung get off the car. She originally thought that he would be gone for a long time this time. But she didn't expect that John Hung would come back in less than a quarter of an hour. How is it? Bai Qing couldn't wait to ask. It was about her mother's whereabouts, and whether her father could get away with the crime. She was the most anxious person. She was a little skeptical about what John Hung said. But after witnessing the things that happened later, she became more and more convinced that there were indeed some things in the world that could not be explained by existing science and technology. It looked like this was the right place. I pretended to be a job applicant and went to the factory to explore the way. But I was stopped at the door. The security guard told me that the factory was not hiring, even though I said that I could do without salary for the first 2 months as long as I had food and accommodation. Normally the factory would hire me for 2 months before firing me. However, the gatekeeper of this factory did not even report this matter to the higher-ups. And then I asked the workers of several factories next door. They sometimes visited each other, but few of them had been to that factory. John Hung paused and continued. I can't see the situation inside the workshop from the gate. From the old photos I found online, the gate of the workshop was originally open towards the factory gate. But now it seems to be blocked and the gate is opened on the other side. This makes no sense at all. It means that I have to go half a circle to get to and from get off work. And the number of cameras in the factory is obviously much more than normal. Can we sneak in at night? It's quite difficult, John Hung said. On the way back, I met a courier. He said that even if he couldn't get into the factory, he would always leave the packages at the gate. This factory is so strange. Don't the workers inside have any doubts? John Hung didn't answer. Since this place might be the lair of those things, it is very likely that they have replaced all the workers working inside. According to people nearby, there are about 100 people working in this factory, which is not a small number. Even if they have no ability, the human wave tactics alone are enough to make all the invaders suffer. And the problem now is that there is not much time left for the two to prepare. The tracker in the candy box helped them find this place. But it is also a time bomb. Sooner or later, it will be discovered. At that time, the other party will definitely realize that someone has noticed this place. The situation is a bit unfavorable for the two. John Hung can clearly feel that the difficulty of the agent copy is more than one level higher than the ordinary copy, although it is a rare modern background. The unknown opponent plus the environment surrounded by enemies and dangers is like playing chess blindfolded. You can only try to place the pieces, and you don't know what impact each step will bring. So many of the previous methods cannot be used. Moreover, judging from the degree of understanding of human society by those things, the rules of the game of modern civilization are more restrictive to John Hung. He is not even as comfortable as in the previous Western copy, if you don't count the large amount of time he exchanged for the extra 24 hours. He is actually approaching the final deadline of the mission. He hasn't killed a single alien yet, and he doesn't know what the situation is with other agents. Would it be better if it was a team action instead of a single person? Chapter 678 Night Visit to the Glass Factory. If it were an ordinary player, after investigating here and discovering the abnormality in the fourth ventricle, plus the dungeon time is almost up, it would be time to consider a reckless move. First kill the few people whose identities can be confirmed, and then see what means can be used to eliminate the shadow in the fourth ventricle. Anyway, if you don't try, the dungeon will end. And if you try, there is still a chance. But considering that John Hung still has more than 120 days of dungeon time, he is not suitable for such a one-time deal. John Hung looked at the location of the micro tracker on his phone again. Although it moved a little later, it was still in the factory and had not left. Moreover, it was still now, so it must have been placed somewhere. So he made up his mind and said, "We know too little about those things. We can't miss this rare opportunity. I will go into the factory tonight to see if I can find any useful information and the whereabouts of those who were replaced. By the way, I will also take back the tracker in the candy box. Didn't you say that the security there is very tight? With cameras everywhere? It's a little risky. But it's not like there's no chance at all," John Hung said. "If we continue to investigate step by step, we will just be led by them by the nose." "Then what should I do?" Bai Qing said positively. "Help me with the homework that is due tomorrow. Actually, I do have something to ask of you. I need someone to cooperate with me outside and distract their attention when necessary. But you may also be in danger, and it will also be illegal, John Hung said. No problem. Bai Qing agreed without hesitation, and added after a pause, I will help you finish your homework. Thank you for your hard work, John Hung said, wiping off the makeup on his face. I have to go to the hospital first to get a sick leave note, then go back home and prepare things for the evening. We will meet here at 1 o'clock tonight. Okay. Since the action at night was not mainly assassination, John Hung did not bring the plague bone bow, but the arrow of Paris was put into his backpack. Anyway, he had infinite building blocks, so he could assemble a bow for emergency when necessary. In addition, John Hung also prepared a lot of ready-made Lego blocks, including a Lego version of a silenced pistol that was only 1 block away, hoping that it would not be used. Speaking of which, the modern-themed dungeon is where infinite blocks can really play a role. This B-level item may not be as aggressive as the Death Dream of the same level, but it has indeed reached the extreme in terms of compatibility. It is as easy to use as a Swiss Army knife, especially suitable for dealing with complex and changing environments. At the appointed time, the two met again in the van. John Hung had changed into a set of work clothes from the glass factory, so that if he was noticed, he might be able to pretend to be an employee of the factory. Of course, this would only be useful at a distance. In addition, he wore a Bluetooth ear hook to keep in touch with Bai Qing. After explaining what the latter was going to do next, John Hung opened the car door and walked towards the factory with his backpack on his back. He found a deserted place near the factory, opened his backpack, took out a newly bought small drone, and operated it to fly into the sky. Flying over the factory, John Hung first let the drone rise to a safer position, then carefully checked the periphery of the factory and confirmed that there were no cameras pointing upwards. Then let the drone begin to descend. Glass factories basically have night shifts, and the machines are running 24 hours a day. In addition to the demand for production, the silicate will quickly turn back into a solid shape after cooling. If it solidifies inside the machine, it is difficult to remove, and it is easy to cause equipment damage. Restarting it costs a lot, so there are still people working the night shift inside the factory. However, after observing for a while, John Hung noticed that except for the workers who moved the materials, basically no one left the workshop. No one was lazy, and the workers who moved the materials also moved very regularly, almost accurate to the second, and there was no conversation between them. Just like strangers, they all looked like they were working seriously, but the scene looked a little creepy. The development of modern society always emphasizes discipline and turns workers into machines. But no worker can really be exactly like a machine. Seeing this scene, John Hung was basically sure that the factory should have been occupied by those things. In addition, John Hung also found that one of the 4 workshops in the glass factory was dark. No workers approached there. But the interesting thing was that the security there was the most stringent. Not only did it have the largest number of cameras, but the factory's security guards would patrol there every hour. John Hung realized that the 3 workshops outside that were constantly running were probably all to cover up the things in that workshop. In the darkness, it looked like a monster with its mouth open waiting for food. John Hung was alarmed when he saw it. But since things had come to this point, he could not give up tonight's action. John Hung used the drone to quickly survey the locations of all the cameras in the factory area, as well as the number of security guards and their patterns of action. Half an hour later, the drone ran out of power, so John Hung controlled it to fly back to the van, and Bai Qing recovered it, while he finally started to move. It is definitely impossible to go out as the main gate is facing the security room, and the camera of the glass factory also monitors the wall well. Fortunately, there are blind spots, but it is almost impossible to find them unless you are very familiar with the monitoring. John Hung walked 10 steps along the wall from the southeast and climbed in. He landed behind a cypress tree and used the trunk of the cypress tree to block the camera facing here. Glass factories are rarely built near residential buildings because the noise of production in the factory is very loud. Many workers working in the workshop have been buzzing their ears all day long. But this is good news for John Hung. It doesn't matter if he and Bai Qing communicate a little louder. Even Bai Qing on the other side of the Bluetooth ear hook can hear the rumbling sound of the machine. After landing, John Hung also said to the ear hook, "I'm coming in. Well, be careful." Bai Qing's voice sounded a little nervous. Zhang Heng did not act immediately, but squatted behind the tree and waited for about 4 seconds. Then a forklift carrying glass drove out from the workshop next to it. Zhang Heng calculated the time in his mind. After another 10 seconds, when the forklift was halfway there, he bent down, stuck to the green belt, and crawled forward. Chapter 679 Drama Actor. The forklift disappeared around the corner, and Zhang Heng climbed about 1/3 of the way up, out of the surveillance range of the previous camera. He then rushed to a display board for advanced employees on the roadside before the second forklift came out. The display board just happened to block another new camera on the left-hand side. Zhang Heng did not move forward, but seized the rare gap in the middle, crossed the road in front of him, came to the outside of workshop number 1, and climbed onto the roof along the pipes on the wall. At this time, the second forklift came out from the opposite corner. Zhang Heng patted the dirt on his body. Thanks to the roar of the machines in the workshop, he would not be noticed whether he was climbing or walking on the roof. There were too many surveillance cameras in this glass factory. Even if there were blind spots in some places, it did not mean that a safe path could be created to avoid all cameras. Moreover, to reach the target workshop number 3, you had to pass through the gate of workshop number 1. If you stayed there all the time, you would be exposed sooner or later. Fortunately, Zhang Heng had discovered through drone reconnaissance that the opponent's air defense capabilities were insufficient. This is actually quite normal. After all, this is a glass factory, not a military fortress. No matter how exaggerated the security is, there is a limit. In addition, the anti-aircraft cameras will definitely arouse suspicion during the fire safety inspection, which is inconsistent with their low-key style. Zhang Heng was not happy for long after solving the monitoring problem, and soon found new troubles. Workshop number 3 is obviously the core of the entire glass factory. Regardless of the team of security guards who patrol once an hour, the windows have been replaced with tempered glass, and they are closed tightly. Zhang Heng tried to open it from the outside with the previous method, but it was difficult. He could look in from the outside, but he could only see a pile of waste on the ground. It is obviously impossible that those things are doing this just to guard a pile of waste. Otherwise it would be too black humor. However, the specific situation can only be known after entering. Zhang Heng has a way to cut the glass, but in this way, those things will find that someone has entered workshop number 3 at the latest by the next morning. So the best way is to enter from the main door. However, the door monitoring is a problem, and there is also an electric rolling door to open. Zhang Heng has already thought of a solution for monitoring, but the electric rolling door is more troublesome. Fortunately, the office building is not far from workshop number 3, and the electronic map shows that the miniature tracker that Bai Qing stuffed into the candy box is also there. So Zhang Heng changed his plan and decided to go to the office building first to get the key and tracker. He was lucky and found the tracker quickly. It was finally taken to the security office on the first floor. The remote control for opening the electric rolling door is most likely there. But the problem now is that there is a person on duty there. He is a young man who looks only 20 years old. There is nothing special about his appearance, but what he is doing is a bit scary. He was practicing all kinds of expressions in front of a mirror, including joy, pain, sadness, excitement, and even the expression when he reached the climax of some intimate movements. Everything seemed very lifelike, just like an actor on the stage. However, Zhang Heng was not here to watch the drama tonight. If he didn't want to be discovered, he had to lead the guy in the duty room away. It didn't take too long. Just 2 or 3 minutes. Zhang Heng quietly retreated to the other end of the corridor and recalled the layout of the factory in his mind. What he was going to do next would be very risky, and he had to calculate the time clearly. Not only the time for the guys on duty in the security department to walk around, but also the time for the patrolling people to rush over from the patrol area. Zhang Heng was very careful, and calculated more than once, repeatedly proving the feasibility of the plan, and then squatted down, took out the Lego blocks from his bag, and put them together to form a kitten. Zhang Heng did not rush to put the last piece infinite blocks on, but contacted Bai Qing first. Remember what I told you before? It's now. I need your help. Okay. After receiving the address, Bai Qing took a deep breath, encouraged herself several times in her heart, and then covered her face. She carried the package Zhang Heng gave her to the designated location. With trembling hands, she poured the barrel of gasoline in the package onto the outer wall of the partition board factory. and then wrote the 8 characters "Unforgivable Wage Arrears" on the wall with red spray paint. The security guard of the cardboard factory seemed to have noticed the movement here, and came out with a flashlight, warily asking, "Who are you, and what do you want to do?" Bai Qing didn't reply, and directly took out the matchbox from her pocket. It was her first time to do such a murder and arson, so she was inevitably nervous. She struck the match twice, but it didn't light up, and one of the matches broke because she used too much force. At this time, the security guard smelled the gasoline, looked shocked, and rushed towards Bai Qing. The latter finally struck the second match and threw it into the gasoline. The wall soon began to burn, and the flames were blazing. The security guard didn't care about catching people, and hurriedly shouted, "It's on fire! It's on fire! Put it out!" Bai Qing showed a trace of guilt on his face. Their target tonight was the glass factory, but in order not to arouse suspicion in the glass factory, they could only start with the normal cardboard factory next door. Fortunately, the fire only looked fierce, and there was nothing nearby that could help burn. If it was put out in time, it would not be a big problem. In the current economic environment, small businesses are not doing well. Withholding workers' wages has become the norm, and it is not impossible for extreme workers to make trouble. As the fire was ignited, Bai Qing ran into the darkness. At the same time, the flames not far away also attracted the attention of the glass factory. The location Zhang Heng chose was very close to workshop number 3. If the secret inside was really important, then those people would definitely check the fire to ensure that the fire would not burn over. This was indeed the case. The guy on duty at the security department heard the fire and immediately stuck his head out of the window. He saw the fire outside was only separated from them by a wall. He did not hesitate and immediately walked out of the security department to investigate the situation. As soon as he left, Zhang Heng slipped in. He first found the shutter door remote control hanging on the wall. There were 4 in total. Zhang Heng took off the one with number 3 on the back and put it in his pocket. Then he quickly opened the drawer and found the candy box from it. Thank God. The candy box was only less than half eaten, but the tracker at the bottom could be vaguely seen. Zhang Heng took it out and put the candy box back in place. He glanced across the desk and saw a printed booklet. Out of curiosity, Zhang Heng flipped it and found that it was full of the facial expressions of the young man who had just left the house. He just didn't know where the poor original owner was now. Chapter 680 Workshop Number 3. In the monitoring room, the security guard who was in charge of checking the videos suddenly found that the picture on one screen was shaking. And then the picture flipped 90 degrees and shot to the other side of the wall. This immediately alerted him, because camera number 24 was one of the 2 cameras that filmed the gate of workshop number 3. That was the most important place in the entire glass factory. However, before he could react, there was something wrong with another camera. Like camera number 24, camera number 25 was also used to monitor the gate of workshop number 3. Its picture also shook, and a furry thing could be seen hanging on the camera. Is this a cat? The security guard searched the social common sense he had learned during this period, and knew that cats are also animals living on the earth. Unlike animals such as pigs and chickens that are raised in large quantities for food, cats are mostly raised as pets, especially in cities, where more and more single young men and women are starting to raise cats in the hope of getting companionship. But cats are very independent and aloof animals. As long as they are well fed and their basic gaming and social needs are met, they can live very comfortably without paying attention to people. The security guard found it difficult to understand why they didn't raise a dog if it was just for companionship. Is it because cats don't need to be walked? However, after discovering that it was the cat that touched the surveillance camera, his vigilance also dropped. Later, as if to confirm his judgment, a small paw with a paw pad pressed on the camera, causing the number 25 monitor to shift. Although there is no danger, this problem still needs to be solved. The batch of cameras purchased by the factory is relatively old, and the angle cannot be adjusted through the console. So the security guard in the monitoring room called the group of companions who were patrolling outside and asked them to check and deal with the situation. In a place he couldn't see, the electric rolling door of workshop number 3 was slowly opening. Zhang Heng put the kitten that had done a great deed into his backpack and didn't enter the workshop immediately, because he knew that there was still some time before the security team arrived. And before that he needed to return the remote control of the rolling door to the security office. Fortunately, the distance was not too far. John Hung pressed the closing button on the rolling door outside the office building, and then quickly hung the remote control back on the wall. Without stopping, he turned around and rushed to workshop number 3 again. The shutter door descended faster than John Hung expected, but fortunately he finally caught up. He rolled in when there was less than 30 centimeters between the bottom of the shutter door and the ground. The whole process was safe, and as the shutter door closed behind him, John Hung knew that he had passed the most dangerous stage. 10 seconds later, the patrol team of security guards also appeared at the other end of the road. What they saw was a closed door, except for the surveillance camera that was stepped on by the cat. There was nothing abnormal. At this time, the people who went to check the fire also came back. After confirming that the fire at the cardboard factory could not reach here, both parties returned to their respective posts. John Hung put his ear to the shutter door, listening to the footsteps of those people going away. For safety reasons, he waited for a while before walking into the workshop. The situation here was similar to what he saw when he leaned on the window before. It was mainly a pile of messy waste, including some unqualified glass plates, raw materials that had been stored for who knows how long, and even 2 old machines left over from the state-owned canning factory period. John Hung did not turn on the flashlight, but put on the filter lens and looked around. He did not find any danger, and then said to the ear hook, "I'm in. How is your side?" Since both parties were communicating, John Hung could hear the scolding of the old man who was guarding the cardboard factory, as well as the voices shouting to put out the fire. After that, Bai Qing probably started to run away. Her panting could be heard in his ear. However, she ran for too long and had not stopped until now. John Hung could not help but feel a little worried. Although the place he chose to set the fire would not cause any major incident, arson was a vicious incident after all. If he was caught, even if he would not go to jail because he was a minor, he would still have a lot of trouble. I don't know. Bai Qing's answer was somewhat beyond John Hung's expectations. However, John Hung still patiently asked, "Can't you shake off the pursuers?" Pursuers? Bai Qing panted heavily. "I don't know if there are pursuers," John Hung said. "You ran for so long without looking back?" After a while, Bai Qing's voice came from the ear hook again. Sorry. I was too nervous. Afraid of being caught. I have never done such a bad thing since I was a child." "It's okay," John Hung comforted. "You get used to it after doing it a few times." Bai Qing was stunned. "It was just a joke. To make you relax," John Hung said. "Make sure there's no one following you, and then go back to the car. Did you find anything over there?" From the earphone, Bai Qing should be leaning against the wall to recover his strength. "Well, we know soon." John Hung walked around workshop number 3 while talking, and his eyes finally fell on the 2 old machines. From the appearance, one of them should be a can washing machine. There was no lighting in the factory, but John Hung could still clearly see the traces of dragging on the ground with the help of the filter lens. This can washing machine weighed more than 100 kilograms, and it usually took 2 people to drag it. But with John Hung's current strength, he could barely move it alone. After pushing it open, there was a cellar-like place below, and an unpleasant smell came out of the dark corridor. John Hung hesitated. He didn't know what was going on below, especially what effect that strange smell would have on the human body, so he could only continue to trouble the tabby cat in the backpack. John Hung tied it up with a rope and hung it at the entrance of the cave as bait. The latter was obviously not satisfied with this arrangement. It kept struggling and making noises from time to time. It obviously didn't like the smell. Fortunately, according to John Hung's previous observation, no one would approach workshop number 3 except the patrol team on time. After waiting for a while, there was no movement below. The tabby cat looked a little listless, but it was not a big deal. So John Hung didn't wait any longer, pulled it up and put it back in the backpack, and then walked down the stairs. As he went deeper, the unpleasant smell became stronger and stronger. John Hung also noticed that some strange ferns began to appear on the surrounding walls. He had learned some botany from Bell before, and later he also looked through some plant illustrations, but he had never seen this kind of ferns. They looked very ancient, like species from the Cretaceous period. Chapter 681 Door. John Hung moved his face a little closer to the ferns, but the strange smell nearby did not become stronger. It seems that the smell was not released by the ferns, but the presence of the ferns did make the air more humid, and mixed with the smell, it made people more uncomfortable. John Hung scraped off a little with a knife, put it in a sealed bag, and then continued to walk down. After going down about 10 steps, a door appeared in front of him. If the ferns only made people feel a little cold and uncomfortable, then the things on the door were simply ugly. They were something like vines, but there were many small tumors on each section, and there were things like octopus suckers at the bottom. They were entangled with each other, and then firmly attached to the door panel. And if you look closely, the branches seemed to be slowly wriggling. It was the first time that John Hung saw such a mysterious scene. He felt like Alice falling into the rabbit hole, but the latter was wandering in a wonderland, while he was more like walking into an abyss of infinite horror. The front of the door was so scary, and it was hard to imagine what was hidden behind it. At this point, ordinary people would have turned around. But John Hung was just a little uncomfortable because of the strange smell. He was naturally calmer than ordinary people, and coupled with the constant loss of emotions in the copy, he almost didn't feel the fear now. John Hung walked straight to the door, and his Liwa cat brand detector came in handy again. John Hung ignored the cat's struggle and resistance, grabbed its neck, and brought it close to the branches that could move. As the tabby cat approached, the branches began to move faster, just like a hunter who found its prey. The tabby cat also sensed the impending danger with its biological instinct, and struggled more violently. However, its neck was pinched tightly by John Hung, so that it could not escape at all, until the creeping speed of the branches reached a critical value. There was a muffled sound, and the tumors on the branches exploded together, and countless tiny branches stretched out from them, like mosquito tentacles, and quickly pierced into the body of the tabby cat. With the help of the filter lens, John Hung could even see the blood flowing along the tentacles into the vines. The body of the tabby cat trembled, and fear appeared in its eyes. John Hung's palm had retracted before the tumors exploded, but then the strange vines caught it. When the mosquito-like branches pierced into the body of the tabby cat, the latter finally calmed down and stopped struggling as if accepting its fate. At the same time, John Hung noticed that the vines at the door handles seemed to loosen a little. Although it was not intentional, those things strictly speaking were all extended from the door, and did not completely seal the door. While the other party was eating, John Hung used a knife to pry the door open a little. The space was just enough for him to go in sideways. Although the tabby cat had already taught him a lesson, John Hung still decided to go in and take a look. He had observed the hunting movements of the vines. He didn't know if it was a common problem of plant life. From the speed point of view, it was not too fast. With John Hung's skills, he could still dodge it before the tumor exploded. Moreover, they would speed up their crawling before hunting, and noticing this sign could also prepare in advance. In addition, John Hung also confirmed one thing in the process of using a knife to pry open the door. That is, these things do not seem to react to non-living matter. So John Hung waited again and walked in. Since he has come here, even if there is hell behind the door, he has to go in for a walk. Bai Qing has been listening nervously to the voice on the other end of the ear hook. Since the last conversation ended, John Hung did not speak for a long time. But Bai Qing could hear the miserable screams of the tabby cat afterwards, which sounded like chalk rubbing against a blackboard, making people feel scared. Although she didn't see the ancient ferns and the ugly vines on the door. Someone once said that the real fear comes from human imagination of the unknown. The sound without the picture made the weird atmosphere even stronger. Bai Qing couldn't help but want to ask John Hung what was going on, and what he saw several times. But she was afraid that she would distract him, and put him in danger. So she could only keep quiet, until a hissing sound suddenly came from the other end of the ear hook. Bai Qing couldn't hold back any longer and asked, "How is it? What did you see?" However, there was no answer from John Hung in the ear hook. The latter seemed to have disappeared, leaving only the increasingly loud hissing sound, which made Bai Qing's hands and feet cold. John Hung on the other side also noticed the problem with the communicator. He and Bai Qing had been connected all the time. Before, he could hear the regular breathing of Bai Qing on the other end, but now there was only the strange noise. John Hung estimated that it might be because there was something wrong with the magnetic field here, which interfered with the communication signal. But since he had already entered, he couldn't leave immediately. And the most important thing was that he had been attracted by the scene in front of him. John Hung finally knew where those vines came from. In the center of the hall in front of him was a strange plant, which looked a bit like a banyan tree, but was shorter than a banyan tree, but with more lush branches and leaves. And the vines on the tree almost covered the entire house. making it look like a terrifying botanical garden. No one knows how long this thing lives, but it looks older than the ferns outside. At the same time, John Hung also noticed that this fossil-like plant can breathe like an animal. Something is beating in its tree cavity, making a thumping sound, just like a heart. In addition, there is ash-like material spraying out from the tree crown. The strange smell John Hung smelled outside before was the tiny ashes flying in the air, some of which fell on his shoulders and hair. However, this was not the most shocking thing. John Hung immediately saw the cicada pupa-like things hanging on the tree trunk. Some were big and some were small. There was a black shadow passing through the small cicada pupa. From the shape, it was very similar to the shadow in the fourth ventricle he saw on the CT scan before. And the thing wrapped in the big cicada pupa looked more like a human form. John Hung also saw his own face in one of the big cicada pupa. Chapter 682 Close. Seeing another self with one's own eyes is a very strange thing. Especially that self is still wrapped in something similar to a cicada pupa. And the surrounding area is full of a fusion, just like in the mother's body. In addition, John Hung also noticed that a fist-thick fiber tube was inserted behind the other self's head, which probably explained where the extremely regular oval shape of the fourth ventricle on the previous CT scan came from. The other end of the fiber tube is connected to a smaller cicada pupa, and the thing inside is trying to break through a thin membrane inside the cicada pupa and crawl into the tube. At this point, John Hung basically figured out the secret of those things replacing humans. They don't drill into the target's head directly, but first try to copy a human body. This body is like clothes to them. Only by wearing clothes can they disguise themselves as humans. No wonder their efficiency has always been low, and they haven't attacked him for so long. But John Hung estimated that when the thing in the cicada pupa crawls into the fourth ventricle along the fiber tube, it will be time for these things to attack him. And that day seems not too far away. Afterwards, John Hung circled around the ancient banyan tree and counted the cicada pupae on the tree. The number of small cicada pupae was obviously more, almost reaching hundreds, while the number of large cicada pupae was much less, only 13, which was a bad number, including the betrayed Judas. Jesus also had 13 disciples. Given the disparity between the small cicada pupae and the large cicada pupae, it means that those things need to compete to get the qualification to leave here, which is somewhat similar to human reproduction. John Hung only stopped here for a while. His shoulders were covered with ashes, and even breathing became a little difficult in such a turbid environment. Fortunately, he had brought a mask in advance. But even so, he couldn't stay here for too long. So John Hung decided to speed up. Although he didn't know what this strange creature in front of him that looked like a banyan tree and could produce cicada pupae was. Its relationship with the things parasitic in the fourth ventricle was already very clear. Obviously, it can breed those things in the fourth ventricle, as well as the clothes they need for going out. From this point of view, it is somewhat similar to the Zerg hive in StarCraft. In other words, as long as this place is destroyed, even if those things cannot be wiped out, at least they can be prevented from reproducing wantonly. So the next moment John Hung pulled out his knife and wanted to test the defense of the plant in front of him. However, before he walked to the thing, the ugly vines that were entangled with each other on the branches started to move again. And this time it was not just the vines on the door, but all the vines on the whole tree were moving. It was like giant pythons awakened from their slumber. John Hung wisely did not move forward. If so many tumors on the vines exploded at the same time, he would not be able to avoid them even if he was very skilled. As long as he retreated, the movements of the vines would immediately slow down, until they finally returned to the wriggling state. In addition, John Hung also noticed that the cicada pupae hanging on the branches were also within the safe range. Obviously, this was also to avoid being hurt by those ugly vines. Indiscriminate attack? John Hung frowned. This meant that it would be difficult for him to get close to those things, especially the part in the tree cavity that beats like a heart. But fortunately, he considered various situations before taking action tonight. Then John Hung squatted down, opened the backpack behind him, and took out a mineral water bottle of gasoline from it. The capacity of the backpack was limited. Most of the space was filled with Lego blocks. So he only brought this little gasoline. But it should be enough to ignite the plant in front of him. John Hung unscrewed the bottle and poured the gasoline into the center of the plant, while he retreated to the door. Fortunately, the vines did not attack again this time. Then John Hung struck a match and decided to say goodbye to this crazy botanical garden. The struck match landed accurately on the gasoline, And then it burned as expected, and the fire spread quickly. Almost in the blink of an eye, the entire tree trunk was in flames. With a strange scene in front of me, there is a kind of twisted beauty. When the flames began to burn, the ugly vines that served as guards also surged restlessly. But there was no target to attack within the range, and they didn't know what to do. However, the good situation in front of me lasted less than 2 seconds. With the next breath, the strange plant like a banyan tree no longer sprayed ashes, but spit out some bright red juice. When the blazing flames touched the bright red juice, it immediately became wilted. The fire was quickly brought under control, and by the third eruption, the flames had completely disappeared, and the previously burnt black areas began to fall off, and new bark grew, looking no different from before. The entire firefighting and repair process took less than half a minute, and then everything returned to calm. It was as if nothing had happened. But Zhang Heng at the other end of the hall realized that he was in trouble this time. The thing in front of him didn't seem to have much attack power, and could only rely on the accompanying vines for protection. But in contrast, it had terrifying self-healing and crisis response capabilities. If we use game terms to describe it, it should be a boss with high defense and high health, and almost all of its attribute points are added to survival. This is in line with its evolutionary direction. After all, in addition to those ugly vines, it also has the things in the small cicada pupa to protect it. Naturally, it no longer needs to develop any offensive power, and can focus on defense. Zhang Heng roughly estimated that from the damage caused by the gasoline before, even a rocket launcher might not be able to blow open its outer trunk, let alone the arrow of Paris in the backpack. Even if you can find the opponent's weakness, it will be useless if you can't break the defense. If you want to really hurt it, you probably have to use intercontinental missile-level weapons. Zhang Heng did not stay any longer. His throat was itching, and he coughed twice. His vision was getting more and more dizzy. The uncomfortable smell became stronger after being burned like this. And Zhang Heng realized that this smell did have a slight paralysis effect. It might not be a problem for a short time, but inhaling a large amount would slow down the movements and affect the brain to a certain extent. It seemed that at least tonight, he had no way to deal with the strange plant. Zhang Heng took out his mobile phone from his pocket, took a few photos, and recorded a video in the last minute, and then retreated from the door he came from. Chapter 683 Composition. This should be the second most unforgettable night in Bai Qing's life, second only to the nightmare not long ago, when only the hissing noises were left in the ear hook. Bai Qing's panic reached its peak. Although she repeatedly told herself to stay calm, bad thoughts kept pouring out of her mind. What happened in workshop number 3? Did Zhang Heng encounter any danger? Was he discovered? Was he caught by those things? Will they kill him? Bai Qing wanted to rush into the glass factory immediately, but her mind told her that it was the best choice to stay in the car, as Zhang Heng had told her. Even Bai Qing herself didn't know how she survived those 6 minutes. Every second was torture for her, until the hissing sound in the ear hook disappeared. The connection between the two was reconnected, and the familiar voice came from the other end again. Bai Qing felt relieved. "I'm out," Zhang Heng said. "There was no signal downstairs just now. I'm glad you're okay. Did you find anything there?" After calming down, Bai Qing asked curiously. "I roughly figured out how those things replaced the people around them and mixed into human society, including their reproduction and parasitic methods." Zhang Heng paused and said, "And I think those missing people may not be without hope of survival." "Huh?" Bai Qing was overjoyed when he heard this. "Are you saying that my mother is very likely still alive?" "Yes," Zhang Heng said. "They can't directly inherit the target's memory. From this point of view, a living target, or at least a living target in the early stage, is more useful to them. They can get more information from the target, including the target's interpersonal relationships, living habits, etc. But your mother's situation is special. The thing disguised as your mother chose to kill itself in order to send your father to prison. It doesn't need to pretend to be your mother anymore. So I don't know how they will solve your mother's problem in the future. But it doesn't rule out the possibility that they decide to keep your mother as a research subject." "Then do you know where my mother is now?" Bai Qing asked. "I'm just about to look for her," Zhang Heng said. "If someone is imprisoned, there should be signs." Having said that, Zhang Heng still waited in warehouse number 3 for about 50 minutes, until the tabby cat caught by the vines on the door turned back into a Lego brick, similar to what Zhang Heng had observed before. The vines were obviously not interested in plastic and metal, and soon loosened their entanglements. Zhang Heng put the building blocks that fell on the ground back into his school bag, then looked at the door underground and returned to workshop number 3 with his backpack on his back. It felt good to see the light of day again, especially to be away from the drowsy smell, because the camera outside the gate was probably reset. Zhang Heng did not choose the previous route to leave, but climbed through the window. The window was difficult to get in from the outside, but it could be easily opened from the inside. And then, the window lock could be reset with a thin rope. It was half an hour before Zhang Heng returned to the car. Bai Qing had been waiting anxiously for a long time. Zhang Heng opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat, drank a few sips of water, and then said, "I have good news and bad news." Before Bai Qing asked, he continued, "The good news is that I did find evidence of someone being imprisoned in a room on the first floor. But the bad news is that there is no one there now. It should be that my previous investigation alerted the enemy. Those things were afraid that I would discover what happened in warehouse number 3. So they imprisoned the replaced person in another place." "Where are they now?" Bai Qing asked. Her mother's whereabouts were always her biggest concern. "It's not clear yet," Zhang Heng said. "They moved very carefully and quickly this time. Some people didn't even pack their things. But don't worry. I will find them. But before that, we have to deal with the thing underground first. Otherwise, people will continue to disappear. And even if we find them, there is no guarantee that they will not be replaced again." Bai Qing had also received photos and videos from Zhang Heng before, because of the tiny ashes floating in the air. The photos and videos looked a little blurry, but it did not affect Bai Qing's view of the thing underground, and the extremely scary cicada pupae on the branches. If Bai Qing had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not believe that there would be such a strange creature in the world. It was obviously a plant, but it seemed to have some animal characteristics, especially the beating heart in the middle, which made a thumping sound that made people feel cold in their hearts. "We have the evidence now. How about handing it over to the police and letting them deal with the thing underground?" "That's probably not realistic," Zhang Heng said. "If we call the police, what should we say? Say there is a monster underground in the glass factory and request police to come immediately? Isn't it enough to have videos and photos? A few blurry photos can't explain anything." Zhang Heng shook his head. "No one will believe us. And we don't know if those things exist in the police system. If we hand in the photos, the risk of exposing ourselves is too great. In addition, maybe they have already made preparations in advance after receiving the news. When the police go to workshop number 3 and find nothing, how are you going to answer the fire in the cardboard factory?" Bai Qing seemed a little discouraged when he heard this. "What should we do? You said that ordinary physical attacks have no effect on it. We can't really steal an intercontinental missile, right? There should be other ways," Zhang Heng said. "Given the defense and survival ability of the underground thing, why are they so nervous about the 3 children and are willing to kill them? You should know that even adults like your father and college students are completely manipulated by them. Even if we tell others what we saw now, no one will believe it. Let alone 3 children. Do you think they have something that can deal with the creatures underground?" "Yes, but it's late tonight. Let's rest first," Zhang Heng said. And then he drove Bai Qing back to the hotel. But he didn't go home immediately, but took out his phone again. In addition to the things taken underground, Zhang Heng's phone also had 2 new photos. It was a composition written by an elementary school student, and the author was Lin Cece. That was the girl among the 3 drowned children. Zhang Heng had been to her school before, and also learned about the existence of this weekly diary from her class teacher. However, it was not until now that Zhang Heng saw the full version. Obviously, those things in the glass factory were also studying this composition. Chapter 684 Planetary Observation Team. The first sentence of Lin Cece's essay is, "Are there aliens in the universe we live in?" This is the topic our planetary observation team has been studying. Although science and technology are constantly developing and new news is coming every day, compared to the vast universe, the members of the planetary observation team are well aware that our human civilization is still in its infancy. If there are other intelligent life outside the solar system, how do they view us? Do they have good intentions or malice towards us? Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. For a child of Lin Cece's age, this weekly diary was surprisingly mature. Zhang Heng thought of the girl in the photo. She looked thin, with sparse bangs on her forehead. She was not very conspicuous in the crowd and was easily ignored. Therefore, few people knew what kind of stars and C's were hidden behind the somewhat shy eyes of this ordinary little girl. John Hung spent 5 minutes reading the entire weekly diary, and found that the content above was completely different from what he had thought before. He had contacted Lin Cece's class teacher Li Yin, and it was from the latter that he learned about the existence of this essay. But I don't know if it was because the other party was too nervous at the time, and there was some ambiguity in the expression. In fact, Lin Cece mentioned 2 groups of aliens in her essay, or in other words, based on their different attitudes towards humans. She divided aliens into 2 categories. Simply put, one category is willing to help humans, and the other category is malicious and aggressive towards humans. According to Lin Cece, the latter came to Earth as early as the Cretaceous period, and possessed extremely strong camouflage and learning abilities, almost reaching the top of the food chain. However, something unexpected happened afterwards, and these things happened to be caught up in the tertiary extinction event. At that time, most of the animals and plants on Earth, including dinosaurs, died in that catastrophe, and those things were also not able to escape. However, they did not die out, and the mother body, as the core of reproduction, escaped the disaster through a long period of self-hibernation. However, because it didn't know when the disaster would end and whether the environment after the disaster would be suitable for survival, it hibernated for an unusually long time this time and only woke up recently. After waking up, it found a better camouflage than the dinosaurs. Humans are at the absolute top of the food chain. This will be the biggest disaster faced by human history. But unfortunately, humans, as prey, don't even realize that the battle has begun. Lin Cece wrote at the end. The adults are busy with their own things, still fussing about the trivial things in life. But fortunately, the members of the planetary observation team have found a way to prevent this disaster, and we will fight for the fate of mankind. John Hung put down his phone. In the eyes of ordinary people, Lin Cece's weekly diary might just be a child's fantasy, especially the passionate Japanese comic-like lines at the end about fighting for the fate of mankind. However, most of the people who make such second-year remarks are little boys who have nowhere to vent their energy. It is hard to believe that a quiet girl like Lin Cece can have such a passionate side. It's a pity that she and her planetary observation team were unable to prevent this catastrophe that concerns the survival of mankind. When people recall this summer in a few years, they will only remember that there were 3 little kids who didn't listen to their parents and went to the river to play at night and eventually drowned. They may also use this incident to teach their children what the consequences of not listening to their parents are. John Hung didn't know if the 3 would make such a choice if they were given another chance. Unfortunately, there is no option to start over in the world. Most of the content in this weekly diary is about the evil aliens that came to the area in the Cretaceous period. Many of the contents can also correspond to what John Hung saw under warehouse number 3, which made John Hung understand those things better. However, Lin Cece did not write about the specific methods of preventing disasters in the weekly diary. However, John Hung still found some clues between the lines. He had been investigating those things for some time, but he had to admit that the other party was indeed cautious enough. Before venturing into warehouse number 3, even with his skills, he did not gain much. The oldest of the 3 members of the planetary observation team was only 14 years old. It was unlikely that they could find so much information by their own ability, especially when they dug up the history of those things, tracing back to the Cretaceous period, and completely restored what happened tens of millions of years ago. This was something that even top archaeologists could not do. So they must have received some kind of help. Combined with Lin Cece's previous classification of aliens, John Hung realized that there are probably 2 types of life forms that can be called aliens in this copy. In addition to those things that are hostile to humans, there is another type of alien that stands on the side of humans. They may not just be there to help humans, but may also have some grudges with the former. After all, this is just a copy. John Hung doesn't care what the latter's real purpose is, as long as they have a way to eliminate the strange creature under warehouse number 3. John Hung can cooperate with them. So the current situation is back to the original problem. How should the clues of the planetary observation team proceed? John Hung is destined to be sleep-deprived these days. He is used to having 48 hours of activity time in the real world. When he returns to the 24-hour system in the dungeon, John Hung actually begins to feel that the time every day is not enough. Especially when he has to deal with things in school and keep swiping the card to let those things relax their vigilance. In the absence of teammates to rely on, Zhang Heng can only entrust Bai Qing to investigate the matter of the planetary observation team. He didn't sleep for a few hours at all. He went to the hotel where Bai Qing was early in the morning. After the two exchanged secret codes, Bai Qing opened the door and let Zhang Heng in. You said there is another group of aliens? Bai Qing was surprised after hearing what Zhang Heng said. This is too lively. What is this? Is it an alien social gathering? The other group may not be on Earth. Zhang Heng said that he had analyzed the current situation. After faking the drowning of the planetary observation team, the shadows in the fourth ventricle did not stop there, but continued to look for something. Our goal should be something, Zhang Heng said. I don't know what that thing looks like, but it's obviously related to those three children. We have to think about where to start. Planetarium. Bai Qing suddenly spoke at this time. Huh? You said before that those children would often leave the community together, and their team name is also called the Planetary Observation Team. I think they went to the planetarium. Zhang Heng frowned. I have also considered this possibility, but the planetarium is too far from their residence. About 10 kilometers away. Considering their age, it is impossible for them to run that far. No. I mean the old planetarium. My grandma's house is also in that area. I lived there for a while when I was a kid, so I know there is an old planetarium there. But after the new planetarium opened, it was turned into a children's palace. It has been many years. Bo Qingdao. The old planetarium is very close to their community. Only 10 minutes walk. Chapter 685 Director Gao. Zhang Heng and Bai Qing met for a short time. After discussing the next action plan, they parted ways. Zhang Heng took the latter's homework to school, while Bai Qing went to the old planetarium alone to investigate. The two contacted each other through mobile phones. Zhang Heng would also guide Bai Qing to take some photos of the scene, and how to find someone to ask questions, and what to pay attention to. If there was a choice, Zhang Heng actually hoped that the roles of the two could be switched. But unfortunately, those things were obviously more vigilant against him. Especially Zhang Heng in the giant cicada pupa under warehouse number 3 was about to hatch. At this moment, those things must be staring at him very closely. In fact, when Zhang Heng stepped into the school, he could clearly feel that someone was always watching him. Zhang Heng was not the guy who could not get rid of the stalker. But once he did so, the other party would definitely become more alert. It was not the time for a decisive battle yet. The number of those things was obviously not just the more than 100 people in the factory. Zhang Heng did not know how many people they had in the whole city. But giving them time to gather together was not a good thing after all. Instead, it was better to take advantage of their caution, and find a way to deal with the thing in warehouse number 3 while there was still time. Bai Qing was still very quick. She put on some makeup and changed her clothes before going downstairs separately from Zhang Heng. She didn't take a taxi, but took the bus directly, mixing with the crowd of people going to work early. She changed buses twice on the way, and then she came to the old planetarium. It has now been converted into a children's palace, and there are many advertisements for interest classes outside the door. There are dance, violin, table tennis and so on. But Bai Qing didn't see any astronomy-related ones. So she showed the old guard the photo of Lin Cece on her phone. Uncle, I want to ask you something. Have you seen this child? There should be 2 boys with her. The 3 of them often act together. The old guard took the phone, put on his reading glasses, looked at it, and smiled. Oh, her. I remember that she and the other 2 children come here almost every week. Sometimes 3 or 4 times a week. They are very polite, and always say hello to me. Come to think of it, I haven't seen them in the past week. Are you their friend? Well, they are distant relatives, Bai Qing said vaguely, and then asked, Do you know what they do in the children's palace? The old guard shook his head. I don't know about that. After a pause, he added, Director Gao knows. Every time they come, they go directly to Director Gao. After finding out where Director Gao's office is, Bai Qing thanked the old guard and walked upstairs while sending a message to Zhang Heng on his mobile phone. As a result, because he walked too fast, he bumped into a man holding a box on the 3rd floor. The phone flew out of his hand. Bai Qing screamed, and the man opposite reacted quickly. He quickly put down the box in his hand and tried to grab the phone on the ground. But he was still a step too late. In the end, the phone flew out of the edge of the stairs and fell all the way to the 1st floor. When Bai Qing picked up the phone again, She found that the screen was completely broken. She pressed the power button with a fluke mentality and found that it could still light up. But the touch screen typing function had stopped working. "Hey, are you okay?" The man also came down at this time. The old guard greeted him. And Bai Qing realized that he was a teacher at the Children's Palace, teaching Chinese painting and calligraphy. "I'm sorry. I couldn't see you because I was holding the box. Is your screen broken? Is there any place to repair mobile phones nearby?" The male teacher asked the old security guard the last question. "There is a shop 200 meters to the east, but the fees are quite high," the old security guard said. Before, a parent went there to get his phone repaired. It only took 2 minutes to fix it, but they charged him 50 yuan. The male teacher showed a look of distress. "What should I do? Your phone is an Apple phone. I drive you to Apple's official after-sales service." Bai Qing shook his head when he heard this. "No need. I am also responsible. I was in a hurry and didn't see it just now." She had just received clues about Lin Sisi, proving that her previous ideas were correct. And the last message to Zhang Heng had been sent. Although her phone was no longer usable, she had already arrived at the Children's Palace. So she decided to go to Director Gao first and ask about Lin Sisi before repairing her phone. Although Bai Qing had clearly stated that he did not want to hold the male teacher responsible, the latter insisted on giving Bai Qing 300 yuan. Perhaps because he felt bad. Bai Qing was in a hurry to find Director Gao, but he could not resist and finally accepted the money, and then quickly went to Director Gao's office on the 4th floor. Bai Qing knocked on the door, and a middle-aged woman's voice came from inside. "Come in." Bai Qing pushed the door open, and Director Gao happened to look up at this time. She looked a little serious, but her tone was still polite. "What can I do for you?" "The interest class registration is on the 2nd floor. I'm not here to register," Bai Qing said. "Actually, I want to ask you something." Director Gao raised his eyebrows, but did not immediately drive him away, but pointed to the seat in front of the desk. "Sit down." "Thank you." Bai Qing breathed a sigh of relief and sat down in the seat in front of him. He thought about the next words in his mind, and then said, "You know Lin Sisi and the others, right?" Director Gao stopped what he was doing and put down his pen. Instead of answering the question, he asked, "Who are you to her?" "I am her. A relative." Bai Qing gritted his teeth and repeated the lie he had told the old guard before. Director Gao did not comment, unscrewed the water cup in front of him, and drank a sip of tea. "Before I transferred to the management position, I had been working in education for more than 20 years. I had dealt with many children of all ages, so I could tell when they were lying." Bai Qing's cheeks flushed. She was one of the 3 children who drowned before. Director Gao did not dwell on this matter, but sighed. "I had a bad feeling when I saw the news. Although there was no clear facial photo and no name, the age, school and address all matched. And the 3 children did not show up after that." "Who are you? Her teacher? Reporter?" "No. You look much younger. You should still be in school." "I'm still in high school," Bai Qing whispered. She was facing Director Gao now just like she was facing a teacher at school. After her identity was exposed by the other party's words, she could not say a word of the story she had made up in her head. Chapter 686. Why is it important? The atmosphere in the office was a little awkward. Bai Qing regretted saying "I'm still in high school" because the development of the situation had completely exceeded her expectations. She didn't know how to explain her purpose next. She didn't even know if Director Gao would kick her out immediately. In the end, it was Director Gao on the other side of the desk who spoke first. "Do you know how Lin Sisi and I met?" The city held a children's astronomy knowledge contest before. Only primary school students were eligible to participate. Of course, the scope was set, but each school basically selected children in grades 5 and 6. Among all the contestants, only Lin Sisi was the youngest. She was only in grade 3 at that time. Although I don't know what your relationship with her is. You should have seen her photo. She is small and looks inconspicuous standing in the crowd. But she is very smart, Director Gao said. I was one of the judges of the knowledge contest at that time. You can see that most of the children were reciting the knowledge on the spot in order to cope with the competition and get the certificate. But Lin Sisi was different. She really liked these things. You can see it in her eyes. She won first place? No. She was second. She got a question wrong in the final quiz. But later, it was discovered that she was the right one. At that time, the new research findings had just been announced and the question bank had not been updated in time. Director Gao said. Although she didn't get first place, she left the deepest impression on me. So I gave her my mobile phone number and told her that she could come to the Children's Palace to see me when she was free. So you have known her for a long time. Then did she say anything to you before she drowned? Bai Qing asked hurriedly. Director Gao looked at Bai Qing deeply, and then said, Unfortunately, I was on a long business trip some time ago, and I was not here for about a month. So I hadn't contacted her for more than a month before she got into trouble. But I heard from the security guard that they came to the Children's Palace last week. Bai Qing said anxiously. Really? I gave them a key and a useless warehouse as an activity room. They do come here from time to time. Can you take me there? Bai Qing blurted out, and then realized that his request was a bit excessive, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. Unexpectedly, Director Gao nodded. Okay. I don't have anything to do today anyway. After that, she took out a bunch of keys from the drawer, and then the two of them went to the basement together. When they first went down, the corridor was dark, and there were only the two of them. Looking at Director Gao walking in front of her, Bai Qing suddenly felt a little nervous. She had been warned by Zhang Heng a long time ago, and knew that those things had been infiltrating human society for some time, which meant that she didn't know which people around her were those things in disguise. Before, Bai Qing found that she had found the right direction this time, and she was excited. She kept thinking about how to convince Director Gao to take her to find the important item left by Lin Sisi. However, she had to admit that her performance upstairs was really bad. If she were in Director Gao's position, she would have probably kicked him out. But the other party did not ask about her identity, but just took her down. After the excitement passed, and he calmed down, Bai Qing felt that things were a little difficult to explain. Looking at Director Gao's back in front of him, he began to feel uneasy. The latter did not speak, walked to the wall, pressed the switch, and turned back to look at Bai Qing. Why don't you leave? Wasn't it you who wanted to come? Yes. I'm sorry. Bai Qing apologized quickly, and then followed him. At this point, she couldn't regret it, so she could only walk into the warehouse with Director Gao in fear. Fortunately, there was no one ambushing inside. It was just an ordinary storage room. This is mainly used to store some sundries and things left over from the previous planetarium. Of course, the high-value ones have basically been moved to the newly built planetarium, and the rest are some things that the new planetarium can't use, including some old models and popular science materials. Director Gao explained. Bai Qing's attention returned to the warehouse temporarily. She saw a small table and a few stools. On the table were models of the 9 planets. There were also things like the Galileo telescope and the sand table of the crater next to it. Bai Qing was a little dizzy. Although she was a top student, she was not an astronomy enthusiast. Her strengths were in exam-oriented education. As for things outside the textbooks, it basically depended on everyone's interests and hobbies. Her interest was obviously not to look at the stars. Seeing these things, she had no idea where to start. According to the agreement between her and Zhang Heng before, she could send the situation to Zhang Heng at this time. But her cell phone was broken at this time, so she could only continue to ask Director Gao. Is there anything special here? Special? What do you mean? Director Gao asked back. Probably something that only exists here and is not available in other planetariums. Bai Qing said. What do you think this is? A treasure hunt? Director Gao shook his head. Planetariums are basically for popular science, to help young people understand astronomical knowledge and cultivate interest. There is nothing unique inside, and we are just a city planetarium, and the really valuable things have been moved to the new planetarium. Well, think about it again. This matter is very important to me, Bai Qing said anxiously. Why is it important? Director Gao said calmly. How can I help you if you don't tell me? Believe me, I don't tell you just because I don't want you to get into trouble. Bai Qing smiled bitterly. If you knew what happened to Lin Sisi and my family, you would never want to get involved. No, you didn't tell me because you were sure deep down that I wouldn't believe you, Director Gao said. You know, you are not the first person to ask me about the planetary observation team. Has anyone else come to you before? Bai Qing was shocked. Who? It doesn't matter. You don't know him anyway, Director Gao said, looking into Bai Qing's eyes. When you try to make others believe you, have you ever thought about trying to believe that person first? Sorry. It's just that things are too crazy. Sometimes, the truth is indeed crazier than a lie. As a former scientific researcher, no one knows this better than me. Director Gao said. Chapter 687. You are here indeed. You mean that alien life has come to Earth tens of millions of years ago and almost ruled the Earth? Director Gao was surprised when he heard this. Yes. Bai Qing finally gritted his teeth and told everything about those things. Director Gao frowned. You know, this kind of thing sounds like a plot in a novel or movie. It's ridiculous. It's okay for kids like Lin Cece to believe it. But how old are you this year? You are 16. Almost an adult. Will you still believe this kind of thing? Bai Qing's heart sank. You said that thing replaced your mother and framed your father and put him in jail. I remembered that I had read that news before. This explains why you think so. Poor child. You hope your father is innocent. As a child. This is understandable. Director Gao said. But pinning your hopes on the illusory aliens and even making up rumors of human destruction is strictly speaking a violation of the law. Bai Qing opened his mouth, trying to defend himself. Of course. You just lost your mother and are about to lose your father. You are so desperate deep down that you are willing to believe in everything that might save it all. So maybe the real bad guy is the one who made up these things and tricked you into believing them. He had bad intentions from the beginning and took advantage of your deep desires. No. I have the video and photos on my phone. But I can't open them now. Bai Qing bravely defended Zhang Heng. Really? Did he show these videos and photos to other people besides you? Director Gao asked. Bai Qing was speechless. And why didn't you call the police? I guess he must have told you that because the police can't be trusted. And other people can't be trusted either. You can only trust each other. But you didn't go into the factory with him that night. So you don't know what it looks like down there. With today's science and technology, it's really easy to forge a few photos and videos. Director Gao calmly analyzed. He could have just walked into the factory in a pretentious manner, and then walked out with the materials he had prepared in advance to show you. But there are also CT images. There is indeed a shadow in the fourth ventricle. I also saw it. Bai Qing's voice became smaller and smaller as he spoke. You have realized it, haven't you? Director Gao said. You found that you have been receiving second-hand information from him from beginning to end. Since photos and videos can be forged, CT images can also be forged. Right? Ask yourself. Is our world really invaded by aliens, or is it more likely that he is deceiving you? Bai Qing's eyes flashed with confusion. It seems that you already have the answer in your heart. Director Gao sighed. This period must be very difficult for you. I understand your feelings. When I first learned that Lin Cece and the other two children were no longer alive, I also hoped that all this was fake. Whether it was aliens or something else. It was their trick. This is human nature. When faced with insurmountable difficulties, we will refuse to accept the facts that have happened and bury our heads in the sand. Just like ostriches. I'm not an ostrich. I just hope that what happened that night didn't happen and that my father and mother can come back. Bai Qing choked up. I know that the truth is always the most hurtful. Director Gao patted Bai Qing's shoulder and comforted him. Sorry. Bai Qing wiped the tears from his face. Thank you for telling me this and interrupting your work. I'm really so stupid. I should have thought of it earlier. It doesn't matter, Director Gao said. This is the growth that everyone must go through. She paused and continued. You know, I also encountered something that made me sad when I was a child. But that thing prompted me to become an astronomer later. Although I became an educator after only a few years. Looking at the stars in the sky will make you feel that your troubles have become insignificant. If you are willing, you can come to me when you are free. I can teach you some astronomy knowledge. You are really a nice person, Bai Qing said gratefully. Looking at you reminds me of my daughter. Of course, you look different, but your temperament is very similar. Director Gao waited for Bai Qing to leave the warehouse and turned off the lights and door. It's a pity that she has gone abroad and settled there. I'm not as good as your daughter. Oh, you don't know how much headache she gave me when she was a child, Director Gao said. She also had a lot to do with my later career in education. At that time, I wanted to figure out what was going on in her little head all day long. Director Gao sent Bai Qing all the way to the door, watched her walk out of the gate of the children's palace, smiled and waved, and then went upstairs. Bai Qing also forced a smile, then turned and walked onto the street next to her. At first, she kept her usual pace, but then she walked faster and faster, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Bai Qing finally rushed into the mobile phone repair shop 200 meters away with the posture of a 100-meter sprint, and asked a man who was playing with his mobile phone in the shop, "How much does it cost to replace the screen of a mobile phone?" "It depends on the model of the mobile phone, and whether it is the inner or outer screen that is broken." The latter put down his mobile phone. Today was a rare day. Not long after the store opened in the morning, there was a business coming to the store. The owner of the mobile phone store was also looking at Bai Qing while talking. He saw that although she was a student, her family should be well off, and she should not know much about mobile phones, which means that there are many operational links in the middle. Bai Qing handed over the broken phone. "Hey, 6 Plus." The boss took the phone and took a look at it. "Your situation is serious. The whole screen is broken. Did you throw the phone downstairs? The whole screen needs to be replaced, which costs 800 yuan. Then, as if worried that Bai Qing would find it expensive, he added, "This is the official price. If you don't believe me, check it online." But to his surprise, Bai Qing didn't feel like bargaining after hearing this. He nodded and said, "Then change it. Also, do you have a phone? Lend it to me. There's no landline. Just use my cell phone." The boss handed over the phone. Bai Qing grabbed the phone from his hand, which scared the boss. He thought he had run into a gangster. Such a pretty girl was also trying to rob others. Fortunately, Bai Qing didn't leave afterwards. She just found a corner and dialed the number in a hurry. But before Bai Qing made the call, he heard a voice behind him. "Oh, you are here after all." Chapter 688 Suspicion. Bai Qing subconsciously hid his phone behind his back and turned to see the male teacher he met on the stairs before. The latter smiled and said, "Great. I was wondering if you would come here. I thought about it again just now and felt that the compensation was still too little. Your phone was broken like that. I'm afraid it won't be solved with 300 yuan. Then he looked at the boss on the side, took out his wallet from his pocket, and asked, "How much does it cost to repair it?" 800. The boss said truthfully. The male teacher frowned. "So expensive? This is the official price." The boss was confident. "Is this the official screen?" "Of course not." The boss pointed to the sign of the Apple Authorized Professional Repair Shop outside. The male teacher sneered. "You are kidding. All of you who repair mobile phones don't have this brand. I checked the M-App and found that they are all authorized by Apple. I can't find any official store." The boss laughed. "Your screen must not be original." "Right," the male teacher said. 400 yuan. If you don't want to repair it, we will go to another one." "Brother, you are too harsh. I am also a small business. The profit is really not as high as you think. I can't make any profit at this price." The boss looked sad. It is impossible to make no profit. But the difference from 800 to 400 is a bit big. The boss must feel uncomfortable and complain that the male teacher is a bit nosy. However, seeing that the other party has already used the method of walking away, he can only sigh and say, "Forget it. Forget it. I will make a profit at a loss. 400 is 400. After settling the phone repair fee, the male teacher looked at Bai Qing again, only to find that the latter's face was not grateful at all, but rather a little nervous. "I don't think I've seen you before. Is this your first day here?" The male teacher spoke, breaking the somewhat awkward situation. "But there should be classes at school today. I asked for leave." Bai Qing took 2 steps back and ended up leaning against the glass cabinet. "Really?" The male teacher blinked. "What is your relationship with Director Gao? How do you know that I'm going to see Director Gao?" Bai Qing asked cautiously. "Don't be so nervous. It's just a casual chat." The male teacher shrugged. "It was Uncle Zheng who was the gatekeeper who told me." "You told him yourself. Does this matter have anything to do with you?" Bai Qing asked. "No. Like I said, it's just a casual chat." The male teacher showed a helpless look on his face. "You seem to have a bad temper." "That's because I don't like to chat with strangers casually," Bai Qing said. "Okay." The male teacher nodded. "I was originally planning to send you home after the phone is repaired." "No. Thank you. I have my own legs. I can go back," Bai Qing said directly. At this time, even the owner of the mobile phone repair shop noticed the gunpowder smell between the two, raised his head, and looked at the two with some confusion, not knowing what their relationship was. The male teacher took a half step back and raised his hand to signal Bai Qing to calm down. "Okay. Okay. I won't ask anymore. Then why are you still here? The male teacher was also angry and laughed when he heard this. You are so rude. Kid. What did your parents teach you? I helped you fix your phone, but you didn't thank me. But you said this. Okay. Then you can play by yourself. I won't serve you anymore. After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the mobile phone repair shop. Bai Qing was relieved when she saw this and urged the boss to fix her phone quickly. She wanted to call Zhang Heng before, but she was interrupted by the male teacher. The second class should have started, so Bai Qing could only wait. However, another 20 minutes passed, and it was almost the time promised by the boss. The latter still failed to fix her phone. Bai Qing was getting more and more anxious at this time. After she found that Director Gao might have been replaced by those things, she felt suspicious no matter who she looked at. Moreover, this place was too close to the children's palace, only 200 meters away. Bai Qing didn't know if her previous acting skills had deceived Director Gao. The performance in the warehouse was already a high-level performance for her, but she didn't dare to say that there were no flaws. Now thinking back, the timing of the phone breaking seemed a bit coincidental, which prevented her from contacting Zhang Heng. Similarly, the owner of the repair shop, who couldn't fix the phone all the time, also became suspicious in her eyes. Bai Qing kept urging the other party. The boss was also sweating profusely. But I don't know if it was because haste makes waste. The phone should have been repaired long ago. But now it was delayed again and again. Bai Qing couldn't remember how many times she asked the other party to speed up. On the other hand, she turned around and found a somewhat suspicious Mini on the opposite side of the street. She couldn't see the face of the person in the driver's seat, but she felt that the figure looked like the male teacher who had left before. When Bai Qing asked the boss again when the phone could be fixed, the boss seemed a little impatient. Why are you in such a hurry? I will definitely fix it for you in the morning. If not, go to a nearby mall first. Bai Qing seemed to have made up his mind after hearing this. He snatched the unrepaired phone from the boss and pushed open the door of the repair shop. The boss was stunned for half a second, and then he reacted and shouted from behind. Hey, where are you going? It's not finished yet. After a pause, he said, You didn't give me the money? However, Bai Qing had already run far away. When she went out, she looked in the direction of the Mini again. The shadow inside seemed to be looking at her. The two looked at each other, and the next moment Bai Qing started running. She vaguely heard the sound of the engine starting from behind, but she didn't know if it was the Mini. Bai Qing was panicking at this time. She rushed into the community next to her, trying to get rid of the people following her. But she had lost her sense of direction after turning around the community twice. She saw an exit, ran out, and kept running along the road. Unexpectedly, she ran back to the entrance of the planetarium. Director Gao happened to be standing in front of the door, talking to the old man who was guarding the door. She also looked like she was going out. Bai Qing quickly turned around and retreated, but she saw Minnie turning in at the end of the road after taking 2 steps. Bai Qing's fear reached its peak, but at this moment, a hand pulled her closer to the newsstand beside her. Bai Qing almost screamed until she saw the person pulling her, and blurted out, Aren't you in school? Why are you here? I sent you a WeChat message but you didn't reply. I was worried that something had happened to you, so I came here. Zhang Heng said. Don't worry. I've taken care of the school matters. Then he reached out and tidied up Bai Qing's messy hair, and said gently, It's okay. I'm here now. However, when his fingers touched Bai Qing's forehead, the latter subconsciously dodged back. Chapter 689 No Way to Escape. Sorry. I was a little too nervous. Bai Qing said. It's okay. Just be careful. They are obviously one step ahead of us. Zhang Heng said with some annoyance. These things are everywhere. Just as annoying as cockroaches. What should we do now? Bai Qing asked after taking a breath. There's no way. The children's palace is blocked. Zhang Heng said. And it seems that you have been targeted too. You can't go back to the hotel you stayed in before. Let's find a safe place first. After a pause, he added, It has to be a place we haven't been to. Where to? Bai Qing asked. I know an internet cafe owner, and I can ask him to open a private room for us on the 2nd floor. How do you know he hasn't been replaced? Don't worry. I've confirmed this. Zhang Heng said. It's actually similar to a hotel, with food and drinks. We can stay there until we come up with the next plan. Okay. Bai Qing took a deep breath, but didn't move. although it may be a bit inappropriate now. Can I ask you a question? Of course. Just ask whatever you want. I will tell you everything I know without reservation. Zhang Heng nodded. I want to know. Bai Qing looked into Zhang Heng's eyes. Do you like me? Zhang Heng was stunned. I didn't expect that you. Sorry. I'm so stupid. Forget the question just now. Bai Qing lowered his head, seeming a little embarrassed. No. I mean, I didn't expect you to be so brave. Zhang Heng praised. This is really brave. I should have been the one to ask you this question. So what is your answer? Yes. Of course. I like you too. Zhang Heng said affectionately. Bai Qing covered his mouth when he heard this. Tears welled up in his eyes. What's wrong with you? Zhang Heng asked. It's okay. I'm just too happy, Bai Qing said while crying. You know, something like that happened in my family. And you were the only one who stayed with me during this period. Oh, don't take it to heart. I just did what I should do. Zhang Heng reached out his hand again. And this time Bai Qing didn't hide, letting him wipe the tears from her cheeks. However, before Zhang Heng took his hand back, new tears fell, wetting his index finger. And Bai Qing's tears flowed more and more like pearls that had broken off the string. A strange color flashed in Zhang Heng's eyes. But then, he saw Bai Qing suddenly rush forward half a step, threw himself into his arms, and sobbed. This is the first time I confessed to a boy. You don't know how scared I was. I thought you would reject me. Zhang Heng patted Bai Qing on the back and comforted him softly. Be good. Don't cry. This is something you should be happy about. Then he poked his head out of the newsstand and took a look. The car has left. Let's leave here quickly. Okay. Bai Qing raised his head again. His tears finally stopped. And he said firmly, I go wherever you go. Well, this place has been controlled by them. Let's walk a little further and take a taxi. The two walked 300 meters hand in hand like all young couples. Zhang Heng originally planned to take a taxi here. But at Bai Qing's insistence, the two walked another 200 meters. Bai Qing's face suddenly turned red. I want to go to the bathroom. Zhang Heng looked up and looked around. It seems that there is no public toilet nearby. Let's go to the internet cafe. It's very close to here. It only takes 10 minutes by taxi. Can you bear it for a while? I'm a little anxious. Bai Qing whispered. Zhang Heng frowned. But Su relaxed again and said patiently, there is a ramen shop in front. Let's go there. Okay. Bai Qing nodded. When the two came to the outside of the store, Bai Qing let go of his hand and said, I can go in by myself. Yeah. Zhang Heng stopped and stood in front of the glass window, watching Bai Qing walk into the store and say something to the waiter. The waiter pointed in a direction. And then, Bai Qing waved to Zhang Heng standing outside and walked there. The moment Bai Qing entered the single bathroom and closed the door, tears could not be restrained from flowing from her eyes. Now she was filled with despair. If even Zhang Heng was replaced by those things, where could she escape to? Call the police? But would the police believe her? Director Gao might just want to alienate her from Zhang Heng. But her words make sense. The evidence in Bai Qing's hands is secondhand. And there is nothing that can be called conclusive evidence. Rather than accepting such a bizarre story, everyone would definitely prefer to believe that she just chose to make up such a beautiful lie to numb herself, because she couldn't accept the tragedy of her father killing her mother. And she will be replaced by those things sooner or later. Or she may follow in the footsteps of the planetary observation team. Bai Qing turned on the faucet, using the sound of running water to cover her crying. However, she only let her emotions break down for half a minute, then washed off the tears on her face, looked up at the bathroom, and looked for a way to get out. However, the next moment, the familiar voice sounded from outside the bathroom door again. How are you? Are you ready? Almost there. Wait a moment. Bai Qing didn't expect Zhang Heng to come in so quickly, and walked to the window while talking. However, probably to prevent customers from running away, the windows of the bathroom were equipped with anti-theft nets, and people couldn't climb out, and Bai Qing was anxious. On the other side, Zhang Heng also had doubts. He put his ear to the door of the bathroom. After a while, he heard the sound of water disappear and footsteps approaching the door. Zhang Heng took a half step back and returned to his original position. Bai Qing opened the door and forced a smile on her face. She didn't find a chance to escape, so she could only pretend that nothing had happened and walk out. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Zhang Heng looked at Bai Qing's red and swollen eyes and said, No. I just thought of my mother again. It's okay. Everything will be fine. Zhang Heng said, as he naturally pulled Bai Qing's hand. Maybe because he had been in the water for too long. The latter's hand was a little cold. Let's go! In the eyes of the waiter at the ramen shop, the two boys and girls holding hands were probably a couple in the passionate love period. And they were still in the stage where they couldn't leave each other and stick together. Without the pressure from life. They could enjoy this sweetness freely. But they couldn't see the fear buried deep in Bai Qing's eyes. Bai Qing didn't want to go to the internet cafe that Zhang Heng mentioned. But she didn't know where to escape. Chapter 690 Yangmei and Ashtray. People react differently when facing huge external pressure. Some people collapse and wail. Beg for mercy on their knees. Some fight to the death. And some remain calm despite the collapse of Mount Tai. And now Bai Qing feels like a prey trapped in a spider web. She knows she needs to escape immediately. But once she starts struggling, she will inevitably touch the spider silk under her body, thus alarming the hunter on the other end of the spider silk. And the most critical problem is that she doesn't know who to trust. And who else she can trust. Was it the waiter at the ramen shop? Or the driver in the taxi? Whose side were they on? Were they capable enough to save her? Bai Qing glanced at Zhang Heng beside her. The latter smiled at her. After leaving the ramen shop, the two returned to their previous inseparable mode. And this time Zhang Heng did not let Bai Qing leave his sight for a single step. Don't worry. We be there soon. Yeah. Bai Qing barely pulled the corners of her mouth to respond. She could feel that the hunter had already crawled over along the spider silk, which made her feel more and more uneasy. Bai Qing didn't know how long her disguise could last. The taxi driver was complaining about the city traffic and the rising house prices, but his voice seemed so far away in Bai Qing's ears, like bubbles coming out of the water. Although Bai Qing knew that she should be more intimate with Zhang Heng at this time and tried to numb his vigilance, but she really couldn't do such a thing. Her nerves were almost broken to the limit. Just a brief eye contact with the other party would make her feel scared. Bai Qing tilted her head slightly and looked out the window. Only by looking at the endless stream of vehicles and people could she calm down a little. Because of several red lights on the way, the taxi arrived at the destination a little later than expected. The driver parked by the roadside. Bai Qing noticed that Zhang Heng did not scan the code with his mobile phone, but handed over a 20 yuan bill and said, "No need to change." Then he opened the car door and walked out first. Bai Qing followed him and saw the internet cafe Zhang Heng mentioned as soon as he got off the car. Its appearance looked a bit old. Only half of the word bar was left on the billboard outside the word Ronghua Internet Cafe. A group of boys and girls, who looked a bit suspicious, were squatting on the cement steps at the door. She should be about the same age as Bai Qing, but she was not in school. The boys inside were still smoking, and their eyes lit up when they saw Bai Qing. One of them raised his head and said, "What are you here to play? Brother will take you." But as soon as he finished speaking, a figure blocked his view and warned, "She is my girlfriend," Zhang Heng said while pulling Bai Qing's hand again. Seeing this, the boy also threw away the cigarette but in his hand, stood up and wanted to say something. But then a voice came from the internet cafe. "Don't make trouble, Xia Fei. Otherwise, you and your people will not be able to play games for free with me." The boy named Xia Fei squatted down again in dismay. Zhang Heng then brought Bai Qing to the internet cafe. The space on the first floor was not large, with only 30 machines in total. Probably because it was still morning, there were only 7 or 8 players inside. The boss, Zhang Heng's friend, was a fat man weighing more than 200 kilograms. He sat in front of the cashier and also served as a cashier girl. When he saw Zhang Heng and Bai Qing come in, he nodded to them and said, "The private room is ready for you. VIP number 3. Thank you." Zhang Heng nodded and was about to go upstairs when he heard Bai Qing say, "When I came in just now, I saw someone selling bayberries on the roadside. I want to eat bayberries. Can I?" Zhang Heng and the fat boss looked at each other, and the latter said, "I have watermelons and bananas here. It's okay. I go out and buy them," Zhang Heng said, probably because he had already arrived at the internet cafe and felt that Bai Qing could not escape. Zhang Heng's spirit was also relaxed a lot, and he was no longer as close to Bai Qing as before, and said to Bai Qing, "You go up first. I come to find you later." "Yeah," Bai Qing said. "Just treat this place as your own home. Be casual," the fat boss also added. Zhang Heng was like a gentle boyfriend. watching Bai Qing walk up to the second floor before leaving the internet cafe. Bai Qing stood in the corridor on the second floor and took a quick look at the surrounding environment when there was no one around. Unfortunately, she did not find any possibility of escape, and she also saw the camera on the other side of the corridor. She did not dare to stay any longer and walked into VIP room 3 with her head down. Unlike the dirty corridor outside, the private room was well decorated, with 2 computer stations and a small bed for those who stayed up all night. But there were some suspicious stains on the bedsheets. Bai Qing looked around and finally could only pick up the glass ashtray on the computer desk, holding it tightly in her hand, and then stood by the door, pressed her body against the wall, waiting for Zhang Heng to come up after buying bayberries. This period of time seemed particularly long to her, and to be honest, Bai Qing didn't know how to escape from the internet cafe even if she could knock Zhang Heng unconscious. The fat boss downstairs was obviously one of those guys. Or could she try to ask for help from the bad gang outside the door? But Bai Qing didn't know what she had to impress those people. Time passed by minute by minute. Finally, footsteps were heard in the corridor outside the door, and every sound seemed to step on Bai Qing's heart. At this point, she could only make up her mind, close her eyes, and raise the ashtray in her hand. The person outside the door knocked on the door twice. Seeing that there was no response from the room, she waited for a while and directly reached out and pushed the door open. Bai Qing, who was waiting on the other side, gritted her teeth and smashed the ashtray in her hand. But her hand was grabbed by someone before it fell a fist away. Then the man walked directly into the house and closed the door behind him. The power gap between the two was too great. No matter how Bai Qing struggled, she could not escape the control of the other party. When she opened her mouth to scream, Zhang Heng covered her mouth. "It's me." Bai Qing opened her eyes and looked at the face that frightened her. Her body trembled even more. "Ask me that question," Zhang Heng said helplessly. After confirming that Bai Qing nodded, Zhang Heng loosened his hand little by little. Do you like me?" Bai Qing almost trembled as he said this. His upper and lower teeth were chattering. "Sorry, I'm from another world," Zhang Heng replied, and then put his hand down. However, Bai Qing was probably scared. Although he didn't use the ashtray to stab someone, his eyes were full of distrust when he looked at Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng pointed to the unused pocket on the front of Bai Qing's shirt, and the latter reached in and took out a coin-sized micro-tracker.